The main character, Wang Zheng, is a young man who has always felt out of place in the flow of life. Previously, he had lived a carefree life in his hometown Ziyao. However, one day he was suddenly forced by his father to go to the city to work as a bodyguard for an unfamiliar young lady. Being idle and seeing that the pay was quite good, he nodded and accepted. Sitting at the station waiting for the train, Wang Zheng kept wondering which girl was fortunate enough to have him as her protector. At that moment, the news broadcast reported breaking news that a bank robbery had just occurred in Yi City at Jiangning Bank. After many days of investigation, the suspect had been captured, but strangely, when the police discovered him, he was tightly bound with his hands behind his back and left right at the station gate. The authorities were still urgently searching for the mysterious person who had secretly carried out this righteous act. Leaving behind such memorable traces was not bad at all. After hearing the news, Wang Zheng slightly curled his lips and thought to himself, because the man who had been arrested was precisely the result of his actions the previous evening. At that moment, the train had just entered the station. Wang Zheng followed the crowd and boarded the carriage, skillfully weaving through the throng. Upon reaching his seat, he saw a fat man occupying it to flirt with the girl beside him, while she clearly showed no interest. "Friend, please move a little, this is my seat," Wang Zheng spoke, making the other party visibly displeased. The man raised his head, not bothering to hide his contempt, and mocked him as an ignorant country bumpkin. In Wang Zheng's eyes, that large figure was no different from an immature child. Therefore, he did not argue and calmly repeated, "Friend, this is my seat, please stand up." Unexpectedly, the man not only refused to listen, but also acted extremely arrogant. Hearing this, he took out his wallet and pulled out a banknote. With a haughty attitude, he handed the money to Wang Zheng, saying he wanted to buy the seat. This blatant contempt annoyed the girl beside them. On the contrary, Wang Zheng pretended to be overly delighted, staring at the banknote as if he were about to drool. "That much money?" he asked. "If it is a lot, then take it and go somewhere else." He released his hand and let the banknote fall to the floor. Then he took out his phone and began tapping on it, even ridiculing Wang Zheng for being a rustic who was thrilled by a little money. No one expected Wang Zheng to suddenly snatch the phone from his hand. He calmly said that compared to the banknote, he was more interested in this device. As soon as he finished speaking, he threw it far away. The rogue immediately flew into a rage. He sprang to his feet and hurled a torrent of insults at Wang Zheng. Wang Zheng remained composed and reminded him that if he did not hurry to find his phone, then, in such a crowded carriage, he might not be able to find it later even if he wanted to. The man was extremely furious. He could only grit his teeth and leave to search for his belongings. After driving him away, Wang Zheng leisurely sat down and muttered that country people were not easy to bully. The young man sitting opposite could not help but laugh, even gave Wang Zheng a thumbs up in praise. The girl who had just been harassed was also grateful for being rescued and took the initiative to chat, introducing herself as Nuanuan, a second-year student at the capital medical university. "I am Wang Zheng." He smiled and extended his hand to shake hers. Before the two could exchange more words, the fat man had found his phone and returned. Seeing Wang Zheng still sitting there, he angrily shouted why the country bumpkin had not disappeared after taking the money. His words suddenly choked when he met Wang Zheng's icy gaze. "If you say another word, I will send you out of the train window." He still threatened that he would settle the score when they reached the capital. Wang Zheng replied that there was no need to wait until then. "Right now, I can deal with you." As he spoke, he took off his sandal and pointed it directly at the man, warning that if he continued to talk nonsense, he would make him regret it. Wang Zheng was not joking. He was simply forced to confront a shameless man. Even so, the man stubbornly argued and challenged that he could not do it, even mocking him as merely a worker or farmer from some construction site. Without responding, Wang Zheng, who was standing in front of him, suddenly appeared behind his back, startling him. Then he leaned close to his ear and whispered a few words, so softly that no one else could hear. Irritated, he asked again because he could not hear clearly. Wang Zheng merely shrugged and said it was nothing, just advising him to go change his pants. After speaking, he folded his arms and glanced down at the lower part of the man's body. Only then did the man panic, as he realized that his pants had become completely wet at some point. By reflex, he screamed loudly. At the same time, he hurriedly used his hands to cover himself. Whispers and bursts of laughter filled the carriage as everyone criticized an adult who could not maintain personal dignity. He had completely lost any sense of composure. Some people even raised their phones to record, leaving him so embarrassed that he could only lower his head and flee. Guessing that he would not dare return, Wang Zheng leisurely sat down. Nuan curiously asked how he had made the man lose control like that. "Do you really want to know?" he asked, and received a series of nods. "Actually, it was nothing serious. I merely applied a slight pressure to his sensitive acupoint." Hearing this, Nuan's eyes lit up. She excitedly asked if he was proficient in traditional Chinese medicine. Understanding the meridians so well was truly admirable, and she hoped to have the opportunity to exchange academic knowledge together. "Sure, when I have time I will visit you." Throughout the remaining journey, the two chatted very harmoniously. Upon arriving at the final station, Nuan took out her phone wanting to ask for Wang Zheng's contact information. But he smiled and declined because both of them lived in the capital. Fate allowed they would meet again. After parting with Nuan, Wang Zheng walked out of the station. Soon as he reached the exit, he saw two tall men in black suits and sunglasses with imposing auras asking if he was Wang Zheng, and saying that their master had sent them to pick him up while secretly observing him from head to toe. They doubted whether this was the high-level bodyguard their master had spent a large sum to hire. This scholarly appearance seemed unlikely to satisfy the eldest young lady. Wang Zheng followed them onto the luxurious car, ready to begin his new mission. Unexpectedly, the rogue from the train had also followed and saw him get into the car. He immediately called his second uncle for help, saying that he had encountered a difficult opponent today and hoped to receive assistance. The car quickly set off, taking Wang Zheng to Taping Mountain Villa. The magnificent villa before his eyes left him somewhat dazzled. Two men led him straight into the living room. Inside, a blonde girl was sitting on the sofa with her back facing the door. From behind, Wang Zheng silently rated her about 75 points. Two bodyguards respectfully reported that under the old master's orders they had brought young Master Wang here, and from now on he would be the personal bodyguard of the eldest young lady. Hearing this, the girl angrily threw the remote control in her hand to the ground. She stood up and complained that having them protect her was already enough. Why did her father have to interfere and monitor her life? As soon as she finished speaking, she turned around. As soon as he came face to face with the other party, Wang Zheng froze for a few seconds as if mesmerized. Looking at her directly like this, she deserved at least 90 points. While Wang Zheng was still absorbed in admiring that young lady, the person on the other side also could not take her eyes off him. However, her first impression of him was a young man with a sloppy demeanor like someone much older. His feet were dirty, and he was even wearing inappropriate sandals. Born into luxury, she immediately showed clear disgust. "How could someone dressed so carelessly appear in my house? He has dirtied the entire floor. Throw him out at once," she shouted loudly. The two men beside her sighed inwardly. The young lady's cleanliness obsession had flared up again. She was probably about to lose her temper. Wang Zheng heard that he had dirtied the floor. He immediately took off his sandals and placed them neatly to the side. But when the dusty sandals touched the floor, the girl became even more irritated. "Zhang Yang," the young lady shouted, startling the man beside her. "Do not care who invited him, but she does not accept this. Take this person outside immediately." The bodyguard Zhang Yang felt awkward, not understanding why his employer had chosen someone who looked so unreliable. Meanwhile, Wang Zheng was not annoyed at all. He calmly said that her menstrual cycle had been irregular for a long time, which was why she was easily irritable, and the condition was quite serious. Hearing this, Shishi blushed deeply and pointed at him, scolding him as a rogue. She turned and ran straight inside. Seeing this, Zhang Yang gave a thumbs up and praised him. "Brother, impressive. You actually made the young lady speechless." "Just ordinary," Wang Zheng replied, secretly pleased, thinking that if she argued with him, she would be at a disadvantage. Then Zhang Yang put an arm around his shoulder and whispered that the young lady was tough on the outside but soft inside. Once her anger cooled down, everything would be fine. Wang Zheng glanced at him and still noticed the dark circles under his eye. He said, "Brother Zhang, your eye bags are quite dark. You must be nagged a lot by your wife at home." Zhang Yang was shocked and admitted that he indeed had no status at home, asking if there was any way to improve. Wang Zheng smiled and said that from now on they were brothers, and he would handle this matter. Zhang Yang had been cautious at first, but now he found Wang Zheng quite interesting. He even wanted to build a close friendship, just as the two were about to shake hands. Shishi returned with a beautiful woman and another young girl. On the left was Cheng Fei, the design director of Lam Hai. On the right was Xing Yi, her close friend, the three standing together like a painting. Wang Zheng rated each of them at 90 points and even praised himself for remaining calm. Others probably could not have kept their composure. Xing Yi stepped forward and asked Zhang Yang with displeasure who that person was and whether he had made Shishi cry. Zhang Yang felt conflicted, since Wang Zheng had been personally invited by his employer yet was treated this way. Wang Zheng did not mind, mind and took the initiative to explain. He recounted the entire incident clearly. Wang Fei was the oldest among the three. Therefore, she was also the most mature. Knowing that Wang Zheng was a special bodyguard invited here. Although his clothing was still old, somewhat dirty, she still asked Zhang Yang to take him to bathe and change clothes before coming out to meet guests. Zhang Yang nodded and led him away, leaving the three girls in the living room. She pleaded with Cheng Fei to help drive Wang Zheng away at all costs. Cheng Fei asked why it was necessary. Having more people would make things safer. Shishi resentfully said that so many doctors had failed, so what use was he? Cheng Fei gently explained that someone invited by Uncle Shangyuan must be capable, and having additional protection could prevent past risks. After a while, Wang Zheng finished bathing. He walked out with a much cleaner and more orderly appearance, causing the three of them to be visibly surprised. Xingyi recovered first, no longer showing disdain but instead clear interest. She praised him for being handsome and having great skin. Wang Zheng joked that if she used his secret method, her skin would be the same. Xingyi clapped excitedly, clearly captivated by his appearance. Cheng Fei coughed lightly, reminding her to maintain decorum and returning to the main topic. She said to Wang Zheng that if he was indeed the invited person, he should prove his ability to reassure Shishi. Wang Zheng thought for a moment, unsure what to demonstrate, and asked to borrow Cheng Fei's coat. Shishi immediately reacted, stepping in front of her and looking at Wang Zheng with suspicion, asking what he intended to do. In contrast, Cheng Fei remained calm. She took off her coat. While reassuring Shishi, she handed it to Wang Zheng. He took the coat, brought it close to his nose to smell it, then said, "Recently you have often felt fatigued and dizzy, have you not?" Cheng Fei was astonished because his words were completely accurate. Wang Zheng explained that the scent on the coat was not only perfume, but also contained components affecting the nervous system. Prolonged use would weaken awareness. Cheng Fei became even more unsettled. She said that the perfume had been purchased from an official store. Wang Zheng replied that it might not necessarily be sabotage, but stopping its use would improve her condition. He also added that from now on, with him here, not only minor tricks, but even those with malicious intent would find it difficult to do anything. He was confident he could make them pay the price. His calmness and certainty convinced Cheng Fei, and she suggested going shopping together that afternoon. After all, a bodyguard also needed a proper appearance. That afternoon, Wang Zheng followed the three girls outside, drawing attention wherever they went. Many people whispered, guessing he was either from a wealthy family or had exceptional luck. Hearing this, Wang Zheng felt slightly uncomfortable. He was working honestly yet still misunderstood. While he was thinking, he heard Shishi call out loudly, "Sister Cheng Fei told you to try on clothes. Why are you still standing there dazed?" Wang Zheng quickly responded and walked over. He entered the fitting room. Outside, Shishi continued to mutter complaints, believing he was unreliable, while Cheng Fei defended him, saying he might just not be used to it yet. Not long after, Wang Zheng finished changing and stepped out. Shishi was instantly stunned. He already looked different before, now he stood out even more. His neat appearance made him clearly more captivating. The three girls stared without blinking. Cheng Fei immediately stood up and walked closer to observe him more carefully. Carefully pack all the clothes he had just selected. After Vi enjoyed her shopping spree, the group moved to a table to decide where to eat. Wang Zheng felt somewhat bored. Going out with girls was truly lacking in excitement. If they were not browsing shops, they were dragging each other to find food. The only consolation for him was the group of beauties accompanying him. They led him into one of the most luxurious restaurants. Good heavens, he never imagined he would set foot in such a high-class place. Wang Zheng could not hide his astonishment as soon as he sat down. "Be quiet, do not act so rustic and embarrass me," Shishi reminded loudly. She had intended to say a few more words to vent her frustration. However, at that moment, Xingyi noticed something unusual. Zhang Mingquan and several of his followers also walked in. He was the young master of the Lanhai group where Cheng Fei worked. Recently, he had been persistently harassing her, so the three of them were extremely displeased with him. The moment she saw Zhang Mingquan, Shishi lost all appetite. "Hello Cheng Fei, meeting you here again. What a coincidence." He approached with a bright smile to greet them, but everyone knew it was intentional stalking rather than coincidence. Then he noticed an unfamiliar face at the table and asked who that person was. "He is Cheng Fei's boyfriend," Shishi replied casually, nearly making Wang Zheng choke. Hearing this, Zhang Mingquan's face turned pale, and he turned to Cheng Fei to confirm if it was true. Unexpectedly, the usually serious Cheng Fei cooperated seamlessly with Shishi and nodded to confirm they were dating. Wang Zheng sighed, being used as a shield like this should come with extra compensation, but helping a beauty was not a loss. Are you really Cheng Fei's boyfriend? Zhang Mingqun pressed for his name, background, and parents, making Wang Zheng extremely irritated. He replied coldly that it had nothing to do with him. That attitude enraged Zhang Mingqun. You country bumpkin, say that again. Cheng Fei, why would you choose such an ill-mannered person? He pointed at Wang Zheng and loudly questioned. Wonder who is the one lacking manners? Cheng Fei retorted angrily, demanding he watch his words. Wang Zheng gently patted the back of her hand to reassure her. That small gesture did not escape Zhang Mingqun's notice. He grew even more displeased, mocking Wang Zheng as a weakling who needed a woman to speak for him and continued to provoke him. He challenged him to make a move if he dared, believing his status as a young master would intimidate the other party, but he had encountered someone unafraid of conflict. Before he could finish speaking, Wang Zheng delivered a kick that left him dizzy in a vulnerable spot. The scene left Cheng Fei and her two friends stunned. Xixi and Xing Yi widened their eyes in shock. Zhang Mingqun collapsed to the floor in pain, looking utterly miserable. Wang Zheng did not stop, continuing to step on his face. I had no intention of using force, I only obliged your request, you were the one who started it. After speaking, he warned the followers that anyone who rushed forward would face the same fate. Seeing that he meant what he said, they did not dare act rashly and hurriedly helped their master leave. Before leaving, he still gritted his teeth and threatened that this was not over. Cheng Fei apologized guiltily, knowing he was a vindictive person. Wang Zheng replied calmly that he was now the bodyguard of the Shangyuan family, so they could handle any trouble. Those words irritated Xixi, and the image she had just formed of him shattered instantly. I do not care what you think of me, I am a proper man, not someone fickle, he replied calmly, leaving Xixi speechless with anger. Xing Yi covered her mouth and laughed, amused that her friend had finally met her match. Afterward, everyone continued their meal. Not long after they started eating, a group of police officers rushed in, saying they had received a report of a disturbance. Zhang Mingqun was being supported from behind them. Seeing this, Xixi despised him even more for making a big deal out of a trivial matter. Cheng Fei recognized the leader as Wang Huiping, the deputy captain of the criminal division, known to be difficult to handle. Wang Zheng paid no attention to his title and even mocked Zhang Mingqun for calling for help after losing, which was truly embarrassing. Someone like him knew no shame and immediately pointed at Wang Zheng, accusing him to Wang Huiping that he was the one who attacked. Wang Zheng shrugged and asked if anyone had witnessed it to make such a claim. Then do you have evidence to prove your innocence? Wang Huiping placed a hand on his shoulder, his tone full of pressure. It was ridiculous that someone who did not fight had to prove it. Miss Shangyuan stepped forward to testify that Zhang Mingqun was falsely accusing them. Wang Huiping coldly replied that they could be accomplices, so their words were not trustworthy. That remark angered Xixi, who questioned why he only believed the troublemaker's side. Because he has a powerful father, Wang Zheng said with a cold smile, answering for him. Zhang Mingqun became even more smug, believing someone like Wang Zheng could never compare to him. Wang Zheng slowly stood up. Even though Wang Huiping stood in front of him, he suddenly appeared before Zhang Mingqun. Then he swung his hand and delivered a resounding slap. 5 clear finger marks appeared on his face, along with a cold warning. Next time we meet on the street, I will not be so lenient. Xing Yi was the first to regain her composure and stood up to applaud. Unexpectedly, this action drove Zhang Mingqun into a frenzy, and he pulled a gun from his waist. Even Wang Huiping was alarmed, not expecting him to carry such a dangerous item. Mingqun, what are you trying to do? He hurried to stop him, but Zhang Mingqun had already lost control, his hand on the trigger. Just as he was about to pull it, Wang Zheng flashed behind him in an instant. He gripped his neck tightly, and with his other hand seized the gun, completely subduing him as he struggled to ask to be released. It seems that after being away from the city for so long, things have changed. Since encountering someone like this, there is no need to hold back. Wang Zheng tightened his grip, causing Zhang Mingqun to struggle for breath. Despite the obvious situation, Wang Huiping still accused him of causing trouble. 2 subordinates behind him drew their guns and demanded he release the man or they would fire. The more he was threatened, the tighter Wang Zheng squeezed. To be honest, even if you work together, you are not my opponents. You should conserve your energy. Let me tell you my principles for living. His voice remained calm as he said that first, he always protected his own rights. Therefore, no one should even think of bullying his people, especially women. Second, he was not magnanimous. Anyone who provoked him would face retaliation many times over. Third, he did not like to reason. If others did not cross the line, he would not act. But once the limit was exceeded, the consequences would be unpredictable. Hearing this, Wang Huiping could not help but feel tense. Having served as a police officer for many years, he knew these were not empty words, and the man before him was far from ordinary. Meanwhile, Zhang Mingqun had often caused him trouble in the past, and now the situation was even more difficult as he was caught in a dilemma. After some thought, he softened his tone and said he was not favoring anyone. Zhang Mingqun carried an illegal firearm, and the others had disrupted public order, so according to the law, they all needed to go to the station for questioning. Who dares to touch the young lady of my family? Suddenly, a male voice rang out as a group of imposing figures entered. That person immediately strode straight toward the three young ladies. Thank you, Miss Cheng Fei, for delivering the news in time. The master rushed me here to provide assistance as soon as he heard that the young lady was in danger. Seeing someone from their side appear, Ben let out a sigh of relief and flew over with a wronged expression. Beginning to complain, Li Jian, you came at just the right time. Quickly help us reason with them. We were eating and drinking happily when that group of police suddenly stormed in as if facing a formidable enemy, demanding to escort us away for no reason. That Zhang Mingqun, he is utterly detestable. Not only did he harbor improper intentions toward Sister Cheng Fei, he even made lewd remarks toward me. At this point, Xingyi hesitated briefly before mumbling, and he kept staring at my sensitive areas. I am a young girl being treated like this. How can I ever face anyone in the future? She spoke while sobbing, sounding deeply aggrieved. After hearing this, Li Jian's face darkened, his anger clearly rising. As for Zhang Mingqun, although he was never a good person, this time he was clearly framed by Han Xing. Being falsely accused like this, he could not swallow the grievance and immediately shouted, "What nonsense are you spouting? Who would even look at you? Uncle Wang, why have you not handled them for me yet?" Seeing Wang Huiping still standing still, he shouted even louder. "Uncle Wang, what are you hesitating for? Hurry and arrest them." Despite his constant urging, Wang Huiping did not move. Amid his loud shouting, Xingyi could not help but let out a soft laugh. It seemed he still did not understand his current situation. Facing such a fool, she calmly revealed her identity. The Han family is the foremost prestigious martial family in the capital, with generations serving as senior military instructors, and she is the eldest daughter of that family. During this, Zhang Mingqun's face turned pale. He had been focused on Cheng Fei and never looked into Shishi and Xingyi. His family had some influence in business, but money was not enough to contend with a military-backed family like the Han. He immediately withdrew his arrogance and tried hard to explain that he had no improper behavior or intention to harass Xingyi. However, Li Jian could not be bothered to listen, nor did he believe such excuses. Seeing him stride forward aggressively, Wang Zheng cooperated by releasing the ruffian he was holding. Then he shoved him toward Li Jian. The result was that Zhang Mingqun took a solid blow, and his second front tooth fell out instantly. Xingyi clapped in applause, repeatedly praising the hit and urging him to continue. Shishi did not show much expression, but her eyes revealed clear satisfaction at seeing that man being taught a lesson. Li Jian kept striking until Zhang Mingqun collapsed limply, trembling as he miserably reached out to Wang Huiping for help. But Wang Huiping was only a minor captain. How could he dare offend the Han family, a force that even the bureau chief feared? He was caught in a dilemma. Seeing this, Wang Zheng stepped forward and reminded him, "Officer, it is best not to get involved. The background of the Han family's eldest young lady far surpasses the Zhang family." His words were correct, leaving Wang Huiping no choice but to watch Li Jian punish the other party. He only stopped when Xingyi's anger subsided. At the same time, Wang Zheng secretly inserted an extremely tiny needle into Wang Huiping's right shoulder. No one yet knew his true purpose. Only after that group had completely left did he dare to breathe a sigh of relief. Today's incident was too dangerous. In the future, if he caused trouble again, he must thoroughly investigate the other party first. The meal ended, and the four of them left together. They returned in Shishi's convertible supercar. Along the way, Xingyi excitedly said that today was the happiest day of her life. Especially the kick that made that man howl in pain. It was truly satisfying. As the three were chatting merrily, Wang Zheng suddenly turned to ask Shishi about her driving skill. "What does that have to do with you? You are my bodyguard. How dare you call my name directly? You should address me as eldest young lady," Shishi replied irritably. Wang Zheng paid no mind and simply said, "Then try to shake off the car behind us. It has been following us for quite a while." Thanks to his reminder, Shishi began to observe carefully. Through the rearview mirror, she discovered that there was indeed a car tailing them closely. Zhang Fei immediately called Patriarch Shangyuan. Meanwhile, Shishi shifted gears and slammed the accelerator. The car shot forward instantly, temporarily widening the distance from the pursuer. However, both Cheng Fei's and Xingyi's phones lost signal. They could not contact anyone. This strange situation made them anxious. It would have been better if they had asked Li Jian to escort them earlier. Shishi continued to accelerate, but the car behind also sped up, quickly closing the gap. Worsening situation made Shishi anxious. Turning to see Wang Zheng still calmly admiring the scenery, she became furious. "You are my bodyguard, stop being indifferent and think of a solution." A bodyguard is only responsible for handling matters when necessary, not for being a strategic advisor, Wang Zheng replied calmly. "Are you even a man?" Shishi was so angry her eyes widened. "I am a man because I do not have the unpredictable moods that women do." Wang Zheng shrugged and replied nonchalantly. That remark indeed infuriated the eldest young lady. In her irritation, she pressed the accelerator even harder, and the car sped forward like a streak. Wang Zheng nodded. "Good, keep circling a few more times. Do not head back to the Tianping Mountain Villa. Head toward an area with fewer people." Shishi reluctantly complied, continuing to drive for another hour, yet the car behind still clung to them, making her increasingly tense. "It has been an hour and we still cannot shake them." Wang Zheng did not respond, only silently praised her impressive driving skill. However, the remaining fuel was only enough for about another hour. This made Shishi increasingly uneasy. In contrast, Wang Zheng remained relaxed, telling her to keep driving until the fuel ran out. Shishi could not help but doubt he truly had a plan. Although this bodyguard was personally hired by her father, who instructed her to treat him well, until now, she still did not believe Wang Zheng was capable enough to protect her. Meanwhile, the car behind seemed to have achieved its goal by forcing them closer to Dushan Bridge. They were ready to act at this location. As the car approached Dushan Bridge, Shishi became even more tense. "Wang Zheng, ahead is Dushan Bridge of Yemi Mountain. We only have enough fuel for 15 more minutes." Hearing the words Dushan Bridge, Xingyi turned pale. This place was famous for its narrow and winding road. Even experienced drivers had to slow down, let alone at their current speed. It was extremely dangerous. But Shishi had no choice. While the car behind continued its fierce pursuit, Wang Zheng sat in the passenger seat, calmly whistling. He decided to rely on herself, using this treacherous terrain to shake off the opponent. With that in mind, Shishi pressed the accelerator again, speeding across the bridge despite the unclear view ahead. She drove on until dazzling headlights from the opposite direction shone straight into her eyes, as if a vehicle was coming head-on. By instinct, she loosened her grip on the steering wheel and cried out in panic. At that very moment, Wang Zheng in the passenger seat immediately leaned over and seized the steering wheel. The car swayed violently before finally coming to a complete stop. The blinding light that dazzled Shishi came from two large trucks blocking the bridge. If Wang Zheng had not taken control in time, their supercar would have crashed straight into the obstacle ahead. Now the car could no longer move, and Shishi's mind went completely blank. Completely at a loss, unable to think of any way to deal with it. From beginning to end, Wang Zheng remained completely calm, and this attitude drove that young lady nearly mad with anger. "Say something if you do not believe me. Once we get back, I will call my father and have you fired immediately. Wait until you can get back, then we will talk." In the back seat, Cheng Fei began to grow anxious. "Wang Zheng, now is not the time for jokes. We are all relying on you." "That is right, you must protect us." Han Xing also chimed in. Shishi had encountered trouble before, so everyone feared the same situation would repeat. The joking was enough. Wang Zheng had no intention of being a bodyguard in name only. Since he was paid, he had to fulfill his duty. En instructed the three girls to stay inside the car, while Ming opened the door and stepped out. He casually lit a cigarette and walked toward the car following behind. A burly tattooed man also stepped out, frowning as soon as he saw Wang Zheng. Why was there an extra man? The dossier only mentioned 3 women. He thought this but quickly dismissed it, because Wang Zheng did not look like someone who could fight. Even if he could, it did not matter. They had 9 guns on their side. Surrounded, Wang Zheng remained calm without the slightest panic. He even politely stubbed out his cigarette and asked in a flattering tone, "I did not expect such a grand reception. What instructions does Big Brother have?" Seeing him bow, the other party assumed he was afraid and felt satisfied. He drew a pistol, lightly tapping Wang Zheng's face as he said, "I am here to take Miss Shangyuan. Do you have any objection?" "No, absolutely none. Do whatever you want, big brother." Wang Zheng waved his hands repeatedly. Tattooed man had not yet said anything further. Shishi could not endure it any longer. Ben opened the car door and stuck his head out, shouting, "Wang Zheng, are you even a man? Why are you so cowardly? Do you not see that they have 9 guns? They need you, not me. Whether you are safe has nothing to do with me." Wang Zheng replied loudly. Shishi was so angry she was speechless. Xing Yi in the back seat began to panic. Only Cheng Fei remained calm, reassuring that Wang Zheng was merely teasing Shishi and would definitely protect them. However, the other side was numerous and armed. Cheng Fei still worried whether the 4 of them could escape safely. Outside, Wang Zheng continued acting with the group, using nervousness as an excuse to ask permission to light a cigarette. Seeing his compliant attitude, the other party nodded. He even unbuckled his belt, implying that after the cigarette they would put on a good show. There were 3 beautiful girls in the car, and his intentions were obvious. Shishi was extremely tense, while Xing Yi was so frightened that tears fell. Yet Wang Zheng remained leisurely, smoking as if nothing was happening. The strange thing was in his hand. It was only an ordinary cigarette, yet it emitted a thick cloud of smoke. Moreover, the 3 people in the car actually found the smell of the smoke very pleasant. In contrast, those men who inhaled it collapsed one after another, as if struck down by the harmless smoke. They rolled on the ground with painful expressions. Finding it strange, Xing Yi got out of the car and asked why the cigarette caused them to become like this. "This type only strongly affects males, causing their hormones to surge, so you girls are not affected. As for me, I would not be foolish enough to be affected by it myself. So what exactly does it do? They look terrible." "It is almost time," Wang Zheng replied. A few seconds later, the group stopped struggling and fell unconscious. Seeing the effect, Xing Yi suddenly had an idea and asked for some. She wanted to request a kilogram to deal with those who harassed her in the future. Wang Zheng nearly dropped his cigarette. A kilogram would make them dangerous immediately. Moreover, this thing is extremely expensive. It is not something I always carry. "Money is not a problem, just give it to me," Xing Yi pleaded. "Stop making noise." Wang Zheng brushed it off and walked toward the group. It was clear the target was Shishi, and they had even disabled signals across the area, proving the mastermind was not ordinary. Among them, the tattooed man appeared to be the leader. Wang Zheng intended to keep him alive for questioning. It was unclear how much time had passed. The tattooed man gradually regained consciousness. The first person he saw was Wang Zheng. Now the situation had reversed. Wang Zheng was the one in control. "Speak, who sent you to capture Miss Shangyuan?" As he asked, he flicked open a lighter. He immediately panicked. Please do not light it." From the previous situation, he guessed that this was what caused them to collapse. Although he did not know what it was or who Wang Zheng was, the most important thing now was to preserve his life. Thinking this, he negotiated. "If I tell the truth, will you spare me?" But Wang Zheng did not allow bargaining because his life was in Wang Zheng's hands. Afraid of being dealt with, he immediately confessed everything. In just a short time, Wang Zheng had obtained quite a lot of information. The mastermind was Ming Hao of the Azure Dragon Gang. However, Wang Zheng was puzzled. Someone of his status should not need to involve himself in a trivial kidnapping. "I do not know, I am just a subordinate following orders. How would I dare to ask?" he replied. Seeing his cooperation, Wang Zheng temporarily spared his life. The man was overjoyed and thanked him repeatedly, promising to repay the favor and never refuse no matter the difficulty. He spoke to please him, not expecting Wang Zheng to reply, "You said it yourself." Shen Liang froze, realizing he had just put himself in a difficult position. Wang Zheng sat down, revealing a meaningful smile, saying he had something he needed Shen Liang to do. He resisted inwardly. He did not dare to refuse outwardly. "Just say it, big brother, I will do my best." As he opened his mouth, Wang Zheng flicked out a small pellet. The pellet flew straight into his mouth. He swallowed it reflexively. Shen Liang coughed violently, panicking and trying to dig it out, thinking it was poison. "I do not intend to take your life." Wang Zheng said it was a specially formulated poison called 3 months without death. As the name suggests, its effect lasts 3 months. During that time, an antidote must be taken, otherwise the body will deteriorate and end without any chance of rescue. Only Wang Zheng possessed the antidote, and taking random medicine would only cause the poison to act faster. Even ordinary cold medicine could not be taken, otherwise it would be difficult to save him. He did this to force Shen Liang's cooperation. Afterwards, he instructed him to return and report everything to Ming Hao. Remember to say clearly, Wang Zheng has returned. That night, Shen Liang returned to the base. He recounted the entire incident to Ming Hao. At the same time, he lowered his head and admitted fault for the failed mission. Ming Hao fell into contemplation after hearing this. Other subordinates whispered and mocked, boasting about taking responsibility yet failing. How embarrassing. A famous figure like him was also defeated. Shen Liang heard everything but could only endure it. After a while, Ming Hao stood up, stubbed out his cigarette and asked, "Are you hiding something?" Shen Liang stammered. "That person also said something else." "Did he say?" Ming Hao urged. "He said that when I returned, I must tell you that Wang Zheng has come back." Hearing this, Ming Hao did not become angry but instead laughed. "If that is the case, he must also be calling me a fool." He had already quietly omitted a few sensitive words to avoid angering the boss, yet Ming Hao still perceived his intention. Clearly, the relationship between these two had existed long before this. Ming Hao's expression was hard to read. It was unclear whether he was irritated or pleased. He turned around and poured himself a glass of golden liquor. If that guy had truly returned and become involved in this matter, then the affairs of the Shangyuan family could be set aside for now. Li Minghao drank it in one gulp. Then he gazed into the distance through the glass and murmured softly, "If he does not seek me out, I have no desire to disturb him either. After waiting for so long, I have finally waited for you, Wang Zheng." At the Shangyuan villa, Shishi flew into a rage upon hearing that Wang Zheng had released Shen Liang. She could not forgive the man who had plotted to capture her. She only wanted to teach him a lesson he would never forget. Letting the line run long to catch a big fish is common practice, yet she refused to understand. Wang Zheng explained that releasing Shen Liang was necessary to track the mastermind, but due to her prejudice, Shishi believed he was merely making excuses, and she still held onto her anger. Only Cheng Fei completely trusted his handling of the situation. Shishi thought Cheng Fei was siding with Wang Zheng and grew even more upset. Upon returning home, Cheng Fei called Old Master Shangyuan to recount the incident and requested more bodyguards because Shishi had nearly been captured again. But he refused, believing Wang Zheng alone was sufficient. This showed just how much credibility he had for Old Master Shangyuan to trust him so absolutely. Only Shishi stubbornly refused to accept it. Though unhappy, faced with her father's firm stance, she reluctantly complied, sighed, and sat down on the sofa. At that moment, a severe stomach pain struck, turning her face pale. Wang Zheng noticed the abnormality and asked, "What is wrong with you?" Before Shishi could respond, Xingyi spoke on her behalf, saying she suffered from menstrual pain. She endured it every month. Her condition was more severe than most. Painkillers were ineffective and many doctors were helpless, so each month she had to endure the exhausting pain. Knowing that Wang Zheng understood some principles of traditional Chinese medicine, Cheng Fei suggested he check Shangyuan's pulse. Despite arguing all day, Wang Zheng could not bear to see her suffer like this. He told the young lady to lie down and rest for a while. He would massage her to relieve the pain. Shishi obediently lay down but still muttered, "Massage if you must, but do not touch improperly, otherwise I will not be polite. Rest assured, I am only interested in women with elegance, and you have not reached that standard." Wang Zheng said this and began pressing and kneading her lower abdomen. His words always had the power to ignite the young lady's temper. Normally, Shangyuan she would have jumped up and argued fiercely. But this time she remained unusually silent, because she felt the areas being massaged gradually soothing. He even felt noticeably more relaxed after a while. Wang Zheng stopped and withdrew his hand. Shishi immediately asked, "Are you not continuing?" "I will continue tomorrow. Daily massage will improve your condition. Combined with acupuncture and the medicine I prescribe, your menstrual disorder will stabilize." Only then did Shishi find Wang Zheng far more trustworthy. Despite their constant quarrels, she still muttered a quiet thank you. Before the gratitude could last long, Wang Zheng suddenly stood up and said he needed to wash his hands because he had just touched something unclean. That remark instantly wiped away Shishi's gratitude. Her anger flared again. "That Wang Zheng, get out of my sight immediately." Although the two were like fire and water, Cheng Fei still recognized that Wang Zheng was someone worthy of trust. After he left the living room, she found an opportunity to speak with him privately. "Thank you for both massaging Shishi and for confronting the kidnappers tonight. Old Master Shangyuan is a leading figure in the Huaxia business world. In just 10 years, he elevated the Shangyuan family to new heights. As the only daughter, Shishi is targeted by many rivals. Even members within the clan hope something happens to her to force Old Master Shangyuan to step down. By protecting Shishi, you have done a great favor for their family. You may appear gentle normally, but at critical moments you are upright and resolute. No wonder Uncle Shangyuan trusts you so deeply. He must have witnessed your strength. Cheng Fei spoke in one breath, but her subtle intention was seen through by Wang Zheng. He patted her shoulder and said, "There is no need to beat around the bush to ask about my background. Just know that I am not ordinary." Being called out, Cheng Fei felt slightly embarrassed and continued, "Then may I ask you for another favor?" Shishi grew up away from her parents. Old Master Shangyuan spoiled her excessively due to his busy schedule, making her hot-tempered, but her heart is truly kind. Please do not hold it against her. Wang Zheng smiled and replied, "I only tease her for fun. I have no intention of making enemies." After speaking, he left as he was also feeling sleepy. Cheng Fei watched his departing figure and wondered what kind of background a person so trusted by Old Master Shangyuan truly had. The skyscraper glittered under the sunlight. In the office, Shen Liang respectfully asked, "Boss, are you really abandoning the plan involving Shishi and no longer cooperating with Cheng Kangmei? We still have to rely on him." Ming Hao replied calmly, "What is a mere Cheng Kangmei worth?" He placed the documents on the table. His Meilong group could not compare with the Shangyuan family. Now that they have announced their entry into the military sector, no one can compete with them, having no other options. He planned to use that family's daughter as leverage. Someone like that cannot achieve great things. Ming Hao interlaced his fingers and analyzed. Moreover, Wang Zheng has returned. Compared to Cheng Kangmei, I am more concerned about Wang Zheng's next move. Shen Liang remained worried, "Boss, but this poison," Ming Hao interrupted. "If he promised to deliver the antidote within 3 months, then shamelessly go find him." And his expression darkened. "Correct your lecherous habit immediately. If it happens again, do not appear before me." Shen Liang turned pale upon hearing this. "Yes, boss, I will change immediately." He hurriedly left. Ming Hao watched his retreating figure and thought, Wang Zheng has returned. Why has he not come to find me? Ming Hao frowned, his gaze heavy. Must I take the initiative to meet him? The intersection was always bustling with people. Shishi rubbed her forehead tiredly. Xing Yi, being gluttonous, insisted on eating roast duck and had already chosen the place. Suddenly a shout of robbery rang out. Wang Zheng, in the driver's seat, glanced out the window in surprise. Right on the crosswalk, a snatch and run incident occurred. The kind-hearted girl shouted loudly for help. Seeing Wang Zheng remain calm, she anxiously urged, "Hurry and drive after them." Wang Zheng operated skillfully, maneuvering the car with the finesse of a steering artist. Shishi, in the passenger seat, could only cry out once before the rushing wind swept toward her. The black car weaved through the crowd and stopped, blocking the two thieves. Car door flew open. He rushed out without hesitation to uphold justice. A swift move left one of them dazed. Decisive spin caused the opponent to lose balance and fall hard. Immediately after, he subdued the remaining thief. He was thrown far away, unable to react in time. The bag no longer held fell to the ground. Wang Zheng raised his hand and caught it with ease. The woman ran over, emotionally expressing her heartfelt thanks. She handed over a business card and introduced herself as the chairman of Kang AI Lion Aesthetic Center, promising to repay the favor when the opportunity arose. Wang Zheng politely replied that he had only helped conveniently. She shook her head and said that nowadays, people who possess both skill and passion like him are truly rare. A strange girl squeezed past Shishi and said, "Please make way." No time, he was surrounded like a celebrity, everyone asking for autographs. Wang Zheng helplessly sought help from Shishi. She turned her face away and snorted coldly. "Who told you to show off? Enjoy it yourself." He could only patiently speak to each person, silently lamenting that he had merely caught a thief, yet it had become such a spectacle. Fortunately, the police arrived to disperse the crowd, asking everyone to step aside and inviting him to the station for questioning, due to the involvement of injuries that required verification. Shishi immediately defended him. He was performing a righteous act. How can you call it causing injury? Wang Zheng calmly asked, "Is this the Binjiang Sub-Bureau police station?" The other person avoided his gaze and replied, "Yes. Please cooperate quickly as I still have many tasks to handle." She personally fed him a piece of buttered bread, then grabbed Wang Zheng's hand and pulled him away. "We still have many things to do. We do not have time to follow you to the station. Wang Zheng, let us go. Xing Yi is waiting for dinner." Fen strode forward, gripping Wang Zheng's shoulder tightly. His face darkened. "Today you must come to the station with me." Sensing that the atmosphere was off, Wang Zheng tilted his head and gave an awkward smile. What exactly is going on? With a swift flick of his hand, Wang Zheng effortlessly sent Bufen flying, and he fell flat onto the floor. The surrounding crowd immediately erupted in whispers. "He is assaulting an officer. What are you waiting for? Call the police." The man on the ground is a police officer. That moment, AI Lion called the authorities while loudly exposing the truth. He is not a real police officer. He is just an imposter. Knowing he could no longer hide it, Bufin snorted irritably, tusk exposed already. Foot suddenly stepped on his abdomen, stopping his attempt to escape. Wang Zheng coldly exposed his deception. Kid, pretending to be a police officer to rescue your accomplice is one thing, but trying to provoke me for revenge shows real nerve. Unfortunately, your acting was not convincing enough, leaving Bufin furious. Soon after, AI Lion arrived with real officers. The thief is right here. One of them said solemnly, Madam, please rest assured, we will handle them strictly. As for the leadership, we hope for your continued support. She waved her hand and replied, I know what to do, you have all worked hard today. AI Lion's identity was revealed, leaving Wang Zheng and the others stunned. It turned out she was the director's wife. She then turned to thank him sincerely. Thank you so much today. May I have your business card so I can repay your kindness later? He scratched his head shyly. I am just a small bodyguard. I do not have a business card, only a QR code. He happily suggested, then let us add each other on WeChat. Shishi, standing nearby, urged impatiently, Wang Zheng, hurry up. Xingyi is waiting. As he exchanged contact information with AI Lion, he calmly replied, all right, it is done. After everything was settled, Wang Zheng waved goodbye and she added, if you need anything in the future, come find me. Do not be polite. A matchmaking idea suddenly formed in her mind. Wang Zheng looks under 27 and seems quite suitable for my daughter. No, I must call her immediately. Night fell over the city, the full moon casting a gentle silver glow over the skyscraper. At a traditional restaurant, the lights remained bright to serve customers. The fragrant aroma of food blended with cheerful chatter, creating a warm and peaceful atmosphere. This moment, Wang Zheng was showcasing his masterful slicing skill, his eyes and demeanor fully focused. Before long, plates of delicious dishes were neatly arranged on the table. Xingyi admired him. Wang Zheng, you are amazing. Teach me. Someday I will open a roast duck shop, and maybe it will become famous across Huaxia. He secretly thought she was daydreaming again, but politely said, ladies eat. If you do not, I will finish everything myself. Shishi and Xingyi immediately guarded their portions. Who says we are not eating, we even want more. At the same time, a hand gently pushed a plate forward. Only Cheng Fei shook her head slightly. I do not have an appetite today, I cannot eat, please help me with it. Wang Zheng did not think much of it and focused on enjoying his own cooking. Thank you. Suddenly she asked a question that made him pause. Wang Zheng, the way you cut and eat duck is exactly like my father. Do you know him? His name is Sheng Keicha. Wang Zheng quickly took a sip of water and replied calmly, how could I know your father? I came from the countryside. I do not know anyone in the capital. Xingyi curiously asked, Sister Cheng Fei, why did you suddenly ask that? Was not Uncle Sheng gone for several years already? Sitting opposite, Xingyi immediately gestured for silence. Hush, do not say more. Cheng Fei calmly explained, sorry for making everyone uncomfortable. I just thought the way he eats resembles my father. Wang Zheng did not respond for a moment and remained silent. Just then, a loud shout rang out, if there are no seats, then drive some customers away. How dare you make me, Dong Feng, wait. Seeing the staff being harassed by that group, Xingyi frowned in displeasure. Do you believe I will have the owner throw you into a wok? Rich second-generation brats these days truly lack manners. Wang Zheng also glanced at them with disdain. Having a little money makes you think you are impressive. After sitting down, Dong Feng was drawn to the lively laughter from Wang Zheng's table. Xingyi even playfully tried to feed Wang Zheng a piece of duck. Dong Feng immediately looked infatuated, nearly drooling. So many beauties coming here today was truly worthwhile. Due to his timid nature around women, he turned to discuss a plan with his friend. Naiming leaned close to Lu Han and whispered. Lu Han blushed and nodded, all right. Soon after, he approached politely with clasped hands. Excuse me, the restaurant is crowded tonight. 4 guests would like to share a table with you, would that be convenient? Xingyi immediately waved her hand in refusal, not convenient at all. We pay for our own meal. Why should we sit with unpleasant people and ruin our view? Lu Han continued to persuade, young lady, please reconsider. They are not ordinary people. Before he could finish, Dong Feng interrupted, Miss, the private rooms are full. May we share your table and get acquainted? Only then did Xingyi look up at the group of young men. He introduced himself proudly. I am Dong Feng, CEO of 8 Point Entertainment. It is a blessing of 3 lifetimes to meet such beauties, and this is young master Nai Ming of the Hanyuan group. She immediately shifted the responsibility to Wang Zheng. I feel honored as well, but we must ask him. He is our brother-in-law. Whether to share the table depends on him. Wang Zheng was unexpectedly pushed forward. Suddenly dragged into it, Wang Zheng pouted. Well done, Shangyuan Shishi, pushing trouble onto me again. I have never liked these arrogant rich heirs anyway. Already displeased and now provoked, he coldly refused, no need. Do not disturb our meal. As soon as he finished speaking, Dongfeng flew into a rage and slammed his hand on the table. His arrogant nature led him to threaten, "You refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a penalty. I guarantee you will have a hard time surviving in the capital." Not stopping there, he went further, "Be sensible and leave, or I will make sure your family knows no peace." Hearing this, Wang Zheng calmly said, "Ladies, if you do not wish to see something unpleasant, close your eye." He then stood up under the astonished gazes of Shishi and Xingyi. Wang Zheng walked over, grabbed Dongfeng's wrist, and dragged him along like a puppy. Dongfeng had no time to react before seeing Wang Zheng pick up the duck-slicing knife from earlier. His words stuck in his throat as the blade flashed with a cold glint. A scene that made the faint-hearted turn away unfolded instantly. Dongfeng screamed miserably as a deep carved mark appeared on the back of his hand. The piercing scream made Wang Zheng frown, and he covered his mouth. He coldly looked at the man lying on the ground. "Do not talk about settling scores later. Any grudge I settle on the spot." As if he had eyes behind his back, he shouted at the subordinates about to act. "Anyone who calls for backup or causes trouble will meet the same fate." After finishing, Wang Zheng returned to the table. "Do not look at me like that. He dared to insult my parents. I have already shown great restraint." The scene excited Xingyi, who clapped enthusiastically. "Wang Zheng, I like being around you more and more," while Luhan stood stunned, wondering if he had wandered into some bizarre place. He could only turn to the newcomer for help. "Director, I." Hao Ran ignored the chaos and calmly said, "Mr. Wang Zheng, someone in the Emperor Hall would like to invite you over. The bill for this table has already been settled by that guest." Hearing those words, Xingyi exclaimed in surprise, "Emperor Hall." She grabbed his hand and asked eagerly, "That is the private hall reserved for heads of state at Jude Restaurant. Even my father cannot enter casually. Do you know them?" She flicked her hair casually, still insisting, "He is just a fraud." Cheng Fei neither refuted nor agreed, silently pondering. Only Xingyi excitedly urged, "Hurry up. Do not keep them waiting. I have never been inside the Emperor Hall." He blushed and reminded her, "Stop pulling me." Before they could go far, Hao Ran stopped them. "Sorry, the guest only invited Mr. Wang Zheng." Xingyi immediately pleaded playfully, "I want to see the Emperor Hall too." Cheng Fei stood up and reminded, "Zio, you do not cause trouble. That place is not for just anyone." Wang Zheng smiled and advised, "It would be inconvenient for you to enter. Stay here and wait for me." Seeing everyone stopping her, Xingyi reluctantly agreed, "All right." Once everything was settled, Hao Ran turned to deal with the remaining group. He coldly said to the restrained Dong Feng, "Mr. Dong, the guest in the Emperor Hall requests that you and your friends leave immediately. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee that 8-Point Entertainment will remain peaceful tonight." Whether out of fear or the loss of his support, Dong Feng gripped the knife tightly and muttered, "Very well." He gritted his teeth and forcefully pulled the blade out of the back of his hand. Under the horrified gaze of his subordinates, he spoke with deep resentment, "Wang Zheng, I will be waiting for you." That man retreated in a miserable state like a drenched rat, signaling his subordinates to leave the restaurant. "Let's go." Wang Zheng glanced after him, already placing him on the list to be eliminated soon. Before long, the two left the noise behind and headed toward the Imperial Hall. Hao Ran stopped at the door, bowing respectfully, "Young Master Wang Zheng, please enter." He did not ask further, only gave a faint reply, "All right." The heavy wooden door slowly opened. A tall figure was already standing there as if waiting for a long time. "Wang Zheng, you are here too." Ming Hao's appearance did not surprise Wang Zheng. I guessed it was you." The soldier's instinct surfaced. He immediately stood at attention, "Captain," Yi Lang reporting. That moment seemed to freeze. He stood motionless like a statue. In an instant, he returned to his indifferent demeanor. "We are no longer in the military now. No need for formalities. Sit down." As soon as he sat down, Ming Hao poured out his feelings, "Captain, you finally returned. For 4 years. Whenever I wanted to give up, I thought of all of you." His eyes were filled with hatred. "It was that bond and that grudge that helped me stand firm until today." Hearing that, old memories gradually resurfaced in Wang Zheng's mind. The urging words from the past echoed, "Captain, do not worry about me, go quickly." If that had not happened, Long Lin would not have been pushed to this point. The more it was mentioned, the more his blood boiled. It was clearly a trap aimed at Long Lin. If old Cheng had not supported it, things would have been different. He let out a heavy sigh. "After that incident, I hid throughout the capital. Qiang Zai lost contact, and you went abroad." And suddenly remembering, he asked, "Right after you left, an assassin named Eastern Evil King rose across the underworld." Wang Zheng's image appeared in his mind. It is said that within a year that person completed numerous major missions, rising from obscurity into the top 10 assassins. People guessed he was Asian. No one had seen his face because those who had seen it no longer had the chance to tell. Ming Hao was certain I knew it was you. Besides you, no one could reach that level. I thought you were hiding in missions. I did not expect you would return. Wang Zheng interrupted. Actually, this time the old chief called me back. Ming Hao was suspicious. Why did he call you back? Wang Zheng scratched his head. I am not sure either. For now, he told me to be the bodyguard for the Shangyuan family's daughter. Even so, he knew something was coming. The old chief would certainly not ignore what happened to Long Lin 4 years ago. Ming Hao clenched his fists, grinding his teeth. If he makes a move, the chance for revenge will be greater. But Wang Zheng poured cold water on it. That grudge must be repaid, but not now. His expression remained calm. Right now we are not strong enough to confront them. Ming Hao nodded. I understand. To change the topic, there is good news. I found one of our people, really. Gang Zai has appeared. No, it is old Cheng's daughter, Cheng Fei, right? Then who was behind the Shangyuan kidnapping? Not long after, moonlight covered the Tianping mountain villa. As soon as he entered, he heard Xing Yi rambling. Along the way I threatened and coaxed you, but you did not reveal a word. Were you in intelligence, so tight-lipped? He switched tactics. Say it. Who was in the Imperial Hall? If I cannot sleep tonight and my beauty declines, you will be responsible. Wang Zheng frowned. Stop talking nonsense. He coldly brushed her hand aside. You want to know secrets? How can it be exchanged so easily? But he put on a teasing expression. Wait until I am comfortable, then I will consider whether to tell you. She immediately rushed in to scold Letcher. He held her hand. What are you thinking? I only meant going to take a shower. Tonight, because of someone I almost had to deal with those young masters. My body is full of sweat. His sharp words left her speechless. You turned his back. No more talking. Going to shower. Xing Yi watched him, avoiding again. She turned to ask Shishi. You live together, yet you know nothing about him. Shishi was helpless. He came and always stayed nearby. Never saw him meet anyone. I thought he had no friends. While talking, Cheng Fei came and pulled Xing Yi. It is late. Let's go back. She still wanted to stay. She was persuaded. Not knowing something can be a good thing. Uncle Shangyuan said so. Matters related to the Imperial Hall. Do not get involved. That only made Shishi more uneasy. Not knowing is good. What exactly is Wang Zheng hiding? A moment later, the room door quietly opened. Determined to find out, Shishi sneaked into the room while he had not returned. He quickly noticed something suspicious. Why is this suitcase packed so tightly? Suddenly Wang Zheng appeared. What are you doing? She jumped up, her face flushed upon seeing the scene before her. Ah. Wang Zheng stood there wrapped only in a towel, making her panic. Shishi shouted, Pervert, why are you not dressed? He replied calmly, This is my room, I can do what I want, and you. He stepped closer, lifting her chin, his voice full of implication. Coming into my room in the middle of the night, planning to favor this bodyguard. She panicked and pushed him away. I came to the wrong room. Is that not allowed? Wrote. He wanted to argue further. I am the one who was intruded upon. You are the one worth questioning. Shishi angrily left, still threatening. Tomorrow I will tell my father. The suitcase under the bed caught his attention. He stood there stunned, wondering if she was interested in him. Then he bent down and opened the suitcase. Inside were clothes, and on top a photograph caught his eye. He picked it up, looking at the faces in the photo. The scene shifted to a cafe. He sat leisurely drinking in the shop, unconsciously turning to observe the shopping center across. He recalled past events. That perfume was not normal. It was actually a neuroactive substance. Prolonged use would weaken the body and make it easy to control. The words left Cheng Fei extremely shocked, but she still found it hard to believe. How is that possible? I bought it from an official store. At that moment, the phone on the table rang. He was startled, picking it up to check the message. The content was the information he needed, but for the past half-year Fang Nai Er's inventory had been normal. He might be disappointed. Wang Zheng pondered. No trace found at the store. The records were also airtight. The one behind it must not be simple. A girl approached and asked, May I sit here? He glanced over, silently assessing her as decent, around 85 points, outwardly asking, Who are you? She sat down, handing a business card. I am Zhang Minqi. What is your name? He replied, Wang Zheng. He handed over another business card. He looked at it. So she was the eldest miss of the Zhang family, not here to cause trouble on behalf of your younger brother. Minqi shook her head. No, it was Ming Quan's fault. I came to ask for your help with 2 things. He showed satisfaction. Rare to meet a beauty who understands reason. Speak. She got straight to the point. Cheng Fei is a talent of Lanhai. I hope you persuade her to stay. He pushed it back. Do you think I do not know Cheng Fei just won an international award? With that status, why would she need this small share? Minqi increased the offer, 10% shares, becoming the largest shareholder, about 300 million a year. How about it? He spread his hands. 300 million is worth considering. but I cannot decide for her. Seeing it was not enough, she presented a rare platinum membership card. I hope you can overlook my brother's mistake. Wang Zheng immediately smiled. Miss Zhang is truly generous. Then the second matter. Minky continued. Ming Quan's face is swollen, but he feels no pain, no sensation. Even doctors are helpless. I hope you can help. She added her plea. He knows he was wrong. I hope you can be magnanimous. Wang Zheng fell into thought. He raised the card. There is no baseless hatred. The antidote is in my hands, but how much sincerity do you have? She spoke frankly. You beat Ming Quan. Have you considered the consequences? Your schemes are truly frightening. He put the card down. Think it over. He had no choice but to yield. I will invite you to dinner. You choose the location, all right. He immediately agreed. Miss Zhang is truly confident. I accept. At the same time adding, I choose the location. And during dinner you must fulfill one request of mine. Rest assured it will not cross the line. Finally Wang Zheng stood up and concluded the negotiation. This meal marked the end of all grievances between me and Zhang Mingqun. After finishing the discussion, the two left the cafe opposite the Lanhai shopping center. Ming Qi once again lowered her head to thank him for Mingquan's matter. It was rare to see Wang Zheng respond with such courtesy. She handled affairs very convincingly and hoped for future cooperation. Watching her figure fade into the distance, he could not help but mutter that though born of the same parents, their personalities were vastly different. Were they truly sisters? Only then did he carefully examine the business card he had just received. Tiangong International Company. He would have to visit someday to broaden his horizon. As the sunset dyed the sky golden, Cheng Fei finished work and unexpectedly encountered Wang Zheng. You are here as well. He put away his phone and smiled, saying that Shishi's father was present today so protection was unnecessary. He had merely stopped by Lanhai Group, which specialized in men's clothing, intending to borrow 2 outfits to try on. Cheng Fei did not indulge the joke. As she got into the car, she directly asked about the stock contract Zhang Minky had requested him to sign, wondering if it was related to him. Wang Zheng only gave a vague comment that Zhang Minky was a very shrewd girl. His evasive attitude was enough for her to understand why he had helped. Seeing through him, he laughed and explained that he simply found her capable and had conveniently offered assistance. Cheng Fei benefited from it and did not ask further, instead proposing to treat him to a late-night meal as thanks. Inwardly, Wang Zheng breathed a sigh of relief for nearly being exposed. This girl was far too perceptive. Next time he would need to act more discreetly to avoid detection. Nevertheless, the fleeting expression on his face was still captured by her. Before long night had fallen, the city became even more vibrant and noisy at night. Several nearby tables stopped eating to look over, unable to understand how that young man could sit beside such a beauty while they remained alone. Cheng Fei understood the scrutinizing gazes, but still gently reminded him to eat slowly to avoid harming his stomach. Wang Zheng casually replied that he had to eat his fill to have the strength to work. Only then could he feel that he still existed. Suddenly a loud shout rang out. The young girl scolded who he was calling a hooligan. If she finished this bottle of wine, he would order 20 dishes for her. What was she pretending for? Thinking that a lavish meal could buy others over made Liu Xuan disdainful. She declared she would not sell herself for a few dishes. His subordinates chimed in with flattery which further angered her. Being noticed by Brother Li was a blessing many begged for but could not obtain. As soon as they finished speaking, Liu Xuan splashed the glass of water directly onto his face, telling him to keep his dream to himself. The liquid in the glass ignited his fury. How dare she do such a thing? He swung his hand to slap her in return. Everyone was alarmed, but no one dared to intervene. Who would dare provoke Brother Lei? They might as well continue eating as if nothing had happened. Cheng Fei could not endure it and immediately stood up from her seat. But just as she was about to step forward, Wang Zheng held her hand back. Calmly said, "Let me handle this." On the other side, Liu Xuan gripped a beer bottle tightly and charged forward. A girl's strength could not match a man seasoned in street fights. With a single push, she was sent flying. She lay on the ground, clutching her abdomen in pain. At that moment, a deep male voice sounded asking her name. She still replied that she was Liu Xuan, a second-year student at the capital Normal University, then asked who he was. Wang Zheng did not answer about his identity, but asked if she was afraid. Without any guard, she allowed him to help her up and declared firmly that she was not afraid. Those 4 words intrigued Wang Zheng. That was good. He placed the empty beer bottle back into her hand, leaving her bewildered. Then he pointed directly at Meng Dili and told her to go ahead and hit him. Everyone whispered that he was insane. Did he not know Brother Li's identity? With just one call, hundreds would rush over. He should not push the girl into danger. Contrary to their concern, Liu Xuan looked at him with emotion and said thank you. She gathered all her courage, holding the bottle as she advanced despite the attempts to stop her. Dilly sneered, truly not knowing her own limits. Suddenly a small object sharp as a needle shot toward him. He was startled when he saw it pierce into his body. Dilly froze without moving. At that very moment Liu Xuan smashed the bottle forcefully onto his head. His subordinates panicked and shouted, daring to touch Brother Li. That man must have used some trick. Jiang Rui brandished a weapon and aggressively rushed forward, demanding to deal with them. Observing the situation, Wang Zheng suddenly came up with an idea. Before Dilly understood what was happening, he saw Wang Zheng charge straight toward him. In an instant, Wang Zheng grabbed his trousers. He lifted him into the air, causing him to panic and shout what he intended to do. He threw him toward Jiang Rui, who was rushing forward. The collision caused him to strike directly into the other man's abdomen. Realizing what had happened, the other man trembled as he called out to his boss. Dilly clutched his stomach and collapsed. Jiang Rui cried out in fear that he had not meant it. The crowd erupted into chaos, shouting to call the police and an ambulance. Taking advantage of the confusion, Wang Zheng pulled Liu Xuan by the hand and got into the car. Dilly shouted after them to record the license plate. He would make Wang Zheng pay the price. Cheng Fei was already seated in the driver's seat and sternly reminded that an incident involving bloodshed in a public place was no small matter. Liu Xuan apologized guiltily for dragging him into trouble with Meng Dilly and did not know how to thank him. Wang Zheng reassured her that he had prepared a way out. In a few days, Dilly would come to him himself, but her part-time job would likely be difficult to keep, so she should focus on her studies. Cheng Fei glanced at the rearview mirror, as if trying to read the thoughts of the girl in the back seat. Then she asked whether Liu Xuan was working to earn money due to financial hardship or merely to gain experience. Liu Xuan lowered her head and replied that she wanted to experience society to accumulate experience. During this, Wang Zheng fell silent, not knowing what more to say. He leaned forward to point the way. The normal university was ahead. Please let her off there. The car slowly stopped in front of the school gate. Liu Xuan got out and waved, thanking them for what had happened today. Only the two of them left. Cheng Fei teased that he was truly charming. The girl even wanted to ask for his number. Wang Zheng crossed his arms and lamented that such charm was hard to resist. Hearing this, she burst into laughter. Just as she was about to drive away, he told her to wait a moment. Wang Zheng carefully observed the scene ahead to see if anything was happening. Liu Xuan was being blocked by Chu Feng, who boasted about having a car and a house, saying that confessing to her was giving her face, yet she refused. He even grabbed her to force her to go with him, saying that since she did not appreciate his favor, there was no need to be polite. She had seen the car, so why continue resisting? Liu Xuan struggled free and shouted that Chu Feng should not think having a little money allowed him to do whatever he wanted. He was astonished when Wang Zheng suddenly appeared. Chu Feng angrily demanded to know who he was. Wang Zheng delivered a clean punch that left Chu Feng coughing violently and unable to speak. His subordinates immediately rushed forward to question him. Meanwhile, Liu Xuan ignored them and ran straight toward Wang Zheng as if she had found the safest refuge. He calmly raised that terrifying bottle of equipment, causing the subordinate to panic and step back, stammering for everyone to continue. After finishing everything, he spoke, "This is a gift for you, an improved spicy liquid version personally formulated by me. If anyone dares to cause trouble, just press lightly, and after a few hours the effect will multiply." Wang Zheng gently reminded her that it was already late and she should go home. Liu Xuan's cheeks flushed as she softly replied yes, but still hesitated. Unexpectedly, the shy girl from moments ago suddenly turned into a female warrior wanting to teach that man a lesson, leaving Chu Feng suffering even more, coughing repeatedly. Despite trying to open his mouth for a long time, he could only produce unpleasant wheezing sounds and could not form a complete sentence, wheezing and then coughing violently. Liu Xuan ignored him, turned to blink gratefully at her benefactor, and promised to meet again another day. Wang Zheng laughed at her excessive cuteness. This little girl truly had a demeanor that reminded him of his own youth. In a luxurious villa, beneath the romantic night sky, a woman was feeling distressed for Chu Feng, first losing the position of vice provincial chairman and then being bullied by students. Mr. Chu could no longer endure it. Li Huishan, chief secretary of the capital government office, pondered that everyone at the school knew Xiao Feng's background, so who would dare to act, or perhaps recent turmoil had made him a target. He decisively called an ambulance first, sending Xiao Feng to the hospital before making further plans. This decisiveness made Chu Feng feel wronged as he called his father amid coughing, while Yi Hui beside him continuously reassured that his parents would definitely seek justice. Cold glint flashed in her eyes as she asserted that she would not let that girl remain peacefully in the capital. As soon as she finished speaking, she immediately called Judge Chen to request assistance in handling the matter. The next morning, warm sunlight filled the space. Ming-Chi smiled professionally as she introduced the personal designer who would be responsible for Wang Zheng's styling. He took the opportunity to praise her attentive service and skillful coordination for the banquet image, his words as sweet as honey. She felt both amused and helpless inside because everything had been decided by him. With a single call, he invited her to the party and even came to the company to wait. She quickly ended the conversation by handing things over to the other two before going to change her outfit. After a while, Ming-Chi appeared with a completely new look that immediately caught Wang Zheng's attention. The staff mentioned that Mr. Wang was also here. A cry of surprise rang out at his appearance. That exclamation drew Ming-Chi's attention toward him. Accustomed to the surrounding gazes, Wang Zheng merely stated calmly that there was no need for such a big reaction. Ming-Chi sincerely admired that he truly could bring surprises. He seized the moment to flirt lightly, promising to let her taste his cooking, and she responded suggestively that she would wait for the day to verify it. He smiled brightly and urged him to head to Ba Yalan. Today they would surely amaze everyone. Wang Zheng's gaze seemed glued to Ming-Chi, inwardly marveling that she was truly an irresistible beauty. At the Ba Yalan restaurant, in the luxurious banquet hall, elegantly dressed guests were chatting lively. In one corner, several ladies surrounded a gentleman, inviting him to drink. That person was Su Tianyan, the young master of the Su group, and he skillfully declined because he had an appointment with Ming-Chi. Hearing this, Chu Xiaonan laughed and said that standing beside Ming-Chi would make anyone fade. No wonder young Master Su only had eyes for her. This remark displeased the girls while he simply smiled and accepted the compliment. Someone announced Ming-Chi's arrival. Tianyan immediately walked toward her. The joy on his face quickly turned into astonishment. The crowd buzzed upon seeing Ming-Chi enter arm in arm with Wang Zheng, wondering about the identity of this young man. Hearing the whispers, Ming-Chi awkwardly asked Wang Zheng what he intended to do, and he merely reminded her to keep her arm as agreed. She sighed inwardly, knowing that Su Tianyan had feelings for her, and this action was no different from publicly rejecting him. When she attempted to withdraw her arm, Wang Zheng promptly stopped her. This gesture made her even more curious about his true purpose. Su Tianyan approached to greet them and asked about the identity of the person accompanying Ming-Chi. He smiled and introduced Wang Zheng as the eldest young master of the Wang family. He pondered for a moment before asking whether it was the Wang family of Hangzhou. Wang Zheng denied it, joking that he belonged to the Wang family of Philadelphia, making Ming-Chi almost laugh. He continued the act, saying he met Ming-Chi during her studies in the United States, and she silently cooperated to see how far he would go. Tianyan seemed partially convinced and asked whether he came to the capital for tourism or business. Wang Zheng raised his glass while elaborating about his family once purchasing a diamond mine in South Africa, and that this visit was to survey the market. He also affirmed that the most important purpose was to reunite with Ming-Chi after many years apart. Ming-Chi suddenly realized that the Su family was a major diamond business, and outsiders rarely knew such details. So how did he understand it so clearly? Wang Zheng assured that he had no immediate plans to enter the Huaxia market. She began to suspect that he intentionally approached Su Tianyan for his own purposes. Conversation ended with the clinking of glasses. Tianyan appeared satisfied and said he would always welcome young Master Wang to visit. Wang Zheng subtly reminded him to pay attention to his health, noting that the dark circles under his eyes showed signs of fatigue. This remark caused Tianyan to momentarily freeze, not understanding how it had been noticed. He glanced around cautiously, wondering whether Wang Zheng had deeper intentions. After the well-intentioned reminder, Wang Zheng excused himself as he wished to explore elsewhere. Tianyan smiled as he watched the two depart, thinking that the Wang family of Philadelphia was truly interesting. Night fell, the moon hanging high in the sky. In the car, Wang Zheng teased that Ming-Chi's gaze was enough to make men sway. If she had something to say, she should speak directly. She turned to ask whether he had sought her permission when using her to approach Su Tianyan. Wang Zheng calmly replied that both of them were merely using each other to achieve their goals. Ming-Chi suspiciously asked why he kept targeting Su Tianyan despite knowing his immense influence, and he simply answered that he did not like him. Wang Zheng's gaze turned cold as he said that not only Su Tianyan, but the entire Su family dissatisfied him. After a while, the car stopped by the tranquil lakeside. Ming-Chi continued demanding an explanation, but before she could finish speaking, he had already opened the door and stepped out. She chased after him, asking why he said those things, and whether he was not afraid she would betray him. Wang Zheng looked out at the lake and said she possessed abilities greater than her appearance suggested, mentioning her mother, Su Huixin. Mingqi asked in shock how he knew her mother. He asked in return whether her father had ever said that her mother died from postpartum hemorrhage. She stood stunned, admitting it, and asking what that had to do with the Su family. Wang Zheng recounted that her mother once loved a poor man and was forced by the family to return because of it. For the sake of her child she had to accept, but issues of inheritance led others to create an incident. Mingqi gradually understood and asked with a trembling voice whether her mother had not died from complications, but was harmed by the Su family. She clenched her fists and asked what proof she had to believe him. Then she turned to look directly into his eyes, demanding a clear explanation. Wang Zheng merely shrugged and told her to ask her father for clarity. Before she left, he proposed that they join forces to reclaim what rightfully belonged to her. Mingqi gritted her teeth, gave no response, and walked away quickly. She got into the car and drove off, leaving him behind. Wang Zheng remained calm as he took out his phone from inside his coat. After a few brief actions, Wang Zheng dialed the number 1215. As soon as the call was answered, loud shouting erupted from the other end, making his ears ring. Heavens, has my benefactor finally remembered me? Have you thought of how I can repay you? Do not hesitate. Even if I must empty the entire Wang family fortune in Philadelphia, I will gladly do so. Wang Zheng replied calmly, I know you hold 2 diamond mines in South Africa purchased at a low price but not yet exploited. I want you to use the Wang family's influence to enter the Huaxia market and suppress the Su family's diamond brand. Can you do it? The person on the other end laughed loudly. A trivial matter. In 2 months you will see the results. He then added another attractive proposal. For the deployment in Huaxia, I can introduce you to someone very suitable. Her name is Zhang Minqi. Night fell quietly, moonlight spreading silver across the buildings immersed in sleep. Early the next morning, Wang Zheng and Ming Hao strolled leisurely along the bustling Dongvui Street. Walking beside him, Ming Hao kept asking, so Zhang Minqi has agreed to cooperate with you, and what about Zhang Xiaozi? Wang Zheng slightly curled his lips. No one understands a daughter better than her father. Zhang Xiaozi clearly knew he could neither conceal nor stop Minqi, so entrusting all his accumulated funds to her was a wise choice. As he walked he nodded. It seemed Zhang Xiaozi was also a man who understood the time. That moment, Kan Nin passed behind them with eyes full of malice. As if sensing danger, Ming Hao glanced around and reported softly, Captain, 5 meters to the left there are 3 people. Ahead to the right 2, behind to the left 1, the right corner has 2 more, including the one who just passed there are 9. Wang Zheng smiled faintly. It seemed his instincts were still as sharp as before. He subtly stepped back and added, there is 1 more behind us. Ming Hao said excitedly, Captain, you are still as formidable as ever. Shall we coordinate again today? Wang Zheng pretended to smooth his hair and reminded softly, 200 meters away. On the 7th floor to the east there is a sniper in hiding. Ming Hao patted his shoulder and laughed. With this terrain the sniper will struggle to perform. How about a contest to see who takes down more targets? Without hesitation, Wang Zheng slipped his hand into his coat. Then let us begin. He pulled out a thick stack of cash, then suddenly tossed it high into the air, the money scattering everywhere along with the shout, action. Seeing the red banknotes falling like rain, the crowd rushed to grab them. Money, it is mine. The Weakling group, each at their positions, turned pale at the chaotic scene before them. This is bad. Taking advantage of the crowd pushing and shoving, Ming Hao leaped forward. He executed a neat flip and flicked his fingers to launch concealed weapons. Weakling thought it was merely an intimidation move and did not evade, resulting in being struck at a vital point. Ming Hao's attacks changed continuously, coordinating high and low strikes that left the remaining opponent unable to respond. Even the one hidden in the dark corner could not escape. Seeing the unfavorable situation, Kan Nin hurriedly communicated, mission failed, retreat immediately. Before finishing her words, the back of her neck touched something cold like a needle, causing her to startle and turn around. After finishing the task, Wang Zheng turned and instructed, the remaining ones are for you and the bodyguards to clean up. I will capture the sniper, keep a few witnesses. Ming Hao replied clearly, understood. With that he quickly left the scene. In the blink of an eye, he appeared on the rooftop of the high rise where the target was hiding. Weakling was still unaware of the imminent danger and continued ordering his subordinates to retreat. Wang Zheng spoke calmly from behind, I am afraid there are not many of your men left. Seeing the opponent suddenly appear, he was horrified. Just moments ago he had been on the street 200 meters away, and in the blink of an eye he was here. He steadied himself. Now was not the time to think too much. Weakling charged forward, thinking he must strike first. However, that attack was easily blocked by Wang Zheng. He was not angry but rather intrigued. indeed you have some skill, but the real show is yet to come. From his wrist a sharp blade emerged. He was full of confidence. What is strength? A lethal move is the key. As soon as he drew the weapon, he rushed forward roaring, accept your fate. Facing this ferocity, Wang Zheng merely opened his mouth slightly. Then he blew out a strong breath that caused Wuling to halt in confusion. What is that smell? Whether due to the breath or some other effect, his vision suddenly went dark. After a long while, he finally opened his eyes heavily and regained consciousness. In front of him, Shishi frowned in annoyance. Another assassin. When will this ever end? Seeing him awake, she immediately stepped forward to interrogate who had sent him. The only response was a cold turn of his head, leaving her choking with anger. Hopeless, she left but did not forget to instruct the bodyguards. The interrogation is up to you, just keep him alive. The door slammed shut loudly. Only the two of them remained in the room. Wang Zheng said in a deep voice, how did an elite special forces soldier end up like this? Wuling replied coldly, judging by your skills you must also come from special forces. Are you not of the same kind as Ming Hao? He even said arrogantly, if I had not returned to the capital, in the Golden Triangle I would also be a notable figure. Wang Zheng mocked, a Langya elite unable to survive in the Golden Triangle, saying it only invites ridicule. Unexpectedly, he revealed a flaw so easily. After only a few words he exposed himself. You know I belong to Langya. Wang Zheng replied indifferently, the Langya unit in Huaxia is classified at a confidential level. Ordinary people do not know of it, but I am different. He mentioned the blade hidden in the wrist guard. That move was created by me and taught only to Langya. How could you not recognize it? Hearing this, Wuling's expression changed drastically, unable to believe it as he asked, are you from Longlan? Wang Zheng answered calmly, not only me but Ming Hao as well. You dared to touch him. That was truly overconfident. Those words struck like a heavy blow, causing Wuling to lower his head. The gap between Langya and Longlan could not be compared by rank. Falling into your hands, I am convinced. Deal with me as you see fit. Wang Zheng said leisurely, as long as you agree to my condition, I can release you. Wuling looked up in confusion. Shook his head firmly, I am a special forces soldier. You understand our discipline of secrecy. If I cannot endure interrogation, I will end my own consciousness. Wang Zheng chuckled softly. That method is not bad but still immature. With the identity of Longlan, I have 100 ways to prevent you from doing that. Do you believe it? Wuling felt uneasy. What exactly do you want? Without further delay, Wang Zheng took out a long needle. I want you to do one task for me every 3 months. Added thoughtfully, the specific task will be decided later. The ambiguity made Wuling uneasy. Do I have the right to refuse? Wang Zheng's voice lowered, but, without waiting for a reply, he inserted the needle into his body and said, you have no choice. Wuling lost his composure and shouted, then kill me. Wang Zheng looked at the needle and explained, this is a type of goo poison recorded in ancient texts, called 100-day bone burial. Once afflicted after 100 days, the bones will gradually weaken. Wuling immediately understood, meaning every 3 months I must find you to obtain the antidote. If I fail to complete the task, there will be no medicine. Wang Zheng untied him and said directly, why would I keep a useless pawn? I have already said you have no right to choose. After releasing him, he immediately assigned a mission. The first task is to return and build your force. Within 3 months, expand it to 300 men for me. In the Golden Triangle, that would already be a considerable power. His voice carried a hint of reassurance, even mentioning finances, telling him to manage on his own. If in 3 months he satisfied me, I would provide the necessary resources. Wu Ling immediately agreed, considering the deal finalized. Having just secured the cooperation, Wang Zheng's eyes gleamed sharply as he calmly said, out of respect for you this time I will let Cheng Kangmei off, but there will not be a second time. Those words startled Wu Ling. How did you know my second uncle? He smiled meaningfully. I said I have my own methods, and if he repeats this, I will make Cheng Kangmei lose his footing, allowing you to rightfully take over Longmei without harm. He was stunned speechless, but Wang Zheng's sharp gaze cut him off. You cannot fool me. His voice continued calmly. In your eyes I clearly see ambition, coldness, and ruthlessness, and at this moment I happen to need those qualities. Having his thoughts exposed, Wu Ling obediently replied, I will do everything you said. That attitude satisfied Wang Zheng. Good, I await good news from you. Next morning, Shishi's questioning voice echoed throughout the house. Why did you let him go this time? Wang Zheng remained calm. Did you not give me full authority to handle it? Being questioned in return, she faltered, did I say that? She regained her composure and sat down. Forget it. Handle it however you want. Now tell me what you found. Wang Zheng immediately replied, Cheng Kangmei of the Meilong group. Upon hearing this, shock was evident on Shishi's face. What? Cheng Kangmei, the boss of Meilong, sent people to target me. Xingyi suddenly appeared and teased Meilong. Did that old man want to kidnap Shishi? His taste is quite strange. Those words made her clench her fists and grit her teeth. Xingyi. Strike sent Xingyi flying away. Shishi angrily shouted, "Get lost for 2 hours." After seeing her off, she said worriedly, "This year the Shangyuan family wants to expand into all of Meilong's fields. Cheng Kangmei is displeased, so he intends to use me to pressure my father." Her gaze then turned resentful yet resolute, daring to use such tactics. "I will make him lose everything in the business world." That scene made Wang Zheng silently praise her, truly worthy of the eldest daughter of the Shangyuan family, seemingly carefree yet formidable in business. He curiously asked, "What do you plan to do?" Shishi rested her chin in thought. "I cannot decide immediately. Tomorrow night there is a grand banquet. Many figures from the Hua Zia rich list will attend, then I will make him lose some face." Hearing about the banquet, Xingyi became excited. "Great, let me go with you. And invite sister Cheng Fei too," but Shishi replied coldly. "She has to revise the design draft. Only Wang Zheng and I will go. You do not need to follow." Xingyi pleaded. "No, with so many handsome men I must go." Able to persuade Shishi, she turned to hug Wang Zheng's arm and acted coquettishly. "You are the best, let me go with you." Her cuteness made him blush awkwardly. "I am only a bodyguard, how can I decide? And if I agreed, would you still act coquettishly?" In the end, Shishi sighed. "Fine, you can come along, but do not make me lose face." With her scheme successful, Xingyi cheered. Shishi agreed. "So where will the banquet be held tomorrow night?" Shishi thought for a moment, then replied, "A banquet of such caliber can only be held at the Ba International Heavenly Palace." Hearing that name, he asked with interest, "Ba International Heavenly Palace." The venue is the Ba International Heavenly Palace. In the hall, the young elites chatted noisily. Why did Shishi come? In the past, such banquets always had the Shangyuan family present. Could it be that their family is about to undergo changes? And who is the person beside her? Does anyone recognize him? He seems unfamiliar. Here, Shishi politely said to Cheng Kangmei, "Thank you, uncle. I will pass the message to my father." He smiled socially. "I did not expect Shishi to have grown into such a generous young lady, and the one beside you is." Noticing the attention, Wang Zheng raised his hand in greeting. "I am Wang Zheng, just returned from America, greetings senior." Cheng Kangmei did not shake hands, only responded indifferently with a hum. Shishi smiled meaningfully. "Uncle Cheng, International Jurong is about to join Bai Dian. Please prepare well, lest you be caught off guard." The old man chuckled coldly. Meilong has always been the leader of Bai Dian. Outsiders cannot easily shake it. Young people should speak softly to avoid harm. He paused. Wang Zheng placed a hand on her shoulder to reassure her. He calmly retorted, "President Cheng, when young people make mistakes they can correct them, but it is more concerning when elders cling to misguided thoughts." Feeling his pride wounded, he shouted loudly, "What do you mean?" Wang Zheng remained composed, "Just reminding you to behave, otherwise the bruise on your hand will worsen." During this, he looked at his hand in confusion. When did he make a move? Recent memories flooded back. He thought perhaps since the previous day, which explained the burning pain and discomfort in his hand. Wang Zheng said coldly, "You have been quite famous these years. If the footage in your office were released online, you would become even more sensational." Shishi, standing beside him, was secretly astonished. "When did he help me?" Cheng Kangmei lost his composure and shouted, "What exactly do you want?" Taking a glass of wine from a server, he leisurely said, "Everything has a price, name yours. I will consider returning the video and the antidote." Left with no choice, he proposed, 10% of Meilong shares, how about it? Gently swirling the wine, Wang Zheng said, 10% each year is worth tens of millions, not a small amount. But he lightly gripped Shishi's wrist and continued, "Still not equal to the value of your life." Hearing this, he anxiously asked, "Then what do you want?" Took the initiative, 10% for the video, another 10% for your life. The glass in his hand fell to the floor and shattered. He angrily shouted, "This is extortion. I will call the police." Wang Zheng said indifferently, "Go ahead. I will provide those video recordings as well." Looking around and seeing people whispering, he finally compromised, 20%, I agree. Having achieved his goal, he stroked his chin and said, "Deal. But this 20% must belong to International Jurong, meaning it will be held by the Shangyuan family." Hearing this, he grabbed Wang Zheng's collar and shouted, "Do not push it. 20% already makes you the second largest shareholder." Wang Zheng remained calm. "You may refuse. I will find my own way to create the antidote. It is just that I have already set a mechanism. If I disappear for 10 hours, the video will automatically spread." Hearing this, his hand gradually released Wang Zheng's collar. Although his face was full of reluctance, he still said, I accept. Shishi spoke, Uncle Cheng, honest business endures. Tomorrow night I will accompany my father to Meilong to sign the share transfer, thank you. Watching him leave unwillingly, she turned and said gratefully, thank you for helping the Shangyuan family. Wang Zhang adjusted his collar and shyly said there was no need to be polite. Shishi suddenly grew suspicious. Why are you helping me so much? She blushed and asked softly, could it be that you like me? Wang Zhang was startled. I like you, on what basis? Shishi remained flushed as she analyzed, because I am beautiful and considerate. He replied bluntly, considerate, if so you would not have said that. His words made her pause. Crossing his arms, he said, choosing a girlfriend is very simple for me. Gentleness is enough, so you are not suitable. Shishi was so angry that she gritted her teeth and called, Wang. At that moment, Xingyi ran over and exclaimed, you were so cool just now, easily overpowering last year's #1 businessman. He hugged his arm and boasted, I even added some chili sauce into his drink. Do I have your demeanor yet? Wang Zheng did not know whether to laugh or cry. Not bad. Children are easy to teach. Upstairs, Zhao Nan observed thoughtfully, young Master Su, do you see? Wang Zheng is not simple. We must be cautious. Tian Ran raised his glass and said, I have investigated. In Philadelphia he is very influential. The Wang family has always been low profile, rarely appearing, and their subsidiaries are all registered under other people's names. Zhao Nan pondered, even young Master Su has not uncovered his true identity, although he may belong to the Philadelphia Wang family, but why did he confront young Master Su as soon as he arrived? Tian Ran smiled lightly while looking down at the hall. It is so lively below. Shall we go down and take a look? Zhao Nan advised, young Master Su has already sent people to probe. It is better for us to observe from the sideline. He nodded in agreement. Suddenly he was astonished. It is her. Why has she appeared? In the hall, the young elites were jealous. Who is that person so close to the Shangyuan family's eldest young lady? Surrounded by 3 beauties, his fortune is not bad if only I were like him. At this moment Hai Xing stepped forward and mocked, oh Miss Shangyuan, you used to cling to young Master Su. Now you have switched to a young man. Has your taste changed? Xingyi pulled Wang Zheng's hand and whispered, she is Song's granddaughter, deeply infatuated with Su Tianren. Why not pursue and then abandon her? Wang Zheng wondered inwardly if he looked like that kind of person. Sensing the malice, Ming Qi calmly said, Miss Song, Wang Zheng and I are only friends. Please do not speculate. As for young Master Su, I have always held respect and have no other intention. However, Hai Xing still refused to hold back her sarcasm, implying that women were infatuated with younger men. That young man looked only about 21 or 22. Truly, Miss Zhang knows how to make her choices. Those remarks left Wang Zheng stunned. He merely took better care of himself, his skin a little smoother, his wrinkles a little fewer, yet he was labeled as barely in his 20s. That woman should probably have her eyesight checked. Despite being slandered, Ming Qi remained composed and reminded Miss Song that in public one should mind one's words. She calmly exposed the truth. Everyone knows about your pursuit of young Master Su, and his indifference toward you is no secret. I truly cannot understand how lacking in tact one must be to place oneself in such an embarrassing position. Next subtle reminder made the other party blush, allowing those around them to clearly understand the situation. Ming Qi did not stop, maintaining her dignified demeanor as she added, behaving like this will make others think you lack proper upbringing. Driven into a corner, Hai Xing lost control and shouted, be quiet. Someone who grew up without family warmth has no right to speak of upbringing to me. The moment those words were spoken, the entire banquet fell silent. Only Xingyi leaned close to Wang Zheng and whispered, bringing up the deceased like that is truly excessive. He gently raised a finger to his lips, signaling silence. No one noticed that Ming Qi's complexion gradually turned pale, her whole body trembling with anger. A hand suddenly rested on her shoulder. Feeling that warmth, she turned her head in surprise. It was Wang Zheng. He finally spoke with sarcasm. Some people have been educated for years yet are still inferior to children who grew up on their own. He stepped closer and asked meaningfully, Miss Song, is this your problem or your mother's? Causing Hai Xing to retreat in panic. Seeing everyone's gaze directed at her, she stammered, you. Then she snatched a glass of wine from the tray, startling the waiter, Miss Song. Hai Xing violently flung the glass of wine forward and screamed. Wang Zheng quickly blocked it enough. Startled by the obstruction, Hai Xing loosened her grip, preventing the glass from falling to the floor. Looking at the scene before her, she was so frightened that she could not speak. Shishi's evening gown was stained with glaring patches of wine. Xingyi hurriedly wiped it with tissues. Give me more tissues. Seeing the culprit retreat, she angrily pointed and shouted, hey, you have not apologized yet. This is far too much. Wang Zheng bent down to pick up the shattered glass fragments from the ground. He slowly straightened up. Then he skillfully used his technique to throw the fragment. In an instant, the strap of Hai Xing's dress was cut. By the time she realized it, she could only panic, covering herself and crying out. Jiang Nan, standing upstairs and witnessing everything, mocked that after such humiliation Hai Xing could hardly hope to enter the Su family in the future. Tian ran beside him, echoed that it had always been just a fantasy. Jiang Nan felt great interest. Not only was her pride hurt, but her retreat was also completely blocked. Looking at Wang Zhang in the distance with a cold gaze, he silently concluded that this man was truly merciless. On this side, Xingyi wiped the dress while comforting. Others may not have noticed, but I saw clearly. Wang Zhang just helped you get some payback. Do not be angry anymore, but Shishi still frowned in displeasure. I cannot pretend to know someone like that. Later, I will personally bring this dress to her and make her wash it. Witnessing everything, Ming Qi stepped forward apologetically. Today's incident started because of me. I am sorry, Shishi. If compensation is needed, I will accept it. Shishi gently reassured Sister Ming Qi, everything is due to Hai Xing's lack of tact. It has nothing to do with you. She sincerely said, I call you sister because I truly admire you and want to be friends. Please do not blame yourself. Those words left Ming Qi stunned. He smiled gently at Wang Zhang. Thank you for today. But why did you step aside and let the wine splash onto Shishi? He replied frankly, I did not step aside. If I had not moved back, the wine would have splashed directly onto my face. That truth made Ming Qi both impressed and amused. You pulled Shishi and me to the same side. You are truly calculating. It is hard to know whether to thank or blame you. Wang Zhang immediately interrupted, just thank me. He added, the relationship between Shishi and me has opened the way for you. How you maintain it is up to you. Tianran approached from afar and asked, Ming Qi, are you all right? She politely replied, I am fine. Fortunately, Wang Zhang was here. Put on a gallant air, saying it was good that nothing happened. Hai Xing had always spoken that way. Do not take it to heart. He would handle it. Wang Zhang immediately challenged him. Then why did you not deal with it just now? Tianran looked startled. What? Continued to mock. When Hai Xing caused trouble, where were you? Just standing by to watch the show. Is that how you care about Min Kai? Struck at his sore spot, he could not help but grow flustered. As the atmosphere tightened, Nuanuan suddenly appeared. Wang Zhang, why are you here with my brother? The two men turned to look at her in surprise. Seeing that he had not recognized her, Nuanuan smiled and introduced herself. Have you forgotten? I am Nuanuan. Wang Zhang stared at her in silence. In his mind surfaced the memory of their first meeting. I am Nuanuan, a second-year student at the Capital Medical University. Thinking of that, he exclaimed softly, Ah, Nuanuan on the train. He stepped forward and looped her arm through Tianran. Then she cheerfully introduced him. He is Wang Zhang I met on the train from Engai Than back to the capital. I mentioned him before, do you remember? He replied with a faint smile, yes. Tianran was filled with doubt. How could the legitimate heir of the Wang family in Philadelphia dress so plainly and take the train back to the capital? Nuanuan held his hand and suggested, last time I did not properly thank you. Now that we meet again, let me treat you to a meal. Seeing his sister so enthusiastic, Tianran added, Wang Xiao must know the way to Laptam Manor. You have done Nuanuan a favor, so let her thank you. Wang Zheng refused firmly. Sorry, I have been busy lately. Another time, goodbye. He turned and left without the slightest hesitation. Young masters around them whispered. Young Master Su invited him to Laptam Manor. That place has never opened its doors to outsiders. Wang Zheng truly missed a great opportunity. No one knew that in his heart he was calculating Su Tianran, Laptam Manor. Sooner or later I will go there, but not now. One day I will make that place no longer whole. He returned to the parking lot. Sitting behind the wheel, he fell into deep thought. After so many years, merely hearing about Laptam Manor still made it hard to stay calm. If so, how could he avenge his fallen brothers? He recalled when he once declared boldly, Laptam Manor and those old masters of the Su family want to exploit Long Lin. We will never let them achieve their goal. In that perilous moment, a teammate even urged him, Captain, do not worry about me, retreat quickly. Amid the ruins, he painfully asked himself why they betrayed the country for private gain, why Long Lin was pushed into danger by their own people. An urgent voice suddenly rang out, Tran, Wang Zheng. Shishi's voice pulled him back to reality. She had been staring at him without seeing any response. How many times did I have to call before you heard me? What are you thinking about? He replied awkwardly, nothing. Let us head back to Thien Bin's Sun Villa. Xingyi in the back seat suggested excitedly, how about we go to a bar? I have never been. Shishi advised worriedly, he does not look well. Is it appropriate to go to a bar now? But Wang Zheng still drove toward it. It is fine, let us go. He quickly left the parking lot. The night gradually deepened. At the Bat Deem Entertainment District, Music echoed lively. Xingyi looked around and muttered, "Bat Deem sounds so familiar," Shishi reminded her. "Have you forgotten? It is where we had that conflict last time." Memories flooded back and she cried out, "I remember now." Suddenly 2 attendants appeared with 2 large bouquets and said politely, "Young ladies, these are gifts from our young master." Shishi mocked, "First time meeting and he sends 2 bouquets. Your young master is truly generous." Before they could react, they were left dumbfounded as Wang Zheng snatched the flowers away. He threw them aside and said, "Please convey my thanks to your young master." That action immediately drew everyone's attention. In front of the crowd, Wang Zheng said coldly, "Tell Dong Feng that if he wants to give flowers he should come himself. Standing far away and showing off like that means he is not qualified." All of it made Dong Feng, who was sitting nearby, grind his teeth in irritation. It was him again. Suddenly he frowned and let out a groan of pain. His face turned pale as he looked down at his severely injured wrist. Recalling the stab to the back of his hand, he shouted angrily that attacking without warning was not the conduct of a gentleman. He quickly ordered his subordinates to have Lin Zai bring the newly trained team, and at the same time show everyone the strength of the entertainment city. In the nightclub, Zaiju led a group of men wielding weapons, storming in with great momentum and loudly asking who Wang Zheng was. The cheerful atmosphere was shattered, the crowd fell into chaos, and someone panicked and shouted that people had come for revenge and they should leave quickly. Hearing this, many hurriedly fled under the watchful eyes of the gang members. The 3 heard the commotion outside. Xingyi noticed the opponent's overwhelming numbers and suggested calling for reinforcements, but he calmly replied that no matter how many came, he would handle them all. Taking a leisurely sip of wine, he stood up and stepped forward, remarking that venting anger did not require alcohol. After a brief pause, he said calmly that the proper way was to settle it through a fight, just as Dong Feng's group also arrived. As soon as they met, he ordered his men to deal with that guy immediately. Zaiju raised his hand as a signal, and the attack began at once. The subordinates tightened their grip on their weapons and charged toward Wang Zheng together. Yet he remained composed, turning back to tell the 2 girls to step behind him. After speaking, he threw his wine glass straight forward. Glass struck the face of a man rushing in and shattered instantly. The man collapsed to the ground, but the sight did not deter the others. Zaiju stood behind, directing the assault, clearly the mastermind of it all. Observing him, Wang Zheng realized that fighting him was the only worthwhile challenge. With that thought, he tightened his grip on the wine bottle in his hand, aimed directly at his opponent's face, and hurled the bottle forcefully. However, with swift agility, the man deflected it cleanly with a single move. Wang Zheng was no less capable, skillfully knocking down the remaining attackers. In just moments, all of them were defeated. Now only the 2 of them faced each other, and he said proudly that it was his turn. The opponent immediately lunged forward with a disdainful smile. Confident in his skills, he launched a kick at Wang Zheng, but it was blocked, prompting Wang Zheng to mock his lack of realism. Dong Feng watched in astonishment. Zaiju was renowned, yet he was blocked so easily. Even Zaiju himself was shocked that his move had been neutralized so quickly. In the next instant, Wang Zheng suddenly grabbed his leg, forcing him to retreat defensively, realizing his opponent had seen through his techniques. While dodging, Wang Zheng analyzed his fighting style, pointing out weaknesses in his movement and balance. Wang Zheng used both hands to fully withstand the assault. Zaiju asked irritably how he could see through his moves. Wang Zheng smiled faintly and suggested that if he followed him, he would reveal the secret. Convinced by his strength, Zaiju accepted the challenge and charged again. Wang Zheng easily blocked the punch and promised he could make him 3 times stronger. In an instant, he had already subdued his opponent's arm. Zaiju was restrained but still refused to yield. Wang Zheng lightly kicked him in teasing, asking if he wanted to continue. Provoked, Zaiju immediately stood up and accepted. He threw a powerful spinning punch toward Wang Zheng, shouting loudly as if determined to fight to the end. Wang Zheng countered with a precise kick, stating that this match was enough. Force of the kick sent Zaiju flying into a distant wall. Clutching his stomach, Zaiju stood up, unable to comprehend his opponent's movement. Wang Zheng turned to Dong Feng and asked if the show had been entertaining. Before Dong Feng could respond, the back door opened and more people flooded in. Each of them looked fierce and ready to fight. Dong Feng was startled to recognize that the King Hung gang had also arrived. The leader was Ming Hao, who gave the order to begin. Dongking responded and accepted the command. The group immediately began wreaking havoc throughout the nightclub. At this moment, Zaiju and Wang Zheng paused and signaled for a halt. Zaiju asked again whether the promise of increased strength was true. Wang Zheng smiled and replied confidently that it was certain. as long as he worked under him. Zaiju said his relationship with Dong Feng was merely contractual. As long as he could become stronger, he was willing to do anything. Wang Zheng asked what if the tasks were dangerous and reckless. Zaiju understood the implication. As long as it remained discreet, it would not be a problem. Wang Zheng nodded in satisfaction and said he would assign someone to train him to enhance his strength. The next morning at the residence, while training, Wang Zheng received a call from Ming Qi reporting that Liu Xuan was in trouble. Ming Qi recounted that the police had taken her away, and when he arrived, he only heard the story from her friend. After listening, Wang Zheng calmly said he would handle it and reassured that she would be fine. He then immediately called Ming Hao. He asked him to investigate information about Chu Feng and the related license plate number. He set down the weights and waited for the response. Not long after, Ming Hao sent back all the necessary information. After reading it, Wang Zheng was satisfied, praised the quick investigation, and mentioned Chu Feng with a warning tone. He turned to Shishi to borrow some items, though no one knew his next plan. At a luxurious villa, Yi Hui opened the door and walked in. He closed the door, panting and angrily recounting how she had been harassed to the point of hospitalization. The scene before her left her stunned as she called out to her son. Chu Feng was tied up and suspended in the room in a miserable state. Yi Hui panicked and rushed forward to save her son. Suddenly, she found she could not move her limb. She then collapsed onto the floor. She realized her limbs were stuck fast, terrified and unable to understand what had happened. Wang Zheng appeared and said that this adhesive was his own creation, strong enough to hold even a car in place. He pulled Shishi's stocking over his face, making Yi Hui scream in panic. "Who are you?" Wang Zheng lowered the gun and took out a roll of tape, speaking disdainfully. "Rest assured, I like gentle ladies, but you are past your prime, so I have no interest." Tape sealed her mouth tightly, making Yi Hui tremble in fear. Then he turned to Zhou Feng, who was hanging upside down, holding a leather whip behind his back. "Today I came only to settle one matter." As soon as he finished speaking, he swung the whip hard, making him cry out in pain. After warming up, he said in a deep voice, "You will never understand what it feels like to be oppressed by those in power to the point of despair." Wang Zheng struck Zhou Feng's face again, knocking out 2 of his teeth. "But consider it fortunate that you met me." Gripping the whip with both hands, he said coldly, "You have finally tasted this feeling of despair. I am not someone who enjoys torment. I just want you to understand." He lashed Zhou Feng again as a warning while lecturing him. "Those who do evil will sooner or later pay the price." Seeing Yi Hui could only stare at her son being beaten and cry bitterly, Wang Zheng sneered, "When I hit your son you feel heartache. So what about when your son harmed other people's daughters?" He beat him badly and said, "If not for me, those you harmed would never be able to hold their heads high. Today I will teach him a lesson on your behalf so he will remember for life." Finally, Zhou Feng was dropped heavily onto the floor like an animal waiting to be slaughtered. Then he walked over to Yi Hui. He cleared his throat and said, "This is only the beginning. Go tell your husband. Either withdraw on his own or be utterly ruined if I dig up his crimes." After finishing, Wang Zheng turned and left. I do not mind spending a bit more effort to send him off a cliff. Not long after at the villa, on the computer screen, an online article was open. It turned out Ming Qi was reading the news. She wondered you already went to the Zhou family, so why not demand they release Liu Xuan immediately? And you even told me to incite students to protest. With your ability, there is no need to go in circles like this. Hearing this, Wang Zheng calmly explained, with that meeting and public pressure, Liu Xuan will surely be safe, and it may even expose the shady methods behind Qi Hua. Taking a sip of water, he was full of confidence in her. She might even trace who is behind Song Qi He, and who that person ultimately serves, which made Ming Qi even more curious why you care so much about this matter. Wang Zheng gently placed the glass on the table. In his mind he seemed to have plans already. "This matter also involves you, but it is not convenient to say for now." After saying that, he left her office. Ming Qi stood there silently watching his figure fade away. At the same time, at another luxurious villa, Qi Hua slammed his laptop onto the table in anger, startling the assistant who hurriedly called the chief secretary. The assistant gathered his courage and asked whether they should hold the capital university accountable. His question made him even angrier. "Hold who accountable? And you still dare to propose such a stupid idea at a time like this?" The assistant trembled and stammered, but he dialed a phone number while muttering, "Truly a bunch of useless fools." As soon as the call was answered, he immediately changed to a flattering tone. "Hello, old leader. This is Qi Hua. It has been a long time since I checked in." But the other party interrupted. "Stop pretending. I know everything. If I protect you this time, it would be the same as publicly declaring you are my man." Frightened, he hurriedly pleaded, "Old leader, please save me one more time." The old leader replied, I can help you once more, but in the future you must. At the place where Wang Zheng was temporarily staying, Jingyi ran over in a panic, holding out her phone to everyone. Oh my, it has all disappeared. She frowned in annoyance, always so rash. Explain clearly what has disappeared. She said in one breath, a few days ago we could still find bad news about Uncle, but this morning when I checked there was nothing left. Ming Qi became interested and interjected, there are only a few people who can control all the media in Huaxia. Wang Zheng pondered leisurely and repeated that sentence. There are only a few people with such ability, making Shishi suddenly realize, could you be implying? He then put on a joking expression, what are you talking about? I did not say anything, but in his heart he was already planning to use Qi Hua as a pawn to open a gap. At a police station, Wang Zheng stood waiting at the gate beside a luxury sedan. Liu Xuan walked out with fatigue clearly written on her face. As soon as she saw the familiar face, her eyes turned red. Tears fell nonstop, streaming down her cheeks. Wang Zheng just silently looked at her. He asked why Sister Cheng Fei did not come. He replied, she is busy, so only I came to pick you up. Wiping her tears, Liu Xuan smiled and thanked him. This time I am truly grateful to you. Feeling her sincerity, he joked, how do you plan to thank me? Do not think about repaying me with your body. I will not accept it. She reproached him playfully, you are never serious. I am not only grateful to you. Come on, to celebrate my safe return, treat me to a meal. In the car, she asked about Zhou Feng. How do you plan to deal with him? Wang Zheng replied calmly, people like him must be taught a lesson to know fear. While driving, Liu Xuan asked again, did you really make a move? Of course. With that kind of behavior he still dared to play tricks. I had to set things straight in my heart to feel satisfied. He stopped the car and went with Liu Xuan into a roadside restaurant. During the meal she was still in disbelief at his way of punishing him. You are really too ruthless. He remained calm and even a bit proud. I am not ruthless. Liu Xuan glanced at him, and you still say you are not. You whipped his butt once and he could still lie down. Then you beat his whole body and poured chilly water on him. How do you expect him to sleep, standing up? Wang Zheng said slowly, he could not even stand. The soles of his feet were beaten too, making her burst into laughter. You are truly unusual. At that moment his phone rang. It was an urgent call from Shi. A voice came from the other end, Wang Zheng, my father has fallen ill. You must come back immediately. Hearing this, he immediately stood up. I have something urgent. Go back by yourself. Call me if anything happens. Not long after, the car sped into the Shangyuan family estate. Outside, besides Wang Zheng's sedan, there was also a sports convertible. He skillfully accelerated and overtook it. The driver was Xing Lang. He also showed off his skills, truly a fearless fellow. Glancing at Xing Lang, he thought to himself that the second young master of the Shangyuan family was probably eyeing the family fortune. This time, many people had already gathered inside the Shangyuan villa. As soon as Wang Zheng walked in, Tian Yu showed obvious displeasure. She asked who he was, but he could not be bothered to answer, and calmly walked forward. Being ignored, she shouted that the Shangyuan family's affairs did not need outsiders to interfere. If you know what is good for you, then get out. Only then did he say, I am the bodyguard of. The other members immediately burst into mocking laughter upon hearing this. Tian Yu in particular looked even more disdainful. Just a bodyguard, get out of here at once. Fortunately, Shishi hurried downstairs to defuse the situation. Wang Zheng, you are here, go up quickly. Xing Lang immediately chimed in to pressure them. Stop right there. Shishi, why are you bringing a bodyguard along? Can he cure third uncle? How ridiculous. Tian Yu crossed her arms and coldly advised Shishi not to let outsiders take advantage of the chaos to get involved. The Shangyuan family's fortune accumulated over many years cannot fall into the hands of someone with ulterior motives. Hearing this, Shishi retorted, my father is only ill. Why are you already talking about property? Are you cursing my father? Wang Zheng, go up. Jia Zhang lay motionless on the bed in the room. Shishi anxiously asked Wang Zheng, please take a look. We invited several Western medical experts to do blood tests but found nothing. I have already sent them away. He held the man's hand to carefully take his pulse. His pulse and heart were normal, but his eyes were tightly shut. He seemed unresponsive. What exactly happened? Jia Lin walked in and said disdainfully, what can a young man know? If you can see Jia Zhang's illness, I will reward you with 1 billion, otherwise get out. Shishi turned to ask him, what exactly is the situation? Give me an answer quickly. He replied in a deep voice, I suspect there is a possibility that he has been poisoned. Shishi glared and questioned Wang Zheng. How could he be certain her father had been poisoned? Gently shook his head, his voice steady. I have never encountered a similar case, so I cannot specify the exact type of poison, but I can be certain this is not a normal illness. Based on my experience, there is an 80% chance he was poisoned. Hearing this, Jia Lin immediately became furious and loudly demanded to know what basis he had for such a conclusion. He did not elaborate, only took out an acupuncture needle from the box and said it was his intuition. Then he calmly inserted the needle into an acupoint on the back of Jia Zheng's hand. Jia Lin remained full of doubt, snorting coldly that intuition was useless, and blamed Shishi for being irresponsible, casually bringing a quack doctor to treat her father, as if she wanted him to pass away sooner. Shishi shook her head and fiercely refuted, telling her second uncle to stop mocking. The one who truly wished her father harm was him, because as long as her father lived, he should not dream of the position of family head. Heated argument between uncle and niece was quickly stopped by Jia Qi, who scolded that such noise was disgraceful. He announced that all shareholders of Jurong International would meet at noon tomorrow to select an acting leader while Jia Zheng was ill, and Shishi would attend on behalf of her father. It turned out to be a power struggle within the Shangyuan family. Shishi bitterly asked about her eldest uncle's intentions when her father was still hospitalized, and they were already discussing division. If he knew, he would be heartbroken. Her words did not shake him. Instead, he rebuked her for being insolent and ignorant of hierarchy, and instructed that Jia Zheng's condition should not be told to their grandfather because of his advanced age. After that, each member of the Shangyuan family left the room one by one. The remaining space held only Shishi and Wang Zheng. She burst into tears as helplessness surged within her. Wang Zheng remained calm and comforted her, telling her to rest assured, give him some time and he would definitely save her father. Sometime later in the city, inside the conference building, AI Lion persistently advised Shishi to withdraw from the upcoming Shangyuan family election, saying that regardless of the vote, the eldest uncle held the advantage. She was still young and should enjoy love, then find a suitable partner to marry. Jia Lin leisurely puffed on his cigar and sarcastically added that she was greedy for the position of family head, scheming for fame and profit at such a young age, and that this would lead nowhere. However, Shishi firmly refused to back down, affirming that her father had entrusted everything to her, so she must handle it properly until he awakened. Jia Lin expressed disbelief, saying her father might not wake up, and urged them to vote quickly as he had a golf appointment. At that moment, Wang Zheng appeared in the hall, breaking the stifling atmosphere. He pushed the door open and walked straight in. As soon as he entered, his gaze found Shishi. She gave a faint smile, but her eyes were red as if tears were about to fall. Wang Zheng's presence angered Jia Lin, who shouted at the stranger to get out immediately. He calmly stated that he was neither a young master nor a son-in-law of the Shangyuan family, only Shishi's bodyguard, and as her bodyguard he could not allow his employer to suffer injustice. If she shed tears, he would make the troublemaker pay the price. Nevertheless, Jia Lin still shouted for security to drag him out. Instantly, Wang Zheng drew a dagger and slammed it forcefully onto the table. With a stern expression, he declared that his words were true and should not be doubted. A few minutes later, Shishi stood up and calmly announced that during her father's illness she would temporarily manage all of Jurong International, hoping for everyone's cooperation, and if there were no objections, the meeting was concluded. Jia Lin could only remain silent in dissatisfaction. He and the others left the room under Shishi's gaze. She turned to Wang Zheng and asked whether she had been too harsh on them. After all, they were her elders. Wang Zheng replied that those selfish people were not trustworthy. Even if she were gentle, they would show no mercy. The business world was more brutal than the battlefield. He would rather charge into war than engage in office intrigue. Shishi heard this and retorted that she found him more unfathomable than anyone else. He helped her greatly, yet she often lost her temper with him. He took the opportunity to tease her, saying how could he argue with a girl who suffered from such irregular cycle. He angrily declared that he should not expect peace today. Shishi pondered the relative's scheme to quickly seize control of Jurong, along with several unpredictable shareholders. It was truly no small challenge. She looked at Wang Zheng and said her grandfather had been in seclusion for many years. Her father suddenly fell ill at this critical moment, and she needed his assistance. Wang Zheng recalled that Shangyuan Yingzhen had spent 30 years building Jurong, and after announcing his third son as successor, he retired, and more than 20 years of Jia Zheng's leadership had propelled the group to remarkable growth. The burden on Shishi's shoulders was indeed immense. Faced with so many upheavals, he also felt troubled, recalling that Cheng Fei had been poisoned when they first met and now her father, so he needed time to find clues. For now she should stay at Jurong. he would call Zhang Yang to protect her and she should rest. Shishi sensed his efforts and secretly guessed there was something between him and her father, so she agreed and thanked him for his help. Wang Zheng stood up preparing to leave, but Shishi called him back, making him turn and ask what was wrong. She shyly expressed that if he ever needed the Shangyuan family's support in the future, she would devote all of Jurong's resources to help him, and she believed he would certainly save her father. He raised 3 fingers confidently and said her sudden seriousness made him unaccustomed, and he also promised to try curing her disorder. Shishi crossed her arms and snorted lightly, saying he was truly dull. Sometime later at the airport, Katie and Dong Song set foot in Huaxia under the escort of David and Mark. A young man looked at them with disdain, saying that without KNU Rivers they should not pretend to be imperial hackers. However, just a single glance from Dong Song was enough to make him tremble. Katie immediately reminded Qiang not to show off like that lest he frighten the child. He raised his head to look at the ceiling, as if reminiscing about distant America. He proudly declared that in Huaxia, Yang Dong Song had finally returned. Outside, the group walked past Dong Feng, who was waiting beside a gleaming black car. Seeing Dong Song's figure through the cigarette smoke, he froze. Immediately he rushed forward and loudly called out brother. Katie observed and commented that this was his younger brother, yet he seemed completely different, his steps unsteady and complexion pale as if he feared him greatly. Dong Feng happily said that his brother had finally returned. Dong Song coldly told him not to pretend to smile. He knew Dong Feng was unwilling. The family assets had been mismanaged to such a state, yet he still dared to come see him. Dong Feng scratched his head and laughed awkwardly, saying it was his own idea and that their father wanted him to follow and learn from his brother. Dong Song crossed his arms and said he had arranged for Dong Feng to enter a European university. The plane ticket was booked and he would depart tomorrow. Hearing this, Dong Feng was stunned and protested that it was their father's decision. Did he intend to go against it? Dong Song firmly said their father would not change his decision, and once he had decided something, no one could alter it. Dong Feng shouted, indignantly asking what right he had to decide his life. Dong Song replied indifferently that there was no need to explain. Abroad he would live comfortably. If he refused, then he should forget about stepping into the Dong family again. Seeing the brother's intention, Katie reproached Qiang for treating him this way, saying he was pitiful and would have nowhere to return. He responded that Katie should not interfere in his family matters. The principal had only asked her to assist with work. Other matters, especially family issues, should not be questioned. Katie changed the subject and asked when he would meet their ally in Huaxia. Dong Song thought for a moment and said ally. In his view, it was merely a stumbling block. Katie believed he was overly confident, reminding him that humility led to progress and fearing she might never see him humble in her lifetime. He walked ahead and said that in Huaxia, many interesting things would await her. Afterwards, he suggested they first visit an old friend. A matte black car stopped in front of the Bakunin Tryon Kai nightclub. Dong Song stepped out of the car aggressively and declared that tonight he had returned. Inside the bar, a group of youths were intoxicated by the lively music. He entered the main hall with Katie and his 2 subordinates. Then he coldly issued a single word command that caused the atmosphere to drop. Smash. David and Mark immediately nodded and complied. The waiter standing nearby caught a glimpse of that action and froze, unease clearly showing in his eyes. In less than a breath, he was lifted off the ground with both hands, suspended in midair and screaming in terror. David remained completely silent, casually flinging the waiter far away. His body flew straight into the wine cabinet ahead, the sound of bottles colliding and shattering echoing across the dance floor. He lost consciousness amid the scattered bottles after the violent impact. The customers in the bar witnessed the scene and fled in panic, their screams filling the space. At that moment, manager Huang Ba stepped out from the chaotic crowd, his face dark with displeasure. He raised his hand and threw a punch toward David, shouting loudly as if to encourage himself. Seeing this, Katie could not help but praise. Not bad, quite bold indeed. Punch landed squarely on the abdomen, yet the opponent stood firm as if completely unharmed. David stood there calmly, his cold gaze fixed on Huang Ba without a trace of emotion. Then he raised his hand and delivered a decisive counterattack. In stark contrast, Huang Ba was knocked back several meters by that strike. He clutched the injured spot and coughed up a mouthful of dark blood from the shock. Before he could recover, a foot stomped heavily onto Huang Ba's face. Dong Song was the one who struck, increasing the pressure under his foot and coldly saying, "Pass a message to Ming Hao for me. The capital's underworld is not decided by him alone." Minutes later, Ming Hao's figure entered his establishment, but the scene was now in complete disarray. He strode quickly toward where Huang Ba was lying on the floor. Seeing the scene, he could not help but become furious. and demanded to know who had done it. With tears and mucus streaming down his face, Huang Ba choked out in remorse, "Boss, I have disappointed you." Ming Hao immediately gave the order, "Take him to the hospital at once. If blood has been shed, it must be repaid in equal measure." In the early morning, sunlight filtered through the hospital windows, casting a gentle glow over the quiet corridor. He sat beside Huang Ba's bed and asked in a low voice, "Tell me clearly, what exactly happened?" Huang Ba did not dare hide anything and recounted everything. 3 men and 1 woman, 2 of them white and extremely formidable. I only took 4 hits and my ribs were already injured. They also said the capital's underworld is not decided by you alone. After hearing this, Ming Hao was briefly astonished, wondering when these foreign experts had appeared and whether their target was him. Then he reassured him, "Focus on recovering what you lost. I will take back many times over. I have never broken my word." In another high-rise building, Xingyi held up a dress and spun around with it, asking Shishi beside her, "Do you think this looks good on me? There is a party tonight. Will you come with me?" Being disturbed, Shishi turned to her assistant and joked, "Prepare a cage to lock her in for me. She is so noisy it is making me faint." Suddenly, the phone rang, and whatever was said on the other end made her retort in annoyance. "What, you want me to come home for a blind date? What is Dad thinking? I am still young. Why rush to marry me off?" On the other end, Chu Su replied calmly, "If you do not come back, I will have your mother personally bring you home." Xingyi refused to back down and shot back, "Mom, she is just a paper tiger at home. Do you not know that? She is so imposing outside but completely obedient at home." He angrily stood up and said, "How dare you be so disrespectful? Be back before noon tomorrow. Otherwise I will send someone to bring you back." She hurriedly turned to Shishi for help. "What should I do? My dad is furious." Shishi remained calm and teased, "Why rush? Maybe he will be your ideal husband. What if you hit it off at first sight?" Xingyi pouted, "I still want my freedom. I do not want to marry so early. Shishi, you must help me. I am only 20. Why is my dad so anxious?" Her mind was in turmoil. Ever since she was young, her father had always protected her. This time she truly did not understand why he was in such a hurry. Suddenly she came up with an idea. "It is just a meeting. If we do not get along, I can simply refuse, right?" The bright morning sun bathed a modern 2-story villa. Wang Zheng sat quietly reading a book and sighed. "If only I could contact him now. I wonder where that old man is." He recalled the instructions from years ago to become Shishi's bodyguard, wondering if it was related to the Long Lin incident back then. At that time, the old man had sat in his chair and said, "Do not look for me. If there is a mission, I will contact you myself." Turning to the present, Wang Zheng closed the book, feeling both troubled and worried. "Where exactly are you? Do not let anything happen before we meet again." Suddenly, the doorknob rattled as if someone was pushing it open. Xingyi appeared behind the door and called sweetly, "Wang Zheng." He replied helplessly, "Stop pretending, just say what you want. Sneaking around makes me uncomfortable." On the surface, Xingyi smiled gently, but inside she was fuming. She stepped forward, placed her hand on his shoulder and coaxed softly, "Wang Zheng, you must be tired. Let me help you relax a little." Wang Zheng went along with it. "All right, half an hour then." Shishi stood watching and burst into hearty laughter. In the end, Xingyi had to confess, "I really have something I need your help with." Morning sunlight streamed through the golden window, illuminating the lush green trees. After hearing the story, Wang Zheng was startled and shook his head. "What, pretend to be your boyfriend? No way. I have been very busy lately." Xingyi clasped her hands and pleaded, "I have no other choice. My dad is forcing me to go on a blind date. I do not want to marry. Tomorrow you just need to act with me." He glanced at Shishi for help. "I heard Chuo Su's wife is famously fierce. Going there is like walking into a tiger's den." Shishi could only shake her head helplessly. Receiving no response, Xingyi threatened, "If you do not go, I will say I am carrying your child. With my mother's temper, you will not have a peaceful life." Wang Zheng finally agreed, "All right, Miss Han, I will help this time, but if your parents get angry, you must protect me should I wear armor." Han family residence stood out in brown and white tones under the clear blue sky. Su Ming and Bei Jiang sat properly on the sofa as he spoke. "Brother Han, today I brought Su Ming to meet Xingyi. Since they are of similar age, we took the liberty to visit." Su smiled with satisfaction. "I find Su Ming bright and capable, both talented and youthful. I feel very at ease marrying Xingyi to him." Su Ming said sincerely, "I have admired her in secret for many years. I just do not know if Xingyi has any feelings for me." Han Qing reassured him, "The girl is very well behaved. Everyone who meets her likes her. It truly seems like a destined match." He lifted his teacup with a radiant expression. "If this marriage can be arranged, I will be completely satisfied." She smiled and probed, "Is this Mr. Su's intention?" thinking to herself that if they could connect with that powerful family, the future would be wide open. She turned to reproach Chu-Su for Xingyi not being back yet. The girl is becoming more and more stubborn, let me call her. Suddenly, the sound of barking shattered the silence. He stood up and said, Dad must be back walking the dog. This one is quite fierce and not friendly to strangers. Guo entered from the door, leading the loudly barking dog. He bent down and patted its head soothingly. Come on, everyone here is family, rest now. You are old but still so hot-tempered. Su Ming immediately stepped forward to greet him. Hello, grandfather, I am Su Ming. The old man kindly praised, Old Su has quite a fine grandson. We are old now. The future belongs to the younger generation. He looked at the dog and said flatteringly, It is very intelligent. You must have trained it with great care. Clearly pleased, Guo explained that the dog had been with him for 15 years, a German shepherd that followed him after he left the military. At 8 years old, it already matched his intentions. Only after raising it for over a year did he fully realize its value, highly vigilant yet extraordinary. He stroked its back and added, The scars on its body are all marks of pride. Su Ming asked curiously, Grandfather, what is its name? He smiled and replied, Its name is Long. Before long, a car stopped in front of a large villa. Hearing the sound of the car, Yan Qing guessed, Xingyi must be back. Sure enough, she opened the door and walked in, calling behind her, Wang Zheng, come in quickly, stop hiding. My grandfather is here too. Hearing this, he was so stunned that he could not say a word. When she linked her arm with his, Wang Zheng's awkwardness eased slightly. Xingyi then spoke sternly, reminding that the man on the blind date was Su Ming, Su Ran's younger brother, and the one standing beside him was Bai Jiang, the deputy minister of defense, whom he should recognize. She insisted that Wang Zheng must play his role well and absolutely must not act recklessly toward her. Seeing his daughter protecting a man, Yan Qing immediately stepped forward to question her, Xingyi, what exactly is going on? She replied firmly, declaring that he was her boyfriend. He then politely introduced himself. Greetings to both uncles and Uncle Su. My name is Wang Zheng. I came in a hurry today and did not have time to prepare gifts. I hope you will forgive me. Suddenly Long's small furry paws twitched. It turned its head and saw something that stunned it. In an instant, it kicked off with its hind legs and dashed forward. Guo could not help but marvel at Long's behavior. It ran straight toward Wang Zheng and joyfully leapt into his arms. Witnessing the joyful reunion, Xingyi widened her eyes in astonishment. Su Ming simply stood silently, observing everything. The dog happily licked Wang Zheng's face repeatedly, while he called out its name with delight. Long. Memories flooded back. The two once played together on the steps, and an innocent, radiant smile appeared on his face. There were times when he seriously trained it to jump through hoops. Then the incident struck one evening. He held a sheet of paper in his hand, his face filled with sorrow. On the paper was a list of the fallen. Among the dense names was one that made his heart tighten. Long. Turning to the present, Wang Zheng gently stroked the dog he thought he would never see again, secretly overjoyed to have found a companion once more. Guo was moved by the reunion. It seems it has found its true owner. Xingyi watched tenderly as the man and dog clung to each other. Suddenly, Su Ming stepped forward and performed a formal salute, leaving Wang Zheng stunned. Immediately afterward, the Su father and son quickly headed toward the door and left. He approached and inquired about the past. Which special unit did you serve in? Wang Zheng stood straight and replied humbly that he was mainly responsible for training service dogs. He then said to everyone, seniors, uncles, and Xingyi, I must take my leave now. As if understanding, Long raised its front paw, wanting to keep him from leaving. Wang Zheng bent down and stroked its head comfortingly, telling it to stay and wait for him, secretly planning to return for it once everything was settled, hoping it would be strong enough to wait until that day. With that, he turned and left, leaving Xingyi behind with tears welling in her eyes. She wiped her tears and resolutely told her father, I want to enlist in the military. Chu-Su asked skeptically, have you thought it through, or are you just trying to avoid the marriage arrangement? Xingyi ignored the sarcasm and firmly replied, yes. With no reason to stop her, he patted his beloved daughter's head and said that since you have decided, go ahead, no one is forcing you to carry the Han family name. Do not burden yourself. He quickly arranged a plan for her to train in the Ningzhou military district and then apply to the National Defense University. He would not reveal her identity, but she must never damage the family's reputation. Under the bright sunlight, the glass panels of the building reflected the clear blue sky beautifully. She hugged a pillow on the sofa, repeatedly mentioning her dear friend, I miss Xingyi so much. I only know she went to the Ningzhou military district and have no idea how she is now. She was pampered since childhood. Can she endure such hardship? And she did not even inform me before leaving. Wang Zheng gazed silently into the distance through the glass window toward the city. His expression was solemn, as if pondering something significant. You people act very quickly. Looking at the scenery outside, Wang Zheng casually asked, do you know Shangyu and Yunxia? Shishi turned sharply, her voice full of suspicion. Are you referring to Uncle Jia Qi's eldest son? Without waiting for an answer, she analyzed. Their family belongs to a long-established wealthy class. Shangyu and Qinglang is flamboyant, while Yunxiao is more composed. He continued describing Yunxiao. Land in the capital is extremely expensive, yet he owns a vast area and even built Nini Farm. Hearing this, Wang Zheng tilted his head and sneered, truly living detached from the world. She also reminded him, do not be careless because of his calm appearance, what lies behind may not be simple. It is said that even Qinglang, who is so unruly, fears his elder brother. Wang Zheng waved his hand without concern. Let us go. I heard the second young master is hosting a grand party at his villa. Let us go watch the excitement. Shishi excitedly tossed the pillow aside. Let us go. A modern high-rise building came into view. It was Shangyu and Qinglang's residence. Inside, he was enjoying himself when a loud commotion suddenly erupted. Disturbed at that moment, Qinglang angrily shouted, who dares to court death? Hurried to the door and peered through the peephole with suspicion. The person standing outside was Shangyu and Yunxia. Qinglang awkwardly opened the door. Brother, why have you come? Yunxia smiled and raised a white bag. The rabbit I raised, I prepared two and brought one for you. I heard you hired a 5-star restaurant chef, so I wanted to taste the cooking. Hearing this, Qinglang said half reproachfully and half concerned, you did not need to trouble yourself. Whatever you want to eat, I could have someone deliver it. Yunxiao stepped inside and then asked, everyone has their own hobbies. This is mine, and you, what were you doing before I arrived? Caught off guard, Qingling scratched his head awkwardly. You know, that is my hobby. The lighter flickered, igniting the cigarette between his lips. Qingling sat on the sofa anxiously. Brother, Uncle Third has fallen ill. Do you really have no other solution? Letting a substitute take his place feels inappropriate. Yunxiao sighed but reassured him. We do not know when Uncle Third will awaken. Do not overthink for now. He worked hard for years to generate profits for us. This time fate has played a cruel joke. He frowned as smoke curled around him. If I took that position, I would certainly perform even better than Uncle Third. Yunxiao tactfully declined and changed the subject. You know I am not interested. Call the chef to prepare the dishes. It would not be good to let me wait hungry. Qingling understood and replied, all right, I will call right away. Yunxiao calmly added, have your two girls join us for the meal. It is more lively with more people. His words left Qinglang stunned. A matte black car sped toward the entrance of Qinglang's residence. Standing before the tall gate, Wang Zheng praised, this is indeed the place. Such a vast villa for just one person. Qinglang truly knows how to enjoy life. Shishi crossed her arms and remarked, if I am not mistaken, my brother is probably busy with private matters. He shielded his eyes from the sun and looked up. A life like this is truly enviable. She glanced at him teasingly. Do you want this kind of life too? Wang Zheng awkwardly changed the subject. I only think about it. It does not change my goals. Shishi walked to the yellow convertible and brought up the past. Last time at his gate you scratched the car you borrowed from Sister Meng Fei. That cannot be forgotten. Hitting a nerve, he smirked and pulled out a sharp object. I have been holding back my desire to retaliate for a long time. You know he once insulted me severely. Suddenly she noticed something. Wait. Shishi's expression changed slightly. It seems Yunxiao is here too. Wang Zheng looked excited. That makes today even more interesting. He gently stroked the blade with interest. Since we are here, we cannot leave empty-handed. Have you forgotten what they said in the living room when your father was in a coma? As soon as he finished speaking, he threw the blade forcefully into the air. The blade lodged neatly into the rear tire of the car. Wang Zheng then used the knife to carve several cuts into the car's body. Instead of stopping him, Shishi laughed and cheered him on. Qinglang came out and seeing his beloved car damaged, angrily shouted, what are you doing? He furiously scolded Shishi. Why do you not control your man properly? Shishi immediately retorted, clenching her fists and shouting back, who are you calling a dog? Meanwhile, Wang Zheng remained calm and continued his actions, ignoring the surrounding commotion. Qinglang pointed and accused, I am talking about him. Your man causes trouble everywhere, and you are no better, Shishi. Within 3 days you must compensate me with a new car. Otherwise do not blame me for making you regret it. She spread her arms wide, her voice choked with emotion. It is up to you. I will definitely not compensate. Wang Zheng just smashed that car to pieces. As soon as he heard the green light, Lion immediately pulled out a heavy hammer from nowhere, clearly having waited for these words. Wang Zheng twisted his wrist and slammed the hammer hard onto the exposed metal shell, producing a sharp, resounding crash. Qing Lang lost control, flailing his arms and legs wildly, while Shangyuan stood there. At that moment, Yunxiao walked out from inside and warmly called out, Shishi, come inside to talk, it will be more convenient. Seeing the person before her, she froze for a moment, then hurriedly spoke to stop him, brother Yunxiao. Tell Wang Zheng to stop. Qing Lang continued to complain indignantly. Second brother, look at what Shishi is doing. She came right to the door to smash my car. Ever since third uncle fell ill, no one disciplines her anymore. This girl is truly outrageous. Yunxiao maintained his calm demeanor and pointed toward the house. All right, come in for some water first. I brought back some things from the farm. It is almost noon, stay for lunch as well. He walked up to the two and took the initiative to extend his hand. Hello, I am Shangyuan Yunxiao. I have long heard of Shishi's bodyguard. Today I finally have the chance to meet you. Wang Zheng casually tossed the hammer aside. He stepped forward to shake hands, speaking politely. I have also heard of the Shangyuan family's eldest young master in your farm. I truly want to visit it. Yunxiao smiled and replied, of course, if you do not mind the rustic place, after we eat we will go there. I just brought back some imported chrysanthemum varieties that are about to bloom. Outwardly, Wang Zheng thanked him politely, but inwardly he evaluated him, with assets nearing $1 billion yet remaining so indifferent. Either he truly does not care for fame and fortune, or he is hiding his strength. Whether friend or foe in the future, he will be unpredictable. Then all four of them walked into the house together. As soon as he reached the door, Wang Zheng detected the distinctive scent of many women, certainly more than just one or two. Shishi felt embarrassed and slightly displeased, letting out a soft snort. Everyone took their seats at the dining table one after another. Wang Zheng ate voraciously, forcing her to hand him a napkin and remind him tactfully, eat slowly or you might choke. Taking the opportunity, Qing Lang sneered, who knows where this stray came from? Shishi, does your family even let pets sit at the table? With his mouth still full of food, he retorted, that is right, I am the best hunting dog. You had better not attract my attention, otherwise the consequences will be unpredictable. Yunxiao quickly stood up to mediate. Qing Lang, that is enough, Shishi rarely comes, try the rabbit I raised myself. Wang Zheng noticed the hand Yunxiao used to pick up food. He was left-handed. Shishi explained casually, brother Yunxiao has been left-handed since childhood. He wrote with his left hand at school. Even after years of correction it stayed the same. Left-handed people are usually very intelligent. Back then he ranked first in the entire capital in the high school entrance exam. He widened his eyes in amazement and praised him, but inwardly he felt annoyed. He hated high IQ people the most. He continued with regret, it is a pity that brother Yunxiao went abroad to study afterward and did not take the college entrance exam. Otherwise he would surely have ranked first in the capital as well. While eating, Wang Zheng chatted, the countryside scenery abroad must be even more beautiful than at home. A farm spanning thousands of square kilometers is truly enviable. I once visited a place where cattle farming was very developed. Qing Lang propped his chin up disdainfully. Even a dog can go abroad. How did you run around everywhere, dog paddle style perhaps? Wang Zheng did not get angry at all and even mocked back. You are right, I have tried that swimming style. He snorted lightly, showing he did not believe a word. Yunxiao spoke slowly, living in a foreign land is not a long-term plan. When it comes to cultivation, I still feel Huaxia's land is more suitable. Abroad lacks the feeling of home. Wang Zheng laughed and teased, ancestral homeland is only called that when it is truly your own land. Do you also play with guns? Yunxiao spoke without hesitation. I used to love going to the shooting range. Later, I became busy tending flowers and plants, so I gradually went less often. Wang Zheng said half-jokingly, your hands are full of calluses. It seems you work very diligently. Hearing this, Qing Lang slammed the table in annoyance. What my brother does has nothing to do with you. Ignoring the commotion, Yunxiao continued to invite. The farm is very large. I cannot manage it alone, so I want more help. Shall we go take a look? The rabbit bone had been stripped clean of meat and was placed on the table. Wang Zheng raised a finger in praise. The rabbit meat is truly delicious. Later I must catch a few to take back. Yunxiao laughed heartily. No problem. I will have someone load them onto your car. The clear blue sky blended with the forest canopy below, creating a soothing scene. White car carried them to Yunxiao's vast farm. He stood outside and introduced, this is the cabbage cultivation area with an annual yield of over 10,000 kilograms. The cabbage variety was once sent into space for genetic mutation experiments, so its yield is high. Admiring the poetic scenery, Wang Zheng said enthusiastically, When I grow old, I will also plant vegetables and flowers. Living like that is truly relaxing. After that, the three of them continued to another area. It was a dog breeding area. The dogs were locked in cages, scratching at the iron bars and barking loudly. Shishi felt a little scared and stepped back. These dogs look very fierce. Wang Zheng asked, "Do you like making them fight?" Yunxiao shook his head. "No, I only raise them. I have never sent them to fight. They are fierce with strangers but very affectionate with me. It is quite interesting to watch." After hearing this, Wang Zheng pondered silently. If he were truly gentle, why would he like fierce dogs? They became obedient the moment they saw him. This is not simple. He recalled the final battle of Longlin, when they were ambushed by a left-handed attacker, whose fast and precise shots nearly cost the team their chance of survival. Looking at Yunxiao's left arm, he thought to himself, if the Su family is the root cause, then the left-handed man is the link that blocked Longlin's retreat. If he harbors ill intentions, I will show no mercy. At that moment, Shishi received an urgent call, and what she heard immediately prompted her to order. What? Notify everyone to attend a meeting within an hour, hold a press conference in 2 hours. Yunxiao asked worriedly Shishi, what happened? She spoke quickly. The company's Meidea water purifier has encountered a problem. More than 20 people have been poisoned due to the plastic filter core decomposing. They are being rushed for emergency treatment. He analyzed seriously. How could plastic decompose and cause poisoning? Shishi, go back and handle it immediately. There may be someone behind this. Third uncle is still unconscious. This will greatly impact Jurong. The two immediately returned to the Jurong building. Shishi sat down to review each item. The Meidea machine has not had a quality issue in nearly 20 years. The filter cores come from a supplier meeting national standards, so where is the problem? Assistant Wen Tao reported, 20 households who purchased it half a year ago encountered issues due to the plastic filter cores decomposing on their own. Mild cases have fever and abdominal pain. Severe cases are in a coma. Among them are 2 3-year-old children. Hearing this, she became even more anxious. What did the hospital say? He replied cautiously, the results show heavy metal poisoning. They are doing everything possible to treat them. Adults are less affected, but the 2 children may suffer intellectual impairment. The public relations department has intervened, but the effect is not significant. Realizing the severity, Shishi said to the board, this must absolutely not be taken lightly. I believe the product has no quality defects. The competitor has acted very quickly. We must maintain confidence. In the end, we will overcome this. Wen Tao asked further, does the acting chairwoman have any suspects yet? Indeed, she has lived up to expectation. She replied calmly, any suspicion requires solid evidence. She slammed both hands on the table, the sound echoing throughout the room. She ordered the risk management department must submit a comprehensive assessment report within 3 hours, including the worst-case scenario. She looked to her left and continued, the media department must immediately disclose the victim's situation. Do not evade responsibility. Emphasize that the cause is under investigation and call for public calm. Wen Tao asked whether they should hire online teams to post on forums and contact major websites for support. Shishi decided it was unnecessary for now. Before the facts are clear, any explanation is useless. Taking the wrong direction will only make the situation worse. He turned and instructed, Assistant Wei will attend the press conference on my behalf. All other departments remain at their posts. Then she bowed sincerely to the board. I hope everyone recognizes the seriousness of this. The rise and fall of Jurong depends on all of us. I ask for your support. When the reporters had settled into their seats, she spoke, Good afternoon, I am Shishi, representing Jurong at this press conference because my father is abroad. Hearing this, the reporters began to murmur, the Shangyuan family's daughter is taking charge while he is absent. Can her words be trusted? Ignoring the chatter, she affirmed that the Meidea machine has been continuously improved for nearly 20 years and has always been customers' top choice. Uncle Wen questioned, empty words are not enough. How do you explain today's incident? Are you trying to evade responsibility? She replied decisively, Jurong does not evade responsibility. The preliminary investigation suspects the plastic filter core caused the poisoning, but the core undergoes no chemical treatment and contains no heavy metals, so it cannot be the source. You remained aggressive, you say it was sabotage, but the poisoning is a fact before our eyes. Should we believe your words or what we can see? The reporters echoed loudly in agreement. Shishi replied calmly, Tonight I will inspect the filter core factory with the technical team. The police have intervened. I believe there will soon be results. Uncle Wen shouted loudly, if your own relatives suffered intellectual damage, would you still be this calm? How can a conscientious enterprise handle it like this? Wang Zheng stood quietly in a corner observing. He did not retreat and said frankly, on behalf of Jurong, I apologize to the 24 victims and their families. We accept responsibility and have invited experts for joint consultation. If the children suffer brain damage, the company will bear all expenses. He glared, believing she was trying to solve it with money, and shouted, can money restore health? His excessive agitation made Wang Zheng consider stepping forward. As the press conference grew tense like a drawn bowstring, Shishi paused for a few seconds. I need to think for a moment. She raised 3 fingers and declared firmly, first, Jurong will bear full responsibility, absolutely without evasion or shifting blame. Second, we will investigate to the end and clearly disclose the truth to the public. Her voice grew more resolute. Third, if anyone is found to be secretly sabotaging Jurong, I believe everyone will not let it go easily. After concluding the press questioning, Shishi looked at her watch and said it was getting late. I must go to the hospital to visit the victims. The press conference ends here. The expensive silver sedan sped swiftly along the boulevard. Sitting in the car, she crossed her arms and asked about the spiky-haired man. Which newspaper does he belong to? Wen Tao glanced through the rearview mirror and replied, Chen Bowen from Northern News, specializes in controversial weekend articles, often lacking evidence, young but quite reckless. During this, Shishi's expression darkened. I truly dislike that type of person. He continued providing information. Chen Bowen holds a master's degree in literature, once borrowed several tens of thousands of yuan for tuition, but has yet to repay it. Wang Zheng immediately perceived the issue. His income is likely not transparent. With unpaid debts, it must be related to his circumstances and personal motives. Wen Tao added, last year he wrote an article criticizing a dairy company and inadvertently helped another enterprise increase its quarterly revenue by 10%. Shishi sighed in frustration, another unethical journalist. I wonder who benefits this time. I fear the article is already prepared for publication tomorrow. Wang Zheng took the initiative. Leave it to me. I have effective ways to deal with this type of person. During this, she recalled the scene of him handling several people alone. He smiled and reminded, I will entrust it to you, but do not let things get out of control. Wen Tao remained doubtful, just a bodyguard skilled in martial arts. Can he really resolve this matter? Wang Zheng reassured, do not worry, we are about to reach the hospital. We should think about how to deal with the patients' families first. Shishi took a sip of water to calm herself. He gazed thoughtfully out the window. Being chairman is truly stressful. If only father would recover soon. The car stopped in front of the hospital gate. Reporters had been waiting for a long time. In front of the reception desk, many people held red banners, continuously chanting slogans demanding Jurong take responsibility and restore their children's health. Seeing the 3 of them enter, they immediately rushed forward, continuing to shout opposing slogans. Wang Zheng responded calmly with politeness. Yes, everyone is chanting quite uniformly. Shishi approached a man and gently asked, Uncle, you also purchased the Medea water purifier, correct? Before she could say more, he loudly replied, that is right. That is why we came to accuse this irresponsible corporation. Wang Zheng noticed the abnormal behavior and immediately asserted, that banner was also prepared by you. The man replied carelessly, of course we paid for it ourselves, who else would? Wang Zheng pulled him aside, you still do not understand what has happened. He secretly slipped several 100 yuan bills into the man's hand. Looking at the red banknotes in his hand, the man silently clutched them tightly. Wang Zheng whispered, just take it. I am a reporter and want to ask a few questions. Answer truthfully and the money is yours. Seeing the money, the man nodded repeatedly without suspicion. Wang Zheng began to ask, judging from your accent you are not local. He replied, I am from Hedong, currently renting house number 14 in the capital. He continued, is that house yours or rented? The man answered, my son rents it. After obtaining basic information, he asked further, do you usually turn on the water first or the Medea purifier first? The man answered confidently as if he had used it, of course turn on the purifier first. Hearing the incorrect answer, Wang Zheng withdrew the money. The man looked at his empty hand with regret. He hurriedly rushed forward to demand it back. What are you doing? Wang Zheng took out a police badge. I am in charge of investigating this case. If you accept money and give false testimony, you may be detained for 15 days. Hearing this, the man panicked and fled, no longer thinking about the money. Shishi asked in astonishment how he discovered it. Wang Zheng explained that the stains on his teeth showed he did not use a purifier. She immediately became stern. It is clear someone is deliberately sabotaging Jurong. The pale golden afternoon sunlight filtered through the window frame. She asked Dr. Tu Kong about the patient's condition. He said that if detoxification was carried out quickly, everything would be fine. The brains of the two children were not affected, but there was currently no effective method. Hearing this, she felt sorrowful. It is truly cruel to target even children. Wang Zheng had an idea. Let me try. He stepped in and asked the doctor whether traditional medicine had been attempted. The doctor asked in surprise, traditional medicine. He explained that he had read in his master's books about a detoxification formula, only lacking several rare herbs. With Jurong's resources, obtaining them would not be difficult. Shishi immediately agreed. Tell me and I will have people search everywhere. Doctor still hesitated because the prescription had never been tested and feared unpredictable side effects. Shishi trusted him. Doctor, please proceed. If there are any issues, I will take responsibility. After a day of strenuous searching for the herbs, they returned to the hospital. Seeing the bags of medicine piled high in the room, Wang Zheng praised the Shangyuan family for their efficiency in gathering the rare ingredients. Wen Tao wiped his sweat and said this time it cost quite a lot. Some items even required help from old friends. Wang Zheng gave a thumbs up. Truly a top assistant, your work is admirable. Shishi urged impatiently, hurry and try it. We cannot wait any longer. He replied, prepare an empty room and I will decoct the medicine immediately. In the pot, numerous herbs bubbled vigorously. Wang Zheng gently blew to remove impurities floating on the surface of the decoction. She stood beside him and praised, you are truly versatile, not only capable but also skilled in medicine. He smiled modestly, do not flatter me. In medicine I was only forced by my master to study ancient texts, so I know a little. Shishi curiously asked whether he often carried a knife for survival training. He stirred the medicine while lamenting that his master also made him train barehanded. Recalling the time of gathering herbs, if he failed to complete the tasks he would be punished with doubled training and carrying heavy books. Hearing this, she joked that his master was truly strict. If he wrote an autobiography, it would surely sell well. Wang Zheng widened his eyes and said then, I will name it The Happy Life of a Bodyguard, so everyone can see how I am tormented by the young lady. Shishi pouted in rebuttal, you are not just a bodyguard but a senior bodyguard. When the pot lid was opened, the medicinal aroma spread. The medicine was ready. He hurriedly urged to bring it to the patients. If they are saved, I will. He teased with a smile, what will you do? Repay me with yourself. I must think carefully. She blushed and lightly punched him, just joking, quickly deliver the medicine. This time Jurong relies on you. After the children took the medicine, Tu Kong exclaimed in astonishment that it was truly a miracle. Shishi turned to Wen Tao and instructed him to immediately hold a press conference to announce the patient's health condition. He happily replied that the reporters were already waiting in the conference hall. After assigning the task, Shishi said, I will go to the supplier. As long as there is a clue, it will be traced. Wang Zheng asked how she was certain the problem lay with the supplier, rather than in sales or transportation. She explained that the Maidao purifier is expensive because it contains a chip, which surprised him. He analyzed that without a dynamic password, the filter core cannot be replaced. The company truly almost monopolizes the filter cores and manages them very strictly. After hearing this, Wang Zheng was still somewhat puzzled. Shishi's eyes lit up as she said the product is manufactured by Chuli, so external errors are unlikely. The problem likely lies within their internal operation. Wang Zheng praised her reasoning as even more outstanding than criminal investigation. She could completely become a female criminal police officer. She arranged tasks for both of them and said, we will split into two directions. I will go with Wang Zheng to Zhao Li Company to investigate, while Wen Tao will stay in the capital to find out who is behind stirring public opinion. Wen Tao realized the young lady had matured and did not object, only replying, yes, chairwoman. He nodded lightly in agreement. Shishi stepped forward and patted his shoulder. This trip to Zhangjiagang you will take the lead. I will temporarily be your secretary, is that all right? Wang Zheng turned back and sighed. The eldest young lady becoming my secretary. What trick are you planning this time? Seeing he was not serious, she explained, I am changing my identity to facilitate the investigation. If I go to Zhao Li under the title of chairwoman of Jurong, they will flatter me excessively, making it difficult to uncover problem. Wang Zheng asked, then what identity will I have when you are my secretary? Shishi did not hesitate and presented the prepared card. Senior Vice President of Jurong International Group, I have also printed your business cards. He was stunned upon realizing he had been arranged in advance. It turned out she had calculated everything carefully. So will a vice president like me receive a bodyguard salary? She clapped enthusiastically for successfully pulling him into the act. I will find an opportunity to hold an internal meeting and announce that you are second only to one and above 10,000 in Jurong. Wang Zheng smiled slyly, second only to one, meaning you stand above me. She replied casually, that is right, I am above you. Only after speaking did she realize the implication, and hurriedly covered her mouth in embarrassment. When the sun had risen high, the two departed under the brilliant sunlight. As soon as they got into the car they switched seats. I have informed Zhao Li to welcome us at the entrance. Vice President Wang, are we fully prepared? He could only respond helplessly, eldest young lady, just this once. In the future I would not dare accept you as my secretary again. Not long after, the car arrived at the appointed location. Li stepped forward and respectfully shook hands. Vice President Wang, I am the person in charge at Zhao Li. It is an honor to meet you. Regarding this incident, Wang Zheng coldly interrupted, we will continue inside. After reviewing the data sheet, he lightly tapped the report and asked Mr. Li whether there were any clues regarding this incident. Being questioned directly, sweat poured from him as he stammered that there was still no clear progress, based on Zhao Li's previous production experience. Seeing him speak evasively, he cut him off. Stop speaking in generalities. I ask whether any departments other than safety inspection and product protection have ever accessed the filter core. Li trembled and replied that incoming materials were strictly controlled, processes were managed by the system, and only those two departments had access. Wang Zheng went straight to the point. I need the personnel entry and exit records of these two departments over the past year as soon as possible. Li hurriedly stood up to retrieve them, but before leaving he heard an additional request. Contact the Zhangjiagang police and conduct lie detector tests on all employees of the two departments including yourself. 50 questions will be prepared personally by me. He staggered out in a daze. Yes, everything will be done according to Vice President Wang. After the meeting ended, he instructed the branch to convene departmental meetings. If I have time, I will come to inspect. Ping, standing beside him, trembled and replied, yes, the branch will await your visit. Wang Zheng suddenly asked where the branch was currently located. He replied it was in Guotai building, and next year they planned to relocate and had already reported to headquarters. He leaned back in his chair. Relocate to where? Yiping reported that once Zhao Nan Times Square was completed they would move there, which would be convenient for expansion. Hearing the familiar name, he pondered and then said the move would be postponed. Even as a branch of Jurong it should have its own office. Construction would be completed in 1 year. Ishi, standing beside him, smiled upon seeing his boss-like demeanor. Yiping worried about investment capital. He calmly said, wait for the proposal to be submitted to headquarters and I will personally approve it, but remember to prepare a complete budget. He nodded and reported that the ground floor of Zhao Nan Times Square had been sold, significantly increasing funding, and it would soon be reported to headquarters. Seeing everything settled, Wang Zheng concluded, all right, dismissed. Shishi waited until everyone left before praising, not bad, Vice President Wang. Wang Zheng joked, it is rare to borrow authority once and it feels satisfying. The Zhangjiagang branch is so profitable that I would not want to hand it over to Zhao Nan. Hearing this, she lightly pinched him. She joked whether he was not afraid of affecting relations with Zhao Nan. I do not wish to confront them directly yet. Wang Zheng explained it was only healthy competition. The real estate market could not be monopolized by Zhao Nan. Jurong had entered the electrical industry, and if it wanted to engage in real estate, it must choose prime location. She was still concerned that this contradicted Jurong's long-standing asset strategy. Moreover, large capital invested in real estate might be difficult to circulate. Wang Zheng confidently said, we will not miss this opportunity. The Shangyuan family has the capability. Jurong will lower prices so the public can afford housing, initially implementing in Jiangsu and Jiangnan. She was surprised by his vision. Why do I feel you are like a philanthropist? Do not say it is only to build Jurong's image. He replied it was not charity but calculated. Housing prices in those two places were high with immense pressure. You have not experienced it so you would not understand. I want to disrupt the market and make certain officials uncomfortable. During mention of Su Nangguo and Zhang Pinghao, Shishi asked again. They both belong to the core of the Su faction. She said seriously, I once said I would help you, but if you do anything beyond limits I will definitely stop you. He reassured, do not worry, I will not drag Jurong into risk, only borrowing its strength a little. The profit returned will be considerable. After searching everywhere, Li hurried back with his assistant carrying files. Vice President, all personnel lists of the two departments over the past year are here. Wang Zheng pointed to a spot on the table, put them there. Additionally, how many people have left over the past year and how many remain. He wiped his sweat and answered, there are currently 26 employees. Only 3 have left including a director of product protection. The lie detector machine is ready. Took out a paper densely filled with text. Here are the 50 test questions including senior management. It must be completed within 2 hours. Hearing this, he seemed to age several years instantly. Yes, I will proceed immediately. Wang Zheng flipped through the files and reviewed them carefully. After a while, he paused and then instructed Secretary Shangyuan to call Assistant Nguyen to investigate these 3 individuals, especially the director of the Protection Department. Shishi blinked playfully. Yes, Vice President Wang, the secretary will handle it immediately. He smiled and said later he would take her to inspect land in Zhangjiagang. Zhurong's real estate project would begin from here. Blue sky, white clouds, golden sunlight spread everywhere. Car sped rapidly along the highway. Looking into the rearview mirror, Wang Zheng saw a red car closely following behind. He recognized the car as somewhat familiar. The red car accelerated and closed in. Upon closer look, he realized it was Zhang Pinghao's daughter. He immediately pressed the accelerator. The car shot forward like an arrow. The 2 sides engaged in a tense chase, neither willing to yield. Wang Zheng smirked. It seemed he had hooked a big fish. The opponent accelerated to overtake and block the road ahead. A pair of red high heels stepped out from the car. Miu Miu approached and said she had not met a worthy opponent in Jiangsu for a long time, and he counted as one. He got out of the car and replied, "Do you want to compete? You set the conditions, but I require a wager." She tilted her head and smiled with interest. Racing has always involved wagers, it is commonplace. Wang Zheng reminded her that his wager would not be small. Miu Miu replied calmly, "As long as you make me wholeheartedly convinced, I will comply. In Jiangsu there is little I cannot accomplish, but if you wager I also have conditions." Shishi stepped forward worriedly and advised Wang Zheng not to act rashly. Miu Miu immediately stated her demand. "If I win, I want a LaFerrari." Shishi was astonished as she had never heard of that supercar. What kind of car is it? Wang Zheng teased that a girl like her suited gentler cars. Miu Miu snorted lightly that although there were only 100 units worldwide, she could still obtain one. Did not let him speak further. "All right, state your condition." He replied decisively, "I only need a piece of land in Zhangjiagang." Miu Miu asked clearly about the area and specific location. Wang Zheng said it is the land beside Jiang Lake in Zhangjiagang. "I will pay for it, but if I win you must transfer it at 80% of the market price. What do you say?" She readily accepted the agreement, saying she could not guarantee 1,000 acres, but 500 acres would be fine. Splitting it 8 ways was also acceptable. Since he was unfamiliar with the port area, he could choose the time and location. Seeing her being so cooperative, he smiled lightly and suggested taking a lap on G1501 tomorrow morning. Miu Miu glanced at his old car and asked if he needed to switch to a Mercedes. Wang Zheng gently stroked the steering wheel and confidently said his car was not necessarily inferior. Seeing his stubbornness, she simply said, "See you tomorrow morning," and left. Shishi watched the fading engine sound, then turned and asked why he agreed, whether it was for the bet money or if he had planned it beforehand. Wang Zheng lightly tapped her forehead teasingly, asking why she had so many questions. Was she planning to become 100,000 wise? She rubbed the sore spot and pleaded for an explanation, knowing he was very good at judging people. He seriously analyzed the straightforward personality of the girl surnamed Zhang, deduced that her background was not simple, and asked to investigate the daughter of Zhang Pinghao, confident that it was most likely Miu Miu. Shishi rolled her eyes and said he was truly scheming, while he modestly replied that as a deputy general manager, he needed a few capable assistants. Wang Zheng instructed Secretary Shangyuan to stay at the company tomorrow to evaluate the results, as he would participate in the race alone. Shishi regretted not being able to go along but still reminded him to be careful. He smiled reassuringly, saying that a single red Miu Miu was not enough to trouble him. He joked back that she was worried he might be swayed by beauty, and if they relied on the secretary's daughter, Zhu Rong would become even stronger. Wang Zheng laughed loudly, gently tapping her head and saying that the Shangyuan heiress was the greatest advantage. The car sped away so quickly that Shishi's voice echoed behind, saying that he was the truly formidable one. After driving for a while, they returned to headquarters. Wen Tao reported 2 suspicious individuals lured away by higher salaries elsewhere, and that the security director had left without permission and taken documents, which made Li Li furious. After hearing this, she asserted that the main culprit was that director. He nodded and explained that Liu Ziwei, 40 years old, had been with Zhao Li for nearly 20 years, and their relationship had been good with no prior conflicts. Wen Tao added that as this was a joint stock company, Liu Ziwei held shares, so leaving abruptly meant forfeiting everything. While reading the documents, Shishi concluded that he must have obtained greater benefits elsewhere. He also found that Liu Ziwei's daughter was studying abroad in Country Y and had not yet graduated. She immediately ordered someone to go to Country Y to verify the information. At the entrance of the G1501 expressway, Miu Miu was already waiting there. At dusk, Wang Zheng finally drove to the meeting point. He rolled down the window and smiled, praising her punctuality. Seeing that Shishi was not with him, she asked where that beauty was. He half-joked that she also came alone, adding more people would slow down the car. Miu Miu pointed ahead and said that in 5 minutes the barrier would open. Whoever left the expressway first would win. Wang Zheng immediately agreed. The two cars took their positions, ready to speed off at the signal. When the 5 minutes were up, the black car and the blue car accelerated simultaneously. As soon as the barrier lifted, Miu Miu surged ahead first. Wang Zheng's car started more gradually. The blue car left only a trail of smoke behind. He silently praised the impressive acceleration to 100 in just 2 seconds. But he quickly accelerated to chase closely behind. He pressed the accelerator to the limit to close the gap. At a curve, he steered decisively with bold precision. Wang Zheng shifted gears smoothly, maintaining stable control of the car. Seeing her opponent fall behind at the previous turn, Miu Miu smiled with satisfaction. The two cars successively overtook other vehicles, racing toward the finish. In the control room, the screens clearly displayed the chase. The monitoring staff grew anxious about the dangerous speed and suggested calling superiors to stop them. A few minutes later, the squad captain entered, and everyone stood up at once. He sternly announced that the two cars were permitted to continue, and anyone who intervened would bear the consequences. A staff member questioned why they would not stop them if an accident occurred. He snapped that the provincial party secretary's daughter was racing. Who would dare to stop her? On the expressway, the black and blue cars continued accelerating, closely pursuing each other. The image of the car behind was clearly visible in the lead car's mirror. Miu Miu was not in a hurry, deliberately maintaining the distance as if giving her opponent a sliver of hope. She calculated the empty stretch of road ahead and smiled confidently, preparing to break away. After that thought, she slammed the accelerator, leaving Wang Zheng's car far behind. Seeing her suddenly unleash such a move, he could not help but be stunned and offered praise to Miu Miu. The car is excellent and her skills are solid. It truly broadened my horizon. Without stopping, the car sped along the sparse road, effortlessly leaving other vehicles far behind. She considered herself exceptionally outstanding, proud like a peacock spreading its tail, as if wanting to show me her true strength. But reality did not favor her. With just a glance out the window, he saw that Wang Zheng had somehow significantly shortened the distance. Miu Miu was so shocked that her eyes widened. How was he still able to keep up? She gritted her teeth in frustration, telling herself that without using her ultimate move, it would be difficult to surpass him. For the dream Seinen 15, she had to gamble this time. Without hesitation, she reached out and activated the special enhancement system. Miu Miu's car seemed to gain new momentum, accelerating far beyond normal limits. The driver behind stared in shock, unable to believe she dared to take such a risk. Good heavens, the EZ system had such a move. She actually activated it because the allure of the Clyde 15 was that great. However, after some time passed, she still showed no signs of slowing down. He began to feel uneasy. 2 seconds had passed and she still had not stopped. Had she exceeded the safety threshold? Contrary to Wang Zheng's confusion, Miu Miu inside the car was full of confidence. 3 seconds, 4 seconds, just a little more and she could leave that man far behind. Yet no one could remain triumphant forever. The engine suddenly released a thin, ominous trail of smoke. Only then did she realize the problem. Had it reached the limit? She panicked and repeatedly slammed the brakes, hoping the car would stop. But it was too late. The car failed to slow in time, lost control, veered out of the lane and was thrown off the road. Wang Zheng calmly pulled his car over to the roadside. Sitting in the car and looking at the scene caused by Miu Miu, he could only shake his head in disappointment. A wealthy young lady acting so impulsively. A few seconds later, Wang Zheng opened the door, stepped out, and moved deep into the accident area to search for her. As he walked, he observed his surroundings, thinking that he had only intended to win the race to obtain the land in Zhangjiagang, while also pressuring the Jiangsu market to make it difficult for her father to maneuver. Along the way, he kept muttering, She did not understand his purpose and risked everything just for a car. Being this foolish truly made him reluctant to save her. Despite his complaints, he continued moving deeper. Fortunately, no explosion had been heard so far. The race was fully monitored by the supervisory team. The person in charge was furious and slammed the surveillance screen mounted on the wall. His eyes were filled with anger. Did being wealthy mean they could disregard human life? The two people behind him anxiously asked, "Captain, how should we handle this now?" He took a deep breath to regain his composure and issued an order. "What are you waiting for? Immediately notify the entire team to rescue them. Ensure safety at all costs. I will contact the traffic department." The whole group responded loudly in unison. "Understood," the sound echoing throughout the headquarters. After quite some time had passed, Wang Zheng still had not seen any sign of Miu Miu. He shouted, "Zhang Miu Miu, where are you?" While worrying about where she might be, he suddenly smelled a faint trace of strange gas. Following the scent, he pushed through the bushes and finally discovered Miu Miu's car. The luxurious blue car was now nothing more than a heap of scrap metal, thick smoke rising as a warning of danger. As he moved closer, Wang Zheng's expression suddenly changed. Before him, Miu Miu lay motionless in the race car, looking fragile as if she could give up at any moment. The condition was extremely worrying. He hurried over and called out, "Zhang Miu Miu, this cannot be happening." Hearing his voice, she slowly opened her heavy eyelids. Even though dark red liquid flowed from her temple, she still forced a retort, "Are you trying to summon my soul?" Wang Zheng did not argue and gently helped her out of the driver's seat. "Thank goodness you are still alive. You nearly scared me to death." Her whole body felt weak, yet her mouth remained stubborn. "I will not collapse so easily." Before modifying the car, the steering wheel was made from hollow material to reduce impact force. After speaking, she turned her face away to avoid his gaze, her cheeks flushing red. Even so, she softly thanked him for arriving in time. He simply replied briefly, "No need to be polite." After confirming that she was still conscious enough to return to her family, he turned to check the situation inside the car. Wang Zheng bent down to observe and slightly frowned. "Your leg is stuck, relax, I will get you out." Without waiting for her reaction, he immediately tore the car door apart. Sudden pain made her unable to hold back, letting out a few sobs. Wang Zheng paused. "Did I hurt you? Endure a little longer." Tears streamed down her face, but she shook her head. "It is fine, continue." He looked at her in confusion, unable to understand what she was thinking. Nevertheless, he remained focused on rescuing her. Lying there and watching his every move, her heart was in turmoil. It turned out that the light at the end of the tunnel was not as illusory as in the movies. She was afraid like anyone else. When she regained consciousness, she had thought she might be trapped here forever, even worrying about losing too much blood. While she was still immersed in her gloomy thoughts, Wang Zheng suddenly exclaimed, "It is done." She looked at him with complicated emotions. She had not expected that someone she had only met a few times would save her, even if his words were somewhat cold. Unaware of her feelings, he carefully pulled her leg out of the car. "Do not move, the femur is likely broken." Overwhelmed with emotion, she quickly covered her face as tears overflowed. "Do not look at me. Since childhood I have never cried in front of strangers. It is embarrassing." Wang Zheng regarded it as normal. He took out a pill. "If it hurts too much, crying is nothing wrong. This is a specialized painkiller." He handed the medicine to her, his voice reassuring. "Take it, I will stabilize it and then take you to the hospital. This time you will probably have to stay there for 2 months." She obediently swallowed the pill as he instructed. After just a short while, she was surprised to find the pain significantly reduced. Feeling somewhat better, Miu Miu joked again. "Are you really only planning to set the bone without taking advantage of me?" Wang Zheng immediately replied, "I do not know how to set bones. I am only stabilizing it temporarily. And I am not the type of person who takes advantage of women when they are in danger." After speaking, he used his teeth to tear his sleeve into long strips of cloth. He tightly wrapped them around her thigh, thinking that the skills learned during military service were indeed useful. After bandaging for a while, he realized that the cloth was not long enough. In the end, he had to sacrifice the newly purchased shirt. Miu Miu was stunned to see him do this, and could only softly call out, "You." Her gaze lingered on the exposed skin, where numerous scars were visible. "Why are there so many marks on your body?" He replied calmly, "Those are my medals." Then he joked again, "What, have you fallen for me? Unfortunately, I have no such intentions toward you." She blushed deeply and spoke hastily, "I was just curious." Yet in her heart, she had already developed a high regard for him, completely different from the weak young masters she had known before. Before long, the stabilization was complete. It is done. Continued to watch him without blinking. Those scars must conceal countless stories. Wang Zheng wrapped an arm around her back to help her sit up. All right, Miss Zhang, do not be absent-minded. He easily lifted her into his arms. Let us go. She softly reminded, slower, I am still injured. As she spoke, she unconsciously leaned closely against him, leaving almost no distance between them. While walking, he suddenly stopped, his expression somewhat awkward. Miss Zhang, I would like to discuss something. Miu Miu looked at him with innocent eyes. If there is something, just say it. Still carrying her in his arms, he whispered, could we not stay this close? Then he added jokingly, fortunately I am calm enough, otherwise it would be quite embarrassing. She was startled, hugged herself tightly, and shouted, you rose. Seeing her reaction, he burst into hearty laughter. Time passed quickly, and the sky gradually took on the warm golden hue of sunset. Beside the car parked by the roadside, several vehicles from the supervisory team had now appeared. A young man surveyed the surroundings and reported, Captain, the person sent out has not made contact yet. The cameras show that the car owner has already gone to rescue her. We can approach from here. He nodded in agreement and ordered, all units immediately disembark and begin the search. Do not return until Miss Zhang is found. Without any pleasantries, a steady male voice suddenly sounded from behind the young man. There is no need for that. All eyes immediately turned that way. Wang Zheng walked over leisurely with Miu Miu in his arms. I brought her back. Her leg may have a bone injury. She needs to go to the hospital for a check first. The moment he saw her, the man rushed over in panic. My young lady, you had me worried sick. What exactly happened? What are we supposed to do now? However, Miu Miu did not let him express his concern for long. She retorted bluntly, if you truly cared about me, why did you not come looking sooner instead of standing there gossiping? Her words left him speechless. While secretly blaming the young lady for being difficult, gathering people to search was no simple task, truly the thinking of a rich girl. Suddenly Wang Zheng reached out and gently touched the still bleeding wound. His voice softened with concern, the perfect image to make women swoon. Lie still obediently. With this injury, do not even think about getting out of bed for at least 1 or 2 months. Rest for half a year to fully stabilize. Absolutely no driving. Rarely had Miu Miu been so obedient. Fine, I will listen to you this once, but you must come to the hospital to visit me and stay to talk so I will not feel bored. Wang Zheng took out a business card and handed it to her, as if coaxing a stubborn little kitten. If you feel bored, just call me. She immediately took it and raised it before her eyes to examine. Her eyes sparkled like a child receiving a gift. She quickly nodded, okay. Night fell, the sky draped in a dark cloak over a distant hospital. Stairway light cast a glow upon the director's office door. Dejai held the X-ray films and repeatedly marveled, this bone fixation technique is truly outstanding. It is indeed rare and hard to find. Sitting opposite him, Bin Hao paid little attention to the praise and asked sternly, I am asking about my daughter's condition, yet you keep marveling at rare techniques. Dejai calmly explained the extremely skillful and rare bone reconstruction method. Without someone handling it this way, she would likely have been bedridden for 5 or 6 months. Now she only needs 1 month to recover well. Bin Hao's expression changed slightly as he asked curiously, can you do the same? He shook his head. I tried before, but the documentation was incomplete, so I had to stop. I did not expect someone still mastered this technique. He must be a master. Meeting him would be invaluable. Saying no more, he stood up to leave. If it is as you say, I must meet that person to express my gratitude. In the hospital room, the white door closed to preserve the privacy of those inside. Lying on the bed, Miu Miu kept staring at the business card. Not even half a day had passed and she already missed him. Perhaps I should call him. Lost in thought, the card in her hand was suddenly snatched away. Bin Hao had entered the room at some point and examined the card. Wang Zheng. She panicked like a fish out of water, struggling despite her casted leg. I do not know anyone named Wang Zheng, Dad, give it back to me. He laughed and returned it. Why are you pretending? It is obvious from your expression. Tell me, which family does he belong to that makes my daughter think of him so much? Miu Miu turned away, determined not to reveal anything more because she truly did not know. She felt flustered inside. I only learned his name this afternoon. How could I know which family he belongs to? Seeing her stubbornness, Bin Hao said, then I will have someone investigate. Tell him not to dream of courting my daughter. Only someone like Su Tianren is worthy. Hearing this, she sat up in shock and protested, Dad, what are you doing? The one Su Tianren likes is Zhang Minqi. Everyone in the capital knows that. Ignoring her protest, he still refused to accept the image of his daughter with a middle-aged pot-bellied man. I am not confused. How can that Wang Zheng compare to the Su brothers? The vice presidents of Ju Rong are all over 40. She hurriedly dismissed that thought, who said he is in his 40s or 50s. He is only about 25 or 26. At that age, becoming a vice president shows exceptional talent. Bin Hao was slightly surprised. If that is the case, he truly has ability. Was he the one who saved you? Miu Miu's demeanor immediately softened. She blushed slightly and nodded yes. He casually picked up an apple from the table. His attitude toward Wang Zheng softened. He saved you. Our family owes him a favor. How do you plan to repay him? Miu Miu replied eagerly, Dad. Give him a piece of land in the Jiang Lake area at Shengjia Port. Bin Hao's gaze sharpened. Is that his request? He silently judged that the ambition was not small. She quickly waved her hands. No, I lost a bet to him. That land is considered the wager. She lowered her head to avoid her father's gaze. My skills were inferior, so I had an accident. He could have ignored me, but he stopped to help, so I. Bin Hao understood and handed her the peeled apple slice. I see, fine, I can give one piece of land, but he must submit a plan and approved design and bear all costs himself. That is the condition. She took a satisfied bite of the apple. I know Dad loves me the most, unlike Mom, who is always strict. He picked up more fruit and reminded her, your mother heard the news and has temporarily put aside her project in Hong Kong. She is probably on the plane back already. Hearing this, she froze in worry. It is over. This time I will definitely be grounded. Before she could say more, Bin Hao's phone rang. He answered and said, I have to attend a committee meeting. Figure out how to deal with your mother yourself. After speaking, he walked out and the door closed with a loud sound. When she was alone, she fell into a daze thinking of the man in her heart. Being grounded is unavoidable. But when will he come? Why do I keep thinking of him? Could it be love at first sight? Dawn broke, the moon retreated, and sunlight illuminated the villa. Wang Zheng lay leisurely while talking on the phone. Yes, I understand. Keep watching. Do not expose yourselves. I do not believe Liu Ziwei would not even meet his own daughter. Suddenly thought of the reporter Chen Bo Wen Tao. When Tao reported from the other end, I have investigated. He accepted 50,000 to cause trouble. Before he could continue, I already bought him off. He added the mastermind is still unclear. The methods are quite discreet and hard to trace. Wang Zheng simply replied calmly, yes, continue monitoring. Hanging up, he sighed, this opponent is truly troublesome. Probing every step, not particularly skilled but leaving no flaws. Being Shishi's bodyguard is indeed stressful. Under clear skies and white clouds, a car sped along an empty road. Wang Zheng focused on driving while asking Shishi, where has Cheng Fei reached? Shishi replied, she set off from the capital and will likely arrive the same day as us. But why are you going with me to her home? He did not want to explain. You ask too many questions. I am your bodyguard. In his heart he carried a heavy emotion. He was finally about to meet the wife that brother Thin loved deeply. Calling a meal at the barracks with Chi Ko, he had spoken often about his wife. She wrote that she missed me, and I miss her very much too. During a patrol among the ruins, Chi Ko discovered an item. He stood beside him showing off like boasting about affection. This necklace is really beautiful. She will like it. When I go on leave I will buy one and send it home. Fate was cruel. As his breath weakened he still thought of his wife at home. Perhaps I cannot return anymore. This necklace has not been sent yet. Returning to the present, Wang Zheng held the steering wheel with one hand and a small box with the other. Inside was the necklace entrusted by his brother in arms. The car continued forward, each person carrying their own purpose toward Cheng Fei's home. On the road leading to Zhenli town in Gongsu province, Wang Zheng's car continued speeding ahead. He said calmly, in about an hour we will arrive at Sister Cheng Fei's village. Shishi looked at him suspiciously. I feel you are very familiar with this place. The roads are hard to find, yet you drive with ease. Have you been here before? Wang Zheng was startled as if caught off guard and murmured vaguely. He quickly explained, a few years ago I came here for work. Though in his mind he thought he had heard Brother Thin mention it so often that he could find the way with his eyes closed. She still had some doubt. Oh, is that so? Cheng Fei put down her suitcase and sighed in relief. Finally I am home. Looking at the scene before her, she was stunned. After 2 years away the house had completely changed. The image of the simple house from the past appeared in her memory. In front of her now stood a magnificent villa that astonished her. Manhwa opened the door and stepped out from inside the house. Seeing Cheng Fei, she called out joyfully, you are back. Why are you not coming inside right away? Why are you standing out in the sun? She rushed forward and embraced her. calling out through choked sobs. Tears streamed down uncontrollably. She gently comforted her, "Do not cry anymore, you are finally home. Mom missed you so much." Cheng Fei clasped her mother's hand tightly, her eyes earnest. "Mom, come to the city with me this time. Let us move there and live together. I will personally take care of you." Manhwa gently pointed to the spacious new house in front and shook her head kindly. "I cannot go, my child. Our home has just been built so beautifully. Your grandparents have also moved in to make the house lively. How could we bear to leave?" She looked at her mother intently and asked the question that had long weighed on her mind. "Mom, where did the money come from to build this house? The cost must have been substantial." Manhwa smiled with pride, her voice full of satisfaction. "More than 600,000 all came from the money you sent home. My daughter is so capable. Every month you transferred more than 20,000, just that each time it came in 2 installments, so I had to go to the town to withdraw it, which was a bit inconvenient." Cheng Fei hesitated slightly and replied softly, "I only hoped that you and my grandparents could live comfortably." However, doubt arose in her heart. More than 20,000 each month was impossible. Her salary was not that high, and it was even sent twice. Could it be that someone else was sending money besides her? Or was there a mistake? But what kind of mistake could last for so many years? Seeing her standing still under the sun, Manhwa called gently, "Come on, go inside. Do not stand outside too long or you will get tired." A gentle breeze passed by, lightly swaying the hem of her skirt. Cheng Fei's gaze unconsciously settled on that hem. She observed closely and thought to herself, "Wait, this design looks like it belongs to a collection from an international brand." She hesitantly spoke up, "Mom, this dress." Manhwa turned around and smiled warmly. "This dress is very comfortable. Last year when you sent it, I did not dare to wear it, but now that you are home, I finally put it on." Those words made Cheng Fei even more confused because it was again something she supposedly sent. Yet when sold, each piece was worth at least over 1,000 taels of gold. Manhwa took her hand and pulled her inside, cheerfully urging, "Come on. Why stand there? Go in quickly. Your grandparents are eager to see you." As soon as she stepped into the living room and saw her grandparents, she immediately bowed politely in greeting. Hong Ying pulled her to sit down and spoke at once. "Jing Fei, you are back. The Fei family at the head of the village has mentioned several times wanting you to meet their son Fei Lin. Do you still remember him?" Cheng Fei recalled the image of the boy from years ago and replied politely, "I remember, the boy who always had a runny nose." Hong Ying and Manhwa looked at each other and burst into laughter. Seizing the opportunity, Hong Ying enthusiastically introduced him as if promoting a promising investment. "It is good that you remember. Fei Lin now works in the capital. I heard he is a marketing director with a very high income, and he even owns his own house there." Hong Ying continued excitedly, "I think you two are a perfect match. You should meet him, then choose a good day to discuss the future." Cheng Fei widened her eyes in shock. "What?" She quickly refused, her voice awkward yet firm. "Grandma, my career is developing well. Right now I do not want to think about romance, let alone marriage." Hong Ying shook her head vigorously, clearly disagreeing. "How can that be? You are not young anymore." She looked at Cheng Fei seriously. "Fei Lin is such a good young man. You have not seen him for 2 years. He has become very mature. Meet him once and you might develop feeling." Cheng Fei immediately waved her hands. "Please, Grandma. I truly do not plan to marry anytime soon." Manhwa placed a hand on her daughter's shoulder and gently persuaded, "Cheng Fei, since Grandma has said so, just meet him once." She said softly with difficulty, "Mom, I really—" Suddenly, a sound came from the door outside. Fei Lin appeared carrying 2 bags in his hands. He quickly greeted the grandparents with great politeness. Upon seeing Cheng Fei, he looked slightly surprised. "Oh, Cheng Fei, you are back too." She tilted her head, looked at him for a few seconds, and smiled mischievously. "Long time no see, little runny nose." Fei Lin put down the bags, looked her up and down, and smiled. "You still remember that habit disappeared long ago. You have changed a lot. You are now a beauty. Who would have thought our village would produce someone as outstanding as you?" Cheng Fei poured tea into a cup and offered it to him. She handed him the cup and said sincerely, "Have some tea. It is truly admirable that you bought a house in the capital by your own efforts, unlike me who is still staying with a friend." Fei Lin accepted the cup and unexpectedly suggested, "Housing prices there are very high. Why not move in with me? My 2-bedroom apartment was just renovated 3 months ago and is ready to live in. It would be convenient to take care of each other." She paused, then quickly shook her head. "That would not be appropriate." Hong Ying immediately interjected with a puzzled expression. "What is inappropriate about that?" Seeing her support, Fei Lin continued, "Exactly, each of us would have our own room. It would not affect anything. There is nothing to be embarrassed about. Bombarded with questions, Cheng Fei could only stammer, anxiously thinking of how to refuse, wishing someone would rescue her. Fei Lin seemed to notice something in her eye. Without waiting for her reply, he quickly concluded and found an excuse to leave. Then it is settled. When we return to the capital, I will help you move. You just got back, so rest well. I will not disturb you. Please continue chatting. As he turned to leave, Thin's voice sounded from behind. Wait a moment. He smiled kindly yet meaningfully. Why rush? Do you only want to talk to Cheng Fei? Will you not stay and chat with us elders? Stay for dinner later. Fei Lin immediately turned back and replied respectfully, since you have invited me, I will gladly accept. He smiled awkwardly, thinking to himself that Grandpa truly understood his intention. After sitting down, Thin curiously asked, tell me about your house. Fei Lin replied awkwardly that there was nothing special about it. Cheng Fei sighed softly, thinking that it was just a 2-bedroom apartment. If Fei Lin knew that she was about to become a major shareholder of Lam Hai with immense wealth, would he be so embarrassed that he would want to hide? A moment later, MaiHua called from the dining room. Everyone come and eat. Thin Hao, stop joking and come to the table. The dining table was quickly filled with delicious dishes. When everyone was seated, Cheng Fei politely picked up food for the elders. Aunt, you have worked hard. Please try the braised pork I made. Elder nodded and praised her obedience. If only you were my daughter. Then she continued the familiar refrain. Cheng Fei, at your age you should have a boyfriend, a girl working far from home. Cheng Fei could only sigh inwardly. Here it comes again. Will this topic never grow tiresome? She quietly took out her phone and sent a hurried message. Anxiously in her heart, she wondered where Shishi and Wang Zheng were, urging them to come quickly and rescue her. Just then, the doorbell rang. Cheng Fei sprang to her feet and said to MaiHua, Mom, my friends must have arrived. I will go welcome them. Wang Zheng was standing at the gate. He and Shishi looked at the large house before them. They could not help but admire how grand the newly built house was. Cheng Fei ran out from inside and hugged them excitedly. Shishi, Wang Zheng, you finally arrived, Shishi asked with concern what had happened. Fei Lin stepped out and saw their close interaction. He immediately frowned, feeling discomfort and confusion about why a young man had appeared. Cheng Fei pulled them inside, linking arms with Shishi affectionately. You two came at just the right time. Shishi simply responded softly, really. Once inside, she formally introduced, Mom, this is my best friend, Shang Yuanxi. The girl smiled gracefully and bowed politely. I have often heard Cheng Fei talk about your family. I have wanted to visit for a long time. MaiHua looked at her fondly. I have also heard Cheng Fei mention you. If not for your help, she would have faced many hardships. I still wish to thank you. Cheng Fei immediately pulled Wang Zheng over to introduce him. Mom, this is Wang Zheng, my good friend. He nodded in greeting and said he had long wanted to visit but had been too busy. Cheng Fei and Shishi were both stunned, the word sister-in-law echoing in their mind. Shishi grabbed his arm and asked at once, Wang Zheng, what did you just say? Why did you call her sister-in-law? Wang Zheng was startled and broke into a cold sweat, inwardly panicking that he had slipped. He had always used that term in front of old Thin and had not corrected the habit. He forced a smile to smooth things over. Hello, Aunt. You look so young that I blurted it out. Please do not take offense. She crossed her arms and looked at him as if to say he was quite smooth. At this moment, Fei Lin stepped forward and extended his hand to greet him. He introduced himself clearly as if reading from a profile. I am Fei Lin, Cheng Fei's classmate, currently working in the capital and living in Huayuan, Chengzhai. Wang Zheng shook hands politely and replied, my name is Wang Zheng. I have just come to the capital for work and do not have a stable residence yet. I am staying temporarily, and I have never heard of Huayuan, Chengzhai. He glanced at Fei Lin and secretly smiled, who emphasizes their residence like a badge of achievement when introducing themselves. It was just an apartment. Fei Lin maintained a friendly demeanor, but his words carried a subtle comparison. Since you just arrived, it is understandable you are not familiar with half of the capital. Feel free to visit my place when you have time. People from out of town like us should support each other. He then curiously asked, what kind of work do you do? Wang Zheng smiled calmly. I work as a security guard and a driver. Fei Lin withdrew his hand, a hint of smugness at the corner of his lips. I see, being a security guard must be quite relaxed. I often work until 9 or 10 at night, secretly feeling superior. Shishi had been observing and thought to herself that this man seemed intent on competing with Wang Zheng, which was rather interesting. She lightly patted Wang Zheng's shoulder and teased him affectionately. Stop being modest. You just spent over 10 million to buy a Maybach, and now you say you are only a security guard. Fei Lin froze as if turned to stone, his mind spinning. Was he not a security guard? Was that Maybach outside really bought by him? who exactly was telling the truth and who was joking. Just then, Manhwa stepped out of Pep carrying food, inviting everyone to sit down and chat while trying the freshly harvested peanuts of the year, roasted using her family's secret recipe. Wang Zheng quickly shelled the peanuts and tasted them. As he ate, he gave a big thumbs up in praise, a familiar feeling rising in his heart. The flavor was exactly like the peanuts sister Dao once sent to Brother Thin. She glanced over and curiously asked why eating peanuts made him so happy. She casually picked one up and put it into her mouth. The moment the taste touched her tongue, her eyes lit up with delight and she exclaimed that it was delicious. Sitting beside them, Hong An watched the two fondly and remarked that Shishi and Wang Zheng looked gentle and trustworthy, and that seeing Cheng Fei with such friends put her at ease. Fei Lin hurried over to sit closer, seizing the chance to curry favor, saying he would take better care of Cheng Fei in the future and would bring the elders to the capital for a visit when there was an opportunity. His words seemed effective. She turned to Cheng Fei and said that Fei Lin was very sincere, and since they had known each other since childhood, they were very compatible. Cheng Fei sat upright, looked at her, and clearly stated that she should stop urging her because she already had a boyfriend. Hong An and Fei Lin were both stunned as if frozen. Their silence made Cheng Fei slightly embarrassed, thinking that it ended too quickly, and she had not even had the chance to see Fei Lin's jealous reaction. So she decisively pointed at Wang Zheng and confirmed that he was the one. While he was enjoying his food, being called out made Wang Zheng inwardly sigh to the heavens. He had been dragged in as a shield again. Sat stiffly like a block of wood, inwardly lamenting as everyone stared at him, including Cheng Fei. Cheng Fei glanced at Shishi as if asking for permission. Shishi raised her hand in an okay gesture, as if she had prepared for this long ago. Both of them looked at Wang Zheng with hopeful eyes, as if pleading for help. He gently closed his eyes and sighed helplessly. Then he suddenly reached out and held Cheng Fei's hand. Wang Zheng smiled politely and spoke clearly as if reading from a script, saying that they had been together for more than half a year and were visiting her family while passing by. Cheng Fei lightly squeezed his hand. Her eyes signaled him to let go. Wang Zheng looked back as if reminding her not to move. That would make it look more real, and he even felt amused inside. He turned to Hong An and spoke sincerely, saying he hoped she could rest assured that Cheng Fei was well taken care of. Cheng Fei shot him an annoyed glance, thinking he was deliberately saying awkward things to get back at her. Hong An smiled happily, liking Wang Zheng even more and feeling reassured and trusting Cheng Fei to him. Fei Lin's face darkened as he saw the situation reverse so quickly. Discomfort surged within him. He felt humiliated and wondered if Cheng Fei had deliberately hidden this from him. Watching the two act intimately, he grew even more irritated as they kept exchanging affectionate glances. Unable to bear it any longer, he abruptly stood up. Not wanting to stay any longer, he said goodbye and left with an irritated tone, feeling deeply aggrieved as he had never been so humiliated before. Hong An changed her attitude, waved him off, and comforted him by saying she would introduce someone more suitable to him. Fei Lin left with determination not to let this go, thinking he would make them pay when he returned to the capital. At this moment, the clock pointed to 8:30 in the evening. Manhwa came out and reminded everyone that it was late and they should go rest. Hong An felt regretful that she had not chatted enough with her future grandson-in-law. Hearing that form of address, Wang Zheng could only give an awkward smile, feeling everything had happened too quickly. Hong An then directly asked whether the two were living together. Thinking about staying in the same house, he casually answered yes without realizing it could cause misunderstanding. He covered her mouth and laughed with delight. Cheng Fei hurriedly explained in panic that they were only staying at Shishi's house, not in the same room. Seeing everyone still seated, Manhwa continued urging them, saying the rooms had already been prepared for each person. Cheng Fei almost angrily objected, saying they would not stay here tonight. Manhwa asked in surprise for the reason. Cheng Fei quickly made up an excuse that there was work at the company and they had to go back. She thought to herself that she absolutely could not share a room with Wang Zheng. Manhwa turned to Wang Zheng to confirm. Wang Zheng immediately denied it, saying everything had been handled, secretly pleased and unwilling to be driven away. Cheng Fei quickly pulled Shishi in as proof, saying they could just ask Shishi. She clasped her hands, pleading for Shishi's help, but Wang Zheng's threatening message made her hesitate. After thinking it over, Shishi chose to say that there was nothing going on and they would stay the night. Satisfied, Manhwa led them to see the room. When Wang Zheng entered Cheng Fei's room, it was already 9:30 at night. His gaze swept over the family photo placed beside the bed. Cheng Fei propped herself up and looked at him lying across the bed, annoyed as she asked when he would switch rooms. Wang Zheng tilted his head and pretended to be naive, asking why he had to switch. He even stretched out to occupy the whole bed, saying the bed was wide and comfortable with a beauty beside him, Switching rooms would be too troublesome. As soon as he finished speaking, a pillow hit his face. Cheng Fei sat down angrily and glared as she asked when he would repay the favor he owed her. Wang Zheng raised his hands in surrender, saying he would compromise but wanted some benefit for pretending to be her boyfriend. She immediately became guarded, crossing her arms and asking what he intended to demand. He sprang up and walked toward her. Cheng Fei turned pale and stammered as she asked what he was going to do. Wang Zheng smiled mischievously and made a strange request that left her in disbelief. Cheng Fei maintained her defensive posture and asked again in shock. Hugging the pillow, she shyly asked why he would ask about such a thing. He lay down calmly and teased her, saying it was fine if she did not want to say, then called her wife and told her to sleep. Cheng Fei frowned, her voice softer but still cautious as she asked if he would switch rooms if she told him. Wang Zheng calmly closed his eyes and softly responded with a brief sound of agreement. Her face flushed red and she stammered, unable to speak. She hugged the pillow tightly and blurted out that she could not say it. Seeing her flustered, Wang Zheng burst into laughter. He stood up and gently said he would not force her anymore when he saw her blushing. Cheng Fei was so angry that she tightened her grip on the pillow and scolded him. The pillow flew toward him again, but he dodged in time. The pillow flew too far and knocked the photo on the cabinet to the floor. He turned back and lightly reproached her, saying he was only joking and she had reacted too strongly. He bent down to pick up the fallen item. After examining it carefully, he nodded and remarked that it was still intact and not damaged. Wang Zheng gently touched the face of the man in the photograph, his voice suddenly deep and serious. In his youth he was truly dashing. Cheng Fei lowered her eyes, her hands clenched reflexively, but he was no longer here. The incident happened during a training exercise. Memories suddenly surged back. He frowned and wondered, Master Nun. He turned to look at her, sincerity rarely appearing in his eyes. Cheng Fei, when there is a chance I want to take you to that place. She hesitated briefly, her gaze wavering before she nodded softly, all right, but Wang Zheng, I have something I want to ask you. There are too many doubts in my heart, perhaps only you can answer them. Wang Zheng agreed without hesitation. Go ahead. Cheng Fei organized her thoughts. Wang Zheng, I know you are not simply a bodyguard, you are hiding many things, and you can even create outfits of high-end branded quality. Widened his eyes, his expression like someone caught in the act. You found out, I studied fashion design. These outfits were all gifts from friends, so I wear them rather casually. Cheng Fei suddenly moved closer, her eyes fixed straight on him. The dress my mother wore was a gift from you, right? The two looked at each other without turning away, as if trying to read each other's thoughts. After a few seconds of silence, he nodded slightly in admission. It was indeed me. I did not expect you to be so perceptive. She tilted her head slightly, her gaze sharp. It is not that I am perceptive, who would send luxury goods to someone in the countryside. The 20,000 each month was also transferred by you, right? Why? He spread his hands calmly, no longer intending to hide anything, so everything has been exposed. Cheng Fei raised her hand to list each point, her voice certain. You were so careless yet thought I would not notice. The way you cut duck is exactly like my father, and you even called my mother sister-in-law and more. Before she could finish, he interrupted, raising both hands as if surrendering. All right, I admit it, I knew your father. Cheng Fei lightly grasped his sleeve, her eyes filled with indescribable sorrow. Then tell me, did my father truly die in an accident? Wang Zheng tightened his grip on the photo frame, originally intending to reveal it at a suitable time. He looked at the person in the photo, his expression darkening as memories flooded back. In fact, I and Brother Thin were teammates. He was the most outstanding Special Forces soldier and also the best in the team. His hand gently brushed over the photograph, his voice carrying guilt. How could someone like him die because of something trivial? He sacrificed himself to save me. Without him, I would not be here either. Cheng Fei wiped away the tears that had just welled up and immediately asked, the place you want to take me to, it is that place, right? Wang Zheng looked at her, his eyes resolute. The battlefield. Wall clock quietly struck 11 at night. In the quiet corridor, Shishi pressed her ear against the door to eavesdrop. She held her breath for fear of making noise, muttering, it is so late and they have not changed rooms. Could it be they are really sleeping together? Let me listen. Suddenly, the door opened with a soft sound, causing Shishi to lose her balance and fall into Wang Zheng, letting out a cry. He stood frozen for a few seconds, looking at her in confusion. Shishi, why are you here? Are you feeling lonely? She blushed and shouted to cover it up. You are the lonely one. I saw you had not come over, so I. Her words suddenly stopped when her gaze drifted down to the position of his hand. A second later, she screamed loudly and turned to run into the room. You shameless man, Cheng Fei, quickly chase him away. Cheng Fei gently closed the door and politely said good night. From outside, Wang Zheng calmly replied good night. looked at his hand and could not help commenting to himself, although not as good as Xing Yi, it is still decent. The next morning, everything began in peace. ManhwaCapped gentle voice sounded from the yard, here are peanuts and sweet potatoes. Take more, Shishi hurriedly replied, it is enough. She looked at the two preparing to leave, her eyes filled with reluctance. You are leaving after just one day. Cheng Fei frowned and explained, Mother said they have urgent matters. Upon reaching the car, Wang Zheng turned back and waved. Goodbye, Shishi smiled brightly in response. We will come again next time. The car set off, taking them back to the city. After the car had traveled a short distance, Shishi could not contain her curiosity. Wang Zheng, what happened between you two last night? Tell me. Cheng Fei's gaze this morning was very strange. He tugged at his sleeve, swaying like a child. Tell me, I am very curious. He gripped the steering wheel tightly, his face tense. Do not make trouble, I am driving. Suddenly the broadcast speaker sounded with a stern voice. The vehicle ahead stopped, but their car continued to move forward. Voice sounded again more clearly. I repeat, slow down and stop the vehicle. Wang Zheng frowned as he looked ahead, not understanding what was happening. And Shishi got out of the car. She looked ahead, her eyes full of worry. What is going on? A man walked toward them, each step filled with authority. His face was cold, holding a dangerous object in his hand. Shishi could not help but feel afraid upon seeing this, whispering, who have we run into? Wang Zheng remained calm, unaffected by that imposing aura. Who knows, perhaps we accidentally provoked someone troublesome. Hong Chi stopped in front of them, his cold gaze locking on, you are Wang Zheng. He tilted his head, the corner of his mouth lifting slightly, so what? Suddenly that man slammed hard against the car window and shouted, you are the person I am looking for. She screamed when she saw the car being damaged. My car window. She angrily closed the door and shouted loudly, who are you? What do you want? Even if you are an officer, you cannot destroy my car. Hong Chi frowned and glanced at her with disdain. I am Zhang Honki of the Reserve Regiment, the older brother of Zhang Miao. Wang Zheng calmly put his hands in his pockets, his voice indifferent. Her older brother, what do you want with me? That man gritted his teeth and grabbed his collar. Do not pretend. If you had not raced with my sister, how would her leg be broken? Today you must taste that feeling. Shishi hurried over, indignant. What do you know? It was Miao Miao who dragged Wang Zheng into the race. After losing, she still caused trouble. He even saved her. Recalling the incident, she was still frightened. If it were not for Wang Zheng, she might have. Hong Chi pushed her aside before she could finish, growling, move aside. Do not make noise, she cried out after being shoved. Shishi sat on the ground and angrily shouted, Zhang Honki, do you believe I can cause you trouble? He sneered while looking at Wang Zheng. Here no one dares to touch me. Wang Zheng tightly grasped his hand, his eyes darkening. You are too arrogant. Even with a powerful background, you cannot arbitrarily destroy others' property. How do you plan to handle this window? Hong Chi said nothing and immediately attacked, his voice ferocious. Compensation, first see if you can leave safely. Wang Zheng easily dodged the attack and sneered, attacking as soon as you speak, truly overbearing. Immediately afterward, he counterattacked into that man's abdomen and said lightly, then I will return the favor. Seeing that man clutch his abdomen and grimace, he was somewhat surprised. How could just one strike also make him feel the force quite strong? Hong Chi charged forward again, this time more vigilant, thinking to himself that his opponent was not simple. He rushed forward intending to end it quickly, without prolonging the fight. The subordinates watching were excitedly cheering as if watching a competition. The captain has made a move. It has been a long time since we have seen this. He will definitely go all out. What is happening? Just an instant, their eyes widened in shock. He dodged it. Wang Zheng continued to dodge the attacks with ease. Placed his hand on that man's shoulder and sneered. If this strike had landed, the consequences would not have been light. Hong Chi stared angrily and gritted his teeth. You. Without hesitation, he turned and drove his elbow into that man's chest, returning it to you. The powerful force sent Hong Chi flying backward. The subordinates panicked and shouted, Captain. Seeing him lying still, they hurried over and kept calling, Captain, can you hear us? His breathing is weakening. How is he so strong? Immediately afterward, the entire group reacted in unison. Gun barrels were aimed directly at Wang Zheng. One person shouted, you dared to do this to our captain. Today do not even think about leaving. Wang Zheng remained calm, hands in his pockets, his voice sarcastic. What are your eyes for? Who saw me strike first? It was clearly him who attacked me. He calmly displayed an innocent expression. So what? I am unharmed, but your captain is. Seeing Hong Chi in such a miserable state was enough to understand the situation. he immediately turned and ordered, "5 of you take the company commander to the nearest hospital, the rest stay with me." Leading the remaining half of the unit, he fiercely issued a challenge. "Let me see who dares to snatch the gun from my hand." Wang Zheng held his forehead and sighed, then spoke bluntly, "Perhaps you do not know, but I feel extremely uncomfortable when people of our nation point guns at me." Before the words even finished, the gun barrel was pressed against his chest. Truly, the more one detests something, the more likely it is to happen. He suddenly tightened his grip on the opponent's gun and asked indifferently, "What does this have to do with me?" Calmly grasping the body of the gun, he even adjusted it to point at his own heart and provoke, "If you dare to take responsibility, then pull the trigger." Wang Zheng continued in a tone reminding him of the law, "I guess when Hong Chi wakes up he will not stand up to take the blame for you, a soldier firing at the people of Liangshan. The consequences would be decades behind bars." He had been aggressive at first, but upon hearing mention of the police, he hesitated slightly. He raised a finger and stated clearly, "Soldiers of Huaxia are one family. Unless absolutely necessary, I do not want to act against my comrades. I will give you 5 seconds, move aside." Not wanting to waste time, Wang Zheng raised another finger. The counting echoed in his ears, making him calculate quickly. Wang Zheng was right. If he fired with the company commander's temper, he might not be protected and could even be punished. When the count reached 3, he finally lowered his gun. Knowing he had intent but lacked the strength, he silently reassured himself he could not gamble with his own future. Wang Zheng nodded in satisfaction, lightly patted his chest and reminded him, "I was once a lieutenant. Let me tell you one thing, never point a gun at your comrades." Regardless of whether the other party listened or not, he turned and walked toward the car. "Shishi, let us go," she immediately responded. He had not gone far when Hai Min suddenly raised his gun. The company commander ended up like this. How could he be allowed to leave so easily? "Whether you fire or not, just pin a charge on him, and it will be settled." The other man quickly turned back, panic-stricken as he spread his arms to block. Hai Min stopped. Before the words finished, a sharp gunshot rang out, startling the surrounding birds into flight. A small streak of red dripped down beside the rifle lying on the ground. He clutched his bleeding arm, his face twisted as he cried out in pain. Gunshot made Hai Min tremble, while Wang Zheng remained cold and steady, maintaining his firing stance. After dealing with it, he opened the car door and got in. Before leaving, he threw out a warning, "Do not try to provoke me." Black car swiftly passed the obstacle behind and continued its interrupted journey. Not long after, Shishi leaned closer with sparkling eyes. That shot just now was truly impressive, from such a distance and still so accurate. Wang Zheng focused on the road, his voice calm. "It is nothing worth praising. If he were not a soldier of Huaxia, that hand would have been difficult to keep." Hearing this, she suddenly became alert and worried. "Does that mean you have formed a grudge with Zhang Hongqi? What if he causes trouble in the capital later?" Reached out and gently rubbed her head as reassurance. "I still trust my abilities, do not worry. With such severe injuries, Zhang Hongqi will not be able to leave his bed for at least half a year." The phone placed beside them suddenly vibrated repeatedly, interrupting the conversation. It seemed to be good news. She smiled brightly. "All right, that is great, I understand." As soon as she hung up, Shishi exclaimed, "Wang Zheng has found Liu Ziwei. Wen Tao is secretly arranging for people to bring him back from Italy." He spoke in one breath, but he remains tight-lipped. "Wen Tao has not extracted any information, so he asked us to return and handle it directly." Just the first piece of news was enough to satisfy Wang Zheng. "Good, turn back immediately. We cannot delay." He stepped hard on the accelerator, and the car shot forward. Brilliant sunlight bathed the towering skyscrapers. Wen Tao quickly stepped out with a bright smile upon seeing them. "Vice President Wang, you have finally returned." He pointed toward the man sitting nearby and formally introduced, "Vice President Wang, this is Liu Ziwei." Ziwei looked straight at Wang Zheng, his voice resolute. "No matter who you send, I have nothing to say." Wang Zheng waved his hand, signaling others to leave. Truly stubborn, Shishi and Wen Tao step outside first. The door closed, leaving only the two of them facing each other in the room. He sat down in the chair opposite and got straight to the point. "I am Wang Zheng, recently appointed Vice President of Jurong International. May I ask directly, why did you leave Zhao Li?" Ziwei frowned in annoyance. "Why should I answer you?" Wang Zheng remained calm and took a sip of water. Setting the cup down, he looked at him coldly. "I do not understand how causing Jurong to struggle benefits you. The chip issue at Zhao Li was arranged by you. Otherwise, why would you leave a high-paying job and go to Italy?" He shrugged casually. "I went to Italy to take care of my daughter who is studying at university. There was no other purpose." Wang Zheng lightly tapped the table. "You are intelligent, but overly intelligent people sometimes lack clarity when choosing between two options." His pride struck, Ziwei stood up abruptly. I am always very clear-headed. Wang Zheng smiled faintly. Really? For a small benefit you turned your back on the company that trained you. He took a deep breath, trying to remain calm, then gave a cold smile. You are just trying to set a trap for me to fall into. I will not be fooled. Wang Zheng leaned forward, his gaze piercing. Or rather, you betrayed them for your daughter. Those words made Ziwei's heart tremble slightly. He remained composed, both hands resting on the table. I used to be a special forces soldier. I have experience in interrogation and reading expression. Wang Zheng tilted his head and spoke sharply. I asked you 7 questions, and each time your expression changed. He sighed. In fact, I do not need your answers. Your reactions have already revealed everything, Mr. Liu. You are an honest man. Can you speak the truth to me? Ziwei lowered his head, his heart in fierce turmoil. After a long internal struggle, he shook his head. I have nothing to say. Without hesitation, Wang Zheng pushed a photograph toward him. Mr. Liu, this is your daughter studying in Italy, correct? Seeing the face in the photo clearly, Ziwei turned pale and blurted out, Jing. His expression changed drastically, his voice filled with anger and fear. You have been monitoring my daughter. Do not touch her. She is everything to me. Wang Zheng did not respond. He simply presented more evidence. They initially used your daughter to force you to leave your homeland, correct? Look at these. A series of photos showing Jing being followed left Ziwei stunned. Who are these people? He replied calmly, they are the ones who used your daughter to control you. If you resisted, the girl would be in danger. Ziwei braced himself on the table. Why would they do this? Wang Zheng tore a photo in half in front of him. Do not be too pessimistic. Meeting me is your good fortune. I have already resolved those threats. Ziwei still looked at him with suspicion and doubt. In the room with only the two of them, he asked directly, consider it a return of favor. Why did they not target you directly but instead exploit your daughter? What secret are you holding? Look down at the table. I possess core filtration technology that can turn frequently replaced filters into long-lasting ones without degradation. That is what they want. Wang Zheng put his hands into his pockets, his tone relaxed. If the filters no longer wear out, Zhao Li would shut down. Zhurong would also be affected. It seems you clearly understand the matter concerning the Mei Dao water purifier. Ziwei remained silent and said nothing more. Wang Zheng snapped his fingers. Leaving things half said is truly frustrating. Look at this and then decide whether to continue. Door suddenly made a sharp clicking sound. He froze at the unexpected situation. How could this be? Seeing his daughter standing before him, Ziwei exclaimed in shock, Jing, why are you here? Jing's eyes filled with tears as she softly called, Father. She rushed forward and embraced him tightly, her body trembling. Both emotional and confused, Ziwei looked at Wang Zheng. What exactly do you want? He slowly stepped forward and spoke gently. You have seen it. I can protect your daughter. You no longer need to worry. He raised his fingers one by one to state the conditions. First, you work for Zhurong and I guarantee your daughter's safety. Second, tell me everything. I need to know who is behind this. After thinking for a few seconds, Ziwei nodded. All right, I agree. He turned to look at his daughter with gentle eyes. As long as my child is safe, I am willing to do anything. The corner of Wang Zheng's lips curved with hidden meaning. Speaking with a smart person truly saves effort. Rest assured, Zhurong will not treat you unfairly. After speaking, he turned and walked out, not forgetting to instruct Assistant Wei, the rest is up to you. When Tao respectfully replied, Vice President Wang, please rest assured, everything will proceed smoothly. Ishi revealed a radiant smile, her eyes filled with gratitude as she looked at him, and softly said she had to thank him once again. Wang Zheng lightly touched his nose, his expression carrying a mix of pride and teasing. No need to be so polite, after all I am the vice chairman of Juru. How has your father been lately? This matter is not settled yet. I am afraid the opponent is far from simple. Expression dimmed, worry clearly visible in her eyes. There has been no improvement. Right now he can only be maintained through intravenous drips. I just hope he will not remain in this condition forever. He gently placed his hand on her head, stroking it as if comforting a child. Everything will be all right. I am always by your side. Before your father wakes up, we will take this time to settle everything and push Juru even further. Ishi's face flushed slightly with embarrassment and she murmured as if speaking to herself. Wang Zheng, thank you. Having you by my side is truly wonderful. Wang Zheng raised his hand to his ear, pretending not to hear clearly. Did you just say I am the most handsome man in the world? He stomped hard on his foot, pouting. So annoying you cannot stay serious for even 3 seconds. After saying that, she turned and left, tossing back a quick remark that she was going to work. He watched her figure with a puzzled expression and muttered, women are truly impossible to understand. The phone in his pocket suddenly vibrated. He swiped the screen and saw the caller's name, Zhang Minqi. Few hours later, at the Zilan office, a server approached, cheerfully placing the dishes on the table and saying, "Your meals are all served." Wang Zheng grimaced as if suffering, sighing as he complained, "Perhaps I was never meant for high society. Eating in a suit requires so much restraint, it is truly uncomfortable. Nothing is as relaxed as Silver Ridge, where you can eat however you like." Pinky paused while eating. She looked up at him, her gaze slightly wavering before she smiled gently. "Everyone has their own aspirations. Perhaps once you get used to it, you might even grow tired of street food. Look around, how many people here have never eaten at roadside stalls?" After saying that, she continued enjoying her meal, while Wang Zheng kept grumbling. "Then they are truly hypocritical. Unlike me, I always stay straightforward. If not for a beauty's invitation, I would never step into a place like this." Minky felt a brief awkwardness and quickly changed the subject. "Let us not talk about that. I asked you here to report on illusory diamonds." Wang Zheng was momentarily stunned and could only nod repeatedly. He sat up straight and spoke clearly, showing thorough preparation. "In the capital, I have secured 14 prime locations. After negotiating rent, we will proceed with decoration. For promotion in newspapers and magazines, we need significant discounts to compete with the Du family's jewelry brand." She spoke fluently, each sentence reflecting sharp vision and deep understanding. Although the Su family's sales remain stable, the market competition is fierce. Even Su Tianqian cannot maintain dominance for long. Wang Zheng rested his chin on his hand while listening, inwardly impressed. Truly, the demeanor of the chairman of Lanhai discussing business transforms her completely. He was unaware that a burning gaze was watching them from behind. Tianren looked at the scene with a tight throat, thinking he did not expect to see Minky here. Could it be that she was dating Wang Zheng, laughing and chatting so happily? It was truly unpleasant to watch. At that moment, Hai Xing walked in from outside and cheerfully called out, "Tianren, I am back." Seeing that he did not respond and suddenly stood up, she asked worriedly, "What are you looking at?" Silently walked toward Wang Zheng's table and she hurriedly followed, calling out repeatedly, "Tianren, where are you going?" Tianren slammed his hand heavily on the table, creating a loud noise. Glanced at Wang Zheng, the corner of his mouth lifting in provocation. "What a coincidence, I did not expect to meet you here." Wang Zheng leaned back in his chair, his eyes gleaming with interest. "What a coincidence, Minky and I arranged to dine together, yet we happened to run into young Master Su." Without waiting for an invitation, Tianren pulled a chair and sat beside Minky. "Since fate has brought us together, why not let the four of us dine together?" He glanced at Hai Xing and pointed lightly. "I agree to sit together, but I do not like this woman." She looked at him with displeasure, thinking, "Do you think I like you? Last time you ruined my belt, I have not settled that score yet." Despite that, she secretly felt grateful. Thanks to that incident, Mr. Su valued her even more. Recalling the previous praise, Hai Xing is sensible, she dared to stand up for Tianren at a critical moment. "Very good, I am very satisfied." Wang Zheng crossed his arms and looked at her in confusion, inwardly mocking that even after speaking so bluntly she could still smile. The more he looked at this woman, the more unpleasant she seemed. At that moment, Tianren raised his wine glass and softly called, "Mr. Wang." He smiled and spoke on Hai Xing's behalf. "She was overly emotional last time. Consider this glass an apology from me. You have just arrived in the capital, turning strangers into friends is always a good thing." Wang Zheng raised his hand to stop him and refused directly. "I do not understand. My illusory diamonds are your competitor. If we must divide the market, how can we be friends?" Tianren still held the glass before him and patiently said business and friendship should be separate. Wang Zheng replied firmly that he could not pretend nothing had happened. Tianren's face darkened, the corner of his lips curling with dissatisfaction. Mr. Wang is indeed straightforward, truly an interesting person. After speaking, he stood up, adjusted his clothes, and excused himself. "I just remembered there are a few matters I need to handle. I will not disturb you two any longer." He pulled out an invitation card and placed it on the table, as if recalling something important. Looking at Minky, he spoke sincerely with anticipation. "On the 21st of next month is my grandfather's birthday, Minky. I hope you will definitely attend." After saying that, he turned and left, prompting Hai Xing to hurriedly chase after him. "Tianren, slow down, wait for me." Minky held the invitation, her eyes showing hesitation. "It is Mr. Su's birthday banquet, Wang Zheng. Do you think I should attend?" On the other side, Yangqiang was pushed to the ground without receiving an apology, and the other party even shouted loudly, "It is unbearably hot, how annoying." The surrounding guests began to whisper, "It seems the waiter accidentally spilled water on him. It is not worth such an extreme reaction. That person is truly unreasonable." Yangqiang knelt down in fear, repeatedly apologizing. "I did not do it on purpose." Wang Zheng stepped forward and stood beside him. Holding a teapot, he could not help but speak. Forcing others to bow will not earn you respect. As a man, when it is time to be firm, you must stand tall. Then he turned and called softly, "Come here, I will show you how to handle this." Immediately afterward, he raised his hand and splashed tea onto James's head. James wiped his face and shouted angrily, "Are you looking for trouble? What are you doing?" Wang Zheng placed the teapot down calmly. "I am just teaching someone how to behave. This is China, it is not your place to act recklessly. I will compensate for all damages today and apologize to the waiter on your behalf." Yan clenched his fists and rushed forward, sneering coldly. "How ridiculous, one monkey trying to stand up for another. Let me see if you have the ability." Wang Zheng tilted his body and narrowly dodged the attack. Observing the punch, he assessed that Yan's strength and speed far surpassed Zhang Hongqi. The gap was obvious. Seizing the opportunity, he struck the opponent's chest with a palm, thinking that every move carried killing intent. Ordinary training could not achieve this level. He must have experienced life and death battles. Yan continued attacking, and Wang Zheng raised his hand to block, wondering why such a foreign expert had appeared in China. Wang Zheng switched to offense, his relentless moves forcing Yan into defense. Yan thought that among his group, fewer than 10 could match this level. Encountering such a master today proved that China truly harbored many hidden experts. Wang Zheng narrowed his eyes and focused on observing him. Then he delivered a precise kick that hit its target. Yan was kicked and sent flying. Clutching his abdomen, Yan grimaced and asked with such skill and speed, "Are you from the Dark Knight Military Academy?" Steps echoed coldly across the tiled floor. Wang Zheng approached with a chilling aura. Did the Dark Knight Military Academy not declare it would never set foot in the East? Do you intend to break the unspoken agreement of the Western underworld? In the West, there are 3 major underground organizations. Dark Knight is one of them. Since none could dominate the East, there was an unwritten rule not to intrude upon this region. Yan's face turned pale, wondering who this man was to identify his origin just by observing his moves. Ordinary people did not even know of that shadowy world. Not daring to hesitate, he turned and fled, thinking this man was not simple. Retreating was the best choice. Wang Zheng immediately launched a concealed weapon. The sharp sound of it slicing through the air rang out. "Where do you think you are going?" Yan crashed into the glass door, shattering it from the impact. When Wang Zheng reached the spot, Yan had vanished without a trace. He stepped to the window and looked down at the street below, searching. Minky ran over to stand beside him, still shocked. "This is the 7th floor. He jumped down and disappeared. Did he grow wings and fly away?" Wang Zheng shook his head firmly. "No, he was hit by my tranquilizer. Within half a minute he would lose strength. Since he is gone, someone must have assisted him." She turned to look at him, her eyes filled with worry. "Hearing you say that makes me uneasy. Should we pursue him?" He replied calmly, even teasing lightly. "No need, it is probably too late anyway. Besides, I must escort a beauty home." Minky softly scolded him with affection, "You talk too much." At the same time, a white car sped swiftly along the road. Inside the car, Dong Song glanced at James and reproached him. "I told you not to act recklessly. Experts are hidden everywhere in China. Careless actions will affect the principal's plan." Yan breathed heavily, still visibly shaken. "Qiang, we may have run into trouble. I just fought him. His martial skills are formidable and his hidden weapons are deadly. More importantly, he recognized my military academy origin after only a few moves." Dong Song kept his focus on driving, his eyes narrowing slightly. How could that be? Could there be members of the 3 organizations in China as well? Yan, drenched in sweat, admitted in a low voice that he had been too impulsive today and could not yet determine Wang Zheng's identity. He frowned and warned James. "The principal assigned you to assist me. Do not act on your own again. The East is not like the West. If you cause trouble again, you will bear the consequences yourself." Under the still gentle sunlight, a deep voice murmured with hidden meaning, "I already understand everything." Turning back this way, the two continued strolling leisurely. Min Kai suddenly leaned toward Wang Zheng and asked softly, "Weren't you planning to walk me home?" He lazily stretched and spread his arms in response. "I am already walking you home. They say walking 100 steps after eating helps you live to 99. Suddenly, one of Jin Cheng's lackeys mocked, "You still dream of living to 99? He halted and glanced at him, letting out a cold snort. Wang Zheng looked at the group blocking the way, his voice icy. "Who are you? What do you want here?" Jin Cheng smirked provocatively. "No need to ask so much. Just know someone paid us to teach you a lesson." Another man chimed in, "Brother Jin, we were only told to deal with the guy. What about the girl?" He raised his stick to signal, "Deal with that guy first. As for the girl, let the brothers have some fun." Min Kai immediately trembled, clutching his sleeve and softly calling Wang Zheng. Seizing the moment, Wang Zheng deliberately teased her, gently patting her hand with a mischievous smile. "My woman, do not be afraid." She blushed and retorted, Who is your woman anyway? The lackeys rushed forward like a pack of hungry beasts. She asked in panic. What should we do? They are rushing over. In contrast, Wang Zheng remained calm, a playful curve on his lips to quell the chaos. You must control the leader first. As soon as he finished speaking, he made his move. His figure shot forward like lightning, sweeping past the crowd like a fierce wind. In an instant, his hand had grabbed Jin Cheng's collar. With a decisive motion, he lifted him off the ground. Jin Cheng screamed in panic, unaware his subordinates had already collapsed around him. Let me go, save me. Wang Zheng held him aloft like a sandbag and sneered. Do you think anyone can still save you? Jin Cheng was stunned but still struggled. What happened to them? What did you do? Tightened his grip, his eyes cold as steel. No need to know more, tell me who sent you. Feeling danger closing in, Jin Cheng hurriedly raised his hands in surrender. I will talk, please spare me. Min Kai, witnessing everything, was also astonished by his sudden change in attitude. Wang Zheng pondered briefly and then coldly instructed, that name sounds unfamiliar. Remember not to reveal what happened today. Silver Seat KTV, dazzling lights blended with lively music, making the place shine brilliantly in the night. Yu Min politely raised his glass. Second uncle, I have always respected you the most. This time, thanks to your help, I offer you a drink. Changming embraced the beauty beside him and said arrogantly, no need to be polite. If you run into trouble in the future, just tell me. In Binjiang, there is no one I fear. He turned to Su Xing. Lately I have been busy, so you suffered some neglect. In a few months I will make arrangements. Consider this a self-imposed penalty drink. Yu Min quickly waved his hands. You are busy with countless matters and still helped me investigate that man's whereabouts. That is already difficult enough. I should be the one to toast you another drink. He laughed heartily and patted his shoulder. You really know how to talk. That Wang Zheng is probably finished by now. If there is anything else, just say it. I will handle it. He lowered his voice and confessed, I like a girl named Su Yuanyuan, a second-year student at Capital Medical University, but she does not even look at me. Without hesitation, Feng Changming waved his hand. She dares to look down on my nephew, truly ignorant. I will have people investigate and bring her to you. Having his wish granted, Yu Min revealed a smug expression. Second uncle loves me more than my father. I will await your good news. Outside, the sky gradually darkened. The faint moon had just appeared before being blocked by towering buildings. Yang Qiang began soliciting customers. Coaxed warmly, I have top-quality goods here. Do you want to try? Wang Zheng noticed the item in his hand and frowned slightly. He snatched it and interrogated. Selling this is illegal, do you not know? Yang Qiang reached out in panic. Give it back to me. Before he could touch it, he was restrained. Wang Zheng smiled faintly. Want it back? Tell me where Feng Changming is first. Yang Qiang angrily threatened. Do you want a beating? Give it back now. He calmly dodged the attack. After asking around, no one knew Feng Changming's whereabouts. It seems he will not appear today. Finally, he delivered a blow that made the opponent cry out in pain, yet lost. Yang Qiang was sent flying several meters, attracting attention from all around. Wang Zheng remained composed as if nothing had happened, considerate, eliminating harm for the people. The bodyguards noticed the disturbance and rushed over. Move aside. How dare you cause trouble here? He rotated his wrist and said with interest, it seems I will have to get some exercise again. Without further words, he charged straight in and dealt with the people blocking his path. Kai Deng hurriedly reported, Mr. Feng, someone is causing trouble. Feng Changming frowned, annoyed at his fun being ruined. Why are you panicking? How many people? Kai Deng held his dizzy head and replied, only one person, but very formidable. Dozens of bodyguards have been taken down. Feng Changming angrily stood up. One person beat that many of you. What do I keep you for? Why did he come here? A deep voice sounded, breaking the heavy atmosphere. What other reason could there be? In a flash, Wang Zheng made his move, rendering the opponent incapable of resistance. Darkened his expression and asked directly, you are Feng Changming, right? Feng Changming stepped back trembling. It is me, and who are you? Without hesitation, Wang Zheng threw a punch. I finally found you. You are the one who wanted to harm me, right? Feng Changming covered his face in pain. Harm you? Are you Wang Zheng? You dare hit me? People from the police are about to arrive. You will not get away with this. Wang Zheng sneered and stepped closer. Do you think you can wait until then? Speak. Why did you target me? Yu Min hurriedly rushed out. Wang Zheng stopped. Do not touch my second uncle. Feng Changming was stunned. Yu Min. He admitted, on the train you angered me, so I asked my second uncle to step in. This has nothing to do with him. If you want to vent your anger, come at me. After speaking, he secretly hoped the police would arrive soon. He could not hold out much longer. Wang Zheng kicked him away. No need to explain. It is obvious, making a big fuss over a small grudge. If you are so idle, find something proper to do. Seeing his nephew fall, Feng Changming called out in panic, Yu Min. Wang Zheng sat down and said wearily, I do not like people like you. How about I give you 2 ways to resolve this? Feng Changeming's face turned pale. Even knowing the police were coming, Wang Zheng remained completely at ease. Wang Zheng leisurely presented the choices. 1. I make your nephew pay and you bear some losses. 2. You work for me for a period. This place will still be managed by you. Hearing this, Feng Changeming felt as if he had swallowed something bitter. One option cost him face, the other harmed his interest. Why should he be led by the nose like this? At that moment, a shout rang out, "Who is causing trouble here? Arrest them all." Feng Changeming was overjoyed to recognize that an acquaintance had finally arrived. Hua Ping entered with his team, their stern expressions and imposing presence drawing everyone's attention. He glanced around irritably. Even such a small place had troubled him, with so many matters still waiting to be handled. Feng Changeming hurried over. "Captain Wang, you are here." Hua Ping asked in confusion, "Brother Feng, what exactly happened? How did Silver Seat become like this? You look quite battered as well." Feng Changeming immediately accused, "Captain Wang, you must seek justice for Silver Seat. It was all caused by him." Hua Ping calculated the benefits of protection and finally shouted, "One person made this place like this. Stand up for me." Wang Zheng calmly asked, "And then what? You intend to arrest me?" Feeling challenged, Hua Ping angrily ordered, "Of course I will arrest him. Quickly subdue him." Wang Zheng slowly turned his head. "Captain Hua Ping, are you sure?" The moment he clearly saw that face, Hua Ping froze, recalling Wang Zheng's formidable identity. A single phone call could stir the entire unit. Why did he encounter this figure everywhere? He hurriedly found an excuse to withdraw. "Hello, there is an urgent matter at the Academy District." "All right, I will go immediately." Thinking to himself he must not offend this person, Wang Zheng placed a hand on his shoulder. "Captain Wang, you are too hot-tempered. I have a way to help you improve. If you want, bring 2 million to the Jiyurong headquarters tomorrow to find me." Hearing this, Hua Ping was stunned. He had long wanted to cure this condition. Wang Zheng recognized it at a glance. Could there really be a remedy? After thinking for a long time, he finally turned and left. Before leaving he said, "I understand. I will take the initiative to find you." The hope that had just been ignited was extinguished when the savior also left, leaving Captain Wang standing in silence. He reminded him in a dejected tone, "Mr. Feng, have you seen clearly? Even Wang Huiping does not dare to touch me. Are you still unwilling to seriously consider your choice?" After handling everything, he calmly walked away. "I am not in a hurry. I will give you time to think. The next time I return, there must be an answer." That man cried out in despair. "Why me? Is it just because the bank seat is a place of profit?" He replied leisurely, "This matter has nothing to do with the bank seat. It is only because you have something I need, and it is not convenient to say for now." Wang Zheng left the room, each steady step echoing with a calm and powerful aura. He stretched lazily, gently rotating his wrists and ankles to relax his body after a busy night. Thinking back on what had just happened, he could not help but sigh. "It has been a long time since I have been this active. It felt great. The next step is to contact that person." He slowly dialed the familiar number, an indescribable feeling rising in his heart. A voice came from the other end. Zia Yan said, "Hello, who is this?" Wang Zheng smiled faintly. "This is someone from the Dark Military Academy. Are the people you kept all useless?" Recognizing the familiar voice, he became excited. "Is that you, Wang Zheng? When did you return?" He replied coldly. "You are a special operations captain, yet you do not know when I returned. This time I am back. You had better cooperate properly. Otherwise, no matter where you hide, I will find you." He said with certainty, "Rest assured, since you informed me you must trust me, I will not betray that trust." Then he sighed helplessly. "At least you should call me brother. You speak without any restraint." He ignored it. "Quickly settle the matter at the Dark Military Academy. Do not let me clean up your mess." Zia Yan was not surprised when the call was abruptly ended. His temperament remained unchanged. He was so moved that tears welled up. "He is really back. This is wonderful." Dawn broke. The early sunlight filtered through the tall buildings, spreading warmth across the entire city. In the vice president's office, Shishi reported, "Liu Ziwei has confessed everything. The one who threatened him was Liu Yangfu." She continued, "Liu Yangfu is the owner of the medical equipment company Huakeo, a foreign-invested enterprise in Jiangsu province. I have already arranged an investigation." Wang Zheng frowned. "Jiangsu again, such a coincidence. Have you thoroughly checked that company?" She replied, "The company is indeed a foreign enterprise, but the legal representative Liu Yangfu suddenly suffered a heart attack 2 days ago and died before reaching the hospital." He pondered. "The key link has been severed. There must be someone behind this. It seems he was only a discarded pawn. This opponent is not simple. Investigate the source of the investment funds. It may reveal clues." Shishi immediately accepted the order. "Understood. I will have assistant Nguyen handle it right away." At that moment the phone rang urgently. Picked up the call. Hello, alright, have him come up. She asked curiously, who is it? Wang Zheng replied calmly, the person bringing money to me. After bidding farewell to Shishi, he prepared to receive the guest. He smiled. I thought Captain Wang would delay for a few more days. I did not expect you to come to your senses so quickly. Weakling got straight to the point. I will give you 2 million. Can you cure my illness? I have visited many places and they all said it is psychological. He replied confidently, how could those doctors understand? I have already said, if no one provokes me I will not provoke them. Your illness only requires a small exercise. After some thought, that man decided to take the risk. Here are 2 million. The password is from 1 to 6. Unable to endure it any longer, he hurriedly said, quickly treat me. It is seriously affecting my life. Wang Zheng smiled reassuringly. Do not worry. Carefully took out the set of acupuncture needles that had accompanied him for many years. He stated clearly, once I accept the money I must cure the illness. That is my principle, let us begin. Weakling asked in confusion, treat me right here you. After a round of acupuncture, he staggered back to his car, thinking to himself that fortunately nothing had happened. Suddenly he realized his body felt much lighter. The discomfort seemed to have disappeared. Wang Zheng calmly watched his figure fade under the summer sunlight. Shishi asked in confusion, are you just going to let him off like that? He looked down to the lower floor and smiled meaningfully. How could it be that easy? I only collected a little interest first. Shishi sighed, anyone who opposes you is truly unlucky. Fortunately, I am not your opponent. He teased in return, what would I do to you? Do not worry, you are not my type. He blushed and shouted, Wang Zheng. He laughed and held her hand. Wait a moment, I need to take this call. He answered the phone. Hello, all right, I understand. She asked what happened. He said that Liu Xuan had found a new job and wanted to invite him to celebrate. Shishi crossed her arms seriously. Vice President Wang, are you planning to take leave without permission? What if I do not agree? He quickly explained, it is not for leisure. It is for the company. Our new product is lacking a suitable spokesperson, right? Continued, I think Liu Xuan's image fits very well. Many people born in the 1990s are already married. We can build the image of a young couple. What do you think? Her eyes lit up. That is a great idea. I will arrange for her to do a test shoot and see the effect. He nodded happily. That would be even better. Wang Zheng immediately went to Grandma Kaio's restaurant as agreed. The two raised their glasses to celebrate their reunion. He spoke frankly, you are treating me to a meal. I will give you a chance to earn money. Become the spokesperson for Jurong. Liu Xuan hesitated. Being a spokesperson sounds complicated. I only want to be a teaching intern. Becoming a star is something I have never considered. He was somewhat surprised by her reaction and pondered silently. Finally, he suggested, consider it as helping me. Could you try the casting? She nervously drank the entire glass of water to calm herself. Placing the glass firmly on the table, she said, all right, if you trust me then I will try. Wang Zheng was delighted. Then tomorrow I will take you to the casting. Suddenly a familiar voice called out, Wang Zheng. Turned around and saw Fei Lin. He said kindly, what a coincidence, sit down and eat with us. Fei Lin angrily shouted, are you not dating Cheng Fei? Why are you here with this girl? He laughed, I only helped Cheng Fei deal with Lin Keluo, truly the type who ruins things when they cannot have them. That man refused to listen and continued to accuse, do you not feel guilty toward Cheng Fei for timing like this? He added, she has struggled alone in the capital, and you still treat her like this. People around began to gossip. Young people nowadays are truly outrageous. He looks decent on the outside, but who would have thought? Fei Lin became even more aggressive. Everyone is on my side. The two of you are openly intimate and feel no shame. Suddenly, a stream of spicy liquid sprayed straight into the eyes of the man who was shouting. He clutched his eyes and cried out, my eyes, it hurts so much. Liu Xuan vented her anger, serves you right, who told you to talk nonsense? Wang Zheng reminded him, I advise you to go to the hospital for a checkup. Fei Lin hurriedly left, leaving the diner stunned. Liu Xuan complained, the delicious meal was completely ruined by that man. Wang Zheng comforted her, do not let that kind of person affect your mood, treat it like a passing breeze. After speaking, he stood up, let us go, I will take you back to the university. Wang Zheng's car sped quickly through the crowded streets. Finally, the car slowly stopped in front of the university gate. Liu Xuan gently opened the door and stepped out of the car, smiling as she expressed her thanks. You have worked hard to bring me home. Go back and rest early to regain your strength for tomorrow preparation for the cutting ceremony. He replied cheerfully, all right, tomorrow morning I will come to pick you up. Remember to wait for my call. Gaze suddenly froze when he saw a familiar figure walking out from the school gate. She frowned slightly and asked with concerned hand, "What is wrong?" Quickly turned his head to look in that direction and met a once familiar face. She was momentarily stunned. That person was Zhu Feng. Zhu Feng's face darkened. The first time Liu Xuan returned to school, she ran into him, truly bad luck clinging to her. Harsh words surged in his mind. "If it were not for you, I would not have been humiliated like that, nor left with such an unsightly mark on my face." Gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. "I have carved that humiliation deep into my heart. This debt will never be forgotten." Liu Xuan did not even bother to spare another glance, coldly passing by as if he were a stranger. Zhu Feng fumed inwardly. "You have thrown my life into chaos. One day I will make you pay." He swore with extremity. "Liu Xuan, I will never let you go." Ji Hua noticed his son's instability and immediately stopped him. "Zhu Feng, do not do anything you will regret later. I am arranging the procedures. In 1 month you will go to Australia." He shook his head resolutely. "I will not go. What I have lost must be taken back by my own hands." Ji Hua shouted angrily. "He is like this and you do not persuade him." Yi Hui immediately retorted, "Our mother and son are being oppressed like this, and you only know how to shrink back. Are you still a man?" He suppressed his anger and warned, "I am telling you in advance. Do not let Zhu Feng ruin my plan. Women accomplish little but ruin much." Car gradually disappeared at the end of the road, leaving only Wang Zheng standing there with a contemplative gaze amid intertwined calculations. As dawn broke, the headquarters was already bustling in preparation for an energetic working day. Xiao Miu carefully introduced, "Bing Chun, please take a look. This is the costume and advertising script for Zhu Rong." Bing Chun immediately showed her attitude, an apron with loose hair. "Director Zhang, I do not like this styling. It does not suit my style." He gently persuaded, "Bing Chun, in this profession you cannot always follow your own wishes. Try exploring the image of a family woman." He let out a cold laugh. "Exploring an image, with my status do I still need to explore?" He continued patiently, "Trust me, this complete change in image will help you gain more audience affection." She decisively waved her hand. "No need to say more, Director Zhang. I am not interested in this script." She added bluntly, "As for the remuneration, I will not lower the price. 70 million is the final amount." Xiao Miu was stunned. 70 million. Previously we agreed on 60 million. Wang Zheng witnessed everything from beginning to end, and only let out a faint cold laugh. He shook his head in disapproval. "An A-list actress being this arrogant is truly unpleasant." Shi calmly explained, "In China there are not many humble celebrities. Bing Chun is the same. Moreover, she is a top-tier star." He sneered, "Whether top-tier or bottom-tier is not important. Trying to raise the price at Zhu Rong. Do not even dream. 70 million and she will not get a single cent." Shi quickly clarified, "I was worried Liu Xuan might not agree, so I prepared Bing Chun as a backup. If Liu Xuan has agreed, then we will cancel the contract on that side." Wang Zheng nodded in approval. He stepped forward and proactively greeted Xiao Miu, "Director Zhang." He asked kindly, "Is there any difficulty? If you do not mind, you can tell me." Xiao Miu immediately regained his composure. "So it is Vice President Wang. Please have a seat." Shi tactfully left to create a private space. "You two continue discussing. I will go to the wardrobe area to see how Liu Xuan is doing." Wang Zheng smiled and agreed. He turned to ask Han what exactly happened earlier. Tai Bing Chun left before filming even began. Xiao Miu sighed and recounted, "Vice President Wang, she was dissatisfied with the script and costume. I am using reference images to persuade her." He thought for a moment and asked, "If Bing Chun were the spokesperson, do you think the visual impact would meet expectation?" He reviewed the materials. "Her style does not completely match this advertisement, but as an A-list star she could create a good effect." Wang Zheng slowly took the stack of documents from his hand. He spoke frankly, "Zhu Rong has just entered the home appliance industry and does not intend to invest too heavily in media. It only wants to test the market." Xiao Miu understood, "So you already have a suitable candidate. Just invite her to do a trial shoot." Wang Zheng smiled. Director Zhang is indeed perceptive. His gaze shifted toward the person mentioned. "The one I spoke of has arrived." He suggested that he look toward Liu Xuan. "Take a look." Liu Xuan appeared in a youthful sports outfit. Her eyes filled with anticipation. "What do you think?" Xiao Miu's eyes lit up with satisfaction. "Very good. Her temperament stands out at first glance." Liu Xuan trembled slightly from nervousness. "Hello, Director Zhang. I am Liu Xuan, a student of Capital Normal University. This time thanks to Wang Zheng introduction. I did not expect you to personally film me." He happily shook her hand in greeting. Noticing her tension, he smiled encouragingly. "Just relax and follow my guidance." Wang Zheng reminded everyone to begin immediately. "Director Zhang, please take care of Liu Xuan. I will not disturb you. He made a gesture of encouragement, gradually stabilizing her mood. After they had gone far, Shishi leisurely sat down and sipped her tea. She recalled the earlier scene and sighed in relief. When I went in to see her preparing earlier, I was almost startled because she overdid her makeup. He laughed when imagining that appearance. He looked toward the table on the other side and analyzed. It proves she values this shoot very much but has not yet found her own style. Wang Zheng praised, her attitude is very serious and she has a spirit of progress. I believe she can go far. He asked for his opinion, what do you think? Xiao Mu responded enthusiastically, I am also very satisfied. After 3 hours of continuous work, Wang Zheng invited everyone to rest. You have all worked hard. Xiao Mu praised, Liu Xuan is intelligent and adaptable. Casting her as the female lead will certainly be highly effective. She shyly responded, you flatter me. Wang Zheng went straight to the point. So can we finalize Liu Xuan as the female lead of the advertisement? Xiao Mu hesitated, but the company previously invited Bing Chun. If we cancel the contract, will it be all right? Shishi stated decisively, what is the problem? I think Liu Xuan is not inferior to her. He placed the tablet down. The price Bing Chun proposed is too high. She concluded firmly, choose Liu Xuan. Xiao Mu was still worried because Bing Chun's side would not be easy to deal with. Wang Zheng affirmed, you only need to focus on the advertisement for Liu Xuan. Leave Bing Chun matter to me. The gentle morning sunlight spread softly, warming the vast space. Xiao Mu instructed, Liu Xuan move slightly to the right, that is right. She immediately complied, every gesture professional before the camera. He nodded in satisfaction. Very good, maintain that pose. Suddenly the sound of hurried footsteps echoed, dry and carrying anger. Lila stormed in and threw the documents onto the table. Director Zhang, what is the meaning of this? She snapped irritably, the female lead Bing Chun has not arrived yet, and you have already started filming. Xiao Mu calmly pointed toward Liu Xuan. What do you mean the female lead has not arrived? Is she not the one? Lila fumed, you changed the actress without authorization which violates the contract. Who gave you that right? Wang Zheng replied leisurely, I gave the permission. He emphasized with challenge, I was the one who decided to change. Lila shouted, who are you to dare make the change? What qualifications do you have? He calmly withdrew the arm he had just extended. And as for the reason, it was because your asking price was outrageous. A small advertisement from Ju Rong would never dare to invite an A-list star. She was so stunned that she could only utter a single sound before falling silent. Wang Zheng leisurely sat down and mockingly added, why are you still not leaving, or do you want to stay as a senior to guide our newcomers? Seeing her assistant at a disadvantage, Bing Chun immediately stepped forward, regardless of who you are. My advertisement is not something that can be changed at will. Do you know who I am? He calmly recited her background clearly. Of course, you are Kai Bangchun from the Song Corporation. I am also close with the chairman's granddaughter Hai Xing, and moreover your real name is Kai Hongquan. Having her sore spot exposed, she shouted angrily, are you all colluding to harm me? I will hold a press conference and expose all your dirty tricks. He replied coldly, what truth are you talking about? Then he bluntly pointed at her face, or should we tell the public that you have altered your face? Not stopping there, he even mentioned her breast enhancement. Liu Xuan could not help but giggle at the scene. Bing Chun was petrified, her mind filled with question marks because very few people knew about her surgeries. She snorted coldly in humiliation and turned to leave. Still not venting her anger, she lashed out at Lila. How did he know about this? What kind of work are you doing? The assistant could only lower her head and apologize softly. Wang Zheng clapped cheerfully after resolving the trouble. All right, continue filming. Bing Chun returned to the Song Corporation headquarters in frustration. He angrily hurled the handbag she usually cherished. Being looked down upon for the first time made her feel deeply wronged. This matter absolutely could not be let go. What right did he have to replace her? She told herself that she was a top-tier actress, yet she was replaced by a newcomer and spoken to disrespectfully. The mere thought made her furious. Standing beside her, Lila fanned the flames. Exactly, we cannot let this go. If you were the spokesperson, Ju Rong would benefit greatly. They are truly short-sighted. Bing Chun bit her nails irritably, but how should she strike back? The assistant quickly offered a suggestion. We still have Chairman Song. So what if he knows Hai Xing, you are the pillar of the company? The chairman will definitely stand by you. She pondered thoughtfully. It seemed she could only rely on Song Mingsen. In the end, Bing Chun decided to retaliate. That man would not have an easy time this round. At the Song Corporation, a gathering place for many famous stars in the entertainment industry. Inside the chairman's office came a coaxing voice. All right, stop crying. Bing Zan gently comforted her. Do not worry, Chun Chun. Leave this to me. Just wait for the second act. He immediately instructed his assistant. Send an invitation in my name to Wang Zheng of Ju Rong International. Invite him to meet tonight at the Tiangong Club. The assistant replied respectfully, yes, Chairman, I will prepare it immediately. Suddenly recalling something, he pulled the assistant back and added, besides Wang Zheng, also invite Ming Quan and So Chiu Nam. Remember to call Old Feng and my granddaughter Hai Xing. Let her broaden her horizons tonight. After speaking, he concluded confidently, tonight Wang Zheng will have to accept whether he wants to or not. On the other side, Wang Zheng unexpectedly received an invitation. Picked up the card and examined it carefully. The content surprised him slightly. Song Ming Zan invited him to dinner. It seemed he had touched his man, so the man had to show up. Shishi asked worriedly, can I go with you tonight? They will at least give me some face. He smiled and patted her head. No need. With you there it would be awkward. Only when you are absent would he truly dare to make a move against me. He blushed and brushed his hand away. Do not pat my head. Then she said, then you go ahead. After I finish company matters, I will go to Tiangong to buy some drinks. Wang Zheng had no choice but to agree. All right, I will settle everything before you arrive. As night fell, a crescent moon appeared faintly among the clouds like an enchanting veil. Tiangong Club became even more mysterious and lively after dark. Inside a private room, ambiguous whispers echoed, Chun Chun, do not move. Bing Chun panted softly, Chairman Song. Suddenly, a knock on the door interrupted the intimate moment. Bing Zan hurriedly reminded her, fix yourself, I will go take a look. He opened the door suspiciously. Who is it? Then suddenly realized, you are Wang Zheng. He smiled and replied, I am Wang Zheng. Now you may call me Chairman Wang. Invited him in and asked directly, I heard you replaced Chun Chun with a newcomer. How do you explain that today? Wang Zheng sat down calmly. It seems Brother Song is not happy. Or did I arrive too early and disturb your private matters? Bing Chun angrily sprang to her feet. Wang Zheng, do not change the subject. Bing Zan raised his hand to stop her. He stared intently. What do you mean, Chairman Wang? He replied indifferently, nothing much, just reminding you to restrain yourself a bit. Being over 50 and exhausting yourself is not good. Froze and held his abdomen. We are both men. Are you speaking in riddles to mock me? Wang Zheng listed calmly. Recently Brother Song often feels tired, has discomfort in the lower abdomen, weakened immunity and lingering colds for a whole month. Is that correct? Ming Zan was astonished, not understanding how he knew. He probed. It seems Chairman Wang understands medicine. Where did you practice as a doctor? Bing Chun curled her lips mockingly. With that level, who knows how many people he has harmed? Wang Zheng looked straight at her. There is something I do not want to say. Bing Chun, you had a minor surgery last month, did you not? She was horrified and tightened her grip on the glass. Could it be that he had seen through her cosmetic procedure? Bing Zan's expression also changed. Chun Chun indeed had surgery last month for his sake, yet he had noticed. He reassured himself that this matter must never be exposed, otherwise he would be implicated as well. Wang Zheng was truly a threat. Wang Zheng smiled faintly. Brother Song, your complexion does not look good. Are you thinking of a plan? Being exposed, he forced a laugh. Indeed, there are always masters above masters. No matter how I hide it, I cannot escape your eyes. He waved his hand modestly. Brother Song, you flatter me. Ming Zan was left speechless by that confidence. Just then, the sound of a door slowly opening came from outside. Zhang Nan smiled as he spoke to Han, Uncle Ming Zan. I just returned from Jiangsu and came over immediately after receiving your call. I am not sure what you need my help with, but I will certainly do my utmost. He quickly composed himself and said softly, not yet, Nam. After speaking, he leisurely explained the reason. Actually, it is nothing serious. It has just been a long time since everyone met, and on this occasion it is convenient to introduce a new friend. Bing Chun took the initiative to greet, hello, Mr. So. Zhao Nan carefully took his seat and did not forget to praise the young woman. She truly is our outstanding leading lady. Hearing about her is not as impressive as seeing her in person. She is even more radiant in real life than on screen. Suddenly he realized that there was still another person present in the room. He was surprised and impressed. Young Master Wang, I did not expect to meet you here. So Uncle Song intended to matchmake so that we could get acquainted. Wang Zheng responded smoothly, that is right. Thanks to Chairman Song's arrangement, we have the chance to meet again. Ming Zan was momentarily stunned, wondering if the two had already known each other. Zhang Nan asked suspiciously, Uncle Ming Zan, how did you come to know the young master of the Wang family in Philadelphia? He secretly calculated that if he could bring Wang Zheng and Song Ming Zan onto the same side it would be ideal. Otherwise he would have to shift the topic to Bing Chun. He was slightly startled. The Wang family in Philadelphia. Searching his memory, he recalled that it was a financial conglomerate comparable to the major domestic families. So why had one of their members appeared in China? In the end, Kim Kwiat firmly told himself, no matter what his identity is, this is still Chinese territory. Anyone who dares to touch his taboo must never be spared. While he was still thinking, a familiar voice sounded. Brother Song, I am here. Ming Zan smiled with satisfaction. The reinforcements had arrived. Ming Quan greeted warmly. Oh, Mr. So is here as well, and the great beauty Bing Chun too. Wang Zheng smiled and waved hello. Upon seeing him, that man paled slightly as unpleasant memories flooded back. Stammering, why are you here? He calmly asked in return, why can I not appear here? That man lowered his head, his voice trembling. Of course you have the right to be here. An uneasy feeling arose within him. He only hoped he would not have to experience being taught a lesson again. Even if he was oppressed, he could only endure it. He stepped forward and draped an arm over the person beside him. What is wrong? Are you so nervous upon seeing me? Did your sister not come with you? Ming Quan replied awkwardly, my sister is working overtime. He regretted coming. If he had known tonight's gathering was aimed at Wang Zheng, he would not have appeared. Ming Zan and Bing Chun asked in unison, so you two already know each other. Wang Zheng said calmly, not only do we know each other, but we are quite close. Ming Quan quickly corrected, ah no, he is close with my sister. Seeing that the teasing was enough, he decided to show mercy. Actually, we met while studying abroad, so we are longtime friends. He casually gestured, everyone please sit down. Ming Zan witnessed the scene and quietly wiped his sweat. Zhao Nan handled things skillfully. Zhang Mingquan shrank back, while Wang Zheng was truly formidable. He secretly calculated that Wang Zheng was far from simple, and it was best not to bring trouble upon himself. But he gathered all his courage and pushed a glass of wine toward the opposite side. Wang Zheng frowned, unsure of what he intended to do. Ming Zan spoke frankly, young Master Wang, regarding your replacement of Bing Chun with an unknown student, I need to hear an explanation. Wang Zheng replied indifferently, Chairman Song, do you want me to apologize to her? Ming Zan quickly waved his hand, no, I only hope you will hold a press conference to clarify, otherwise her reputation will be affected. He continued to probe, you mean I must publicly admit fault before the media? He nodded slightly in satisfaction, truly a perceptive person. Ming Quan sensed the heavy atmosphere and found an excuse to leave, my stomach hurts. Please excuse me as I step out first. Zhao Nan perceived that man's intention. He truly knew how to choose the right moment to leave. He took the initiative to defend Uncle Ming Zan. Replacing a lead role is not uncommon. Perhaps Wang Zheng has his own reasons. It would be better for us to discuss this internally. Ming Zan cautiously accepted the glass of water from the person opposite. An indescribable feeling arose within him. If he yielded this time and did not let Bing Chun take the stage, who would still be willing to sign with the company in the future? Tried to find a solution. After all, the matter is not too serious, Wang Zheng. In my opinion, cooperation between both sides would be mutually beneficial. After saying this, he lowered his head intending to pour wine. Diamond Hon Lin combined with the star lineup of Song Corporation would certainly create a victorious situation for both sides. Wang Zheng quickly stopped the action. He laughed, if the artists of Song Corporation are all like Bing Chun, then I am afraid I cannot handle it. Bing Chun angrily stood up. Wang Zheng, do not go too far. You believe I will call people to deal with you? He replied calmly, feel free to try. If you dare to touch me tonight, I fear that tomorrow the sunlight will no longer belong to you. Casually tossed a golden card onto the table before the astonished gazes. Ming Zan stammered, this is a card from Tiangong. He exclaimed in shock, this is the platinum card of a board member of the International Tiangong Club. It is said that the place was founded by the chairman. All members are influential figures, and Wang Zheng is among them. Bing Chun crossed her arms and snorted coldly. Who knows whether this card is real or fake? Do you think showing it will make me afraid? Wang Zheng leisurely stood up and stretched, let me tell you. Before coming here I used this card to verify my identity to install cameras in the room, while you certainly did not. Both she and Ming Zan turned pale, cameras. Zhang Nan sighed helplessly. The two of them joining forces were still inferior to Wang Zheng. Ming Zan asked in a trembling voice, tell me, what are your conditions to hand over the recording to us? Wang Zheng frankly proposed, all artists of your company will serve as ambassadors for my diamond brand. In return, I will offer preferential fees. What do you think? It was half doubtful if we follow that proposal. The recording will not be leaked, correct? Bing Chun felt as if struck by lightning. Her eyes filled with confusion as she looked at Chairman Song. He affirmed decisively, I guarantee it with my reputation. He suggested, give me 1 day to think about it. He agreed cheerfully, of course. Bing Chun hurriedly chased after Ming Zan. Chairman Song, wait for me. Xiao Nan asked doubtfully, young Master Wang, is there really a camera in this room? Wang Zheng slowly sat down. What do you think? He smiled and sipped his wine. I see nothing at all, ha ha, but to be honest, Ming Zan is not exceptionally outstanding, yet he is very cautious. You should be wary of him. As expected, Ming Zan hurriedly called for help. Mr. Fong, there has been a problem tonight. I want someone to disappear from my sight forever. Do you have a way? Person on the other end sounded troubled. Boss Song, this involves the law and the situation is sensitive. I am afraid it will not be easy. Ming Zan tried to plead. Brother Fong, we have known each other for so many years. Can you not help me this once? Mr. Fong sighed heavily. In that case, finally he said, I will introduce you to a subordinate named Li Gang. As long as there is money, he dares to take on anything. Perhaps he suits your requirements. Ming Zan was delighted. Thank you, Brother Fong. Another day I will certainly treat you to a meal. In the bustling city center, the Tiangong Club stood tall and majestic, like a symbol of mysterious luxury. Xiao Nan got into the car to leave and did not forget to say, young Master Wang, we will drink together another time. Wang Zheng replied, sure, drive safely. Watched the car gradually disappear into the misty night, thinking that no matter how well he concealed it, he still revealed his wariness toward him. He chuckled softly. This person knows how to seize opportunities and choose the right side at the right time. Quite formidable. The attendant respectfully said, Chairman Wang, your car keys. He nodded in thanks. Wang Zheng's car sped along the avenue, the lights stretching into long streaks in the night while the engine roared behind. Suddenly he sensed unusual movement behind him. Oh. A series of questions appeared in his mind. Since when had that noisy group begun following him? Through the rearview mirror he carefully observed the suspicious vehicle. It seemed to be drawing closer. Suddenly the black car accelerated to overtake, producing a piercing sound in the night. Yuan Koi rolled down the car window and displayed a provocative smile. That man casually scattered the sharp, sparkling objects he had prepared onto the road, his eyes eager as if awaiting the next act of the play. Rows of sharp spikes were scattered across the road, lying silently like invisible scythes waiting in the darkness. As expected, a thunderous explosion tore through the stillness. Within seconds, the cars behind lost control one after another as their tires burst, throwing the scene into chaos. The crowd shouted in panic, how are you driving up there? The road is full of spikes. Who set this up? Everyone hurried out to check. Curses erupted as the tires were badly damaged. At that very moment, Yuan Kui stepped out, calmly loading his weapon and preparing himself. He signaled to Huang Lam. Behind them was Wang Zheng's car. They would take advantage of the chaos to split into two directions and close in quickly. He nodded in response, understood. Suddenly Wang Zheng stuck his head out. The idea sounds good, but I am not sure it is safe. He was startled and turned pale. Wang Zheng, Huang Lam was also shocked. When did you get here? He immediately pulled out a small sharp needle and spoke in a cold voice. Without hesitation, he asked directly who had sent them. Elsewhere, Min Zan was raising a glass in delight, as if everything was under control. He showed gratitude. Thanks to you. Otherwise I would not have gone this far. That Wang Zheng is truly outrageous. Trace of worry crossed his face. Why has there been no news for so long? Could something have happened? Lai Kuang calmly reassured him. There is nothing to worry about. He boasted confidently, the two men I sent were once hardened figures in the criminal world. Dealing with one person is nothing to them. Hearing that, he felt somewhat relieved. So that is how it is, truly formidable. Before he could finish his drink, the door was kicked open, making him choke in shock. Wang Zheng walked in leisurely, the sound of his shoes on the floor creating an overwhelming presence. He spoke coldly. I did not expect Brother Tong was not joking. Just a few words and you already wanted to drive me into a dead end. Min Zan hurriedly denied, no, that is not it. There must be a misunderstanding. Lai Kuang, sitting beside him, quickly stood up as the heavy atmosphere descended. He felt danger closing in, so the person Min Zan mentioned was Wang Zheng. This situation is bad, I must retreat. Before he could leave, a powerful kick struck his back, stopping him in place. He spoke slowly, a misunderstanding. There are many who want to harm me. I just did not expect the two of you to be among them. His voice was icy. Tell me how you plan to resolve this. The two sat frozen, not daring to move. He mentioned the police and sneered, you hired people to harm me. Calling the police will not benefit you. Wang Zheng spoke while leisurely wiping the blade in his hand. I always repay my grudges. You wanted to destroy me. I will not let it go easily. He glanced at them. If you offer conditions of sufficient value, I can consider giving you a way out. Minzan seized the opportunity. Chairman Wang, I accept all the previous conditions, and the promotion will be free of charge. He laughed mockingly. The profit from representing Ju Rong is enough to buy your life. He stated bluntly, even if you hand over the entire Tong Corporation to me, it would only count as half a condition. His voice trembled as he asked, even the entire Tong Corporation is only half. What else do I have to offer? Wang Zheng affirmed, you still have something else. If you can do it, I will spare you. He probed fearfully, what do you want me to do? Demanded decisively, replace Tong Mingwei and become the heir of the Tong family. Min Zan sighed, you want me to replace my second brother as the head, and then hand everything over to you. He raised his thumb in approval, you understand correctly. For now you will act as my spokesperson within the Tong family. He pondered, a spokesperson or a puppet, but if I can truly become the head, it is worth trying. After a moment of consideration, he replied, if you help me take that position, I am willing to let the Tong family serve you. He crossed his arms calmly, good, then prove your sincerity right now. He swallowed hard and clenched his fist, preparing to act. Lai Kuang watched curiously, how should sincerity be proven? Suddenly Minzan dropped to his knees, leaving him stunned and shocked. Wang Zheng spoke sternly, do you feel humiliated? You once tried to push me into danger. Now if you want to live, manage the Tong family well for me, understood. He gritted his teeth and replied, I understand. He helped him up with satisfaction. Smiling, he assigned the task. Focus on elevating Hai Xing and Su Tianren, that is the first mission. Continued, go, use every scheme to take what belongs to you. I will be watching. He left with vacant eyes like a man who had lost his soul. Wang Zheng turned and smirked, you also have a choice, tell me what you want. Lai Kuang was so frightened that he dropped to his knees. He clutched Wang Zheng's legs and begged, I do not want to die, brother Wang, please spare me. He impatiently grabbed his collar and pulled him to his feet. Crying like this only makes me more disgusted, speak clearly. He trembled continuously and begged for mercy. Sudden ringing of a phone shattered the tense atmosphere. In Wang Zheng's mind, the name Chu Feng immediately appeared. He hoped that man would not let hatred cloud his judgment. He ignored Lai Kuang clinging to him and calmly answered the call. I will handle this. Everyone report to the police and go home to wait for news. He raised his head and asked, what happened? Do you need my help? He put down the phone and muttered, thanks for the reminder, it seems you are still useful. Then Wang Zheng smiled coldly and ordered, take people to teach the city chief secretary Chi Hua a lesson, the more discreet the better. Lai Kuang immediately agreed, understood, I will go at once. In his mind, as long as he could keep his life, causing trouble for Chi Hua no longer mattered. He added meaningfully, go, do not talk too much. When the child causes trouble, the father should share the responsibility. He eagerly replied, yes, I will have it handled. After speaking, Lai Kuang hurriedly left as if afraid of any delay. After he disappeared, Wang Zheng made a call, a friend of mine has been kidnapped. Use the number I just sent to locate them. Enham teased, a friend, a female friend. Knowing he was being teased, he frowned, do not ask nonsense. Where is the target? The other party changed tone. The target is heading toward the southern outskirts. Due to traffic congestion, they are detouring through Binjiang district. A relieved smile appeared on Wang Zheng's face. There is still time. Quickly ordered, prepare 2 helicopters for me, one to pick me up, the other to approach near the target. In a desolate hilly region, a car sped along a winding mountain road. Liu Xuan was tied up and unconscious in the back seat, unaware she was being discussed. Brothers, it was not easy to capture her. Why not have some fun before taking her to the southern outskirts? Such crude words made even the listeners feel disgusted, truly perverse. In another modern building, the night enveloped every corner. Chi Hua and his group raised their glasses in celebration. The success of this project was all thanks to the leadership's guidance. Before he could continue, the door was violently kicked open, shattering the festive atmosphere. Lai Kuang carefully compared the photo on his phone with the man in front of him. Then he shouted loudly, who is Chi Hua? After confirming the target, he signaled to the people behind him, 3 minutes, deal with him for me. Chi Hua was still bewildered and asked, who are you? Before he could finish speaking, he bent over from a sudden punch. Lai Kuang slapped him again and said, someone asked me to remind you that you failed to discipline your child. You should share some benefits with his father. Chi Hua collapsed to the floor, his face pale. What benefits? Cough. Just a few minutes later, the thugs stormed in and took turns attacking. He panicked and begged Lu Wen for mercy, promising to strictly discipline his son. In response to that plea was only Li Gang's mocking smirk. There is no need for you to discipline him. In the end, I should be the one thanking you. The vicious man lifted a chair and smashed it straight at Chi Hua. If not for you, I would not have had the chance to escape that devil this time. Li Gang had calculated the timing precisely based on Wang Zheng's every move, guessing that he was about to catch his son as well. He leaned out of the helicopter, anxiously asking how far they were from the coordinates, and the pilot immediately replied that it was about 2 kilometers. Wang Zheng regained his commanding demeanor and ordered that the other team be informed of their imminent landing. The helicopter would continue flying high to maintain overall control, and anyone attempting to escape would be dealt with decisively. In the vehicle carrying Liu Xuan, Jia laughed mockingly, revealing that the place specialized in trafficking women to Africa, and Chu Feng burst into loud laughter in agreement. He cast a sinister glance toward the back seat. I thoroughly investigated before moving this woman. She is half alive, but I want her to suffer even more. He shamelessly sneered, looking at you. Is it love and hatred mixed together? Just then Liu Xuan let out a soft groan as she regained consciousness. She struggled to sit up weakly and instinctively asked in panic, "Where is this? Why am I here? My head hurts so much." Seeing her awake, Chu Feng became even more threatening. Do not be afraid. I am taking you somewhere pleasant to enjoy life. At a facility located in the southern suburban area. The young man enthusiastically bowed to greet them, reminding young Master Chu to contact him again if he had good merchandise next time. But Chu Feng coldly replied that there would be no next time. He did not want to see this kind of woman again. Yi Hui, standing behind, reminded him that it was not convenient to stay long and urged him to leave, but he grumbled that he had already said he could handle it himself, and that she did not need to follow him everywhere. She smiled gently and explained that she was worried about him, but before she could finish, the sound of a bullet whizzing past froze her in place. The bullet struck Chu Feng's thigh, causing him to collapse to the ground screaming in pain. A mother's instinct surged within her, and she rushed forward in panic to embrace her beloved son, unaware that both mother and son were now fully within the enemy's sights. From above, Wang Zheng revealed a cold smile, calm as if everything had been planned. Xing Ren observed through binoculars in astonishment. Incredible. The target is nearly 1,000 meters away, and he still hit it. Wang Zheng shook his head modestly, saying it was just based on instinct. He was not yet familiar with the new rifle, otherwise it would have been a clean takedown, and he instructed the other team to proceed. A helicopter carrying Wang Zheng flew straight into the courtyard of the human trafficking headquarters. As soon as it landed, he swiftly climbed out and announced their arrival. Upon touching the ground, he immediately issued orders. 2 people remain at the helicopter and do not let anyone escape. He further instructed that Xing Ren find a concealed position outside for observation and be ready to provide support when needed, which Xing Ren promptly acknowledged. Wang Zheng signaled to move forward, telling the rest to follow him inside. His determination burned fiercely. Liu Xuan, he had arrived. Gunshots mixed with footsteps echoed throughout the building as they advanced, reminding each other to stay cautious because the enemy was heavily armed. A soldier ran up to report that the target was not found on the 2nd floor, and Wang Zheng immediately redirected the team to the 3rd floor. He grew serious, realizing that although the place was not large, it was filled with personnel and weapons, and it would have been difficult to handle without Ha En-ham's support. Suddenly, gunfire rang out along with a shout ordering everyone to stand still. Fan Lim appeared, holding Liu Xuan hostage, asking if they had come for her. Took the opportunity to make demands, prepare a car for him to leave, otherwise the girl would not be safe. Terrified, Liu Xuan burst into tears and called out Wang Zheng's name for help. Wang Zheng calmly raised his hand to reassure him, telling him not to get agitated. The vehicle was ready as long as he stayed calm, while inwardly calculating since the man had revealed himself. Fan Lim raised his head and slowly descended the stairs, continuously threatening that any rash move would endanger the girl. While speaking, he did not realize he had already entered the sniper's line of sight. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out, striking him directly in the head. The shot was so precise that even Wang Zheng admired the marksmanship of Xing Ren sent by Ha En-ham. Fan Lim lost his balance and tumbled down the stairs, accidentally dragging Liu Xuan with him. Both fell together and she screamed in panic. But in the next moment, Wang Zheng caught her in time, gently reassuring her that everything was fine and he would take her home. He carried her away from the scene, handed the situation over to his teammates, and instructed them to handle the remaining victims upstairs properly. He emphasized that the place must be completely eradicated. This den of crime could not be allowed to exist any longer, and everyone acknowledged the order. The information was quickly relayed elsewhere. The man, upon hearing the news, slammed the table in anger, saying the southern suburban base had been wiped out by Ha En-ham's people. He muttered resentfully that he had not intended to get involved, but since they wanted a fight, he would respond to the end. Soon after, the next morning at the Thien Bin Sun Villa. As soon as he entered the living room, Wang Zheng was teased by Shishi. The great hero has returned. How is the beauty you rescued? He smiled and replied that she was fine. She had simply fallen asleep from prolonged stress, then asked why the two of them were still awake. Shishi angrily said how could she sleep. After hearing Liu Xuan had been kidnapped by Chu Feng, she even wanted to have someone deal with him. Cheng Fei calmly advised against it, saying it involved human lives and reporting to the police would be more appropriate, especially since his father was the city party secretary. Wang Zheng stepped forward to reassure her, saying he did not expect her to be even more resolute than him, and that Chu Feng would not dare to appear again for a long time. His eyes turned cold as he murmured that perhaps he would never return in this lifetime. Hearing this, Shishi relaxed and said they would let Liu Xuan rest tomorrow and resume filming in the afternoon, since the product promotion would go nationwide next month and had to be done well. Wang Zheng patted her head and agreed with the plan, saying everyone had worked hard today. He would go to sleep first and they should rest early as well. A while later, he stood under the shower, the sound of running water filling the bathroom. At the same time, his phone lit up with a new message notification. Surprised, he stepped over to check, wondering who would message him in the middle of the night. Corner of Wang Zheng's lips curled slightly. Agni 15 had arrived. Elsewhere at Jinling 301 Hospital, Miu Miu lay on the bed with a vacant gaze, asking whether she should call him. Kai Zai sighed and told her not to worry anymore. If Wang Zheng cared, he would have come to see her. More than half a month had passed without a single call. She should stop thinking about him. But she still defended him, saying he was the vice chairman of Ju Rong and must be too busy, so he probably forgot. He sighed helplessly, saying perhaps Wang Zheng already had a family, and that a girl's mind was truly hard to understand, suggesting they wait for Pei Pei to return and tell her then. Just as he finished speaking, Pei Pei appeared, calling out Miu Miu's name excitedly. She hurriedly reported the news, Klein 15, Klein 15. Hearing this, Miu Miu's eyes lit up as she sat up and asked if Wang Zheng had arrived. But Pei Pei innocently replied that she did not know who Wang Zheng was. She had only seen Clyde 15. At that moment, Wang Zheng walked into the room holding a basket of flowers, reminding her not to move too much because her leg had not healed. She immediately acted coquettishly, saying she only wanted light movement and asked how long he planned to stay this time. Seeing this scene, Kaizai could only think to himself that girls were truly something else. Wang Zheng kindly said he came to check on her recovery and also brought her a gift. He took out a gleaming car key from his hand. Pei Pei stared in admiration, saying just as Miu Miu had said, he was both handsome and wealthy, while Kai Zai only snorted softly. Wang Zheng lightly tossed the key to her, telling her to take it. The car was hers, and it seemed her recovery was quite fast. He also reminded her to take good care of herself and not to race until her leg was fully healed. Miu Miu nodded happily, promising she would not race anymore, and asked how many days he would stay. He smiled and raised 3 fingers, indicating about 3 days because Ju Rong still had matters to handle. As they were talking, Wang Zheng suddenly sensed someone standing behind him. Manhwa fixed his gaze on him, his icy tone making the other party pause, so he was Wang Zheng after all. Wang Zheng replied in confusion, I am Wang Zheng and who are you? Doubt flickered in his heart. Zhang Bin Hao, the great general of the Su faction, second only to one and above 10,000, he did not expect to meet him here. Immediately after, the man changed to a warm demeanor and laughed heartily. Ha ha, your bearing is indeed extraordinary. No wonder my daughter mentions you every day. It was fortunate that you saved her this time. Miu Miu was hit right on the mark and hurriedly interrupted, Dad. Wang Zheng bowed modestly, you praise me too much. If I had not been racing with Miu Miu, the accident would not have happened, so I also bear some responsibility. Such courtesy made Bin Hao like him even more. Ha ha, excellent. Tonight you must drink a few cups with me. Take it as my thanks, he smiled and replied, then I will accept in advance. At Chin Hui Ren Jia, Wang Zheng sat at the banquet table with Miu Miu's family. The man warmly raised his glass. Come, young Wang, since you call me uncle, you must drink with me tonight. He clinked glasses politely and said a respectful toast, yet he hid a big secret in his heart. Judging from the man's attitude, he likely did not know his son had once been taught a lesson by him, so it was not a test banquet as he had worried. Sitting beside him, Miu Miu reminded him affectionately, Wang Zheng, do not keep drinking, eat something first. Even Li Hua, meeting him for the first time, took a liking to him. Young Wang is kind-hearted, humble, and mature, clearly well brought up. What do your parents do? Wang Zheng frowned slightly and asked back, my parents. Before he could say more, Miu Miu hurriedly interrupted, Mom, you are asking too much. Who investigates someone's family background upon first meeting? but she seemed unconcerned. If it is inconvenient, then forget it. Wang Zheng calmly resolved the situation, a trace of sadness in his eyes. It is all right, auntie. I was abandoned when I was young and have never met my parents. Later my master raised me, but even then I grew up relying on others. After hearing this, Li Hua lowered her voice. I am sorry. I did not know and brought up something painful. Still smiled generously. It is fine. I have never known my parents since childhood. Even sadness has become something I am used to. That special background made Miu Miu feel heartache. A person who grew up relying on others, how had he endured those days? Bin Hao, who already had a good impression, respected him even more and laughed loudly. A fine sword is sharpened by grinding. Plum blossoms release fragrance in the cold. At such a young age you are already vice chairman of Jurong. You must have endured many hardships. I toast you another glass. The two raised their glasses and drank them dry without leaving a drop. Li Hua took the opportunity to ask, I heard from Miu Miu that you will only stay here for 2 days before going to Zhangjiagang. Is that right? He answered smoothly, yes, I want to survey the real estate market there. He continued asking, Jurong is so powerful. Why choose a county-level city as the first step instead of launching a major campaign in the capital? Wang Zheng shook his head and analyzed, in the past 2 years, policy changes have made real estate investment risky. Choosing Zhangjiagang takes into account its overall environment and advantages. Hua nodded in agreement. That makes sense. With current macro control tightening, profiting from real estate is no longer as easy as before. He calmly explained his plan. If things go smoothly, we will cooperate with the local government to develop. The goal is to purchase several plots of land at good prices to build affordable housing and contribute to the community. This decision made Bin Hao somewhat doubtful. With housing prices so high and you wanting to sell cheaply, he could not help asking, knowing it may not be profitable and could even incur losses, why do you still do it? Wang Zheng expressed slowly, I grew up thanks to the kindness of others, so I want to do something beneficial for society. His expression became serious. I hope to see the reassuring smiles of the people instead of their worries about housing. That determination made Li Hua laugh, though a bit idealistic. It shows great ambition. Bin Hao, meanwhile, poured another glass of wine. He turned and said, Young Wang, I have been waiting for these very words. Miu Miu lost to you by a margin. I will help you, though I am old. I still want to make a bold move with you young people. Wang Zheng immediately stood up to toast. Thank you, uncle, while secretly calculating that Zhang Bin Hao, the provincial secretary of Gongtou, and Su Namguo, the secretary of Jiangning, were the 2 solid pillars of the Su faction. Drain the glass, the plan already clear in his mind, starting from the real estate sector in Gongtou to gradually weaken the Su faction's power. The old man surnamed Su could just wait. Returning to the Qin Huai Ren Jia building, Wang Zheng pushed Miu Miu's wheelchair and stopped in front of a luxury car. Bin Hao sat in the car, his eyes expectant. Are you really not going home with us? She shook her head. I already said, it is rare for me to go out. I want to stroll a bit longer. You and Mom go back first. With Wang Zheng beside me, I feel at ease. Unable to persuade his daughter, he had no choice but to entrust her. Young Wang, please take care of Miu Miu. He replied immediately, Uncle, rest assured. The wheelchair rolled along the road with a steady rattling sound. Miu Miu asked softly, are you only staying in Jinling for 3 days? He pushed the wheelchair and replied, no, I am leaving tomorrow morning. This time I mainly brought the car as a gift for you. There is still business waiting in the capital. Hearing this, her expression dimmed, her voice full of regret. Why are you leaving so soon? Suddenly, a loud noise drew Wang Zheng's attention. More than a dozen people in military uniforms appeared before them, their guns uniformly aimed in this direction. Instead of being surprised, he asked calmly, with so many people, what are you planning to do? Yang Dai declared sternly, Wang Zheng, we are here under orders to arrest you. He remained composed. You must be mistaken. I am just an ordinary citizen, judging by this equipment. You must be Zhang Honki's people. I thought he had settled down, yet he rushed to retaliate again. Miu Miu immediately shielded him. Arrest him for what reason? What crime did he commit to mobilize the armed police? Today I want to see who dares touch him. The group immediately surrounded them and threatened, if you obstruct the mission, do not blame us for being merciless. Suddenly, someone waved a hand signal. Wang Zheng delivered a resounding slap to Yang Dai and said coldly, what I hate most is having guns pointed at my head and my friends. Yang Dai shouted angrily, do not be so arrogant. You once fired a gun in resistance during an arrest. According to regulations, you can be severely punished. You understand. Wang Zheng stepped forward, gripping the gun barrel firmly, and replied calmly, I understand you have the right to point a gun, but are you sure that after firing you can take us down? Yang Dai glanced at his teammates. There are 15 of us here. The distance is less than 2 meters. Anyone can pull the trigger. Wang Zheng remained indifferent. I see that you are all exhausted. Your limbs are weak. You can barely hold your guns steady. All you want is to lie down and sleep. That confidence made him feel uneasy. He stammered, you. His voice weakened. How do you know? Soldiers began to feel their limbs grow limp. Seizing the moment, Wang Zheng snatched Yang Dai's gun. What are you waiting for? All of you lie down and rest for a while. Yang Dai, as if drained of strength, immediately collapsed. The others also fell one after another. Miu Miu could not help but admire the scene. Such methods were truly unbelievable. Turned back and asked, are you not going to ask me anything? She smiled and replied, of course I will, but I want to hear you say it yourself. Wang Zheng knew he could not hide it, so he spoke plainly. Zhang Honky is your brother, right? The last time I left Jinling, he led the armed police to block me. He probably heard about your accident and came again. Miu Miu remained calm. Then are you all right? I told him not to interfere, yet he still acted on his own. Felt slightly embarrassed. I am fine, but I injured your brother. He should be in the hospital now. She replied calmly, it is fine. He is very strong as long as you are safe. Her composure surprised Wang Zheng. It was the first time he had heard someone describe her own brother like that, and she only laughed it off. At Zhang Bin Hao's villa. He was on the phone, his brows tightly furrowed. Yes, I understand. Li Hua walked over and asked, what is it? What did our daughter say on the phone? Bin Hao said in a deep voice. Miu Miu said Zhang Honky was injured by someone. Li Hua was alarmed. What was it, young Wang? Is Honky seriously hurt? Bin Hao's expression turned stern only lightly, but Honky also deployed a squad of armed police to block Wang Zheng and Miu Miu. I heard they even pointed guns at our daughter's head. She turned pale with shock. They dared to do that to Miu Miu. If she suffered any grievance, I will never let it go. He quickly held his wife's hand to comfort her. He spoke gently. Miu Miu is fine. On the contrary, Honky has been impulsive since childhood. Sooner or later that temperament would cause trouble. It is good that Wang Zheng has tempered him. Better a few scratches now than a great disaster later. Li Hua was still worried and intended to go check on her son. Bin Hao immediately stood up to stop her. You must not go. She could only sigh helplessly. He suddenly picked up the phone on the table. In a steady voice, he ordered, arrange a dinner with the political commissar and the provincial armed police corps commander of Nanjiang. Tell them I invite them to a meal. In the opposite direction, the car sped forward at high speed, gliding swiftly along the road. Suddenly, his phone displayed an incoming call notification from someone named Zhang Ming. Wang Zheng picked up the call, surprised to be invited to attend the illusory Spirit Diamond press conference on the first day of the month. He immediately agreed without hesitation. All right, I will be there, rest assured. After speaking, he hung up right away. While driving, Wang Zheng suddenly closed his eyes, unconsciously sinking into his thoughts. Immediately afterward, he pressed the accelerator to the limit, and the car shot forward like lightning. He was completely unaware that every route he took was being monitored by Dong Song through a screen from another location. That man applauded repeatedly, murmuring in praise, not bad, truly not bad. Dong Song shifted his gaze, revealed a meaningful smile, and asked what everyone thought about the matter between Zheng Honky and Wang Zheng. Mark commented sternly, Wang Zheng is very unpredictable and must not be underestimated. To me, he is a potential threat. As if waiting for those words, he replied coldly, then eliminating him will solve everything. No one is allowed to obstruct our path to revival. Katie, leaning against the corner of the wall, spoke up. As long as you complete the mission assigned by the principal, the military academy will certainly help you achieve that ambition. Her assurance caused Dong Song to feel a trace of doubt. At this moment, David reported that according to Max, that Chinese expert strongly resembled this young man, and if so, the academy plan in China might have already been exposed. He stated decisively, this person must be dealt with. Keeping him will only invite disaster. Katie smiled faintly with hidden meaning. This Wang Zheng is quite interesting. I am starting to become interested in him. Dong Song calmly reminded her, Katie, you should be cautious. Chinese men can sometimes be quite surprising. His words unintentionally evoked a memory in her. Among Chinese men there is one person I cannot accept defeat to, yet I have never clearly seen his face, only shaken hands a few times. The three of them asked in unison, who is it? And Katie slowly replied, his nickname is Expression turned serious as she emphasized each word, the Asian overlord. The name that had just been spoken immediately caught David and Mark attention. Even Dong Song could not help but take notice. That man stroked his chin thoughtfully, his voice lowering, indeed a formidable figure. But Katie paid no further attention, turning and leaving. I am going to investigate Wang Zheng, goodbye. At the capital Jaya Seafood City, standing before the high-rise building, Wang Zheng thought to himself, this must be the place Ming Hao mentioned. I wonder what kind of surprise awaits. Ming Hao was already waiting at the entrance, waving and calling out, come on, the surprise prepared for you is ready. After not seeing each other for a long time, Wang Zheng teased him a little. Whether it is a surprise or not we will see later. It seems your business is thriving. Ming Hao led him inside and casually pressed the elevator button. As they walked, he explained that thanks to connections with the government, banquets were all held here, and the daily profit could exceed 1 million. Wang Zheng took the opportunity to ask, how many hotels like this do you own? Ming Hao revealed that in the capital alone there were 5 districts, each with 2 or 3 hotels, and soon Nanjiang and Jiangning would also be completed, giving them a foothold in the 2 wealthiest provinces. Hearing this, Wang Zheng could not help but admire him. Why did I never realize before that you had such business talent? Ming Hao modestly waved his hand. I simply hired a general manager who graduated from M3 on the US news rank. Wang Zheng nodded, murmuring his evaluation, truly impressive. Suddenly remembering something, he asked, so where exactly is the surprise you mentioned? Ming Hao slapped his forehead in self-reproach. Talking about the hotels almost made me forget. He clapped his hands as if signaling. Then he looked behind and said, come in. As soon as he finished speaking, the sliding door slowly opened. Lin Ziju entered the room with a cold expression. Seeing him, Wang Zheng happily called out, Lin Ziju. He curiously asked, what did you do with him over the past month to cause such a change? Ming Hao pulled out a chair and replied, I took him to a secret island that once served as a special research base. Wang Zheng was astonished. You left him alone on Tianzhong Island. Ming Hao said calmly, that is right, and I did not provide him with any weapons. The achievements he made will definitely surprise you. Wang Zheng's eyes immediately lit up. Tell me about it. Ming Hao looked at Lin Ziju and recounted that Tianzhong Island covers 47 square kilometers. He stayed there for 24 days, defeated 459 opponents, and nearly destroyed half of the base. Only then did Lin Ziju speak, looking at Wang Zheng. Thank you for using this method to help me increase my strength. Wang Zheng patted his shoulder warmly. Do not be so polite. From now on we are one family. Not stopping there, Ming Hao also took out a small mysterious wooden box, saying there was another game. He opened the box, revealing a blue spherical test tube inside. Wang Zheng picked it up to examine. Was this found in the base? Ming Hao explained seriously, this test tube key was kept by the military commander. It is likely a treasure of Tianzhong Island. Lin Ziju brought it back. When we have time we will hand it to a specialized department for analysis. Wang Zheng looked at Ziju and joked with a smile. It seems you also know how to seize opportunity. Ming Hao immediately added, the atmosphere became relaxed again. After training him, his talent is excellent. Wang Zheng raised his wine glass. Welcome to joining our team. 2 clinked glasses and drank them dry together. At midnight at the Jurong building, Wang Zheng checked the time and thought to himself, at this hour Shishi should have finished work. Suddenly Ding Xia rushed out, tears streaming down her face, calling out Su Fang. She hurried toward the man she loved. Ning Xia choked as she called Su Fang. The only response was a sorrowful shake of the head. Ning Xia, we are truly over. Do not look for me anymore. Continuing will only hurt us both. Having overheard from earlier, Wang Zheng finally learned that her name was Ning Xia. She covered her face and sobbed, why has it become like this? We have been together for so many years, yet after less than a year in the capital everything has changed. Su Fang sadly advised, forget about me, Ning Xia, return to your home. Ning Xia was unwilling to accept it, crying out for an answer. Why exactly have you become like this? He clenched both of his hands tightly. His pent-up emotions burst forth. Ning Xia, do you understand? In the capital it is difficult for us to have a future. A 40-square-meter apartment costs 1 million yuan. Even the down payment requires 300,000. He almost shouted, 300,000 yuan. If we save 1,000 a month it will take 300 months, exactly 25 years. His voice turned helpless. Ning Xia, you are too naive. The feelings you cherish for me are only a burden and heavy responsibility. Ning Xia was speechless, only able to reproach, Su Fang, you have changed. You are no longer the man you used to be. Su Fang lowered his head to avoid her gaze. Do not blame me. If you must blame someone, then blame this society. After speaking, he got into the car and left, leaving her alone on the deserted street. Ningxia broke down in painful sob. The Illusory Spirit Diamond Fashion Awards, the dazzling models amazed the reporters. This year's event gathered too many celebrities, and the diamond jewelry they wore was extremely eye-catching. Minky stood confidently on the red carpet and spoke, "Thank you all for attending the Illusory Spirit Diamond Fashion Awards." At the same time at Su Tianren's residence, sound of cars slicing through the wind echoed through the space. Su Tianren gritted her teeth and muttered, "Let them revel a little longer. I want to see how far she can reach in this capital." Corner of her lips curled with calculation. It had been a long time since she met a worthy opponent, which only proved she was far from weak. Behind the Fashion Awards stage, Ming-Chi was sleeping soundly on a long chair. Suddenly, a gentle hand rested softly on her hair. Wang Zheng whispered softly even though he knew she could not hear, "If you are tired, then just rest." He thoughtfully took off his coat and draped it over Ming-Chi. Then he quietly turned and walked outside. Not long after, the two arrived at a Swiss restaurant. Wang Zheng sat opposite her, raised his glass to celebrate her success, then drank it in one go. Ming-Chi clinked glasses in return with warmth. She tilted her head playfully and asked, "Is there anything else?" "Today we finally reached this milestone. For a goal that once seemed distant, I sincerely thank you." Ming-Chi laughed teasingly, "Just a verbal thanks. What do you plan to use to show it?" Wang Zheng's tone turned remorseful. "For my own interests, I almost caused your life to take a different path." Ming-Chi replied gently, "Even if you had not said it, I would have known sooner or later. I have never blamed you." She smiled brightly, "You helped me find my true self again, so I am the one who should thank you." Wang Zheng exhaled lightly. "What you are going through now I have experienced before. In the end, I am the one who owes gratitude." Ming-Chi expressed sincerely, "Although our first meeting was not smooth, I truly feel lucky to know you." The city train station of Hoi in Yunnan, crowds surged in creating a lively scene. Cheng Fei squeezed out of the sea of people and asked, "You are Shishi's bodyguard. Is it really fine to leave the capital for several days like this?" Wang Zheng raised his hand reassuringly. "Everything there has been arranged properly. It was difficult for me to secure 10 days off for her. I believe as long as I am here she will be safe." Cheng Fei's gaze wavered slightly. "That place holds memories of my father." Suddenly, a group of suspicious people approached with ill intention. Rough hands secretly reached out toward her. Wang Zheng noticed in time, gripped the man's hand tightly and yanked hard, making him yelp in pain. Being obstructed, the man shouted angrily, "What are you trying to do? Are you not afraid of trouble?" He continued to act aggressively toward Wang Zheng. "Let go of me right now." His wrist was squeezed so tightly that the pain was unbearable. Unable to endure it, he collapsed to the ground while still shouting loudly. His accomplices immediately rushed forward to intervene. Passers-by shook their heads in dismay and hurried away. In an instant, another hand seized one of the underlings. The strength from Wu Ling made him stagger and fall. In less than a second, he had already pinned the man to the ground. One person in the group shouted loudly, "Who are you people to interfere in this matter?" Without waiting for an answer, the whole group charged forward with tools in hand to provoke trouble. Wu Ling delivered a decisive punch that made the opponent clutch his stomach in pain. Swift as lightning, he struck down another man. Wang Zheng stood watching with a contemptuous gaze, unable to handle a few moves and already in disarray. As the situation calmed, Wu Ling approached to greet them. "I have been waiting since you contacted me." Wang Zheng reminded him to take them elsewhere to avoid affecting tourists. "Since you are here, take us to see the results of the past 3 months." Wu Ling pointed to his off-road vehicle, his voice full of confidence. "This way, you will definitely be satisfied." After speaking, Wang Zheng handed him a small glass vial. He said mysteriously, "Soak this solution into clothing and it will not deteriorate for half a year." Wu Ling carefully held the item and respectfully invited them into the car. The two vehicles finally set off after a long wait. From afar, Katie silently observed the entire situation. She seemed to be calculating something in her mind, her expression clearly showing pride. Several hours passed. The car was still traveling along a remote road with no one in sight. Cheng Fei gazed out the window in fascination. "The scenery is truly magnificent." Wang Zheng also looked outside and softly reminded that such beauty always accompanies danger. Cheng Fei frowned and asked again, "Why do you say that?" He explained briefly, "This is the Golden Triangle, a place of both stunning landscapes and hidden activities, extremely dangerous." Knowing the destination, her face showed clear concern. "Is it really the Golden Triangle?" Wang Zheng smiled reassuringly. "Do not be afraid, I am here. Over there in the distance is the medicinal garden." Entering the training area, they saw many groups diligently training. On the observation platform, Wu Ling asked proudly, What do you think? Leaning against the railing, Wang Zheng replied indifferently, "It is average. Was this your plan?" He nodded in confirmation. "I think this intensity is already quite high since they are not elite soldiers." Wang Zheng shook his head. "In the Golden Triangle, only the strong survive. The intensity should be double." He pointed down at the training ground and asked, "Tell me about your fifth squad." Wu Ling said proudly, "They are very strong and especially united." Wang Zheng was surprised. "Why are they so special?" He explained, "More than 200 of them are mostly from a Myanmar village once destroyed by Sa Khan's team. Sa Khan is the biggest boss in the Golden Triangle, with the nickname Opium Emperor." Wu Ling affirmed, "They carry deep hatred so they dare to do anything." Wang Zheng asked about the upcoming plans. He analyzed that if resentment is suppressed for too long it will eventually erupt. As Wu Ling walked down the stairs he said, "We will train for a few more days and then take over a few small tribes to gain experience first." Wang Zheng carefully observed each person and then asked, "Which group under Sarkin carried out the attack?" Wu Ling replied it was a Thai-led team named Li Na, with many subordinates and good equipment. Wang Zheng offered support. "If needed I can call in more people. How many would be enough?" Wu Ling only requested 10 people to handle it. Wang Zheng nodded. In Long Lin dealing with them, 1 person would be enough. Behind him, Cheng Fei widened her eyes. "Is my father really that formidable?" Wang Zheng replied calmly, "If the battlefield is an art, then your father is an outstanding artist." Wu Ling was stunned upon learning the identity of the young woman. Wang Zheng suddenly said, "Prepare a vehicle for me. I will return in a day or two." He immediately agreed. He turned to Cheng Fei and said, "We depart tomorrow, rest today." She nodded in agreement. The morning of the second day arrived quietly. He stood by the curtain, observing every movement outside through the glass. Wang Zheng praised Wu Ling for being thoughtful for even preparing personal items. He proudly replied that traveling with a young lady required extra care. Sitting in the driver's seat, Wang Zheng softly asked the person beside him, "We are almost there. Are you worried?" Cheng Fei softly confided beside him, her sincere voice stirring a faint unease within me. Following the planned route, the car jolted along the rugged road, making him marvel that he had truly never seen such a harsh path before. Wang Zheng seemed to have anticipated that the journey would not be easy, yet he still took the chance to tease her. "It is only the beginning. The daughter of Brother Sheng would not be shaken by something like this, would she?" That moment Wang Zheng seemed immersed in memories. In the past when I went out with him, he always drove while I sat in the passenger seat. He stayed highly focused and never responded to what I said. Later he told me that once he bore responsibility for his brothers, he could not afford distraction, and sometimes he let me drive while he sat beside me talking endlessly about you, mentioning you in everything. The more he spoke, the more his emotions surged. Thinking back, I felt as if I had witnessed every step of your growth. Hearing this, Cheng Fei's eyes filled with tenderness. So father really talked about me that often. Worried that she might be tired, Wang Zheng gently reminded her, "That is enough talking, take a short rest. This place is still quite far from the combat zone." After 10 exhausting hours of travel, the car finally came to a stop. At that moment, Cheng Fei also woke up. "Have we arrived? Is it that small mountain ahead?" Wang Zheng stepped out of the car and calmly replied, "Yes, that is the mountain in front of you." Using this place as the center, the 10-kilometer radius around it was once the final battlefield of Long Lin. "Come, I will take you up there." As they walked, he cautioned, "From now on you must stay close to me. The area ahead was once a battlefield. We must be extremely careful." Reaching a tree, Wang Zheng excitedly showed it off like a child displaying an achievement. "Look at this tree. I once fired a shot from there and took down 3 enemies at once." His excitement quickly faded, replaced by heavy sorrow. Although every soldier in the team was highly skilled, they were still mortal. A fierce barrage of firepower reduced our numbers by half. Suddenly Wang Zheng pointed in another direction. "Cheng Fei, look over there." When Brother Sheng and I advanced to that spot, we were ambushed. Mentioning her loved one, she could no longer suppress her emotions. "My father fell here." Wang Zheng was equally heartbroken. At that time I was nearly exhausted. By the time I realized the danger it was too late. The one who should have been hit was me, but Brother Sheng pulled me back and took the blow himself. Standing at the place where her father had fallen, Wang Zheng softly said, "Come, I will take you to where Brother Sheng rests." The pain of losing his comrade remained a lingering wound in his heart. After defeating the enemy, I kept Brother Sheng's body with me for several days, but circumstances did not allow me to bring him home, so I found a place to bury him. "I am sorry, brother." Wang Zheng looked up at the sky, holding back tears. "The place is farther ahead, let us drive there." Cheng Fei finally could not hold back. She threw her arms around Wang Zheng and burst into tears like a child. Having experienced much, he understood her feelings and gently comforted her. "Cry if you need to, it will ease your heart." After a while, Wang Zheng stopped in front of an ancient tree marked with a carving. "This is the place. I carved the letter S as a sign." Cheng Fei's emotional barrier completely collapsed. She covered her mouth to suppress the tears that threatened to spill. He spoke solemnly, "Brother Sheng, I have brought Cheng Fei to see you. The little girl you always mentioned has grown into a young woman. Are you happy?" After speaking, Wang Zheng set down his backpack and took out 2 bottles of liquor he had prepared. "I remember you loved drinking but had a low tolerance. Every time you secretly drank 2 cups, the captain would catch you." Then he raised the bottle and drank it in one gulp, as if pouring out his emotions. After that, he opened the remaining bottle and poured it onto the ground in tribute. "Now it is fine. I brought you 2 bottles of Nanjiang specialty liquor, enough for you to enjoy." When he finished, he placed a hand on Cheng Fei's shoulder and gently reminded her, "Do not just cry, say a few words to your father." She took a deep breath to steady her emotions and said, "Father was a model comrade and a resilient soldier, though not a perfect father. I hold no resentment, Comrade Sheng. You were a man who lived for your ideals." Standing beside her, Wang Zheng was also moved by her choked emotion. At that very moment, from afar, a gun barrel silently aimed straight at Wang Zheng. Observing their every movement, Katie sighed softly. A man with such a story, it is difficult to pull the trigger. He continued looking through the scope, yet she did not realize when Wang Zheng had already detected her. Katie was momentarily stunned by his keen perception. Could it be that he had discovered her? She immediately packed her gear, intending to leave as quickly as possible. Without hesitation, she turned and dashed deep into the forest. After the visit, the two returned to the car to head toward the next destination. The car, Wang Zheng drove with unease in his heart. If the opponent intended to eliminate him, why hesitate and continue observing? On Wu Ling's side, upon seeing Wang Zheng arrive, he reported, "Our team is about 50 kilometers from their camp. We have just cleared an opium field, secured the harvest, and are on the way back." Hearing this, he nodded in satisfaction. "Good, tonight bring the men with me. We will strike while the opportunity is right." Wu Ling immediately replied, "I will rally the brothers and prepare at once." During their discussion, Cheng Fei hesitantly asked, "What about me? I want to go with you." Sensing that the battle would be perilous, Wang Zheng spoke frankly, "You stay here. There is a shelter bunker in the forest. Remain there and wait for me." Soon a squad was assembled, each member standing at attention awaiting orders. With his extensive experience, Wang Zheng equipped himself thoroughly, making Wu Ling sigh, "It is just a small ambush. Do you really need to carry so much gear?" He shook his head in disagreement. "Do not be careless, I repeat. There is no need to wait until night. We only need to block the route they will pass." Not long after, a convoy appeared, weaving through the treacherous mountain terrain. Wang Zheng lay in ambush on a cliff, patiently waiting for the target to enter the trap. When the prey entered range, he immediately gave the signal. Receiving the signal, Wu Ling turned to instruct his comrades. "When the gunfire erupts and the vehicles explode, throw everything you have at once." At the perfect moment, Wang Zheng opened fire. Several vehicles were struck and burst into flames on the road. The shock made Cheng Yu realize the situation. He shouted in panic over the radio, "We are under attack. The enemy is not many. Establish a defensive line immediately. Vehicles at the rear turn back now." Wu Ling also shouted loudly, "Charge." Following the command, grenades rained down from above like a storm. The vehicles exploded one after another under the relentless barrage. Seizing the opportunity, Wang Zheng leapt down from the cliff, reaching the scene faster than anyone else. In a concealed corner, someone quietly aimed a gun directly at his head. Through the specialized scope, Katie tracked his every move. Truly professional skills. Sniper rifles are not easy to handle. One glance shows he is a master. This trip to Huaxia is becoming more interesting. Before long, the battle concluded, as the criminals surrendered one by one before Wu Ling's team. Sensing danger, Cheng Yu immediately opened the door, seeking a path to escape. Before he could run far, he was struck down, ending all his schemes. Cheng Yu's body collapsed as a warning to the others kneeling in fear. Wu Ling took a deep breath and roared, "Avenge our brothers, wipe them out." The fierce counterattack ended beneath the blazing red sunset. After everything was handled, Wang Zheng instructed further, "Have the men clean up the scene, bring back all important items from the base, leave no trace behind." Without waiting for Wu Ling's reply, he turned and hurried off. "You return first, make sure Cheng Fei is protected. I still have matters to deal with." Wu Ling nodded, "Understood, be careful." As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Zheng dashed into the forest, appearing and disappearing like a shadow. Choosing a large tree as his stop, he swiftly climbed up, determined to see who had been tracking him. Night gradually fell, and the mountain forest grew eerily silent. Suddenly, someone raised a scope, aiming through the dense foliage to lock onto the target. The suppressed barrel trembled slightly, A bullet was fired, its faint sound echoing in the still night. On the other side, the mysterious opponent immediately launched a series of darts in retaliation. Wang Zheng pulled his eye away from the scope and silently praised Miss. This person's skills are truly extraordinary. With remarkable precision, he fired 3 shots in succession, intercepting the darts midair. Determined to uncover the truth, Wang Zheng left his position, resolved to find that person. Without making him wait long, Katie stepped out from her hiding place and faced him directly. Wang Zheng looked at her with scrutiny. "Who are you? You have been following me for days." She replied calmly, "Who I am is not important. What I want to know is who you are." As she spoke, Katie removed her gloves for convenience. Masters who use this kind usually come from dark special forces. You are surely not an unknown figure abroad. Understanding her implication, Wang Zheng tossed his gun to the ground. "Think whatever you like. Those gloves are quite special. I once saw old Mars use them." She was stunned when she heard him mention that name, Mars. "You say he is the principal. You once competed with him." Mars is the founder of the Dark Military Academy, self-proclaimed principal. His English name is Mars, which in ancient Greek means god of war. Wang Zheng admitted calmly, "Yes, I am not his match. Even though he is old, his movement technique and speed are still unbelievably fast." Katie shook her head, clearly unconvinced. "But as far as I know, among those who fought the principal and could still stand afterward, besides Antonio Zinatali, the father of Li Xiangguodu, there is only Eric Li of the Atlantic Alliance." Contrary to her serious demeanor, he smiled half-jokingly. "I only said I could not beat him, but I could still run fast enough." Taking the opportunity, Katie immediately proposed a sparring match. "Today I have met an expert like you. I must have a satisfying fight." After speaking, she gathered strength. Her toes pressed hard against the ground before she shot into the air. In an instant, Katie charged straight toward Wang Zheng. He struggled to block her sudden attack. A flash of surprise appeared on Wang Zheng's face. He did not expect this girl to be so formidable. Katie followed up with a tricky kick. Fortunately, he managed to dodge just in time. He quickly placed both hands on her shoulders to neutralize the force of her attack. After being pushed back a few steps, she still raised her head provocatively. "Well, not bad, right?" Wang Zheng nodded slightly. "Indeed not bad. Do you want me to try again?" His provocation worked instantly. She immediately accelerated toward him. "Then go ahead and try." Watching Katie move like multiple afterimages before his eyes, he sighed inwardly, truly a direct disciple of old Max. Her speed is indeed impressive. She did not hesitate at all, immediately unleashing a rapid and relentless barrage of attacks. Realizing that prolonging the fight would drain his stamina, Wang Zheng decided to counter with a move that caught Katie off guard. She quickly regained her balance, using her heel to halt her forward momentum. Then Katie retreated several steps in succession to avoid his attack. Wang Zheng gently rubbed his arm and said modestly, "It was just luck. I happened to catch the trajectory of your attack." She did not want to continue fighting and reminded him, "I belong to the Dark Military Academy. I hope you will not interfere in our affairs in Huaxia." Hearing this, his expression immediately darkened, losing all trace of gentleness. "Then I will make it clear as well. As long as you do not harm Huaxia, I will stay out of it. Otherwise, I will definitely intervene." She tossed her hair defiantly, seemingly not taking him seriously at all. "If that day truly comes, it will surely be when you and I go all out. Honestly, I cannot imagine a scene where one of us lives and the other dies." Wang Zheng was displeased by her attitude and sternly warned, "It is best that you restrain yourselves, especially on Huaxia soil." She spread her hands helplessly. "So what if it is Huaxia? The decision belongs to the principal. You alone cannot change it." Seeing her casually reveal internal matters, Wang Zheng asked, "Telling me this, are you not afraid I will pass the information to Li Xiangguodu or the Atlantic Alliance?" She laughed. "Since I dared to tell you, I am not worried you will tell anyone else." He did not dwell on it, bent down to pick up the gun he had thrown aside. "You did not use your full strength today. I hope next time we can have a satisfying match." During this, Katie unexpectedly blew him a kiss and smiled, "Then try it next time." Immediately after, she vanished into the bushes in a flash. His heart felt heavy at this moment. The Dark Military Academy was truly a troublesome problem. The next morning, at the base, as soon as Wu Ling saw Wang Zheng, he asked, "Was there really someone in the Golden Triangle Forest who could put you in such a difficult position?" He placed the gun on the edge of the table and replied calmly, "This place is not short of experts. You will encounter them in the future. How is Cheng Fei?" Understanding his intent, Wu Ling answered succinctly, "She is fine, waiting for you in the room." While tidying up, Wang Zheng said, "I will call Cheng Fei after I change. We are heading back tomorrow." Wu Ling was surprised so soon. He smiled and explained there are many matters to handle in the capital. After I leave, arrange the existing resources well, do not let them go to waste. In his heart, he thought of old Master Su's birthday banquet. Wu Ling did not ask further and nodded. I will prepare a car for you tomorrow. Hearing the commotion, Cheng Fei stepped out. Seeing he was still in military uniform, she asked worriedly, why are you like this? Did you encounter danger? Wang Zheng stepped forward and patted her head reassuringly. It is nothing, just a small fight. I was not injured at all. No one in this world can harm me. In the capital of Huaxia, he spared no praise for Zhang Pinghao. The provincial party secretary had already handled the 1,000 square meter plot in Zhangjiajing, and it was even located within the North Second Ring. Shishi continued, he only asks us to pay 80% of the original price. If Jurong helps bring 2 universities into Zhangjiajing, he is willing to gift the land outright as thanks. Wang Zheng was slightly surprised. Bring in universities. Does he think retaining talent in Zhangjiajing is still not enough? Shishi nodded in confirmation. Further analyzed Zhangjiajing ranks among the top 3 counties in the country. The demand for talent is very high, but it lacks technical training institutions. He nodded in satisfaction. This is a good approach. Jurong has many partner schools. You can send people to discuss it. Shishi praised Liu Xuan's advertisement has also significantly increased Jurong's revenue in the home appliance sector. Your judgment is truly excellent. Stretched lazily, still full of confidence, leave that to you to handle. I have other matters. We will discuss in detail after I return. At the luxurious Xinyu Hotel, the grand 85th birthday banquet of Su Fuhua, a founding hero and elder of the Republic of Huaxia, was being held. Grand Hall was filled with many prominent figures from society. Wang Zheng walked in side by side with Ming Qi. Come on, let us go inside. At the reception area, Su Ming greeted guests with a smile. Ming Qi, Wang Zheng, welcome. Today is my grandfather's birthday banquet, so there are many guests and the atmosphere is very lively. Ming Qi smiled politely. I have long wanted to visit old Master Su, but work has kept me too busy to arrange it. Su Ming replied, grandfather often mentions you as well. Please come inside. His gaze shifted to Wang Zheng, a trace of surprise flashing across his face. Why is it you? The image of Wang Zheng being intimate with Long Lan surfaced in his mind. Took the initiative to extend his hand. Why can it not be me? Let us formally get acquainted this time. I am Wang Zheng. Su Ming quickly regained his composure, shook his hand in return. I am Su Ming. Please come in. Inside, Su Fuhua was already seated neatly, prepared to preside over the banquet. A group of people approached to greet him respectfully. He smiled. It has been a long time since you all visited. Now that you are here today, you must drink a few cups with me. Suddenly, Nuan exclaimed, as if she recognized someone. She ran to Wang Zheng and introduced him to her grandfather. This is my friend, Wang Zheng, the one who helped me deal with a harasser on the train. He bowed slightly, wishing you blessings as vast as the eastern sea and longevity as enduring as the southern mountain. Yuhua nodded in satisfaction. Very good, truly a promising young man. Where no one noticed, turmoil surged in his heart. Long Lin was destroyed, his brothers were severely injured, and his years wandering abroad were all connected to the old man before him. At a distance of just 3 meters, he could end everything with a single move. Sensing his change in mood, Ming Qi gently held his hand in comfort. He understood clearly yet still struggled internally. If he acted, Cheng Fei, Ming Qi, and Shishi would be dragged into it. The restoration of Long Lin was also unfinished. He could not let hatred cloud his reason. Ming Qi spoke gently. Old Master Su, I am Ming Qi. Do you still remember me? He smiled. Of course, I often hear Su Ming mention you. I did not expect you to have grown into such a beautiful young lady. Wang Qiang, standing beside them, looked at his hair and asked, you were in the military before, were you not? Wang Zheng replied frankly, I enlisted 4 years ago and have since been discharged. He praised, very good, rank is not important. Anyone who has been a soldier is worthy of respect. Just then Han Beigyu stepped out from the crowd, laughing heartily. I am also very impressed with this young man. Seeing his comrade-in-arms appear, Fuhua stood up to greet him. Brother Han, why did you arrive so late? He replied sincerely, how could I miss your birthday celebration, especially when there is also a pleasant surprise? Fuhua was surprised. What surprise? Beigyu pointed toward Wang Zheng. It is him. I have been looking for him for a while. Young yet more composed than many others. Uncle Qiang perceptively stepped forward to assist. Uncle Han, do not stand any longer. Let us go in and attend the banquet. The 2 elders walked in together. Fuhua suggested, we old men should sit at one table. Let the youngsters have their own. After so long without meeting, we must raise our glasses a few times. Beigyu laughed and waved his hand. My body is not what it used to be. How about finding someone to drink in my place? Fu Hua teased Brother Han, what trick are you planning now? He replied cheerfully, Brother Su, you are overthinking it. How could I dare play tricks on an old friend? Someone at the table chimed in, we are all old comrades, is it appropriate for you to call in a junior? Another said it is fine, more youthful energy makes it livelier. I also want to see who Brother Han values so much. Fu Hua laughed and agreed, very well, we will follow Brother Han's suggestion. Baoguo gently waved his hand as a signal. Su Ming immediately stood up and greeted him. Uncle Han, you have come over, would you like to have a few drinks? Chuo Su gestured toward the table where Fu Hua was seated and said, the old master asked me to invite Wang Zheng to sit with him. This made Wang Zheng stunned, you mean I should go over there? A thought flashed through his mind, what status do I have to sit at that table? Wang Zheng could not help glancing at the expressions of Zhao Nan and Zai Yi. Is this the real situation? The atmosphere immediately buzzed as whispers spread everywhere. Who is that young man? I have never seen him, yet he is allowed to sit with Elder Su. He must not be ordinary, perhaps the young master of some prestigious family, but no matter how high his status, it is difficult to sit at that table. What level must one reach to qualify? Chuo Su only grunted in response, stop asking, just follow me. That Wang Zheng calmly and confidently walked toward Fu Hua. Seeing him approach, Baoguo revealed a stern smile. Wang Zheng, sit beside me. As soon as he spoke, all eyes at the table focused on Wang Zheng. Under the scrutinizing gazes from head to toe, Wang Zheng felt uncomfortable. A group that considered themselves superior, staring as if conducting an interrogation. After Wang Zheng settled into his seat, Baoguo introduced, Brother Su, I made no arrangements. Wang Zheng is not a junior I mentor. Consider us friends across generations. Hearing this, Wang Zheng was slightly surprised, wondering what this old man intended. He had only met him once and spoken for a short time. The person beside continued after the introduction. Friends across generations. Since Brother Han values him so highly, he must share similar aspirations. Fu Hua stopped scrutinizing and said, Brother Han, do not misunderstand. If young Master Wang is praised by you like this, he must have exceptional qualities. Perhaps you could introduce him more clearly to everyone. Seizing the moment, he spoke loudly, Wang Zheng is an outstanding soldier. It is a pity he does not belong to my unit. If he were in the capital, he would have long held the position of captain. Such talent should not be wasted. In contrast, Su Hai mocked Brother Han. He is only in his early 20s. No matter how capable, could he serve as captain under your command? I also heard that your dog is cared for by him. Are you favoring him because of that? Baoguo's expression darkened, each word light yet heavy. Brother Zai, do not go too far with others, or it will be difficult later. Fu Hua quickly intervened to mediate. Brother Han, Brother Zai, today is my birthday banquet. I hope you will show me some respect. Before he finished speaking, hurried footsteps sounded from outside. A group of well-equipped personnel entered. The leader shouted loudly, who is Wang Zheng? Hearing his name called, he stepped forward calmly, I am here. After confirming the target, they immediately moved to restrain him. Chuo Su angrily slammed the table. I am the commander of the capital military region. Who gave you the authority to act so recklessly? The other side showed no concession, their voice cold. This matter falls under the Jiangnan security zone. Even the capital commander has no authority to interfere. From behind, Feng He spoke, if he is not qualified, then what about me? Looked the man up and down, his voice not loud yet full of authority. Comrade Lieutenant Colonel of the Jiangnan Security Zone, correct. Ming Huang was startled and replied, reporting to the chief, that is correct. He spoke slowly, if I wish to keep the person you intend to arrest, would you agree? The man hesitated, Chief, this order was issued directly by our commander. I cannot change it on my own. He showed slight dissatisfaction before ordering Wang Xiang, call Cairo Q and tell him to be in the capital within 3 hours to meet me. Otherwise he knows the consequences. Ming Huang turned pale and swallowed hard. Who exactly is this old man? Wang Xiang immediately connected the call and handed over the phone. Cairo Q wishes to speak with you. The man took the phone and reported the situation. Commander, I am executing the arrest order but encountered an obstacle. The voice on the other end shouted urgently, what obstacle? Return immediately. As soon as the call ended, he hurriedly ordered his men to withdraw. Ming Huang turned away, feeling aggrieved. The order came from his superior and he merely followed it. Yet when faced with someone of higher authority, he became the one to bear the consequences. When everything settled, Wang Zheng looked at Feng He. How are you still alive? He was not angry and replied gently, if I were gone, who would call you back? Fu Hua was astonished. Wang Feng He, what wind has brought you here? He smiled and replied, Brother Su, it has been a long time. Today you must drink a few cups with me. Fu Hua happily responded, if I had known you would appear, even without a birthday celebration I would have invited you to dine. The attendants whispered, the name Wang Feng he sounds very familiar. Is he not regarded as the founder of the Huaxia Special Forces? Feng he patted Fu Hua on the shoulder, brother Su, let bygones be bygones, but how shall we settle the debt from years ago? Su Kai angrily stood up, Wang Feng he what do you intend to do? Bringing people to disrupt the banquet and speaking so rudely. Have you been away from society for so long that you lost your direction? Wang Zheng said coldly, I warn you, speak to him properly. He grabbed Su Kai by the collar, causing the surrounding bodyguards to immediately raise their guns in alert. Looked at them with disdain, my speed is faster than their reaction. If you do not believe it, then try. Su Kai struggled in panic. What do you want? Release me immediately. Wang Zheng said coldly, apologized to him. With that, he lifted Su Kai off the ground. I hate most those who rely on age to act superior. Calling you old Su is out of respect. Do not think yourself wiser than others. Fu Hua quickly intervened. Young man, calm down. He still did not yield. Or do you want to apologize on his behalf? Ming stepped forward to challenge. Do you dare release him and compete with me? Feng he mediated enough. Release old Su. I have known him for many years. This is not appropriate. Wang Zheng let go and pushed Su Kai to the ground. Consider yourself lucky today. Next time do not blame me. Since you have not apologized, I will take a little interest instead. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Kai staggered and fell onto Su Ming. Wang Zheng looked at the two on the ground, his voice calm. At present you are not strong enough to confront me. The bodyguards behind shouted, stay still or we will open fire. Fu Hua also said coldly, today you disrupted my banquet, leave him here and I will allow you to leave. Feng he remained calm. Old Su, do you still remember the emergency protocol when establishing the Huaxia Special Forces? Fu Hua replied, I remember clearly. Continued, that mechanism stipulates that in emergency situations, high-level special forces have the authority to assume command. Fu Hua was confused, but there are no high-level special forces here. Outwardly he remained calm but inwardly turbulent. That force was thought to have been disbanded. What does this old man intend to do? Feng he signaled for a military uniform to be brought over. Who said there are none? Lieutenant Colonel Wang Zheng, put on your uniform. Fu Ming stared at the uniform in shock. That is the legendary dragon scale. Fu Hua appeared composed but was inwardly shaken. He once intended to use that title to eliminate all obstacles, yet now that figure appeared before him. Wang Zheng stepped toward the uniform, a sense of nostalgia rising. He had thought dragon scale had been abolished, yet they still preserved this attire. His hand gently touched the uniform, but suddenly remembering something, he withdrew his hand, turned and declared decisively, activate the emergency protocol. Huaxia Special Forces assume full command authority at the scene. Bao Guo spoke, old Su do not deny it. This situation fully meets the activation condition. Seeing the disadvantage, Fu Hua reluctantly ordered, lower your weapons. Feng He did not linger and departed with dignity. Let us go. Wang Zheng took Ming Qi's hand and followed closely behind. Under the brilliant sunlight, they silently walked toward the waiting vehicles. As soon as Wang Xiang got into the car, he said excitedly, I heard you are the youngest major in Huaxia. It is an honor to meet you today. The chief told you to keep the uniform. In half a year await orders. Wang Zheng asked in surprise, report in half a year. He smiled, youngster, you have done well these past years. I will give you half a year to train outside, then I will assign you a unit. He clenched his fist, old man, I know you have endured more hardship than I. What was lost will be regained. I would like to ask you to save someone. He replied, Shangyuan Jiazheng. He has already awakened. Wang Zheng was astonished. You have cured him already. He opened the laptop. Shangyuan Jiazheng was poisoned by a special toxin. He looked at the screen and explained, it is a toxin synthesized from multiple neuroactive substances. I succeeded in neutralizing it after many attempts, but there may still be aftereffects. In the hospital, sunlight streamed through the small window. Shishi said emotionally, father has finally awakened. Jiazheng stroked his daughter's head. You have worked hard during this time. She quickly replied, as long as you awaken, I do not feel any hardship. Outside, the sound of Zaiju stopping someone could be heard. You are not allowed to enter. Hearing the noisy commotion, she hurriedly opened the door and stepped out. Seeing that the visitor was Yun Zio, she greeted him with a bright smile. Elder brother has arrived. Come in quickly, brother Lin. This is my elder brother Shangyuan Yun Zio. He is family. He also added promptly, that is right. Upon hearing that third uncle had awakened, I rushed here immediately. Seeing a guest arrive, Jia Zheng greeted him politely. Yun Zio, come sit down. He sat beside the hospital bed, opened the food box he had brought, and said attentively, it is good that third uncle has awakened. Today I had someone stew an old farm-raised chicken. Please have some to regain your strength. The old man accepted the steaming bowl of soup and could not help exclaiming, "It smells wonderful. It has been a long time since I had a proper meal. My stomach is already rumbling." Yun Zio remembered the purpose of his visit and turned to ask his younger sister, Shishi, has there been any progress in the investigation? She gently shook her head. The other party is very meticulous and left no clues. He could only reassure her, do not worry, we will find them sooner or later. Jia Zheng took the opportunity to ask for help. Yun Zio, I need to recuperate for a while. Could you go to Jurong to assist Shishi? He declined awkwardly. Third uncle knows that I am used to working on the farm and am not very suited to the business world. At that moment the door handle turned softly. Shishi saw Wang Zheng walk in. Her face immediately lit up. Wang Zheng, you are back. She took the opportunity to introduce him. Father, this is Wang Zheng, the bodyguard you hired for me, but you have never met him before. He turned to Ziju outside the door and said, the mission is complete. You have worked hard during this time, go and rest. He replied, yes boss. Jia Zheng observed him and praised, not bad. Wang Zheng spoke frankly. My intuition tells me that we have met before. Your gaze feels very familiar. The old man was not surprised and wished to speak privately. Shishi, step outside first. Your father and Wang Zheng need to discuss something. She understood and left the room. When only the two of them remained, he spoke directly, please sit, Eastern Evil King. That title startled Wang Zheng. How do you know that name? Jia Zheng replied calmly, there is no need to look at me like that. Those 4 words are not a secret. I am in business and have connections in both worlds. He went straight to the point, tell me, where have you met me before? After hearing this, the old man smiled. Master truly did not misjudge you. To be serious, I can be considered half your senior brother. We have secretly monitored all your missions, so your intuition is not wrong. Wang Zheng was astonished. You are my senior brother. His heart filled with doubt because the old man had always accepted only one disciple. Jia Zheng explained, Master is indeed my teacher, but I am only considered half a disciple because he never officially acknowledged me. He said slowly, Jurong has achieved its current status thanks to master efforts. Before you dominated Europe and America, we had already supported you from behind the scenes. Try to recall it. Hearing this, Wang Zheng burst into laughter. Jia Zheng asked in confusion, why are you laughing? Wang Zheng replied cheerfully, I thought I was alone in the capital. Now with such strong backing wherever I go I feel more confident. He continued to ask, so all my actions over the years have been within your sight. Old man nodded, since you arrived in the capital we have always observed you, and I must say your achievements have exceeded expectation. He placed the cup down, his voice turning solemn. Currently the capital is full of undercurrents. Not only we wish to claim a share, my recent misfortune was also because of this. Wang Zheng pondered, even the old man struggled greatly to save you. The situation is clearly unfavorable for us. He raised a doubt, could anyone know the true relationship between you and me? I feel that something is not right. Jia Zheng reassured him, it is unlikely. Master and I communicate very discreetly. No one knows of my involvement with the military. This hospital room is also absolutely secure. Wang Zheng said no more and asked directly, then what is my next mission? He replied concisely, help me make a trip to Ningxia. On the street, rows of buildings were covered with advertising posters of Liu Xuan. Inside Xiaochuan Nan restaurant, she had been waiting for quite a while, and upon seeing Wang Zheng arrive she pouted, you are 15 minutes late. President Wang must be very busy these days. He looked at the menu and replied calmly, of course I am busy. I am also a senior vice president. To meet you I have already declined several appointments. Seeing that the dishes cost hundreds of yuan, he exclaimed, wow, this place is not cheap at all. Liu Xuan laughed helplessly, come on, you are just a bodyguard, stop pretending to be a president. You helped me earn 2 million in endorsement fees. Treating you to a meal is only right. She suddenly asked, Zhao Gangang invited me to star in his film. What do you think? Wang Zheng asked in return, is he that famous director? Receiving her nod, he said indifferently, I have no opinion, you can decide for yourself. That moment Li Lunbei approached and politely asked, are you Liu Xuan? She replied directly, yes, what do you need? He introduced himself as the secretary of the president of Sunshine Media, saying that his boss wanted to invite her to the next table to get acquainted. The company ranks among the top in Huaxia, and Qin Leiyu is also very renowned. Despite the tempting invitation, she still refused. Thank you, but we are about to leave. Lunbei continued to persuade, Sunshine is a major conglomerate. This opportunity is very beneficial to your career. I hope you will reconsider. Wang Zheng interjected, is your company the largest in the entertainment industry? Then how does it compare with the Song Corporation? Lunbei evaded, each company has its own strengths. A newcomer like you should sign with us. Our professional team will elevate you into a star. Liu Xuan stated firmly, sorry, I will not go. In a distant room, Yashiro observed quietly. He looked at Liu Xuan with an improper gaze and muttered that he wanted her to come over and drink with him. Jin Leiyu beside him flattered, I have already sent someone to invite her. Please do not be impatient, while secretly making his own calculation. Seeing that persuasion failed, Lunbei threatened, if you refuse to show respect, President Qin will not be pleased. Wang Zheng suddenly spoke, wait. He said coldly, you go over there, I will make a phone call. The call connected and he ordered Song Mingxuan, I am at Xiaochuan Nan. Arrive here within 15 minutes. After hanging up he told Lunbei, let us go. The name just mentioned made him hesitate. President Song of the Song Corporation, let me report back. After hearing this, Qin Leiyu sneered, do not believe his words, just say that Sakata from Japanese media is also here. The mention of the Japanese man piqued Wang Zheng interest. Then let us go and take a look, leaving Liu Xuan bewildered. Two entered and Qin Leiyu stood up to greet them. Wang Zheng stepped forward to shake hands and said politely, I have long admired President Qin. I am Wang Zheng. His hand was squeezed tightly, causing discomfort, yet he still maintained his composure. He introduced, this is Sakata Yashiro from the Japanese entertainment industry. Wang Zheng said bluntly, I do not care who he is. Why did you invite me and my girlfriend here? The words girlfriend made Liu Xuan blush. Two men were surprised, girlfriend. Yashiro smiled faintly and said, have your girlfriend drink with me. Each glass 10,000 yuan. He even raised the price, 20,000 per glass. This rate matches top female stars. Wang Zheng became furious, picked up a bottle of wine and said sarcastically, I will pay you 20,000, will you perform a show for me? Yizing observed through the screen and remarked that without Wang Zheng the capital would surely be very dull. A voice sounded from behind, young master need not be so humble. A group of bodyguards approached and surrounded Wang Zheng. Qin Leiyu outwardly tried to dissuade them, but inwardly was full of scheme. The door behind opened and a voice rang out, who said someone was being disrespectful. Song Mingxuan entered, glancing around, what is going on here? Qin Leiyu quickly changed his attitude to welcome him. I did not expect President Song to be here as well. Mingxuan asked what business brought him here today. Wang Zheng said, you are 3 minutes late. Mingxuan explained, after receiving the call I came immediately and even ran a red light. Do not be angry. Shiro continued eating calmly, glancing over and saying he did not expect President Song to arrive. Wang Zheng interrupted, he wanted Liu Xuan to drink with him at 20,000 per glass. Tell me how could I not be angry? Mingxuan upon hearing this began weighing the consequences. After thinking, he lowered his head and said to Sakata, my apologies. Having said that, he suddenly splashed the bowl of soup toward him. The incident caused Sakata to cry out in panic. Seeing this, the bodyguards immediately rushed forward. Mingxuan panicked and shouted, young Master Wang, save me. Without giving him a chance to say another word, Wang Zheng lightly pulled the two bodyguards backward. Before they could regain their senses, they were struck by a full-force blow, their bodies sent flying several meters away. Standing behind them, he escaped unharmed and could only breathe a sigh of relief, inwardly shuddering at Wang Zheng's terrifying prowess. After the powerful display, Wang Zheng turned to the remaining men and spoke coldly. If you do not want to share their fate, beat Shiro Sakata until he can no longer resist. Hearing this, the two bodyguards froze for a few seconds, unsure whether to advance or retreat. Moments later, one who overestimated himself gritted his teeth and charged forward. With agile footwork, he merely tilted his body slightly and cleanly evaded the attack. Seizing the perfect moment, he delivered a precise strike to the opponent's spine, causing him to cry out in pain. After dealing with one, Wang Zheng looked at Junichi. How do you choose to handle this? Perhaps frightened, he honestly admitted he was no match. Wang Zheng immediately ordered, then deal with that old man yourself. Without hesitation, he turned around and launched a blow that sent the man crashing to the ground. The scene surprised Wang Zheng slightly. He inwardly praised the power of the kick. It seemed this man was far from ordinary. Wang Zheng nodded in satisfaction and asked his name. He replied at once, Mitsui Junichi. He glanced at the man lying on the floor and spoke probing. I do not understand. Why would a master of Japan's Kwangdao style be willing to serve as his bodyguard? Struck at his core, he froze. Nothing escaped Wang Zheng's eyes. I have crossed hands with Yamaki Sunsuk several times, though he did not use his full strength. I recognized the Kwangdao style. By seniority, that man is your martial uncle. Hearing that name, he was stunned. He did not expect the man before him to have faced Yamaki Sunsuk and still stand unshaken. Wang Zheng did not dwell on it and asked directly, "We can talk about the past later. For now, I only need to know two things. First, have you ever bullied Chinese people?" Seeing Junichi shake his head repeatedly, he continued, "Second, will you follow me or stay here to face your fate?" Gave a bitter smile, "I will follow you. What other path do I have?" That answer pleased Wang Zheng greatly. Just then Zai Yi entered with two burly bodyguards. "I did not expect second uncle and young Master Wang to both be here. You almost wrecked my restaurant." Seeing Shiro lying on the ground, she immediately shouted, "Why are you still standing there? Quickly take the guest for emergency treatment." Seeing Zai Yi appear, Wang Zheng changed his tone, "So it is Miss Tong. Then I suppose there is no need to charge for this meal." She smiled and replied, "It is fine. Next time we will host you more properly. Just call me Zai Yi." Hearing that, he left with satisfaction. "All right, I still have matters to attend to. I will take my leave." Once outside, Liu Xuan finally spoke. "Song Zai Yi listens to you like that. I find it a bit strange and not very reasonable." He smiled confidently. "What is there to worry about? When soldiers come, generals will block them. When water rises, we build dikes. Besides, she is a beautiful woman." His words made her pout. "That flirtatious attitude of yours will ruin things." Due to her agitation, Liu Xuan's foot slipped slightly. By inertia, she fell straight into Wang Zheng's arm. He reached out to support her while still paying attention to every movement behind them. Junichi's explosive strength is impressive. His ability surpasses my expectation. Without further thought, he lowered his head and asked, "Does your foot still hurt?" Liu Xuan gently rotated her ankle. "It hurts a little, but I can still walk." Without another word, he carried her in his arms while walking and grumbled, "What kind of parking lot is built so uneven? They must compensate for this." On the other side, Zai Yi gazed into the distance. Second uncle truly has foresight. He had long wanted to befriend this man. Minzan explained bitterly, "It was just a misunderstanding. At first I even intended to make things difficult for him. Who would have thought the losses would be so severe?" Inwardly he calculated, since Wang Zheng had promised to help him replace Tong Mingwei as the family head. Zai Yi gently reminded, "But by being openly close like this, you are essentially opposing the family." Elsewhere, two men stood looking at an old building. One asked, "Young master, how should we handle it?" Tianren turned away coldly, "Demolish it all. Tomorrow morning I do not want to see it still standing." As soon as he finished speaking, the construction vehicles began the demolition work. At that moment, Wang Zheng drove past and grew suspicious upon seeing the scene. This is Feng Changming's largest property, and he is abandoning it just like that. In the car, Tianren asked Su Hui about the situation. He reported that the search team had reached the third floor. Nothing unusual had been found. Everyone had been detained for identification. Feng Changming's whereabouts were still unknown. During this, he tightened his grip on the cup, daring to kidnap Nuanuan. "Even if I must dig 3 feet into the ground, I will find him." Nuanuan looked at him gratefully. "Thank you," Tianren replied. "Whoever dares to hurt you will pay the price." On the rooftop of the building, Changming angrily slapped him and cursed, "Second uncle helped you, and this is how you repay him." Holding his face, Zio Ming argued, "How would I know Nuanuan is Su Tianren's younger sister? Besides, you agreed to it at the beginning." While the two were still arguing, a fully armed group suddenly rushed in. Terrified, he knelt down and begged, "I have already released Nuanuan. Please do not make things difficult anymore." The group did not respond and prepared to enforce the arrest, tranquilizer guns ready. Driven into a corner, he gave up, "Do as you wish." Suddenly, 2 figures rushed in from behind. "How could we let you take them away so easily?" In the blink of an eye, they hoisted Changming and Zio Ming onto their shoulders, then turned back to wave a mocking farewell. After speaking, the two disappeared from sight. The prey slipped away at the last moment. Su Hui could only watch helplessly. The mission had failed, and he could only return to take responsibility. Not long after, he stood before the master to report that, "Young master, the mission had failed. 2 strangers had snatched the person right from the guards." Yet Tianren showed no anger and remained calm while calculating the next step. "This further confirmed my speculation. We will temporarily withdraw and wait for news from Zai Ping." The name just mentioned aroused his curiosity. Zai Ping and Elder Zai. Could it be that young master had already dispatched him? He did not respond immediately and only coldly said, "Let us go. As for that silver seat clubhouse, continue to destroy it for me." At the same time, in a deserted alley, 2 figures swiftly darted past, each carrying an unconscious body over their shoulder. Nishi noticed someone tailing them from behind and immediately informed, "Someone is pursuing us from the rear." Wang Zheng had already sensed this as well. "I know, and it is a master," his mind continuously analyzed. This person had chased for a long distance while maintaining a steady speed without any sign of decline. He quickly devised a plan. At the end of the alley ahead there is a black car. After placing them in the car, we will split into two directions. Inwardly relieved that Ming Hao had been arranged to assist beforehand. Otherwise, carrying Director Ming while evading the pursuer would have made escape extremely difficult. In the blink of an eye, both swiftly and neatly placed the person into the car. The moment the car door slammed shut, the two immediately dispersed in opposite directions according to the plan. After only a few steps, Ping An, like a beast that had discovered its prey, instantly closed in from behind at astonishing speed. To catch up with Wang Zheng, the elder exerted force and leaped forward to shorten the distance between them. With both arms spread like an eagle in flight, he inwardly cursed the brat ahead before launching his attack. Sensing the situation becoming critical, Wang Zheng decided to use his ultimate move. He did not expect that he had caught up so quickly. His leg strength was truly formidable. The seemingly lethal silver needles failed to trouble the master. With a mere flick of his hand, he neutralized them all. This left him utterly astonished. Not a single silver needle had managed to touch the opponent. Ping also did not hesitate to praise the young man before him. Those needles had sealed almost all of his attack and evasion paths, truly not to be underestimated. Abandoning any intention to flee, he stopped and challenged, War King Wing Chunzai Ping An. I did not expect you to appear as well. Since you have come here, do not even think of leaving. The elder immediately retorted with disdain such arrogant words. It seems you do not understand the gap between us. Taking your life is as easy for me as splitting firewood. Wang Zheng charged forward in anger to attack first. Old dog's eye, then let us see. Although the strike came unexpectedly, the elder still raised his left hand to block it neatly. The next punch aimed straight at Ping An's face, yet he merely tilted his head to evade lightly like gliding over waves. Immediately after was a lightning-fast counterattack that left Wang Zheng unable to respond. This old man was indeed too powerful. He advanced step by step with composure, his tone arrogant. If you cannot kill me, then you must follow me back. But because your earlier words were so insolent, I will cripple one of your arms. Wang Zheng roared in fury. You are truly arrogant. No matter how strong you are merely a lackey of the Su family. Unfortunately, he had exposed an opening. Ping An immediately unleashed a decisive strike. The speed was quite fast but still lacked the necessary agility. Battle between the two reached its climax. The elder used the momentum to push his opponent back. Though unwilling to admit it, Ping An still had to acknowledge the young man's strength. Among the current generation of youths, he was indeed outstanding. The elder thought to himself, just now I used 80% of my power and he only retreated a few steps. If I do not eliminate him today, he will surely become a future threat. Wang Zheng clutched his chest and coldly replied, do not be too pleased with yourself. Who will fall is still unknown. These arrogant words enraged the elder. You are about to die yet still stubborn. Before he could touch Wang Zheng, an object suddenly shot forward to attack Ping An. Fortunately, Junichi arrived in time to assist. Old man, 2 against 1, let us see how long your arrogance lasts. He immediately attacked from the left while Wang Zheng launched throwing darts from the right. Their coordination was extremely seamless. Junichi continuously swung his sword to attack, but Ping An skillfully evaded with ease, seemingly without exerting any effort. Being it ineffective, he switched to a horizontal slash, yet the elder still leaped away calmly to avoid it. This left him utterly shocked. He did not expect this old man to possess such extraordinary jumping ability. Suddenly, the elder delivered a kick toward Junichi, causing him to halt. A sense of danger surged. If he blocked it head-on, he would certainly suffer severe injury. Although he used his sword to block, he still endured the full force of the attack. The sword flew from his hand. Junichi was knocked far away. His shoulder blade had been severely injured. Wang Zheng seized the opportunity to attack from behind. This time let us see if you can still evade. However, the one who suffered damage was himself. An intense pain left him dizzy. Only then did Ping An slowly take out the hidden trump card from within his clothing. You are indeed not bad. He revealed a sinister smile and provoked. Without this, my back would have been broken by your kick. Wang Zheng angrily cursed, despicable old man. You dare to use such underhanded tricks. The two continued to join forces and attack, determined not to retreat. Ping An first targeted Junichi, knowing he was injured. Next target was Wang Zheng. During the clash, he was secretly astonished. After fighting for so long, this old man had not shown any signs of fatigue. As the battle intensified, a gunshot suddenly rang out, tearing through the air. By the time Ping An realized it, his arm was already stained with blood. It was a sniper shot. From afar, Ming Hao displayed a confident smile after the precise shot. Indeed, no matter how high one's martial arts are, it is difficult to resist modern weapons. Knowing he could no longer continue fighting after losing his advantage, Ping An quickly retreated. Afterwards in the car, Ming Hao bandaged Wang Zheng while reproaching him, Captain. I truly do not understand you. You are already injured, yet you still refuse to put down that 20-kilogram burden. He avoided the question, only wanting to feign weakness to make him careless, thus creating an opportunity to strike. After speaking, he gulped down the self-made medicine. Despite the explanation, Ming Hao remained half doubtful. His staring gaze forced Wang Zheng to admit, "All right, I have carried it for too long and temporarily forgot to remove it." He looked down at Junichi sleeping soundly and sighed. This time the harvest is not small. Not only did we severely injure Zai Ping En, but we also discovered this person. Wang Zheng pointed at the bag containing the elder's limb and ordered, "Send this to the Lixin Manor. I want to give them a surprising gift." Ming Hao responded excitedly, "Understood, I will do it immediately." That afternoon at the Su family villa, a magnificent mansion with red-tiled roofs and a lush green garden surrounding. While Ping En was undergoing surgery, Fu Hua sat in the room unable to conceal his worry. Tianren stood beside him explaining the situation. He respectfully bowed and reported, "Today Miss Yuan Yuan was kidnapped." Upon hearing this, he immediately flew into a rage and stood up. What, Yuan Yuan was kidnapped? Did she not always have 4 secret bodyguards by her side? Why did they fail to stop it in time? Tianren calmly explained, "The opponent acted too quickly for the guards to react, but grandfather need not worry, Yuan Yuan is safe. We have identified the mastermind, but he was rescued, which is why Elder Zai pursued." Unexpectedly, the opponent had prepared in advance. Hua entrusted him with full authority. "You handle the subsequent matters yourself. Do not let others think that the Su family is easy to bully." He obediently responded, "Please rest assured, I understand." Then the elder suddenly reminded, "Under no circumstances should you gamble with the safety of your family." After the discussion, he left with a sense of unwillingness, truly worthy of the old patriarch. The next morning at Shangyuanshi's home, he was both worried and playfully reproachful. "You are about to go to Ningxia, yet you still provoke conflicts with others like this." Wang Zheng smiled to reassure her, "It is fine, these minor injuries are insignificant. What about you? Will you not accompany me to Ningxia?" Shishi leaned her head against the chair and sighed, sharing her concerns. "I must stay to take care of my father and handle company matters. Moreover, it has been a long time since I met Xing Yi. I truly miss her." She stood up and pointed at the 2 large suitcases while reminding, "Inside are the things I prepared for Xiao Yi, including clothes, shoes, and even the local specialties she likes." Looking at the heavy suitcases, Wang Zheng hurriedly refused, "Eldest miss, how can I carry so much? Moreover, Xing Yi is in the military all year round wearing a uniform. She has no opportunity to use them." Hearing this, she found it reasonable. "Then I will not send the clothes. I will only send some food." He sighed in relief, "My dear aunt, quickly take all the clothes out." A short while later at the Su family villa, pale golden sunlight covered the quiet rooftops. In the living room, Wang He cautiously reported, "Master, a package has arrived. The guards have conducted a preliminary inspection." Fu Hua frowned impatiently. "Stop beating around the bush, bring it here for me to see." He hesitated for a moment before opening the box. Inside was an arm. He frowned thoughtfully, saying nothing as if contemplating something. After a moment of thought, he ordered that this item be taken to Tianren. Wang He immediately bowed and responded, "Yes." Upon entering Su Tianren's room, he asked worriedly, "Have you asked the doctor? Can Elder Zai have it reattached?" Wang He honestly replied, "The doctor said it is impossible because the joint damage is too severe. Moreover, Elder Zai does not wish to implant metal. He could only feel helpless. Go attend to your duties. I will visit Elder Zai shortly." After Wang He left, Tianren immediately called his subordinates to deploy 3 important tasks. First, mobilize all forces to find the whereabouts of Director Ming. Second, closely monitor all movements of Wang Zheng. The planted agents from before have come to play their role. Third, in the name of the master, arrange a meeting with Old Minister Chen to discuss the military designation. After hanging up, he revealed a calculating and sinister smile. "Longlin was destroyed long ago. I will absolutely not allow them the chance to be reborn." Outside the corridor, Wang He quietly sent a message to a mysterious figure. Notification appeared on the phone screen that his name had been promoted, seemingly a code hiding highly confidential information. On the other end, Zhao Nan had also received the message just sent. He calmly pulled the phone from the desk drawer, movements natural as if everything had been calculated in advance. Faint, meaningful smile curved his lips, showing he had long awaited this moment. In the waiting area, the atmosphere continued normally. as on any other day. Wang Zheng wore sunglasses, walking leisurely with his bodyguards, outwardly relaxed yet inwardly groaning at the luggage piled in 2 oversized suitcases far beyond expectation. While sitting and waiting, he happened to notice a familiar figure. It turned out to be Song Ziya. Ziya cheerfully spoke from the opposite row. What a coincidence, young Master Wang was also here. Wang Zheng replied politely, indeed fate, and wondered where Miss Song was headed dressed like this. Noticing the overly formal address, she suggested a more familiar one. I'm going to Yin Chuan. Don't call me Miss Song anymore, just call me Ziya, and can I call you Wang Zheng? He happily agreed as long as she was comfortable. Coincidentally, I'm also going to Yin Chuan. What brings you there? Ziya shared her travel plans. A trip to experience the Southwest and visit old friends who once fought alongside her father and grandfather. Hearing this, he suddenly remembered, if not mistaken, General Li Yeping, known as the Pillar of the Southwest, was also an old comrade of her grandfather. He nodded excitedly. Indeed, they served in the same unit and were close. This time I also plan to visit Mr. Li. Wang Zheng tactfully asked if he could accompany her. She smiled in agreement, of course. Then we can explore Ningxia together this trip. Over 10 hours later, Li Tianshu approached to ask if he could sit together, gently asking if there was a free spot next to the beautiful girl. He refused shyly. This seat is already taken. Despite the response, he naturally sat beside Ziya, introducing himself as Li Tianshu from Yin Chuan and offering to host them once they arrived. Ziya was momentarily taken aback. The name Li Tianshu sounded extremely familiar. Wang Zheng folded his arms, replying coldly, "We are strangers, why should I accept?" Tianshu calmly said his grandfather was Li Yeping, a name surely not unfamiliar. Ziya immediately understood. It turned out he was the eldest young Master Li. She had seen news about him and remarked he was the most outstanding young master in the Southwest, truly talented. Wang Zheng thought silently. The simultaneous appearance of these two was certainly no mere coincidence. Tianshu teased, "So Miss Song knows me too. I was going to pretend not to start fresh." Ziya asked in surprise, "Do you really know me?" Half-jokingly, he revealed they had a childhood promise rejected by their families. Now meeting her again, he felt regret. Wang Zheng tilted his head and asked, knowing Miss Song, "Did you recognize me?" Tianshu cheerfully replied, "Of course, Wang Zheng is vice president of Jiang International. My grandfather met him and praised him highly." They shook hands like true gentlemen. Wang Zheng asked why he pretended to be a stranger at first. Tianshu laughed, admitting he wanted a casual impression. Yet his brief evaluative glance showed he spoke too bluntly. After that remark, the atmosphere became quiet. Wang Zheng casually scrolled his phone. In fact, he was looking up information related to Tianshu. A moment later, he directly asked if Tianshu had arranged this meeting intentionally. Tianshu, slightly embarrassed, changed the subject, reminding him of his grandfather's advice to be cautious around Wang Zheng and invited him to visit if possible. Wang Zheng politely declined, saying he had to visit the Ningxia military district first and would see his grandfather later, while raising alertness, sensing he was being watched. Tianshu immediately guessed he referred to the granddaughter of old General Han, prompting Wang Zheng to silently admit the Southwest Territory could not escape the Li family's notice. In the Ningxia military district, Tian Ying recounted to Cheng Thai about a beautiful girl and suggested helping if he wanted to approach. Given his status, Cheng Thai was confident that approaching anyone in Yin Chuan would not be difficult. Tian Ying flattered him, hoping that when Cheng Thai advanced, he would remember old comrades. He patted his shoulder reassuringly, promising not to forget his brothers when his career flourished. The group immediately echoed, hoping to be guided by him in the future. Cheng Thai discussed plans, wanting to approach Xingyi and asked everyone to help facilitate. Tian Ying obediently agreed, affirming that as long as he asked, they would arrange everything. In the female dorm, Yang Zai invited Xingyi to join the party, but she firmly refused, wanting to rest. Yang Zai continued persuading, saying everyone else was going. Staying alone would be boring. Despite outward softness, she calculated internally, having promised Cheng Thai to bring Xingyi along. Eventually, Xingyi reluctantly agreed, making Yang Zai visibly happy. Thinking of catching Cheng Thai's attention, she secretly dreamed of a bright future. She excitedly announced 3 days off and suggested everyone change clothes for outings and the evening party. Everyone enthusiastically agreed. As they went out together, Yang Zai glanced at Xingyi with scrutiny, feeling superior. Cheng Thai initiated conversation, praising Xingyi's singing and hoping she would perform a few songs. She politely declined, so he shifted to inviting her for drinks, reasoning they might not meet again. Xingyi crossed her arms, wary, directly questioning his intentions. Amid the tense atmosphere, a luxury red car stopped in front of the gate. Wang Zheng and Tianshu stepped out, quietly observing the scene. Tianchu grew impatient, wanting to intervene, but was held back. Wang Zheng stopped him, and Tianchu suddenly recalled his grandfather's advice to act cautiously. The reminder not to act impulsively kept him restrained. Zheng Thai still tried to engage Xing Yi, unaware of their arrival, while she responded that dignity was a personal matter. At that moment, Xing Yi recognized Wang Zheng as her savior. She immediately ran to hug him tightly. Tianchu was stunned seeing their intimacy, completely contrary to prior rumors. Xing Yi feigned coquettishness, asking why only he came. Wang Zheng responded that others were busy. Immediately after, he switched to a cold demeanor, asking if anyone had bullied her. Feeling supported, Xing Yi reported someone with impure intentions and asked him to handle it. Wang Zheng smiled faintly, exuding a dominant aura, saying he would deal with it. Cheng Thai stepped forward asking if he was Xing Yi's boyfriend. Before he could answer, she linked arms with him, affirming they were a couple and already engaged. Tianchu was shocked by the sudden declaration. Those around were also stunned by the engagement news. Xing Yi fully played her role, naturally turning to call her husband. Wang Zheng could only watch helplessly at her overly sweet words. Yang Zai quickly invited them to join the party to ease the awkward atmosphere. Wang Zheng politely accepted, introducing Tianchu to accompany him. Yang Zai enthusiastically agreed, vowing not to leave without meeting tonight. Cheng Thai tried to appear magnanimous, though inwardly displeased, thinking one more person wouldn't make a difference. He turned away to call and book a large room at Ningyuan, preparing to invite everyone to dinner tonight. A short while later, at Ningyuan International Hotel, the clock hands had gradually moved toward noon. Tian Shu leisurely opened the car door and stepped out, deliberately putting on an apologetic expression for making the host, young Master Cheng, wait so long. Wang Zheng followed closely behind, smiling awkwardly as he apologized for being late and asked whether young Master Cheng minded. Although Cheng Shi appeared displeased, he still forced a smile and said that since everyone had arrived, they should head inside. Seeing Xing Yi clinging closely to him, Cheng Shi frowned in irritation, thinking that he would soon see how long this pair could remain cheerful. Despite his anger, he suppressed it and acted warmly to lure them into the game, saying that tonight they should drink to their heart's content as a welcome banquet. He cast a glance at Uncle Qiang, silently signaling that they would not leave peacefully this time. Once everyone had settled into their seats, the atmosphere in the room became lively, with 3 large round tables filled with a rich array of beautifully presented dishes. At the banquet table, Cheng Shi took the initiative to raise a glass to Wang Zheng, but he bluntly refused, coldly asking why he should drink with someone like him. Being rejected, Cheng Shi flew into a rage, standing up and shouting that refusing a toast meant he was asking for punishment. In an instant, he grabbed Wang Zheng by the collar and pulled him close, the rude action causing Wang Zheng's expression to darken with impatience. Not expecting him to touch his person, Wang Zheng immediately twisted Cheng Shi's finger forcefully, making him cry out in pain as the surrounding crowd rushed forward in alarm to intervene. Although he knew Tian Shu was decisive, he did not expect such a swift and ruthless response that left the other party at a disadvantage upon their first clash. Yang Zai anxiously sat down and asked with concern, "Young Master Cheng, are you all right?" Overwhelmed with embarrassment, Cheng Shi jumped up and shouted threats, claiming that once Wang Zheng was arrested, no one would protect him, and that Xing Yi would not be spared today. Suddenly, a commotion sounded outside, and upon hearing that someone was causing trouble while drunk, a group of police officers arrived. He immediately pointed at Wang Zheng, asserting that he was the one causing the disturbance. Wang Zheng refused to back down and explained that he was merely acting in self-defense, but since the officers had been bribed, they ignored him and demanded that he go to the station. Cheng Shi sneered triumphantly, saying that refusing a toast would inevitably lead to consequences. Seeing the unfavorable situation, Tian Shu quickly spoke to the police, stating that he had witnessed everything and confirmed it was legitimate self-defense, and if there was an investigation, the other party should be taken along as well. Li Long nodded subtly to Cheng Shi, as if everything had been arranged beforehand. He loudly declared that there was no need to distinguish right from wrong, accused them of obstructing justice, and ordered everyone to be handcuffed and taken to the station. Cheng Shi smugly praised Deputy Captain Wang for his dedication, and promised to ask his father to consider promoting him. Hearing this, Li Long was overjoyed at the thought of a bright future if recommended by the city committee member's son, quickly cuffing them and assuring that the task would be completed. Even while handcuffed, Tian Shu remained calm and remarked that once the cuffs were on, removing them later would not be so easy. Cheng Shi lounged on the sofa arrogantly, mocking a country bumpkin daring to raise his voice in Yinchuan. Tian Shu merely said calmly that they would see who would suffer in the end, then took out his phone to make a call. As soon as the call connected, he quickly reported that he was being handcuffed at Ningyuan Hotel. Chang Shi remained arrogant and provocative, claiming that in Yinchuan he held special privileges and feared no trouble. No sooner had he finished speaking than Li Long's phone rang, just as Tian Shu had said. He answered nervously, and upon hearing the director angrily asking if he was at Ningyuan, he hurriedly replied that he was handling a drunken brawl, only to be harshly reprimanded for causing a major incident. Call ended quickly, leaving Li Long standing stiffly with a gloomy expression, regretting his involvement. Not long after, Bing Kaio arrived with imposing momentum, while Zhu Qiang still looked confused, unaware he had stirred a hornet's nest. Ignoring the others, he walked straight to Tian Shu, inquired about the situation, apologized for his subordinate's rudeness, and ordered the handcuffs to be removed immediately. Feeling slighted, Chang Shi protested angrily that even a director could not release people arbitrarily, and he raised his injured hand as evidence. Only then did Bing Kaio glance at him and coldly state that this was a matter for the police bureau, not something young Master Cheng could interfere with. Chang Shi shouted about his father's status as Cheng Rulong, but Bing Kaio responded that even if Secretary Cheng were present, he would not tolerate such insolence, and he ordered the cuffs on young Master Li to be removed. Tian Shu calmly stated that if they wanted to remove the cuffs, Cheng Rulong would have to personally come and apologize, otherwise he would not cooperate. Enraged, Cheng Shi grabbed a wine bottle and lunged forward, loudly boasting that his father was a city committee secretary. At the tense moment, Bing Kaio quickly seized his wrist and shouted for him to stop. Wang Zheng suddenly smashed a wine bottle down, leaving Cheng Shi stunned and unable to react. After the impact, he collapsed unconscious on the floor, while Wang Zheng remained calm, as if the room had finally become quiet. Uncle Qiang hurriedly supported him, anxiously checking his condition and calling out to young Master Cheng. Furious, he turned to threaten Wang Zheng for daring to lay hands on the son of a city committee member. Then hastily made a call for help, reporting that Cheng Shi had been assaulted at Ningyuan Hotel and requesting immediate assistance. As soon as he hung up, Wang Zheng delivered another kick and coldly told him that since the call was finished, he should remain silent. Tian Shu calmly recounted the entire incident, stating that young Master Wang was a distinguished guest from the capital visiting his girlfriend and unexpectedly became Cheng Shi's target, thus a clear explanation was required. 15 minutes later, Cheng Shi's father arrived with a heavy demeanor. Seeing his son lying motionless, he angrily demanded to know who was responsible and ordered that he be taken to the hospital immediately. Wang Zheng did not let the matter pass, declaring that without a satisfactory explanation, no one would leave the room. The man angrily demanded to know who he was and placed all responsibility on Wang Zheng. He then pointed and ordered Bing Kaio to arrest Wang Zheng as if he were the superior. Bing Kaio immediately rebuked him, asking whether Secretary Cheng knew the identity of the person before him. He introduced Tian Shu as the grandson of General Li Yeping, young Master Li Tian Shu. Not long after, the provincial public security chief also arrived, entering the room and demanding that Secretary Cheng provide a clear explanation. Seeing more powerful figures appear, Cheng Rulong began to worry about whom he had truly offended. Tian Shu slowly looked at Rulong and reminded him that his son had been domineering in Yinchuan for a long time, and unless young Master Wang was satisfied, the cuffs would not be removed. With strong backing, Wang Zheng became even more resolute, declaring that he would show no leniency. He stared directly at Rulong and stated that Cheng Shi had dared to target his friend within a military compound, and if he had not been present that night, the consequences would have been severe, demanding to hear the secretary's stance. Realizing he was at a disadvantage, Cheng Rulong lowered his head and apologized on behalf of his son for failing to discipline him properly. Wang Zheng did not mince words, delivering a slap and asking whether they were being treated as easy targets. He continued to question the repeated law violations and harm caused by Cheng Shi over the years. Calling Cheng Shi's scandalous past, Wang Zheng grew even more furious, condemning the arrogance of officials' offspring who bullied others and showed contempt. The provincial chief was astonished by the young man's firmness in confronting a city committee member without the slightest hesitation. Standing nearby, Bing Kaio also silently acknowledged that Wang Zheng's presence commanded respect. Wang Zheng coldly demanded that Cheng Shi be sent to India, and without his approval, he would never be allowed to return. He bent down to warn that if he did not see a plane ticket to India within 2 days, the consequences would be severe, and he would expose all their hidden dealings if they dared to plot further. Once the situation settled, Xingyi ran over to praise him, saying that every encounter with him was full of drama. Knowing she was joking, Wang Zheng gently replied that he only feared someone might bully her, and that Li Tianshu would also protect her in secret, which made her develop goodwill and consider visiting the Li family. Putting the trouble behind them, Wang Zheng invited her to go out for fun over the next 2 days, as he might be busy later, and the mention of shopping and dining made Xingyi nod enthusiastically. The next morning in the conference room, Wang Zheng directly asked the partners whether they wished to cooperate with him. Fu Weihua cautiously questioned his qualifications, reminding him that they had been invited under the name of the former leadership, and the 3 present were all senior executives of Zhongting Gas. Seeing them feign ignorance, Wang Zheng asked Fu Weihua whether, as a vice president, he truly did not know what he wanted, but he bluntly replied that he did not. Irritated, Wang Zheng threw 3 files onto the table and told them to review them before making a decision. After reading them, all 3 turned pale, and Wei Mei loudly accused him of blatant slander. He threw the documents to the ground, revealing photos of his own debauchery and misconduct. Wang Zheng smiled faintly and calmly asked whether his agitation only proved the unease in his heart. Realizing his weakness had been grasped, Wei Hua immediately softened and sought to negotiate. "What do you want? How do you want us to cooperate?" Seeing that his goal had been achieved, he went straight to the point. "First, Shen Lianmeng, I require you to transfer all this year's sales revenue from the southeast provinces into a single account. You have controlled Zhongding's finances for many years. I believe you are capable of doing that." Continued with the second condition. "Fu Weihua, with your position as vice president of Zhongding Yuanqi and as a close associate of the Su family, I need you to draft a share transfer agreement for me and coordinate with Shen Lianmeng to complete the transfer." After hearing this, he shook his head helplessly. "I cannot do it. Li Ha is the president. All authority is in his hands. Moreover, the company seal is also kept by him. I have no chance to access it." Wang Zheng pretended to wave it off, his calm voice interjecting, "It is fine. Li Ha's part I will handle myself." After that, he put forward the final condition. "Third, Uncle Deng Mai, you must transfer all the scattered shares that you have secretly gathered or held over the years to me. I will buy them at a price 10% higher than the market. Consider it a direct counterstrike." In just one day, the news covered the big screen. Yesterday morning, Su Liha, the general manager of Zhongding Gas, suddenly fell ill. Vice President Weihua temporarily took over operation. That same afternoon, an explosion incident occurred at the mining area. Fortunately, there were no casualties. The cause is under investigation. The company's stock plummeted, its value dropped to only 80%. The company, Su Tianian, immediately called upon hearing the news. "I am certain everything is manipulated by Wang Zheng. The shares I hold in Zhongding are now only a small portion, but I cannot let the group collapse. The southeast region still needs it." On the other end, Yizing stared at the TV and sneered. If the young master does not personally destroy Zhongding, then he will surely let many other forces jump in to confront the Su family. "Su Tianian, do not think you can fool everyone. Others may not see through your disguise, but I see it clearly." Hearing the provocation, he frowned at the screen but calmly replied, "You do not need to provoke me. I will not destroy Zhongding Gas. I must reclaim it in the most complete way." Xing laughed mockingly upon hearing that. "Without pushing you a bit, how could this game continue?" On this side, Tianshu arrived with the share agreement. "Wang Zheng, on behalf of the Li family, I thank you." He opened the document to review it, unable to hide his surprise. "I did not expect you to give us 50% of Zhongding while you keep only 40%. Seeing the other party satisfied, Wang Zheng smiled and replied, "You are too polite. Without the support from the Northwest this time, it would not have been so smooth for me." In fact, everything had been within his calculations. The money originally belonged to the Shangyuan family. Now, using this pretext, he both achieved his goal and gained goodwill from the Li family. Being too greedy would only ruin things. Tianshu bowed gratefully. "No matter what, I will remember this kindness." Just then, the phone in his pocket suddenly rang. He answered the call, silently listening to the voice from the other end. Ironically, it was his phone, but the person on the other end wanted to speak to Wang Zheng. He took the phone and asked who it was. The other party replied that, "I know you are Wang Zheng, but you do not need to know who I am. Let us play a game." He indifferently said he was not interested. That man coldly threatened that you will be interested, because I have placed an explosive device at Zhongding's gas tank depot. That man sneered, "It is exactly 12 o'clock now, you have 3 hours. If you refuse, Zhongding's gas tank depot will send up a massive column of smoke." Wang Zheng clenched his fist, this madman. After hanging up, he immediately informed Tianshu that there was a bomb at the gas tank depot, with 3 hours before detonation. You must have people notify all employees and evacuate the surrounding residents immediately. Tianshu nodded. I will do it right away. Caller was Yixing. Wanzai, standing behind, asked why not detonate it immediately but give 3 hours. That man swirled his glass of wine. If I did that, it would become a disaster. Huaxia would certainly mobilize all its strength to hunt me down. I am not foolish enough to confront an entire nation head-on. Seeing his subordinate still hesitant, he cut him off. I will bring down Zhongding but will not let casualties spread. The only target is Wang Zheng. If you are not absolutely certain, I will not assign the task. At the Zhongding gas tank depot hotspot, residents had gathered waiting for helicopter evacuation. Wang Zheng, wearing protective gear, surveyed the entire scene, calculating whether 3 hours would be enough to relocate 10,000 people from this area. When inside to adjust his equipment, Tianshu reported that the Black Tiger Special Unit had discovered 3 suspicious individuals. Be careful, I will have them coordinate. He softly replied, okay. After that, he rappelled down, reporting over the radio that the scan was complete. There were no unusual electronic signals. The explosive device was likely not remotely activated. Below, the Special Operations team was on guard when they were suddenly attacked from a distance. Seeing his men fall, Tianshu angrily ordered a sweep of every building within a 2,000-meter radius, not missing a single room, determined to pursue to the end. Fei Hu hid and observed, lowering his voice to ask Li Liang, what are you doing? The higher-ups only ordered dealing with Wang Zheng. If you touch Huaxia's Special Operations team, the consequences will be unpredictable. Li Liang hurriedly retorted that I did not fire, there must be other forces intervening. Someone wants to push us into a trap. Fei Hu pressed his eye to the scope, searching for Wang Zheng's position. Over the radio, he reported that the one who just came down from the helicopter was Wang Zheng, currently on top of the central tank. Your position is more advantageous, finish it and withdraw immediately. Li Liang replied okay. He adjusted the scope toward the indicated direction, but Wang Zheng was already waiting. Before he could react, he only managed to blurt out, I am done for. Before the words ended, the bullet had already struck a vital spot, causing him to collapse. Fei Hu panicked and shouted over the radio, what happened? Answer me. But before he could regain his composure, he was also taken down, only managing to say this is bad before falling. After dealing with the 2 snipers, Wang Zheng reported over the radio that 2 targets had been eliminated. The location of the device is still not identified. The reply came that the gas tank depot is too vast, more time is needed. Xia Yan warned that Black Tiger had taken down 3 elements, but the remaining position was still unclear, stay alert. Wang Zheng thought to himself that time was tight, he had to lure them out. After moving a distance, he discovered a group of enemies ahead. With extremely fast reflexes, he fired 3 bursts from his submachine gun, suppressing the group. After finishing, he immediately changed direction and advanced deeper into the area. Upon receiving news that Fei Hu had been taken down, he hurriedly ordered to closely track Wang Zheng. Anyone approaching the device must be dealt with immediately. In the radar room, an observer reported that ahead at the 45-degree left angle, 15 meters away, there was an abnormal heat signal. As soon as he finished speaking, he was shot dead on the spot. Tianshu on the helicopter saw the situation worsening and ordered a full retreat, leaving the rest to Wang Zheng. In another corner, after eliminating the observer, Eric was smug, unaware that a figure was quietly approaching from behind, mocking Huaxia's special forces. When he realized it, it was already too late. He only had time to turn his head and shout who is there. Nishi rushed forward like the wind, swinging his katana and ending him in an instant. The remaining sniper, not seeing any report, anxiously asked Eric, how many have you dealt with? Why are you not answering? As soon as he finished speaking, he heard a cold reply after killing so many, do you still think you can escape? He was startled and turned toward the source of the sound. Before he could see clearly who it was, his neck was already tightly gripped. He only managed to ask, who are you? The other party replied that identity is not important, your ending is what matters. As for C, after searching for a while, he finally discovered Wang Zheng's hiding place. Curled his lips and raised his gun. Finally, I have waited for you. Wang Zheng, who was running, also sensed something was wrong, likely due to the unsuppressed gunshot. He immediately stopped, leaned his body to dodge, you are here. Immediately after, he turned about 45 degrees and fired back. The bullet shot straight towards Sia's hiding position, shocking him with such rapid reaction speed. Seeing the opponent hesitate, Wang Zheng ordered over the radio at the 3 o'clock direction, middle of the 5th floor, capture alive. Having only been slightly threatened, C panicked and fled, even throwing away his expensive gun. He hid behind a door, panting in fear and muttering that this opponent is truly terrifying. As he turned back, he was startled when Junichi appeared in front of him. How did they find me so quickly? Without giving him a chance, the two coordinated their moves and knocked him unconscious. Returning to Wang Zheng, he climbed the ladder outside the building. The explosive device was in front of him. I have found it, beginning to dismantle. Looking at the countdown with only a few minutes left, he gritted his teeth and cursed softly. Without hesitation, he opened the metal casing to observe. The circuit was in a series configuration. Removing the correct point would finish it, but the wiring inside was extremely tangled. Looking at the multicolored wires, Wang Zheng was confused about which one to cut. He called over the radio that there are only 5 minutes left. There is not enough time to analyze the entire circuit. Is there a faster way? The expert instructed him to check whether those 3 wires still had any auxiliary connections. After fumbling for a while, he discovered the copper wire as mentioned. I see a linking wire. Wait. Everything was not simple. Pulling it out revealed an entire bundle of tangled wires. There were even many branches connected to those 3 wires. The 3 clusters of tangled wires before him made Wang Zheng dizzy and sweating. The time was too short to handle them all. Who exactly installed this device? Through the binoculars, the tense scene looked like a spider clinging to a wall amid a web. In the safe room, Bin Kaio anxiously said there is only 1 minute left. Can he make it? Tian Shu, standing beside, reassured that we must trust him. Just as the situation was tense as a drawn bowstring, the phone in Wang Zheng's pocket suddenly rang. In the chaotic moment, hanging by a thread, he nervously pulled out his phone and hurriedly answered the call. Thinking the call from an unknown number was just a pointless prank, it unexpectedly became his savior, instructing him to cut the red wire first, then the copper wire behind it, and finally the yellow wire. The countdown timer had only 15 seconds remaining, creating extreme urgency. Without hesitating for a second, Wang Zheng immediately followed the mysterious caller's instructions to defuse the bomb. When the time was down to only 6 seconds, the bomb was finally safely neutralized. Wiped away his sweat and breathed a sigh of relief. This time luck was still on his side. Seeing that everything was settled, Ping Kaio revealed a relieved smile. He had succeeded and they were still alive. In the capital, where Yixing was leisurely waiting, Guanzai received the news and immediately reported, "Young master, the bomb did not explode. Wang Zheng is still alive." After hearing this, he drained the remaining glass of red wine in one breath. Then he curled his lips into a cold smile. As expected of an opponent I hold in high regard, if he died so easily it would be far less interesting. However, he still wondered why the bomb had not detonated, and Guanzai could only helplessly reply that this old servant did not know the reason. Yixing waved him away, his tone like a CEO encountering his destined rival. Wang Zheng is indeed a fascinating opponent. Returning to the gas tank area after everything was resolved, Wang Zheng proactively shook Tian Shu's hand. "Fortunately, you helped me. It is an honor to know you." He smiled and patted his shoulder. "I am also very happy to make your acquaintance." Tian Shu gratefully added, "My grandfather instructed that the Li family owes you 2 great debts of gratitude." Wang Zheng quickly waved his hand to show there was no need for courtesy. "The old gentleman flatters me." Yet he was extremely satisfied inside. This gratitude would make dealing with the Su family much smoother in the future. Tian Shu shook his head in explanation. "My grandfather is usually somewhat strict but very clear about grudges and gratitude. He also regards you as the war king of Huaxia." After speaking, he pointed to the car beside him. "This car is a gift for you, wishing you a safe journey." At that moment, Ziyi suddenly appeared, startling him. "So can I hitch a ride in this convenient vehicle?" Wang Zheng looked straight at her and asked coldly, "Do you want to return to the capital with me?" She sneered and replied, "That's right, everything in Ningxia is finished. It is time to leave." The two got into the car, and Tian Shu took the opportunity to bid farewell, wishing them a safe journey. White car quickly sped along the main road at high speed. Although she asked for a ride, Ziyi did not remain silent. She turned and mocked, "With so many Zhongding shares falling into your hands, you must be very pleased." Wang Zheng had anticipated this question and calmly replied, "Even if I deny it, it would be useless, but the Zhongding shares have absolutely nothing to do with me." She continued to act coquettishly, clinging to the car door and pleading, "Can you drive slower? I cannot handle this speed." He paid no attention and even sharply turned the steering wheel. There are even more thrilling things ahead. The car swerved violently, nearly plunging off the road and straight toward the abyss by a hair's breadth. After the bold maneuver, Wang Zheng turned to question her. "Speak. What role did you play in this chain of events?" Ziyi still pretended to be innocent. "I do not understand what you are talking about." Unable to remain calm, he leaned closer to her. "When I was defusing the bomb at the Zhongding gas storage, you were the one who called to save my life, right?" She showed no fear and instead raised her head to retort, "And what if it was me? Is this how you treat your lifesaver?" Wang Zheng slightly tilted his head, his voice calm. "Those are two different matters. You began plotting against me since the time on the ship in the capital. I must remain cautious." Ziyi spoke frankly, "But I saved you. This was a conspiracy targeting you. I do not know much. Asking further is useless." Names suddenly flashed through Wang Zheng's mind, making him frown in shock. Song Mingwei. "I did not expect him to be involved. Are you not afraid your father will blame you for helping me?" Her gaze showed a trace of shyness. Ziyi spoke slowly. "I am not afraid of his punishment, but you must promise that no matter how you and my father confront each other in the future, you must not harm him." Wang Zheng understood and agreed. She used this information in exchange for her father's safety. Truly a filial daughter. Suddenly 2 roaring container trucks appeared, blocking every escape route and shocking them both. Wang Zheng quickly assessed the situation and said, "They are targeting us. Hold on tight." Ziyi, though frightened, still asked, "Why do we not get out of the car?" The question made Wang Zheng shout softly, "We cannot. There is a sniper lurking on the mountain." In the critical situation, he decisively drew his gun and fired back to open a path of escape. The front of the car was struck by multiple bullets, the glass shattered completely, yet strangely there was no sound of impact. Realizing the situation was extremely unfavorable, Wang Zheng gritted his teeth and turned the car around. "Damn it. In this confined space we cannot fight a sniper." The car had barely moved when the tire was punctured by a precise bullet. Without stopping, the opponent continued firing despite the risk of revealing his position. The second bullet embedded into the rear tire, completely cutting off Wang Zheng's chance of escape. Shen Wu revealed himself with a smug expression. It is rare to encounter such an interesting battle. Only by ending it slowly will he be satisfied. The container truck immediately accelerated and slammed heavily into Wang Zheng's car, knocking it off the cliff. The driver stepped down and made a call to report. "The mission is complete," and the voice on the other end coldly replied, "You did very well." A bullet suddenly pierced his chest, and he could only utter a brief cry before collapsing into a pool of his own blood. After eliminating his accomplice, Shen Wu displayed a contemptuous smile. "This way no one will discover the secret." Beneath the cliff, Wang Zheng kicked open the car door and pulled Ziyi, who was clinging tightly to him, out. With one arm holding the beauty and the other gripping the rope tightly, he leaped upward. Rope shot upward and hooked firmly onto a tree branch, keeping them safely suspended. Wang Zheng held her tightly, climbing while thinking, "The situation is extremely dangerous. Who is behind this assassination attempt?" The Zhongding affair had just ended and they already struck again. As night fell, the two stood on the cliff of Zhenrong, Ziyi's face flushed with shyness. "Do we have to hold each other like this all night?" His eyes sparkled as he replied half-jokingly, "If you want to keep holding me, I do not object. But in such cold weather it will consume a lot of stamina." Ziyi asked, "Then how will we get down?" Realizing the unfavorable situation, he observed the surroundings and explained clearly, "We will slowly descend and find a sheltered place to rest temporarily for the night." In the cold atmosphere, Wang Zheng softened his voice toward the beauty. "It is very dark, so we cannot turn on any lights. The sniper above may still be watching." In a luxurious room, the wall clock had already struck 2:03 in the early morning. Tian Ran stood by the window looking at the night and asked, "How is the situation?" Shen Wu immediately reported, "He is dead. The car fell into the abyss and exploded. Apart from me, no one knows about this." A smug smile appeared on Tian Ran's lips. "Very good, you have worked hard. When you come to the capital we will meet." Shen Wu agreed. "It has been many years since we last met. Arranging a meeting is reasonable." Afterwards he turned and ordered his subordinates, "Closely monitor everyone heading to the capital by road, rail, and air. If Wang Zheng is discovered, report immediately." The subordinate acknowledged and accepted the order. At the same time, at the foot of the mountain, Ziyi and Wang Zheng embraced among the rocks and soil. She gently asked, "Are you cold?" He replied, "Not cold," though it was unclear whether it was true or merely to reassure her. Leaving his embrace, Ziyi looked at him suspiciously. "Why did you choose this dangerous mountain route instead of the highway?" Noticing her doubtful gaze, Wang Zheng calmly replied, "First, I wanted to speak clearly with you. Second, I felt that things could not end so simply." Ziyi quickly deduced, "So you deliberately let the car fall off the cliff to fake your death?" Wang Zheng leaned against a rock and answered seriously, "Yes, sometimes dying is safer than continuing to live." After speaking, he stood up to gather leaves and dry grass, creating 2 simple resting spots to ensure a safe journey back to the capital. "I must be cautious." Although it was her first time experiencing sleeping outdoors, Ziyi still appeared strong. It only takes 7 or 8 days. If you can endure it, then so can I. He did not deny her determination and only said leisurely, if the time drags on, it will be difficult for you to endure. Fortunately, it is winter. If it were summer, the humid forest would be full of insects. Just a few days would make it easy to fall ill. After speaking, Wang Zheng lay down on the self-made grass mat and ended the conversation. Get some sleep. We need to conserve our strength. The morning sunlight illuminated the garden, signaling the beginning of another day in hiding. Seeing his companion awake, Wang Zheng spoke, "You are finally awake." Zai still lay on the grass mat and replied, "Good morning." Kindly handed over food and water. "Here are the rations and water I prepared. Eat a little, and then we will set off." She bit into the rock-hard ration and commented, "A bit hard, but the flavor is not bad." Not missing the chance to impress, he proudly said, "Of course, I made it myself." She asked in surprise, "You even know how to make this?" He continued enthusiastically, "Not only that, I also added many medicinal herbs to nourish the blood and vital energy. They are very valuable." After the quick meal, Wang Zheng put on his coat and urged, "We must go now." As soon as he finished speaking, he skillfully spun the short knife in his palm. Then he carefully tucked it into his belt and politely suggested, "This path is slippery, I will carry you down." He continued to take steady steps along the steep cliff, despite the burden on his back. After 5 grueling hours crossing forests and streams, Wang Zheng gently shook the sleeping girl and softly called, "Wake up, we have arrived." Zai blinked and looked around in all directions, her eyes filled with curiosity. "Where exactly are we?" In response to her question, he turned into a guide and explained simply that they had traveled more than 40 kilometers and finally reached the warm subtropical zone. Upholding the principle of lady first, he handed her the better bottle of water and told her to drink, saying he could make do with water from the vines. The deeper they went, the more confused she became as the scenery seemed identical everywhere. Could it be that we are lost? Sensing her unease, Wang Zheng reassured her that after another 10 kilometers they would reach a river. He remembered the terrain like a living map. Under the aura of the male light, his words felt like destiny. Even if they strayed, they would find their way back. It seemed they could light a fire and grill food tonight. He said he would handle the cooking while she rested. A man of action, he immediately got to work without hesitation. Seeing him busy, Zai could not sit still and quickly ran over to offer her help. Once everything was settled, they enjoyed the meal together, the delicious flavor drawing constant praise from both of them. During her compliments, Wang Zheng showed no modesty and boldly promised that if she liked it, he would grill for her every day from now on. She silently wished this moment could last forever. She revealed her feelings through her emotional gaze, that sometimes being beside the one she loved and away from the noise of the world was happiness. But before she could finish, he gently reminded her to rest early to preserve her strength since they would stay in the forest for a few more days, making Zai gaze at his back with even more longing, wishing they could live like this longer. After 5 days in the dangerous deep forest, they finally found their way back to the city, joy bursting in her heart at the sight of urban lights. Wang Zheng pointed toward the distant skyscrapers and said, "Come on, let us find a place to rest first." The two stopped in front of a hotel with a striking red sign. Zai stood shyly beside him while he told the receptionist, "Please give us a room with a large bed, thank you." As soon as they received the room, she rushed inside, saying she needed to shower immediately or she would not endure it. Taking the chance, he half-joked that he also wanted to shower and suggested they do it together for convenience. Zai immediately refused, pushed him out the door and told him to buy new clothes at once since they could not wear the old ones anymore. He forced a smile, agreed, and left. After shopping for a while, Wang Zheng returned with several bags and said the clothes were bought. She could change after her shower. After she washed away the dust of the road, he stepped into the bathroom. When the moment to face him arrived, she softly called Wang Zheng with shy eyes. Emotions that had smoldered like hidden fire met the wind. They clung to each other until dawn broke. The next morning, after a light meal, he gently woke her and said, "Get up, we will go out to eat something." At Hai Lam Group, Min Kai was uneasy. Upon hearing that the Lin Tin Tone warehouse had been robbed, she asked if the police had been notified, then quickly said she would come immediately. Facing trouble, she thought of Wang Zheng and wondered when he would return. At the capital train station, Wang Zheng stood out among the bustling crowd. Seeing him about to exit, a stranger intended to call and report, but his companion stopped him, saying they should wait a bit to avoid alerting him. Unexpectedly, he appeared right behind them and calmly said, "Have you two waited long? Tell Su Tianren that I have returned." The two men immediately rushed forward with weapons in hand, shouting that they wanted his life. Against such small fry, Wang Zheng merely tilted his body to dodge effortlessly and uttered a mocking remark. He then counterattacked, causing the two men to collide and stagger. A single strike left them dizzy. He warned that he would reclaim everything that happened in the northwest, when a sudden shout from behind ordered him to stand still. Turning around, he saw two police officers aiming their guns, saying they suspected him of involvement in a case and demanding he return to the station to cooperate with the investigation. Seeing his lack of cooperation, Fan Bin ordered additional support from headquarters. Connecting all the clues, Wang Zheng mocked Su Tianren, saying the welcome gifts were truly overwhelming, from surveillance to being invited by the police for questioning. Despite holding a gun, the man still broke into a sweat under his imposing presence, threatening that he should not think of running. Wang Zheng remained indifferent and replied, "Do you think I fear you pulling the trigger?" Huck Fuang stepped forward with cold handcuffs and demanded he raise his hands since more reinforcements had arrived, saying he could not escape. Seeing they wanted to carry it through, he shrugged and said, "Fine, I will cooperate with the investigation." Thinking they had restrained him, they were stunned when he swiftly slipped his hands free from the cuff. In the blink of an eye, Wang Zheng seized a weapon and declared that cooperating with them was impossible. His counterattack caused them to crash into each other amid chaos. As more people rushed over, he fired a shot into the air to create space and left. In the luxurious private room of Naralan restaurant, Min Kai was entertaining a partner at a lavish banquet. Faced with her beauty, Tan Kwang struggled to hide his feelings and said he had long wished to meet her, even postponing a shareholders' meeting for today's invitation. During the flattery, she feigned surprise and invited him to taste the restaurant's famous fish dish. Though captivated, he remained composed and asked whether the dinner carried any other intention beyond the fish. Frankly admitted she needed President Tran's help. Tan Kwang considered it an honor and promised that if it was within his ability, he would certainly assist. Min Kai clearly stated she wanted the Lang Tan website to publish an article and had already prepared the draft. Without reading the content, he tactfully declined, believing it was not simple and carried potential risks. She gently persuaded him that helping her meant helping Lam High Group as well, and it was only a small article that would strengthen their friendship. Faced with her soft words, Tan Kwang wavered and said what he cared about most was his relationship with her. Min Kai continued, expressing her hope that their friendship could go further. Unable to resist, he agreed to review the article she wished to publish. The content was shocking, stating that two Lin Tin Tone companies were robbed simultaneously and suggesting a rival was secretly sabotaging them. Tan Kwang fell silent, thinking that opposing the Su family for a woman would be courting disaster. He expressed that if the news were published, it would negatively affect Lang Tan, making it difficult for him to help. Min Kai delivered her final move, asking whether he truly did not want to tighten relations between the two sides. He coughed awkwardly and still tactfully refused, saying the matter exceeded his capabilities. At that moment, the sound of the door opening cut through the negotiation. When a familiar figure appeared, Min Kai asked in surprise and joy why he was here. Wang Zheng replied casually that when the time was needed he would appear. Seeing him, Min Kai felt relieved and handed everything over to him to handle. Tan Kwang looked curiously at the newcomer and asked who he was. Wang Zheng handed over his business card and introduced himself as the international vice president of Ju Rong, here to discuss Lin Tin Tone. Looking at the card, the man kept speculating about the relationship between him and Min Kai. Without giving him time to think further, Wang Zheng calmly asked whether President Tran was interested in Ju Rong acquiring Lang Tan. Words struck like thunder, leaving Tan Kwang stunned as he asked if he was joking. Wang Zheng answered decisively that he had no time for jokes, and his words were entirely serious. After his shock, the man worried that if he took the risk, Lang Tan might suffer severe consequences. Seeing his lack of cooperation, Wang Zheng delivered the decisive blow, saying that if the article was not published, the acquisition contract would appear on his desk tomorrow. With his current position, he could completely buy shares from other shareholders and become the controlling figure of Lang Tan. Hearing this information, Tan Kwang was astonished and asked how he knew the internal situation so clearly. Wang Zheng paid no attention to the shock, focusing only on the phone screen in his hand. The screen now clearly displayed the identity of the individual newly added to today's negotiation table. To reinforce his argument, he decisively handed the phone to President Chen, saying that Shishi was calling and he could ask her directly for clarification. On the other end of the line, Shishi went straight to the point, asking if it was President Chen and reminding him that President Wang of Juru was discussing the acquisition of Langson with him. The words were like sparks falling into Xin Guang's heart, making it burn. President Shangyuan, I did not expect it to truly be you. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead under the weight of her meaningful tone. President Chen, President Wang's intention is also mine. I hope you can offer some support out of consideration. After the call ended, an uneasy speculation arose in his mind. Could it be that this Wang was the one backed by Shishi? Xin Guang still did not understand what was happening. He glanced at his watch and urged, it is now 7:40. Have someone post the news immediately. He seemed trapped in a quagmire, his voice full of helplessness. President Wang, Miss Minky, doing this is no different from pushing me into a dead end, I truly. Wang Zheng did not let him finish, replying coldly that the acquisition would begin soon. He had intended to preserve the man's dignity, but it seemed unnecessary now. Realizing he was in a weak position, the man asked in panic, what exactly do you want? He did not answer and swiftly transferred the call to Xia Yan. As soon as he picked up, Xia Yan received clear instructions to take over the Langxin website and post the announcement, pinning it for 24 hours. He joked that he was about to become Wang Zheng's personal assistant. Meanwhile, the tense atmosphere in the Su family's living room was eased by Nuanuan's concerned inquiry. What is wrong? Tianren stood by the floor-to-ceiling window and softened his voice, reassuring her that nothing was serious. She seemed to guess some of the difficulties her brother was facing, and asked if it was because of illusory spirit diamonds. He looked at her affectionately and gave a soft confirmation. He sincerely expressed her trust, saying she knew it was not his doing. Her heartfelt words aroused Tianren's curiosity. Then tell me why you believe that I am the biggest competitor of illusory spirit diamonds. Nuanuan analyzed that over the years he had never exposed major weaknesses to competitors. His style was to lie low and deliver a decisive strike after 10 years. That was truly him. He nodded in agreement and scoffed at the hidden manipulator. Such immature tricks could never be his methods. Suddenly, she formed another hypothesis. Could it be that illusory spirit diamonds orchestrated everything themselves? Faced with that assumption, Tianren further analyzed that if they had done it themselves, things would be simple, but Zhang Minky would not easily believe it. Nuanuan reasoned sharply like a detective, questioning whether a mysterious force was behind the scenes, pushing the Su family into the spotlight to make them clash with illusory spirit first. Though calm on the surface, his words carried firm resolve. If he found that person, he would never let him go. Thinking of the mounting troubles, she grew more worried. If that is the case, all attention is directed at the Su family while that person benefits quietly. Should we explain the situation to Zhang Minky? He maintained his stance. If we did nothing, there is no need to explain to anyone. Nuanuan still had many concerns, fearing they might fall into the opponent's trap, but Tianren was confident that harming the Su family was not easy. He also mentioned that Wang Zheng had returned from Ningxia and suggested she invite him to dinner when she had time. Just hearing Wang Zheng's name filled her heart with an indescribable joy. However, that joy quickly faded when she remembered the hostility between both sides. She said that if she went, grandfather would not be pleased. Understanding her thoughts, he sighed softly and comforted her that as long as it was what she wanted, grandfather would not stop her, and he would handle the matter of illusory spirit diamonds properly. Though delighted inside, Nuanuan maintained her composure, saying she would invite Wang Zheng to dinner when free and clearly explain that the incident had nothing to do with the Su family. Despite saying so, Tianren believed Wang Zheng would find it hard to accept the explanation. Regardless of whether the Su family was involved, he would ultimately strike first. After careful thought, he decided to take the initiative. Wang Zheng was not dead. He had returned. Meanwhile, at Naralan restaurant, Wang Zheng was unaware of the scheme against him and was casually chatting on the phone, arranging to dine another day. Xia Yan joked that he was free tomorrow and demanded 10-year aged wine since his wife had forbidden him from drinking for a long time. Wang Zheng bluntly refused with a convincing reason, saying he already had a dinner date with a beautiful woman the next day. After saying that, he immediately ended the call. In a room filled with high-performance computers and professional programmers, Xia Yan, after being rejected, could only complain that the guy was truly troublesome. A subordinate rushed over asking whether to continue the attack, saying that with one press of enter, they could control the entire Langxin website. Hearing the good news, he immediately ordered a complete takeover with a deadline of 48 hours. At Naralan, Xin Guang could not hide his shock upon hearing that the website had been seized. believing that his company had hired top security experts. So how could it be breached so easily? Wang Zheng knew he did not believe it and said that if he was correct, the man's phone would ring within 5 minutes. Sure enough, the phone in his pocket vibrated continuously. When he looked at the screen, he saw that the very person just mentioned was calling. On the other end, they urgently reported that the system had been hacked and could not be updated. His face turned pale as he asked if there was another solution, but the reply was that the backend was locked. All technical computers were infected with viruses, and recovery efforts were underway. The situation was like a ticking time bomb, forcing Xin Guang to ask what Wang Zheng truly wanted. Wang Zheng looked at him with pressure in his gaze, saying he had given him a chance, but the clarification article to be posted would be even more severe and placed prominently on the homepage. After finishing his words, he pulled Minky along and left the restaurant. As they passed the entrance, he told the waiter that the gentleman inside would settle the bill. In Tianren's office, he sat before the computer in deep thought. On the screen was dense news coverage about 2 companies dealing in illusory spirit diamonds, encountering trouble and suspected of being sabotaged by a hidden rival. The strike was so sharp that Tianren sighed, admitting the opponent's move was both swift and ruthless. Nuan approached and asked whether the 2 sides could not resolve the matter peacefully instead of engaging in covert conflict. Mentioning Wang Zheng, she praised him generously, recalling when he first arrived in the capital, straightforward, bold, and slightly proud. He was one of the few men who left a good impression on her. Seeing his sister show affection for a rival, Tianren felt both helpless and amused, saying that if Wang Zheng heard this, he would surely be very pleased with himself. Nuan did not deny it and instead smiled brightly, saying he was indeed very charming. Shishi's villa on Tianping Mountain, the 3 of them, Wang Zheng, raised their glasses in celebration. Like a leader after victory, she said they were celebrating both overcoming the Su family and welcoming his return. Wang Zheng excitedly remarked that Su Tianren had secretly acquired Langson, but did not expect that just after becoming chairman, it would be taken over by Juru International. Cheng Fei became curious about another matter, asking how he escaped when he was surrounded by police at the train station. Explained that in a crowded place, firing a warning shot into the air created chaos, allowing him to slip away. Shishi patted his shoulder in praise, calling him clever, then shifted the topic to whether there was anything interesting about his trip to Ningxia. Wang Zheng brushed off Rong Yu's hand, and frankly said the most interesting part was meeting a beautiful girl. She immediately asked about his relationship with Song Zi. Surprising him that all his movements were known, he asked if she had been monitoring him. Shishi laughed and said that after they disappeared for so long, anyone would assume they were together, to which he replied that not every missing woman was related to him. With her straightforward personality, she joked that perhaps it was possible, as he was famously flirtatious. Unexpectedly, Wang Zheng was even more bold, nodding in agreement that it made sense. Pausing the conversation, she raised her glass and called for them to continue drinking, no stopping until they were drunk. Their joy lasted until the next morning, as white clouds drifted across the blue sky. The 3 were still fast asleep, sprawled across the floor. Wang Zheng was the first to wake as sunlight shone on him. Seeing his arm resting on Cheng Fei, he was stunned and confused. Thinking escape was the best option, he quietly opened the door, relieved that the other 2 had not awakened. He did not know that the innocent party involved comforted herself, thinking it was just an awkward incident to laugh about once. In the corridor of the Capital Medical University, Wang Zheng sat on a bench waiting for someone. As soon as she saw the familiar figure, Nuan teased that he had arrived right on time. Faced with such a lovely girl, no young man would be willing to miss the chance to say a few sweet words. Having made a date with such a beauty, how could he possibly be late? She did not make any flirtatious jokes. Instead, she went straight to the point and told him to follow her for a tour around the place. The 2 walked side by side, slowly stepping up each stair. Suddenly, for no apparent reason, she missed a step, nearly falling as she let out a startled cry. Wang Zheng immediately wrapped an arm around her slender waist, not forgetting to tease that she was simply too alluring. Caught in time by him, Nuan's heart pounded rapidly, yet she still voiced the question she had long wondered about. He was not truly a lecher as he appeared. That careless attitude was merely a facade, so why did he have to live behind such a mask? Since the persona was one he had built himself, how could he easily admit it was fake? He merely smiled and brushed it off. In just a moment, Wang Zheng skillfully shifted the topic, asking why she had called him here instead of answering directly. Nuan sincerely advised that if he carried any burdens in his heart, he should let them go or resolve them. Would that not make him feel lighter? He scratched his head and pretended to be foolish, saying his mind was crude and he did not understand. Nuunuan did not believe him and insisted on clarifying, asserting that he knew exactly what she was referring to. In the end, a hot tear still spilled from the corner of her eye. Even at this moment, he could not drop his teasing habit, saying her words could easily be misunderstood. Those unaware might think she was confessing and became angry out of embarrassment after being rejected. Yet faced with her determination, Wang Zheng could only sigh when she said she would definitely make him let go of his resentment. Just as the atmosphere turned sentimental, Lu Wen's group appeared and interrupted. Lu Wen pressed him, asking whether he had bullied Nuunuan. She did not answer directly but gently introduced him to ease the tension. Saying this was Tong Lu Wen, her class monitor. His personality was straightforward, so she hoped he would not take offense. Wang Zheng went along with it, waving his hand with a smile and saying they were just a bunch of kids and he would not bother with them. Lu Wen found that hard to accept, immediately lifting his chin provocatively and demanding he repeat what he had just said, even threatening to teach him a lesson. Nuunuan hurried to stop him, saying nothing serious had happened between her and her friend. They still needed to talk, and she hoped he would not interfere. Yang Lu instead thought she was being pretentious, blaming Nuunuan for not appreciating that Lu Wen was standing up for her. Suddenly Lu Wen slapped her, leaving everyone stunned. Yang Lu held her flushed cheek, her trembling voice broken as she mentioned what had happened between them the previous night. Unexpectedly, he even loudly scolded her for being ungrateful and drove her away. Feeling both aggrieved and humiliated, she turned and ran off sobbing. Wang Zheng seized the moment to say half jokingly and half seriously that if she wanted justice, she could come find him. At this point, Nuunuan had completely lost her goodwill toward Lu Wen, coldly telling him to leave because this matter had nothing to do with him. But Lu Wen remained stubborn, saying her business was his business, then turned to question who Wang Zheng was to dare bully Nuunuan. He shrugged casually and replied that he had not bullied her, on the contrary, he was the one being teased by her. Furious, Lu Wen grabbed his collar in a show of heroism, declaring that today he would vent Nuunuan's anger for her. Wang Zheng calmly told him to try. Lu Wen attempted to drive his knee into Wang Zheng's abdomen, growling as he asked whether Wang Zheng was lecturing him. But Wang Zheng swiftly blocked it, calmly reminding him that one should be reasonable. At the same time, he tightened his grip on the opponent's knee, causing Lu Wen to cry out in pain and demand that he let go. He sneered and said that since Lu Wen wanted it, he would grant his wish. He exerted force and flung Lu Wen's large body far away. His friends stood frozen as they watched him fall flat on the ground. Wang Zheng warned that anyone who dared to help would suffer the same fate. The cafeteria of Capital Medical University. Nuunuan and Wang Zheng sat eating together. She explained that the person earlier was Tong Lu Wen, the son of Tong Shenpeng, a famous real estate tycoon in Nanjiang. She mentioned that if he wanted to develop here he might need Tong Shenpeng's help, although the man's reputation was not very good. Chewing while listening, he tilted his head with interest and told her to continue. Nuunuan added that Tong Shenpeng's Hangsheng company had almost monopolized the prime land in Nanjiang, deliberately driving real estate prices higher. Thinking of Lu Wen's arrogant demeanor, he believed that a father who raised such a son could not be kind either. She agreed but still felt Tong Shenpeng had something commendable, as he had remained faithful to his wife who had passed away many years ago. However, having witnessed too many dark sides of human nature, Wang Zheng had no goodwill toward the father and son, and believed that toppling Hangsheng would be no small challenge. Others might think he was delusional if they heard this, but Nuunuan trusted him completely and believed only he could accomplish it. At this moment, Yang Lu approached, repeating what he had said earlier and asking if he had any way to help her. He asked whether she knew that Tong Lu Wen had a wealthy father. Yang Lu nodded in confirmation. Wang Zheng revealed a meaningful smile, his voice almost bewitching as he said that if she wanted to make him suffer, she might as well become his stepmother. The suggestion left Yang Lu stunned, while Nuunuan burst into laughter. At the Su family, Wang He was reporting to Tian about Nuunuan's activities, saying she was eating with Wang Zheng at the school cafeteria. Tian understood his younger sister well. Once she made a decision, she would pursue it to the end. Wang He asked how they should handle it, worried that if it dragged on the young lady would be hurt. Tian planned to discuss with their father about sending Nuunuan abroad to study as soon as possible. He suddenly remembered and asked about Zai Ping An's situation. Wang He replied that Elder Zai was still recuperating at home while practicing martial arts. His health had recovered even beyond the doctor's expectations. Tian instructed him to keep a close watch to prevent him from doing anything extreme. Wang He solemnly promised to pay attention. After speaking, Tian stood up and ordered the car to be prepared, because he needed to go to the capital airport. In the corridor, Nuanuan asked whether he truly would not consider what she had said. Wang Zheng crossed his arms and calmly replied that her brother was probably planning to send her abroad. He asserted that some matters could not be reconciled. Abandoning them halfway would be betraying himself. Hearing this, though reluctant, Nuanuan still nodded, saying that knowing him was a great joy, but she did not know if they would have another chance to meet. He smiled and opened his arms, suggesting they share a hug to remember their friendship. They embraced tightly, the atmosphere filled with reluctance to part. On Xin Road, Mingwei was handling work in his office. Suddenly Wang Zheng walked in and coldly asked whether Mayor Song recognized him. The man was startled by his sudden appearance and called out his name. Then hurriedly reached out, intending to press the alarm button at the corner of the desk. But that action was immediately stopped by Wang Zheng. He forced the man to sit down in his chair and said bluntly that he surely not only knew him but understood him very well. Leaning close to him, he asked clearly what the matter with the bomb in Ningxia was about. Mingwei broke out in a cold sweat but still tried to deny any knowledge of it. His feigned attitude made Wang Zheng laugh, his hand lightly twirling a thin needle as his eyes showed disdain. After a brief hesitation, he stabbed the needle into the man's neck. Seeing the 3 needles gleaming coldly, Mingwei panicked when he heard Wang Zheng say they were homemade poison. If he cooperated, there might still be a chance for an antidote. Believing the needles were poison, his face turned pale as he immediately begged to confess everything. Faced with the choice between his life and a secret, Mingwei said someone had hired him to deal with Wang Zheng and promised him a higher position if he succeeded. After hearing this, Wang Zheng mocked him for being naive enough to believe it. Mingwei lowered his head and trembled, saying he had been controlled and did not dare not believe it. When asked further about the mastermind's identity and the method of contact, he confessed that he had been taken to a place while blindfolded. He did not know the direction and the other party always wore a mask. Unable to extract any useful information, Wang Zheng angrily grabbed his collar. Suspecting betrayal, terrified by the needles, Mingwei hurriedly promised he would not reveal that Wang Zheng had ever come. Even so, Wang Zheng still did not believe him. He continued to insert several more needles into the back of his neck, causing him to fall into a coma. At the same time, he wanted to see who else the masked man had approached besides him. After finishing everything, Wang Zheng left the office. As soon as the door closed, his sharp instincts alerted him that danger was approaching. He immediately retreated sharply, narrowly avoiding the knife strike aimed at him. At the same time, 3 steel needles flew from his hand, launching a counterattack. In front, Shen Wu retracted his knife, his eyes gleaming with interest. This is indeed interesting. He did not hesitate, continuing to swing the blade directly towards Wang Zheng. A thin blade swiped across his leg. A line of blood immediately appeared on his skin. However, Wang Zheng remained unusually calm, even smiling to compliment that was quick. Shen Wu growled harshly, "I let you escape in Ningxia. I didn't expect you to be more troublesome than I thought." He coldly affirmed, "The one who ambushed me on the road that day was you." He spun the knife in his hand, mocking, "If I had aimed straight at the driver's seat back then, would you even have had a chance to reach the capital?" He thought those words would shake his opponent, but unexpectedly, Wang Zheng just snorted lightly. He arrogantly asked back, "Do you know there was a small drone hovering above my head at that time?" Shen Wu hesitated for a moment. A drone. Wang Zheng calmly explained it was the device providing coordinates for the sniper. "If I had fallen, you wouldn't have fared any better," he sneered. "So should I be thankful to you for still being alive?" Suddenly, he addressed him by his full title, Golden Blade Silver Snowy Whistle Shen Wu. "You should thank me." This shook him as he asked, "How do you know?" Taking advantage of his opponent's loss of composure, Wang Zheng threw out a red bag. Shen Wu immediately pierced the bag, causing the powder inside to scatter. A thick cloud of smoke quickly covered the area. He coughed violently amidst the haze. Wang Zheng pulled out a gun and shot precisely, then mocked, "What drone? I was just joking." The bullet embedded itself in his shoulder before Shen Wu could react. Wang Zheng leisurely opened the window, looked back and said, "I'm leaving first." With that, he leaped out the window. Shen Wu held his shoulder, watching, gritting his teeth in frustration. Elsewhere, hurried footsteps echoed. A group of people rushed into Mingwei's office. Tong Ying shouted loudly to rescue the person immediately as Mingwei had collapsed. He squinted his eyes angrily, daring to cause trouble right at the Tong family's place, and immediately ordered a full investigation to be completed within 24 hours. Seeing the array of police cars outside the building, Wang Zheng silently sighed. This is a big problem now. At that moment, a red car drove up. The car window rolled down. Zai Yi, sitting inside, asked in surprise, "Why is it you?" He quickly opened the door and got in the car, then spoke briefly. Sitting in the car, he explained that he had caused some trouble at the Tong family's place and only she could help him leave. Ziyi calmly replied she would take him out. The red car accelerated, leaving the area. It sped down the wide road. Seeing her so calm, Wang Zheng asked her if she wasn't curious. Ziyi replied, "You came to ask my father about the bomb, didn't you?" He admired her sharpness, and then recounted Ming Wei's statement about collaborating to exchange for a position of power. Ziyi believed her father wasn't blinded by profit. Thinking there must be more to the story, Wang Zheng explained that to protect him, he had used silver needles to make him fall unconscious for a while. Hearing this, she anxiously grasped his hand and asked if her father was all right. Feeling the softness of her hand, he became a little flustered, quickly reassuring her that it was only a temporary unconsciousness and apologizing for making the decision without consulting her. Knowing her father would be fine, she sighed in relief but reminded him that if they ever faced off again, she hoped he would give her father a way out. Trusting gaze made Wang Zheng ask why she had believed he would win from the start. Ziyi blushed when she saw his hand gently gripping hers. She smiled gently, saying she trusted her instinct, and sometimes, a woman's instincts were very accurate. Wang Zheng advised her to go home and check on the situation, because the matter at the Tong family was no small issue. However, she moved closer, saying she didn't want to go home tonight. Ziyi leaned against his chest, shyly saying that this was the first time meeting after returning to the capital, so she didn't want to part ways. Under the rising moonlight, he nodded in agreement to stay with her. On a quiet street, Shen Wu limped, not expecting to run into such difficulty as soon as he returned to the capital. Suddenly, a group of people appeared surrounding him. He still coldly challenged, "If you want to shoot, then shoot." The opponent fired in unison. Shen Wu swung his whip, striking them all back. Leapt over the fence, dodging the next round of gunfire. A black car braked sharply in front of him. The person inside lowered the window and urged, "Young master sent me to pick you up to the manor, hurry up." The next morning, golden sunlight covered the row of skyscrapers, and the red car quietly parked next to them. Inside the car, Ziyi was still holding Wang Zheng as he slept soundly. He gently patted her back and reminded her that the morning had come. She reluctantly recalled the previous night, blushing as she clung to him, asking him not to leave. Wang Zheng gently comforted her, saying they would meet again later, but now he had to go see someone. Ziyi, understanding, did not insist, guessing that person was very important. In the southern suburbs, the afternoon sunlight shone through the window of a quiet house. Wang Zheng stood in front of the door and knocked. A female voice from inside asked who it was, and he introduced himself as Wang Zheng from Juyu International. Hearing the familiar voice, Ningxia hurriedly opened the door and welcomed him, asking how he had found this place. He replied he had his own ways. Noticing the disarray in the room, he asked where she was preparing to go. Ningxia said she was packing to return home to Beizhu County in South Jiang. Hearing this, Wang Zheng suggested building a school there and inviting her to be in charge, eventually becoming the first teacher. Her eyes lit up, happily saying that was her dream. Wang Zheng asked for her phone number to conveniently discuss the school construction plan. After their conversation, he stood up to say goodbye so she could continue her arrangement. He went downstairs and called a taxi to Juyu International, asking the driver to drive quickly. Liu Hong confidently responded that his driving was only slightly slower than an airplane. The taxi revved up and sped away, leaving a trail of smoke behind. Arriving at Shishi's office, she handed him a file and told him to check it immediately. Opening it, it was the latest financial report showing that sales in Lin Ting County had surged, surpassing the combined total revenue of Tongling, EGA, and Suhang. Shishi analyzed the current situation. This time Xuanian had the upper hand. Zhongding was secretly restructuring, and her funds had suffered heavy losses. She truly wanted to wipe them all out. A plan suddenly flashed in Wang Zheng's mind. "I have an idea," but her gaze was full of doubt. Another malicious and shameless trick, right? He took out his phone and called Wu Lang. As soon as the call was answered, Wang Zheng immediately asked, "Wu Lang, how many people do you have right now?" The other side replied, "More than 900. Is there a new mission?" He smiled meaningfully and presented the plan. "Choose 50 elites, come to South Africa in 15 days. I need you to destroy a diamond mine." Wu Lang carefully confirmed after completing the task, "Can we withdraw safely, and how much destruction needs to be done?" Wang Zheng replied confidently, "Leave the withdrawal to me. You only need to paralyze that diamond mine completely for at least 5 years. Also prepare sufficient weapons because there are armed forces guarding the site." Wu Lang seriously accepted the order, understood. Shishi listened to the entire conversation and asked, "How did you know the Su family owns a diamond mine in South Africa?" Wang Zheng answered frankly, "This information was not in my data. A friend revealed it to me. I was also surprised that the Su family invested in it." Shishi smugly relished the prospect retrospect of their enemies facing disaster. You really are deep if the diamond mine is destroyed. The three major brands of the Su family will struggle to maintain. Wang Zheng was pleased but still pretended to be modest. Compared to your father, I am still far behind. Speaking of the family head, he turned and asked, has your father given any new instructions recently? Shishi replied helplessly, no. He spends every day in the nursing room enjoying life, while I have to work hard here. At that moment, there was a knock on the door. Tao entered with a man and a woman, miss. These two are. Midnight spoke up to introduce. We are officers from the 11th District Police Department, here to invite Mr. Wang Zheng to cooperate with the investigation. Standing across from them, Wang Zheng firmly demanded valid documents. Why should I go with you? Wu Yan coldly issued an internal arrest order. We suspect that you are colluding with an international reactionary organization. Wang Zheng laughed at this ridiculous excuse. Midnight threatened with a serious tone, don't think about resisting. We have the right to shoot on sight. Arrogant attitude made Shishi unable to hold back. She stepped up and stood in front of Wang Zheng, speaking arrogantly. This is the International Jiu Rong, not a place where you can arrest anyone you like. Wu Yan replied coldly, don't forget that this is still part of Huaxia. Shishi firmly declared, he is mine. If I do not agree, even your superiors cannot take him away from the Shangyuan family's territory. The tense atmosphere enveloped them. Wang Zheng suddenly asked, what are your code names? Wu Yan replied, I am Wu Yan, he is Midnight, now can you go with us? Unexpectedly, Wang Zheng accepted the request. Fine, I will go with you. Shocking Shishi, who protested, you can't go. He winked reassuringly and patted her head. Don't worry, just wait for my news. As you said, I am already yours, how could I leave you behind? Although they often argued, Shishi could not hide her worry at this moment. You must come back. Midnight stood by, impatient with the farewell scene. Are you done speaking? If done, leave immediately. Before leaving, Wang Zheng whispered into Shishi's ear, rest assured, I will make them chaotic, just wait for the next act. At the Royal Crown Hotel in the capital. On the top floor, Tian Ran walked around and spoke to Shen Wu. It seems like you are at a disadvantage this time. Is Wang Zheng a formidable opponent? He admitted, yes, I was careless. Tian Ran looked at Shen Wu with a gaze full of hatred. I want to eliminate him. I hope you can help with a small task. Shen Wu hesitated. This is no small matter. I almost lost my life. His business experience, Tian Ran guessed the opponent's mentality. But I know you are very interested in him. Shen Wu disdainfully replied. Is that all? You want me to help? Tian Ran switched to emotional tactics. I think since that time we have become friends. Shen Wu's attitude gradually softened. Unexpectedly, his sister Than Lai appeared with her two brothers, Tian Enhai and Tian Qi. Than Lai quickly said, Tian Ran, we need to talk to you. Tian Ran was surprised that all three came. Oh, what important matter made all of you come here? Than Lai raised the notice of questioning. Why did you cut the year-end commission for everyone by 80%? Tian Enhai angrily continued. Why cancel the 2 million support for members under 30? The family doesn't lack this money. Tian Ran calmly explained, the family's funds are tight, so we need to temporarily withdraw. I have clearly stated it in the notice. Cut off spending. Tian Enhai was furious. You've managed the family for years, how could this happen? He replied calmly, I am responsible for every decision and consequence. For those who do not understand, I do not need to explain further. Than Lai criticized, Tian Ran, you must take responsibility for your incompetence. If you can't do it, you should step down. Tian Ran saw through their scheme. If the goal is to force me out, I'm afraid you will be disappointed. Tian Enhai continued his attack. Since you took over, the losses have increased. You are incompetent yet still want to monopolize power. The family will fall sooner or later. Unable to stand the absurdity, Tian Ran yelled, what profitable project have you created over the years? While in just 1 year, I turned 2 million into 50 million, if anyone can do it like I did, I'm willing to step down. Tian Qi disdainfully replied, although the assets increased greatly before, hasn't it been overpowered by others for the past 3 months? Not wanting to argue further, Tian Ran coldly said, I don't want to waste time with you. Leave on your own, or should I invite you outside? Choose. Than Lai was furious. Do you dare speak to me like this? Who do you think you are to have such authority? Suddenly, a flash of light circled around her. Light flew toward Shen Wu's hand, who had witnessed the entire argument. Than Lai was startled when she realized her long hair had been cut to shoulder length. She angrily threatened, just wait. I'll report everything to my grandfather, you wait for it. Watching the three leave in a huff, Tian Ran gritted his teeth and cursed, a bunch of fools. Pleased with Shen Wu's warning, he joked, you really don't know how to cherish a woman, no wonder you're still single. Shen Wu coldly stood up and replied, "There's no shortage of women around me, and I'll help with your business." The headquarters of International Jiu Rong. Midnight lost patience, continuously threatening Wang Zheng. "Well, should I put the handcuffs on or will you do it yourself?" In response, Wang Zheng punched him straight in the face, leaving him stunned. Then came a decisive knee strike, and it ended with an elbow strike to the back. Everything happened so quickly that Midnight couldn't react. He could only glare at Wang Zheng in frustration. Wu Yan drew her gun to warn him, but was immediately controlled by Wang Zheng. He used his palm to block the gun's barrel, pointing it downward. To her astonishment, Wang Zheng disassembled the magazine right in front of her. It was unbelievable. In just a few seconds, the gun was completely disassembled, leaving both of them stunned. "How did you do that?" Wang Zheng smirked contemptuously. "Are you scared? I am being respectful by going with you. If you don't respect me, don't blame me." However, Wu Yan still wanted to take stronger measures. She gritted her teeth and reported via the walkie-talkie asking for instruction. But Wang Zheng did not want to escalate. He coldly said, "No need. I just don't like being handcuffed. I'll go with you." Wu Yan led him downstairs, where many security personnel were already waiting. She pointed to the black car and asked him to get in. Although he was about to be taken to the police station, Wang Zheng remained composed. "I advise you to have someone carry the man upstairs down. Otherwise, it will embarrass the 11th district." Wu Yan ordered her subordinates to take Midnight downstairs. "You all carry him down." In the car, Wang Zheng casually observed Wu Yan sitting next to him, supervising. After a while, he clicked his tongue and teased, "Your figure is really perfect." He also advised girls shouldn't wear bras too often, or else they will feel uncomfortable and lose their shape in the future. Annoyed, Wu Yan coldly drew her gun and pointed it at his forehead, warning, "If you keep talking nonsense, I'll shoot." Two cars, one black and one white, quickly entered the gate of the 11th District Police Department. After getting out of the car, Wang Zheng casually commented, "Is this your base? Not much to it." His laid-back attitude made Wu Yan hard to predict. "I'm really curious. What did you do for a living before?" He stepped closer to her again, teasing, "Have you started feeling interested in me yet?" Yet Wu Yan maintained the cold demeanor of an agent focused solely on her mission. She decisively turned her back and ordered her subordinate, "Take him and search him." Fu Cheng replied solemnly, "Understood." Realizing the joke was no longer entertaining, Wang Zheng lost interest and bluntly explained why he agreed to go along with them. "If I wanted to leave, no one could stop me. I just want to know who is behind the scheme against me." In response, Wu Yan merely cast a contemptuous glance before briefly saying, "Fine." Not wishing to waste more time on Wang Zheng, she ordered after the search was complete, "Take him to room 204. Apparently unconcerned with the situation, he continued to tease, "When I go out, I will definitely introduce you to a wonderful match." On the surveillance screen, the image of Wang Zheng being escorted by two agents was clearly visible. Tang Tian turned to Xu Liang beside him, asking smugly, "Second young master feeling satisfied now?" Witnessing the capture eased the anger in his heart somewhat. Tang Tian, "Thankfully, your help has pleased the second young master. If possible, he would even want that man to pay with his life." Tang Tian took a drag of his cigarette and smiled wickedly. "Of course, even if the second young master does not speak, I would do the same." In room 204, Wang Zheng stood upright, his cold gaze warning, "I advise you not to search me, to prevent anyone from becoming a substitute." Fu Cheng ignored him and loudly ordered, "Search immediately. This is a special directive from higher-ups, we must not be careless." Suddenly, a pitiful scream echoed as the soldier beside him collapsed, clutching his leg and groaning in pain. The sudden fall of his comrade made him suspicious of the stranger in front. "Was that you?" Wang Zheng smirked faintly, his tone calm and slightly sarcastic. "My hands haven't even moved. If you don't believe me, check the cameras." Dissatisfied with the answer, Fu Cheng lunged forward with his stun baton. "I don't care whether you acted or not." But as he charged, he suddenly froze, standing still as if struck by a pressure point. Cheng fell forward, the stun baton accidentally touching his comrade, making the other jerk violently as if shot. Wang Zheng looked directly into the camera, taunting, "Your men are too weak." Immediately, he used the gun in his hand to destroy the camera. A series of bullets shredded the air as the cameras sequentially turned into heaps of scrap. When the surveillance screens went dark, Tang Tian angrily shouted over the phone, "Reinforcements immediately. If he resists, deal with him on the spot." Dozens of soldiers rushed into the room upon orders, yet Wang Zheng remained composed, facing them. "Go ahead and try." Elsewhere, Ha Enham's expression darkened after reading the content on the paper. He slammed his hand on the table and shouted in fury, "I have hidden for years. Do you think I am already dead? Saying this, Ha Enham forcefully pushed the door open, his subordinates hastily following. Prepare the car, I want to meet the minister. On the car, Li Zio spoke anxiously, Big brother, if we mobilize forces like this, I fear the minister will throw us out. Ha Enham immediately countered, how could he throw us out while comfortably reading in his office? Tang Tian is about to ride over me. Atmosphere in the car grew heavy. Ha Enham changed the subject. Li Zio, how long has it been since you last saw Wang Zheng? Hearing the familiar name, he instinctively replied, 6 years. Suddenly recalling something, he looked cautiously at Li Zio, his voice hesitant. Wang Zheng probably doesn't know your background yet, right? Li Zio nodded, that's right, he never asked and didn't care. Ha Enham could not resist teasing. The minister once served as your grandfather's guard, just speak up and everything will be fine. However, Li Zio's displeased expression made the tone irritating. I cannot let people only remember young master Li Tianshu in the northwest while forgetting Li Zio. After some distance, Ha Enham glanced at his watch, his face tense. Wang Zheng, I hope nothing happens to you in these 2 hours. It has been a long time since we last met. Realizing something, Li Zio turned to ask, Big brother, will this expose our connection with Wang Zheng? On the other side, Wang Zheng remained calm, facing the bodyguards with an indifferent expression as if unconcerned. Wu Yen stood in the formation, pointing her gun at him and warning, don't think about resisting. We outnumber you, even if you sprout wings you cannot escape. Drop your weapon and surrender. Without warning, Wang Zheng let the gun fall freely but showed no sign of being pressured. All right, I surrender. However, Wu Yen remained alert and immediately ordered, kick the gun over here. Saying nothing further, Wang Zheng used his foot to kick the gun toward the opposite side. With a strong kick, the gun flew like an arrow, hitting the soldier's face and stunning him. He squeezed his hand to break the small glass tube, his voice disdainful. I knew you couldn't bring yourself to strike me. Purple smoke immediately erupted from the crack in the test tube. Smoke quickly spread toward the bodyguards who hadn't fully recovered. Not missing the opportunity, he darted forward in the blink of an eye. In an instant, he circled behind and efficiently subdued Wu Yen. Inner turmoil masked by outward calm, she asked, what do you want? He raised an eyebrow, voice low, very simple, take me to Tang Tian. This is personal. In the tense situation, Wu Yen had no choice but to agree, I will take you. His gaze swept the perimeter, softly expressing thanks. As they approached the elevator, he gently advised, I didn't expect your subordinate to be so loyal. But listen to me, leave here as soon as possible. Tang Tian's office, Shu Liang ran in, panic-stricken. Tang Tian, he's at the door. What now? Quickly think of something. He calmly walked toward the door, reassuring, you know what to do. Stepping outside, Tang Tian shouted directly at him, how dare you cause chaos here? Did you think you could leave alive? Holding the hostage, he showed no fear, calmly replied, what evidence do you have to detain me? Tang Tian coldly responded, recently, an underground military organization has been active in Hua Zia, and all evidence points to your involvement. You must be held accountable. Hearing this, he laughed at the audacity. Arbitrarily detaining people is routine for your 11th department. But do you know how a Hua Zia special operative feels being handcuffed? Tang Tian retorted sarcastically, a man nearly stripped of his title, accused of treason, still calling himself a Hua Zia special operative. His face cold, pointing a gun at him, threatening, today, even a deity couldn't save you. Tang Tian cautiously drew his gun, continuing to mock, you're just a deserter, what right do you have to act high-handed with me? Why should I fear you? Just as he finished, a figure in orange suddenly crashed through the window. Li Zio appeared professionally, flipping before landing neatly. As soon as he touched down, he immediately aimed a gun at Tang Tian's head. While controlling him, Li Zio cheerfully greeted Wang Zheng, brother Wang, you can't do that. Such an interesting event, yet you didn't invite me. Seeing reinforcements arrive just in time, he exclaimed joyfully, Li Zio, what are you doing here? He didn't answer directly but turned to mock Tang Tian, Director Tang, you've been impressive lately. You even dared detain my brother. Cornered, he still tried to speak boldly, have you forgotten where you are? With so many guns pointed at you, do you think you can leave? Before he could react, a voice rang out along with footsteps, is the 11th department that formidable? Ha Enham strode into the room, a fully armed team behind him. Seeing him, Tang Tian showed a flicker of fear. Ha Enham, this isn't your command center. What are you doing leading troops into my office? Who gave you that right? Ha Enham calmly replied, what right? You captured my men and you asked me what right I had. Then Ha Enham turned to remind Li Zio. Li Zio, lower your gun. Obeying the order, he reluctantly pursed his lips and put the gun away. Continued, why I can deploy special forces, surely you understand. Tang Tian looked at Ha Enham half worried, half doubtful. Ha Enham calmly announced, I am temporarily acting as executive deputy minister. The minister and deputy have taken long-term leave for medical reasons, so I have full authority over the National Security Ministry during this period. Hearing this, Tang Tian sarcastically sneered, colluding with deserters, storming the 11th department, you think you'll still keep your position. Just as he finished, he didn't hesitate to kick him in the stomach, leaving him unable to react. Tang Tian was struck, his body slamming hard against the wall. He calmly picked up the gun. Immediately after, he pointed the barrel at him as a warning. Then he laughed, tossing the gun aside and said appreciatively, brother, sorry for bothering you. Ha Enham also laughed, lightly punching him and teasing, I thought you never wanted to see me again. He yelped in surprise. Remembering Tang Tian, he pointed at him, asking, how should we deal with that man? Tang Tian, clutching his stomach in pain, struggled to stand, questioning, why didn't you finish me? If not today, I will take revenge sooner or later. He stared into his opponent's eyes, replying slowly, just because it isn't over today doesn't mean I won't act later. Knowing there was no turning back, he immediately pressed the button on the remote, coldly stating that the entire incident had been recorded and sent directly to the Central Discipline Commission member. Ha Enham, witnessing the trick firsthand, could not help but mock Tang Tian. He truly is cunning and unpredictable. Li Zio suddenly rushed in from nowhere, calmly reminding him that Hu Zun Nan of the Central Discipline Commission had once been my grandfather's subordinate, and anyone he wanted to handle had to go through him, making Tang Tian suspicious. Who exactly is he? He lifted his head and declared with full confidence, I am Li Zio, son of Li Yiping from the northwest. My elder brother is Li Tian Shu, leaving Wang Zheng stunned at the long-hidden identity. Li Zio pulled Shu Liang, trembling under the table, outside and asked Wang Zheng, what do you intend to do with this old man? He grabbed his collar, scolding him for abusing power to slander him, then asked Shu Liang if there was any evidence to dare speak so loudly. Wang Zheng coldly brushed him aside like dust. He smirked and said, take it slow, you'll learn your lesson soon enough. After speaking, Wang Zheng turned to Ha Enham, suggesting they go drink since it had been a while. Li Zio's eyes sparkled, asking if there was a portion for him. Ha Enham nudged him gently and said to see if he deserved it. Wang Zheng patted his shoulder warmly. Today you can order whatever you like, I'll cover it all. Before leaving, Li Zio pointed at Tang Tian and Shu Liang, asking if they needed to deal with them too. He spoke lightly but enough to make them anxious, temporarily letting it slide. Then the group followed Wang Zheng to a nearby local restaurant. Everyone raised their glasses, shouting, no one goes home sober today. Ha Enham sipped his beer, inquiring if the incident at Songjia was Wang Zheng's doing. He nibbled on a chicken leg, feigning innocence. What incident? Ha Enham looked at him with interest. Stop pretending with me. Exposed, Wang Zheng stopped pretending, admitting he had encountered Zio Shenwu that day and noting he was not easy to deal with. Ha Enham sighed, asking if he was targeting him. Li Zio clapped, saying next time he meets Zio Shenwu he will compete. Ha Enham reminded him to be careful to avoid trouble with Mr. Li. Wang Zheng's phone suddenly vibrated in his pocket. The screen displayed a familiar name, Liu Yuan. Her voice asked if he could come watch the performance tonight. Wang Zheng smiled softly, replying he was busy. She regretfully asked again if he truly could not come since she had kept a ticket. Wang Zheng tactfully said he had something to do, but it wasn't as important as her performance. Hearing this, Liu Yuan brightened, saying she would wait backstage at Capital Normal University. He smiled and said he would see her later. The two friends stared at him like a primetime show. Wang Zheng asked why they looked at him that way. Zio grinned mischievously, teasing about romance. Ha Enham joined in, asking if it was Zhang Mingqi, Shishi, or Cheng Fei. Wang Zheng waved it off, none of them. Ha Enham impatiently urged, who then tell me? He raised his beer calmly, announcing Liu Yuan was that famous commercial leg. Zio jumped up in astonishment, that is your goddess, I must let me go with her. Wang Zheng laughed, patting his shoulder. After eating he would take him to watch the performance. Upon reaching the backstage door, a staff member blocked them, saying this area was off-limits. Zio angrily demanded who said it was off-limits. Van Viet showed contempt, refusing entry and uttering unpleasant words. Li Zio got furious, rolling up his sleeves to teach him a memorable lesson. Seeing tension rise, Wang Zheng stepped forward, explaining they were friends of Liu Yuan here to watch the performance. The other sneered, saying if you are her friends, then I am her boyfriend. Xiao fumed, telling Wang Zheng no need to explain, handle it quickly. Ha Enham held him back, advising to let Wang Zheng deal with it and not cause trouble. At that moment, Liu Yuan ran out from the room, grabbing Wang Zheng's hand, asking if he had arrived and confirming they were all his friends. He introduced Ha Enham and Li Xiao as close brothers, also asking her to sign for Li Xiao later. She smiled, saying, "I am Liu Yuan." Li Xiao eagerly shook her hand, saying he admired her since first seeing her on TV. Ha Enham nudged him lightly, reminding him to tone down the showiness. Li Xiao obediently stepped back behind him. "Yes, elder brother." Liu Yuan handed the front row tickets to Wang Zheng, hoping they would cheer enthusiastically. He received the tickets, encouraging her. After the performance, they would go for a late meal. Liu Yuan held the microphone and began singing. He stood on stage before a sea of people below. Among the crowd was Wang Zheng, watching intently. Xiao nudged him teasingly. "Another beauty for you," Wang Zheng, annoyed, told him to stop. After the show, Tian Qi suggested introducing a friend from Nanjiang to Liu Yuan, but she declined due to an appointment. He tried to hold her hand to go together. Hong Qi had to speak up to advise not to trouble her. Tian Qi frowned, asking who she was meeting, calling that person over. Wang Zheng stepped forward, saying, "No need. The person she was meeting is me." Tian Qi arrogantly declared that no matter who he was, Liu Yuan would follow him tonight. Wang Zheng replied that even Su Tianran wouldn't dare tell me that, let alone a cousin. Tian Qi pointed at himself, boasting nothing he liked could be taken. Wang Zheng sarcastically asked why not try taking Su Tianran's place. Provoked, he threatened to call people to handle him. Wang Zheng calmly said go ahead and try. He glanced at Hong Qi, as if recalling something. Wang Zheng stepped forward to shake Hong Qi's hand, asking if the wound had healed. Hong Qi pretended not to hear, then turned away, leaving him surprised. After a few steps, Tian Qi looked back, threatening Liu Yuan that as long as she remained in the industry, he would make life difficult. Wang Zheng angrily picked up a nearby chair and threw it at him. Tian Qi staggered, falling, crying out. Wang Zheng brushed his hands coldly, saying this move is called the awakening chair. At another restaurant, many diners were eating. A man holding a bottle mumbled to the woman next to him to stay back and not interfere. Wu Hua, drunk, approached Liu Yuan's table, knocking over a bottle, startling her. Wang Zheng immediately stood and punched him in the face. He staggered, shouting who dared touch him. Wu Hua moved in front of Liu Yuan again, blaming her for hitting him. He tried to touch her, but she quickly dodged his hand. He immediately pointed at her, loudly telling everyone this girl hit him. Cam Mitch also joined in the commotion, saying, "Isn't this Liu Yuan, the celebrity? Why attack?" The crowd whispered, some confirming it was her, others mocking the celebrity for behaving this way. Wu Hua grabbed her hand, demanding compensation, refusing to let her go otherwise. Wang Zheng gripped his wrist, warning if he did not release, consequences would be severe. He turned to the crowd, demanding dispersal. Standing by could cause trouble. Once the area cleared, he asked who ordered them. Wu Hua still denied, claiming she acted first, no one behind her. After hearing the answer, Wang Zheng immediately delivered a powerful kick like thunder. Did not let it slide easily and ordered, Ha Enham handle this matter. Ha Enham nodded immediately, rest assured, I'll do it quickly. Li Xiao had just checked outside and hurried in to report. They were hiding in the cars taking pictures of us. Wang Zheng spoke firmly. Li Xiao, go ask clearly, report back any news. Liu Haiyan worriedly asked who was behind harming her. He looked at her to reassure her, being famous made it hard to avoid envy. It's late, let me take you back to the hotel. At Hong Triu Hotel, the sunset gradually faded on the horizon. Liu Haiyan, in a graceful dress, softly said, "Thank you for helping me so many times." Wang Zheng merely smiled modestly, "It's nothing." She stood on tiptoe. Before she could say more, she planted a light kiss on him, leaving him stunned. Suddenly his phone in his pocket rang. Wang Zheng looked at the screen and said, "Perhaps Ha Enham has news, I'll go check." Liu Haiyan shyly said, "Go ahead, and that kiss was my first, but don't mind it." Outside, he called to ask for the situation, any confession yet. The other party replied, "Not yet, but something else happened. Shishi just brought someone to find you." He smiled lightly and instructed her to go back first. Ah Enham teased, "Or should I tell her to come to the hotel to see you?" Li Xiao interjected, "One more person will make it more fun." Wang Zheng's expression changed. "Quiet, I'll go right away, tell her to wait a moment." At Tianbin Mountain Villa, the evening had fallen. Shishi met him and guessed that group is probably in trouble. He replied calmly, "I've taught them a lesson." He asked immediately, do you know who is behind it yet? Wang Zheng answered briefly, Shu Liang. Hearing the name, Taco showed irritation. That old man is still around. His eyes turned cold. Sooner or later he must pay. Wang Fei, standing beside, chuckled. Wang Zheng draped his arms around the two girls. Go rest. Staying up late isn't good. Shishi pulled Cheng Fei, let's go. His phone rang again. It was Ha Enham calling. As soon as he answered, he reported, traced it. It's Tu Thien Kai. At the Tian Gong International Hall, 2 men and 2 women were sitting together. Thien Kai turned and said, Hong Kai has arrived. Feel free. Hong Kai replied, I'm not familiar. I want to go rest. He continued to coax, don't be shy. Life like this is dull. The door suddenly opened. Wang Zheng stepped in, saying, came to my place for fun without letting me know. Thien Kai stood up, surprised. What are you doing here? And said, it's your turf. Wang Zheng stepped forward coldly. Dare to slander Liu Haiyan, I have to settle it. He frowned and asked, what do you want? Without answering, he grabbed the neck of a wine bottle. With a decisive motion, he pushed the bottle forward and asked, what do you think? Hong Kai stood blocking, saying, help me. Wang Zheng coldly said, step aside, he's not worth it. Just then Gu Ming and his bodyguards stepped in shouting, what's happening here? He bent slightly, saying, young Master Thien Kai, I am the general manager, truly sorry for the oversight. Thien Kai pointed at Wang Zheng and ordered at the right moment, deal with him and kick him out. Gu Ming turned to warn, this is Tian Gong, causing trouble here is wrong. He replied coldly, I work in my area, need you to teach me. Gu Ming, angry, dared him to try. He presented a card. Seeing it, Gu Ming froze, sweating, this is a platinum card, you're the chairman. Wang Zheng said decisively, I've spoken, any other opinion? Seeing Gu Ming quietly leave, Thien Kai hurriedly called after him. Wang Zheng was quick as lightning, hitting him with the bottle and elbowing him. In the blink of an eye, Thien Kai collapsed on the sofa. After handling him, he said to Hong Kai, go ahead, out of respect for your father and sister, I won't make it difficult. He understood and immediately left. Li Ziao ran in and asked, can we start now? Wang Zheng pointed at Thien Kai and ordered, strip him completely. Next day in Shishi's office, his phone rang. It was Cheng Wu Lang calling. He asked, what's the situation? The other party excitedly replied, success exceeded expectations. I destroyed the entire Tu family mine and factory. Hearing this, he happily praised, well done. After hanging up, he informed Shishi. The Tu family diamond mine was destroyed, and she immediately implemented plans to attack their brands. He leaned back, this is going to be interesting. The Tu family is about to shake. At Thien Kai's house, he lay in a fury, determined to take revenge on Wang Zheng and Hong Kai. His phone rang, it was Tu Thien Enhan. He picked up, the other party coldly instructed him to come to the office immediately. If late by half an hour, no commission. He angrily retorted, do you think you're that formidable? Before he could finish, the line went dead. Thien Kai slammed his hand on the desk in anger, shouting. At the office, he pushed the door open, loudly asking, why are you looking for me? Thien Enhan threw down a newspaper, saying, read it yourself. He opened it and saw his private life exposed, suspected computer hack. He tore the newspaper, denying it, claiming it was all fake. Thien Enhan coldly said he had checked, no signs of tampering. Thien Kai slammed the desk in anger, suspecting sabotage. Thien Enhan splashed water on his face, telling him to calm down and consider whom he had provoked. He thought a moment, then said, it must be Wang Zheng. Thien Enhan was surprised, why get involved with this person? In Liu Haiyan's room, Wang Zheng tapped his hand leisurely on the table. The sound of the door lock rang out. Li Yuran opened the door, surprised to see him. Approaching, he asked, you are Li Yuran? She replied, yes, who are you? He introduced himself, I am a friend of Liu Haiyan. He curiously asked, why are you here? She explained this was her first house kept for memories. He stood up, then I'll take my leave first. She held his hand, asking him to stay a little longer. He smiled, being held back by a beauty is lucky. But he gently withdrew his hand, saying he had no interest. At the estate, a man scolded Thien Kai for bringing shame to the family. It was his father, Tu Nam Qua. He fell to his knees, trembling as he explained that he had no idea what had happened, and when he woke up, he found himself in bed, insisting that it was Wang Zheng who set him up, knocking him out and taking compromising photos. He became enraged, slapping him hard and scolding him, saying that after all this, he was still denying the crime, still trying to blame someone else. Tian Chi, wronged, stubbornly insisted that he hadn't done it. Hu Hua spoke sternly, saying that given the situation, they should first discuss how to handle it properly. Just as the tension was as tight as a bowstring, Tian Nian's phone suddenly rang, leaving him flustered and unsure how to handle it. Seeing him hesitate, he gave permission, saying, go ahead, take the call. He quickly pulled out his phone and answered the call. The voice on the other end urgently reported bad news. The diamond mine had exploded, and the entire tunnel had collapsed, burying everything deep underground. Upon hearing this, he was so stunned that he dropped the phone to the floor. At the International Exhibition Center, Miu Miu appeared with a trendy, radiant, and lively look. As soon as they met, Wang Zheng gently tapped her on the head, teasing her for coming to the capital without giving him a heads up. She rubbed her head and explained that she had come with her father for a meeting and wanted to surprise him. He laughed and said he would treat her to a sumptuous meal and take her around to enjoy the city. Miu Miu lowered her head and quietly said she would only stay for a day or two, so she wouldn't have time to explore everything. He asked why she didn't stay a little longer since it was rare for her to visit the capital. Speaking of plans, she eagerly shared that she would soon be visiting Uni Sound Flat in America, a place she had longed to go. Wang Zheng said he had been there and found it to be like heaven and asked if anyone would be accompanying her. She widened her eyes and quickly replied, "No one, are you free to come with me?" He scratched his head awkwardly, not sure how to answer. Seeing this, Miu Miu patted him on the shoulder and smiled, saying she was just kidding. She was going with a female friend, so he didn't need to worry. She cheerfully shared that she planned to travel the world first, then return to work and settle down before thinking about marriage. Just then Wang Zheng's phone rang. He looked at the screen and saw that it was a call from Han Nian. Sensing something urgent, he answered, and Han Nian quickly informed him that they had results on the vial and requested him to come right away, offering to send a car for him. Wang Zheng looked at Miu Miu apologetically, intending to decline because of his personal matter, but Han Nian revealed that the vial was a new form of biological weapon. Upon hearing this, he immediately changed his mind, saying he would go right away. Miu Miu, understanding, gently told him to go handle the urgent matter, looked at her apologetically, and promised to take her out for a make-up meal tomorrow when he had time. The two of them parted with mutual understanding, each heading in a different direction. As soon as he sat in the driver's seat, Miu Miu was immediately criticized by Hong Qi for Wang Zheng's apparent indifference towards her. She shot him an irritated look and firmly stated that she didn't need him to worry. He reluctantly changed the subject, asking where she wanted to go. She drove quickly and replied that she was heading to the airport, as she wanted to change her return ticket. At the Li Ting Manor, the two elders, the Su family, discussed the matter seriously. Fu Hua asked Tian Nian what he thought about today's events, and Tian Nian blamed himself for not expecting that the diamond mine would be exposed, admitting it was his mistake. He gently scolded him, then reassured him that there had never been an incident in South Africa and that this situation was unexpected. He asked how Tian Nian planned to handle it. Tian Nian firmly stated that he would mobilize funds. As long as the three major brands survived this phase, there would still be a chance to turn things around. Fu Hua expressed concern, asking where the money would come from, wondering if he planned to drain the family's foundation. He reassured him that he wouldn't touch the family's foundation and would find a way to raise the money himself, utilizing the inventory within the country to hold on. Fu Hua set aside the matter of funding and asked directly about the repeated failed attempts to deal with Wang Zheng. Tian Nian admitted to having tried 3 times, but all failed. Fu Hua praised his determination and said that someone like Wang Zheng needed to be eliminated as soon as possible. With Fu Hua's agreement, Tian Nian calmly asked what the next step would be, but Fu Hua decided to discuss it with his grandfather and said he shouldn't get involved further. At the National Security Laboratory, Wang Zheng observed the test tube and asked how it differed from the previous biological and chemical weapons. Fu Cheng explained that this was a T-type drug mixed with multiple species of organisms, spreading rapidly. If it infiltrated Huazia, it would cause catastrophic consequences. Nian expressed concern that they weren't sure if the Tanaka Island base had a backup copy of the pathogen's genetic data, and this was the key factor that made Wang Zheng thoughtful. He also suspected that the other side must have known that the pathogen had been stolen, and Wang Zheng suggested returning to Tanaka Island. Han Nian stopped him, saying that the relevant departments had tightly monitored the surrounding waters, so there was no need to go anymore. Wang Zheng asked for an update, and Han Nian reported that 2 small submersibles and a transport plane had been detected, all of which were blocked outside the sea. Wang Zheng suggested destroying the island, but Han Nian said they only needed to cut off the supply lines and wait for the other side to withdraw on their own. With the major issue resolved, Wang Zheng suggested going to his place for dinner and to meet his sister-in-law. After finishing their work, they returned to Han Nian's apartment. At the door, he inserted the key and opened the door with a heavy sound. As soon as they entered, they were stunned to find the security guard lying motionless on the floor. He rushed into the room, calling out his wife's name desperately, but no one responded. Wang Zheng reassured him that his sister-in-law was still valuable to the enemy and would be safe. and that they would contact them soon. Despite understanding this, Han Nyan still collapsed in despair, unable to speak. Staring at the wedding photo, he took a deep breath, regaining his composure to find a way to resolve the situation. Han Nyan called Li Ziyo, ordering him to lock down all the exits from the capital to search for his wife. Li Ziyo immediately accepted the order and promised to complete it. Worrying for his loved ones, Han Nyan became enraged, vowing not to let them get away if they fell into his hands. Wang Zheng was also determined to end all the grudges and would not give the enemy a way out. Back at the Li Ting Manor, Tian Nyan reported that the capital had been locked down and all vehicles were being checked. Fu Hua calmly said that it was to be expected, causing Tian Nyan to suspect if Fu Hua had intervened. Fu Hua shook his head, saying he had only spread some news and would now let others handle things to achieve their goal. After 3 failed attempts, Tian Nyan became curious and asked what the specific plan was. Fu Hua showed a cold expression, saying he would make sure Wang Zheng dies in a foreign land. At Han Nyan's office, Wang Zheng waited for news, while Han Nyan paced back and forth in worry. Li Ziyo rushed in, reporting through the Chujiang airport camera that his sister-in-law had flown to the other country 2 days ago. Han Nyan connected the dots and suspected that everything had been set up. Wang Zheng speculated that the enemy was targeting the biological vial and might no longer have a backup copy. He suspected there was a mole, and Wang Zheng suggested preparing support forces and immediately heading to the other country. There was a knock at the door, and his subordinate reported that there was a package for him. Han Nyan replied briefly, telling them to bring it in. The subordinate brought in an envelope addressed to him and said they didn't know the sender. He immediately opened it, fearing he might miss an important clue. Inside was a threatening letter from the kidnappers. The content made Han Nyan furious, vowing not to let them escape punishment. Wang Zheng analyzed that the enemy had prepared carefully and emphasized that their target wasn't just him. Han Nyan drew his gun and decided to leave immediately. Shen Wu spun the knife in his hand, disagreeing with using the forces of the other country to deal with their people. Tian Nyan replied that his grandfather was willing to do whatever it took to achieve the goal. He advised Shen Wu, now that he had recovered, to take this opportunity for revenge. This motivated him to act. At Huangtan Airport, Han Nyan led the 3 people through check-in to board the plane to Japan. A young man approached and silently handed his phone to Han Nyan. Wang Zheng immediately subdued him, asking where the enemy was hiding. The man panicked and said he was just asked to transfer the call from a woman. He asked where the woman was, and the man replied that she had already left. Han Nyan told him not to make a scene, and Li Ziyo urged them to leave quickly as they might be under surveillance. In the hotel room, Su Shen lay on the bed with 2 guards beside him. Kawasaki Hai-Ken introduced himself and said that his husband had come to Japan. He would make sure he came but never returned. The threat made her struggle anxiously, asking what they planned to do to her husband and begging them not to harm him. His attitude of contempt stirred the man's male pride, and he immediately slapped her hard, then snarled. A woman who didn't know her place should focus on taking care of her child and not worry about preterm birth. He gave a cruel smile and said with venom, "I especially enjoy watching the despair of others." He didn't flinch and continued to curse the pervert in front of her. Hai-Ken took out his phone, coldly announcing that she would soon hear his voice. On this side, Wang Zheng and Ha Enham both furrowed their brows, staring intently at the phone in his hand. A male voice threatened, "Ha Enham, have you brought me what I need?" He didn't immediately respond but loudly asked in return, "Where is my wife? If anything happens to her, I will destroy that item." Wang Shen immediately intervened. "Ha Enham, you're still okay. Don't come here, absolutely not." Ida walked in through the door, teasingly looking at Huang Shen before mocking, "Oh, women from Huaxia are really courageous." He stepped forward, touched her face, and said meaningfully, "Women who fall into my hands never end up well." He was about to tear her coat, his malicious intent clear. However, Hai-Ken was concerned about trouble and stopped him. "Inamoto, don't act recklessly." Frustrated by the obstruction, he sneered, "Coward, are you afraid of those Huaxia people?" He ignored the provocation and remained cautious. "They're not as simple as you think. I want to act and I want to win immediately." Mufu, appearing at the door, immediately asked, "How do you plan to win decisively?" 2 of them, tense, immediately bowed in unison, "Mufu, sir." The elder calmly said, "Hai-Ken, please explain your thoughts." Hai-Ken sequentially explained the plan. Over the next 2 days they would drain their stamina and mental energy, waiting for the enemy to tire before striking. This time, Huaxia had actively leaked the news, so they would definitely send someone. Mufu didn't immediately comment but asked further, "So how do you plan to execute it?" He answered firmly, the most important task is to get the biological drug safely. Whether we take down Ha Enham or not isn't as important. The answer pleased the elder but still showed some softness. Hai Ken hesitantly asked, Mufu sir, what do you mean by that? Mufu revealed his intention to eliminate them completely. After obtaining the vial, he would eliminate everyone, and Huaxia wouldn't dare to act. Didn't immediately agree but inquired, let me investigate the 3 Huaxia people first, right? Ida arrogantly said, HMPH, the Iga clan is cowardly. Just wait for my wild blade to sweep them all away. On the other side, at 8 a.m. at the Hakon Hot Spring, the 3 of them leisurely soaked. Li Zio playfully teased, the Japanese really know how to enjoy themselves, look at those beautiful girls. Wang Zheng sternly reminded, don't get distracted by the girls, remember the real task. He immediately raised his hand and swore, taking care of my sister-in-law is the most important thing. 3 of them had no idea that Ida had quietly appeared behind them, silently observing them. After watching carefully for a while, he grinned ominously, as if planning their demise. Meanwhile, a sniper had already locked Ha Enham in his sights. He long hid behind a bush by the wall, waiting for the right moment to strike. When the clock struck the right moment, his finger gently pulled the trigger. Shot rang out, the bullet flying with a flash of light. However, the bullet suddenly veered off course, shattering the glass on the wall, causing everyone to panic. Those soaking nearby immediately panicked and scattered in all directions. Despite the surprise, he long didn't doubt, telling himself this was just a coincidence. Thinking that, he shifted his target to Wang Zheng. But before he could act, he was struck by a kick from Zai Qui letter 1 EBFT, knocking him backwards. Before he could react, his throat was tightly squeezed by the opponent, the pain making him cough up blood. With just 2 moves, he was taken down. Looking disappointed, Wang Zheng made me stay alert. I thought you were so tough. If I had known you'd be so weak this early, I wouldn't have wasted my effort. This moment below, Ida stepped forward with a fierce momentum, holding a sword. He drew his sword and gathering momentum, slashed toward Wang Zheng, let you see the might of my wild blade. Unexpectedly, the blood-stained sword was struck by an object flying toward it, breaking it in 2. He stared in disbelief at the half-sword still in his hand, unable to believe it. Turned out that Wu Yen was hidden on the roof, acting as a sharpshooter, shooting continuously at Ida. Realizing the danger, he quickly dodged the bullets and disappeared from sight. Li Zio trembled and cried out, Wang Zheng, the people you seek always like to play with fire. You confusedly asked, what do you mean by playing with fire? As if venting his frustrations, you ranted, clearly, your subordinates could have dealt with the sniper earlier, but they let him fire at us. Wang Zheng tried to explain, I don't know what Lin Zai Qui letter 1 EBFT is planning. Hearing that, Li Zio cried even harder, sobbing and complaining. And Wu Yen too, only shooting after the Japanese with the sword rushed over, so annoying. Once you calmed down, Wang Zheng looked at the hot spring beside him and said meaningfully, it's a pity that such a beautiful view would be ruined. Li Zio's eyes immediately lit up with the bold idea, since we've come all this way, we should make some noise before we leave. Ha Enham happily agreed, saying, well said. 10 minutes later, the group moved decisively, ordering everyone to prepare quickly for the big plan. Wang Zheng eagerly waved his hand to hurry up the mission progress. Around the bath area, brown liquid had been spread across the ground. Seeing everything was ready, you decisively signaled to begin the operation. The signal, a bullet was fired, tearing through the air at a terrifying speed. The bullet aimed directly at the gas pipe, causing a blast that shook the area. Fire erupted violently, destroying the entire hot spring resort. Meanwhile, Wang Zheng's group had safely retreated to a secure location. After enjoying the show, you turned around and reminded, let's go. We have something more important to do. Scene switched to where Mufu and Haiken were staying. The elder leisurely enjoyed his hot tea and then gently asked, Kawasaki-kun, was it your idea to let Inamoto Ida disturb Ha Enham? He didn't dare to admit directly, so he evaded. Inamoto-kun acted for the country, that was his decision. Mufu sternly reminded, Kawasaki-kun, this involves national interests, think carefully and don't let personal grudges cloud the big picture. After speaking, Mufu stood up, gave a final warning and left. This is the last reminder, consider it carefully. Aiken, burdened with pressure, sat down heavily and thought to himself that he couldn't wait any longer. On the other side, Ha Enham's phone suddenly vibrated, and he focused on the screen. As soon as he answered, a male voice with a mocking tone came through. The Huaxia people sure know how to cause a commotion. He calmly replied, too kind, when do we proceed with the exchange? Where that time was urgent, Hai Ken immediately informed, 3 p.m. today at the Yokohama Mikaru workshop. The call ended, leaving the atmosphere in the car heavy and tense. At the scheduled time, Wang Zheng's car slowly entered the Yokohama Mikaru workshop. Li Ziao nervously sat behind the wheel, asking again, is this the place? Ha Enham wasn't sure but answered it should be, just drive in. They stopped the car inside, and all opened the doors to step out. Just as their feet hit the ground, a bullet shattered the car window, causing you to jump and exclaim, whoa. Realizing it was a display of force from the kidnappers, you placed your hands on your hips and angrily shouted, if you're so bold, come out here. From above, Hai Ken and a group of gunmen appeared, loudly declaring, there's a saying in Huaxia, a guest from afar is a joy. How do you like this welcoming ceremony? Ha Enham ignored the meaningless words and asked directly, where is my wife? Pointed behind him, she's over there, don't worry, she's intact. The three of them turned around, horrified to see her raised high, dozens of meters above on a rescue ladder, in great danger. Even a strong woman like Huang Shen couldn't hide her fear. Her tear-filled eyes seemed to be pleading for help. Despite the panic, Ha Enham still yelled loudly to reassure her. Huang Shen, I'm here to save you, it's okay, trust me. She forced a smile and calmly nodded in response. Then he turned to negotiate, let her down, and I'll hand over the sample vial. But Hai Ken refused and bargained, I need to see the vial with my own eyes first. Ha Enham took out the sample vial and sternly demanded, this is what you need, let her down first. However, he was still not satisfied. No, I must check the goods. I can't be sure if what's in the vial is what I need, only after checking can I release her. Knowing Hai Ken's scheme, he firmly refused, no, I won't accept that. Only now did he show a softer side and attempt to negotiate. The situation seemed hard to reconcile. Perhaps each side taking a step back would ease the discussion. After a while, the fox in disguise revealed its true nature, pointing at Wang Zheng. I can return your wife first, but during the inspection I need him as a hostage. Once done, I will release you safely. The request sounded increasingly unreasonable, so he firmly refused, no. During this, Heiken shrugged helplessly. In that case, there is no need to continue the discussion. When everything reached a deadlock, he patted his friend on the shoulder to reassure him. Don't worry, they can't do anything to me. Ha Enham still hesitated to use the talisman, but Wang Zheng interrupted immediately. Stop worrying like that. You all go back to the country first. Wait for me to return, then we'll have a proper feast. The intermediary, losing patience, asked again, have we finally finished discussing? Wang Zheng calmly said, I agree. Release Huang then first. Seeing the opponent had fallen into the trap, Heiken shouted to his men, release that Hua woman. The latter carrying Huang then slowly lowered. At the same time, two bodyguards with guns escorted him inside. Wang Zheng did not resist, walking casually despite the guns pointed close to him. Another villa, the gentle afternoon sun bathed the peaceful daily scene. Shishi sat in the room, eating sliced sweet potatoes while frowning in thought. Cheng Fei, after finishing her bath, asked, what are you worrying about? He sighed, just thinking of Wang Zheng. No news for a long time, and I don't know where he is. Cheng Fei sat down and patted her shoulder to comfort. The people following him haven't reported anything. She shook her head in frustration. Those people really achieve nothing. Back at the warehouse, Heiken politely told Wang Zheng to wait a moment. It won't take long. Without waiting for a response, he turned his back and left. Wang Zheng smiled, watching the old fox's back, thinking to himself, the exciting scene is about to unfold. In an instant, he slipped behind two bodyguards, striking at their weak points before they could react. He knocked down two men and quickly threw several grenades forward. Explosions roared violently, sending the henchmen flying. The remaining men quickly formed a line with guns, intending to overwhelm, but the situation did not go as they expected. Wang Zheng faced the fight comfortably, ready to handle each one by the Randy River. Suddenly, a figure wielding a sword charged from the fence. The bodyguard recognized him and exclaimed, why are you back, Mitsui Junichi? He did not answer immediately but smirked. What's the matter, not welcoming me? Seeing the enemy arguing, Wang Zheng chuckled to himself. Their internal chaos makes it even more interesting. At the factory gate, Ming Hao appeared with a special vehicle. He called out cheerfully, old friend, long time no see. Immediately, the thick steel door was blown apart with an explosion. Li Ziao came from nowhere, accelerating the vehicle like a warhorse charging straight into the enemy's den. The vehicle sped through the newly opened path, crashing straight inside. Command came from the vehicle behind, shoot the tires of that car immediately. But Ming Hao was prepared. He lifted a cannon with a cold smile. Go face the king of hell. Aiken, holding the biological weapon, laughed heartily. The goods are in hand, let them tear each other apart. The secretary cautiously said, doing this might displease Lord Mufu. He impatiently cut in, Mufu will understand. We'll leave through the back to headquarters. Outside, Wang Zheng stood amidst heavy bodies, calmly asking, why are you here? Junichi lowered his sword briefly, collecting a debt. Just as he was about to speak, a blade suddenly sliced through the air towards him. Wang Zheng stepped back to dodge, the knife embedded in the ground sending stones flying. Narrowly escaping, he still calmly scolded, I say, are you here to join the fun? Shen Wu smashed through a window from a high floor, jumping down, and before touching the ground said, I'm here for your life. Landing, he looked at Junichi suspiciously. Who is this? The awkward scene between the three under all those eyes left Wang Zheng momentarily speechless. Junichi did not back down, speaking first, your opponent is me. Just as he finished, a group of strangers rushed in, seemingly responding to his desire to fight. Wang Zheng used the momentum to pull his allies aside. Your personal business, handle it yourself. Essentially just repositioning, not fleeing, he glanced at the encirclement and taunted, let's see who can take down more. Shen Wu responded enthusiastically, very willing. Wang Zheng prepared to act decisively, unaware he was already in the crosshairs. A bullet grazed his face, leaving a thin streak of blood on his left cheek. He immediately pressed against the wall cautiously. So there's a sniper, Shen Wu noticed and teased, already scared after just asking for a contest. Seeing the situation complicated, Shen Wu asked, what now? Wang Zheng replied ambiguously, we'll figure a way to turn it around. He grabbed the radio, hey beautiful girl, lend me a hand, Wu Yen responded immediately. There's a sniper at 10 o'clock, another 150 meters east. Before he could add more, gunfire rang out continuously from her direction. Wu Yen kept her stance, the gun still smoking, coldly reported done. Shen Wu was stunned at the speed. All resolved already, Wang Zheng smiled smugly of course. In another corner, Ming Hao contributed with a blazing artillery shell. The explosion threw the crowd and engulfed them in flames. During the backup, Wang Zheng and Shen Wu immediately retreated. A black car blocked the road, a voice from inside urged, get in quickly. Wang Zheng, seeing Shen Wu close beside him, slightly changed expression. Ming Hao, hearing the door close behind, gripped the wheel tightly. He stepped on the gas, the vehicle sped off the scene. Once far enough, Wang Zheng asked, why did you follow? Shen Wu replied lazily, you're strange too, leaving a woman there. He raised a finger, hinting understanding, never underestimate a woman. Out of sight, Wu Yen hugged her gun and snorted, proving his point. Shen Wu rolled his eyes and asked, where are you going? Wang Zheng smirked to watch the drama. He caressed the knife in his hand, saying, once this is done I'll settle the score, once entrusted must follow through. Wang Zheng said irritably, to Thien Enheen only sees you as a tool, are you content defeating me for a sense of achievement? He answered frankly, yes, consider it that way. Aiken's car stopped before a skyscraper, the surroundings unusually quiet. He entered the room respectfully presenting the spoils, Lord Mufu. The biological weapon has been obtained. Mufu received the glass tube and commanded, well done, Kawasaki-kun, the remaining Hua-ha, I want them dead here. He quickly reported, sir. They fought among themselves. Boldly he said, I never rely on others. This time you failed your duty. I revoke your command. Aiken panicked, pleading, give me another chance. Mufu turned his back and said, all right, last time. He left the room with blazing determination. Thank you, sir. If I fail, I will never retreat. In another secluded place, a mansion hidden among trees, beautiful scenery but hiding scheme. Wang Zheng leaned close to Junichi and whispered, sever ties with them completely. As the group formed a noisy formation, one claiming to be a senior shouted, the traitor dares to come here, don't expect to leave. Clearly he was the one who lit the spark that set everything ablaze, yet now he put on a gloomy face, shaking his head in mock despair, truly a masterful performance. Shen Wu had to widen his eyes at the brazenness, indeed a scene just as he had predicted. Wang Zheng stood there with ease, casually admitting, that's right, he's foolish but also commendable, he really has recruited a capable subordinate. Ming Hao had quietly come to stand beside him, hand gripping a knife. One day we will march straight to that estate to settle accounts. He nodded rarely in agreement, certainly. Hearing the incoherent story, Shen Wu was even more puzzled. Why did Wang Zheng endure and respond without complaint? Later he would understand, right now I am not in a position to explain. He suddenly straightened up, his tone becoming serious. Tianren is my friend, if you cannot provide a convincing reason, I will still choose to stand against you. He feared no one, but when duty called, it had to be done. Once we leave, we can settle scores any way we like, but right now the urgent task is to track down those men. While everyone was engrossed in combat, the Junichi brothers swung their swords at each other, creating a dramatic scene of fraternal strife. Swords clashed only a few times, but the moment the opponent faltered, he seized the opportunity, forcing Kikken to pay with an arm. Looking at the scratch on his hand, thin as a cat's claw, Junichi coldly declared it over. He lost. Anzuk appeared, unclear when, stepping forward to reprimand Mitsui Junichi. One must admit he was a genius, but alas. Ming Hao whispered his assessment of the newly arrived opponent. Without a gun, it would be hard for me to contend with that old man. Wang Zheng curiously asked, what if he had a gun? He bowed his head and calculated for a moment, still hesitant to speak too boldly. About 70%. Feeling uneasy leaving the fight to others, he decided to join in personally. Then I will face him directly. As Sanzyuk raised his sword to discipline the unruly nephew, Wang Zheng cut in. Hey old Yamoto, an old friend arrives and you do not even greet, just rush to fight. The interrupter's words made him pause, clearly annoyed. Knowing this man never came bearing good intentions, Sanzyuk immediately blocked him. Wang Zheng, every time you appear you bring trouble. He stared straight and replied, seems you're still not satisfied. Both understood each other's strength, so he probed. Wang Zheng, what exactly do you want? He twirled the gun in his hand and replied defiantly. Nothing, just here to stir things up a bit. That audacity made Sanzyuk furious, drawing his sword recklessly. How arrogant, I am the Blade Saint. How dare you be so insolent? For Wang Zheng, once the fight started, there was no distinction. If you refuse to submit, then we fight. Let's see if that old skeleton can endure. Nishi, silent until now, finally spoke to mediate. Enough, let's go. He stared into his eyes for a moment and shrugged. Respecting the master, fine, let's go. Once seated in the car, seeing Ming Hao carefully bandaging him, Junichi summoned courage to say 2 words. Thank you. Wang Zheng spoke while driving. I know it is uncomfortable for you to do this in your own homeland. This time leaving, you can choose to return to Huaxia or not. Without hesitation, he replied, I will return. That reaction was anticipated, so he casually said, then we will meet in Huaxia next time. The wide highway, the lone white car sped forward. Li Ziao drove the bullet-riddled car, still worried for Wang Zheng, unsure of the situation ahead. More experienced, Zia Yan calmly reassured, he will be fine. With Wang Zheng's skill, the men won't fare well if they fail to attack effectively. No matter the mood, the car took curves without slowing, for the escape could not afford delay. Approaching a junction, an obstacle suddenly barreled from a side road. The emergency left Li Ziao stunned. At that moment, a figure descended from above like lightning. Zai decisively used speed to break through the windshield, then kicked the driver of the truck. Driver lost control, the truck barely brushing the tail of Li Ziao's car. Seizing the opportunity, he floored the accelerator, escaping the swaying truck. After a long stretch, he dared to exhale. Escape. Zia Yan looked back and murmured, we owe him again. On the idyllic beach, a group of men in black suits appeared. The leader barked orders. The car vanished that way. Follow the coast, must catch them. Wang Zheng in shorts, seeing the threat closing in, spoke. We cannot be spotted. Wu Yen, in a swimsuit, awkwardly replied, okay. Before she finished, he pulled her down onto the sand. Must avoid detection, coordinate a bit. Wu Yen reluctantly wrapped her arms around his neck. If my face wasn't flushed, the scolding would have been more convincing. After this, I won't do missions with you again. Wang Zheng casually replied, as you wish. They posed as a couple on the beach. That old trick fooled the passing group again. They remained in position until the men in black left the area. Danger past? Wu Yen asked. Now what, lie here some more? He replied, rest and recover, otherwise those men will catch up eventually. Wang Zheng stood first, urging, let's go, they're waiting. The unwilling couple braved the sun and wind, quickly arriving in front of the building on the main road. They were disguised thoroughly, like celebrities avoiding cameras. Only a few steps in, a sudden event occurred. Katie snorted, startling both. Wang Zheng asked immediately, why are you here? The ridiculous question made her laugh. Of course I came for a duel. He subtly prepared behind his back, speaking again. I don't want to fight you, all right. Katie pointed to the man who appeared behind him. I don't decide, ask him. Gong Song gripped his weapon, appearing and threatening. Don't think you leave here today. Knowing he must be decisive, Wang Zheng pushed Wu Yen away. You go first, the target is me. She shouted, I cannot let you be in danger. Patient, he aimed his gun to warn. Follow orders, leave immediately. Once she left, Wang Zheng turned back to challenge. No one capable of defeating me exists yet. Dong Song said nothing more and charged. Prepare to face it. He threw down his hat, and violet-pink smoke immediately spread. Expecting a deadly move, he hastily stopped. But as he regained focus, Wang Zheng chose the escape, disappearing without a trace. Katie, witnessing the failed target, reassured. I've arranged it, he won't escape easily. Wang Zheng dashed onto the main road, blocking the approaching taxi. He handed the driver a wad of cash, voice cold. Take me to the nearest dock, quickly. Taking the money, the car roared and sped off. But before it got far, Bin suddenly appeared to block the way. He stood firm in the middle of the road, making the driver panic and swerve aside. Having just avoided danger, the driver shouted angrily, don't you want to live? Bin remained silent, striking the hood with his uninjured arm as a reply. Wang Zheng slowly stepped down, appearing and mocking. Out of people and you send someone like him. The taunt struck his pride, making him snort coldly. He cracked his knuckles and continued to provoke. Not afraid that your other hand will get hurt too. Unable to bear it, Binan pushed with his legs, leaping into the air. Kid, today you pay. Wang Zheng calmly launched a barrage of hidden weapons at him. They were deflected. He asked arrogantly, do you despise me? Just touching the ground, Binan continued with a kick for the next move. This time he swung directly, the attack aimed straight at the target. Observing the strike, Wang Zheng immediately closed into counter. Think you can bully me? Wang Zheng leapt and before Binan could retract, used a metal tube to block, making him groan in pain. Violent collision shook both of them. The force pushed them back in opposite directions. Wang Zheng crouched, still smiling. How's that, old man? How does it feel? Binan was in too much pain to speak, only letting out a cold grunt. Under the old man's fixed gaze, he calmly removed the metal weights wrapped around his calves. It turned out that the earlier move was just a prelude. Wang Zheng casually tossed it away, and then declared that the real fight was only just beginning. Focused all his strength into his legs, and jumped into the air once more. Once he created enough distance, he immediately drove his knee into the opponent's body, causing Bing En to stagger and cry out as he lost his footing. Not missing the moment of weakness, Wang Zheng landed a thunderous punch to the face, landing a full blow on his opponent. To maintain his dominance, he used his other hand to grab the old man's sleeve, holding him in place. Just as Bing En fell forward due to his own momentum, he managed to lift his knee and slam it into his opponent's abdomen. After a series of rapid punches and kicks, the old man lay motionless on the ground, and Wang Zheng smirked as he asked again, well, are you convinced now? Everything finally quieted down. Ming Hao hurried over, lamenting that he had missed the best part. Wang Zheng calmly aimed his gun at Bing En and replied, it's not too late, you're still in time for the climax. But just as he was about to finish, a figure swiftly passed by, leaving behind the cold remark, a lifetime of a master, and yet to leave in such disgrace. The oppressive aura spread, making Wang Zheng jerk his head around, demanding, who is that? Just a moment of distraction, Bing En collapsed in a pool of blood, and Ming Hao shouted in panic, who was that person? Wang Zheng wanted to ask the same question but swallowed it down, for it was clearly someone not to be trifled with. At the Lai Tin Manor, Fu Hua was leisurely sipping tea when he suddenly dropped his cup in shock. Cup hit the ground and shattered, tea splashing everywhere. The person sitting across from him jumped up in alarm and asked, grandfather, are you all right? He stared at his hand intently, then slowly muttered as if in a trance, I have a bad feeling. 3 days later, Ming Hao, sitting in the passenger seat, finally asked, are we really just leaving like this? Wang Zheng kept his eyes on the road and calmly replied, if we don't leave now, it could cause more trouble. The phone, which had been silent, suddenly vibrated incessantly. Wang Zheng picked it up and handed it to his friend, asking him to check who had messaged. Ming Hao skimmed through the message, holding back laughter, then asked, are you sure you want me to read it out loud? Seeing him hesitate, Wang Zheng snapped, just say it. Ming Hao mimicked the girl's voice from the message, soft and sweet enough to impress even karaoke singers. I've finished my work, I'll be home in 3 days, I miss you so much. Wang Zheng abruptly slammed on the brakes, the 4 wheels screeching loudly on the road. Before he could recover, Ming Hao was thrown forward, and the phone in his hand flew out of reach. Still shaking, Wang Zheng hurriedly retrieved the phone and handed it back to the grinning person beside him, Zhang Minqi. Less than a minute later, Ming Hao teased again, Captain, you're really blessed and I'm still alone here. Wang Zheng glanced at the screen and responded casually, want me to set you up with someone. Just a casual remark was enough to make him daydream about walking alongside a beautiful woman. While Ming Hao kept chatting, Wang Zheng quickly sent a message to Minqi, telling him he would be back soon and didn't want to waste any more time. Remembering something, Ming Hao asked softly, will we have any time to rest when we get back? Wang Zheng replied quietly, perhaps. Suddenly, Wang Zheng's phone received an urgent call from Zai Kuei. As soon as he heard the familiar hoarse voice saying they were on Yokohama Road, Wang Zheng immediately became serious. We'll be there right away. The atmosphere in the car suddenly shifted, causing Ming Hao to fall silent as the car swiftly turned in another direction. The black car sped down the empty road, carrying the thoughts of its occupants. A haze of dust from the car swept into Mufu's face as he stood silently observing from a distance. His aging face remained solemn, filled with unspoken concern. Wang Zheng's car stopped at an empty plot of land near Yokohama Road. Zai Kuei ran over to report quickly, everything is ready, we can depart. Just as Wang Zheng was about to step forward, a man's voice called out from behind, Are you leaving already before I could show my hospitality? Mufu slowly walked over, his gentle smile hiding a hidden agenda. We've met before, why not reminisce a bit? As soon as he saw the old man, the anger inside him flared up. I came here to settle the debt. If you've shown yourself, no need for more words. Before charging in, Wang Zheng instructed his teammates to stay put and wait. He turned to gain momentum before leaping into the air to begin the battle. Like a scene from an action movie, Wang Zheng raised his hand high and slashed down towards Mufu. His battle instincts caused the old man to react swiftly, showing no sign of weakness. The counterattack was immediately blocked by Wang Zheng's hand in midair. The old man's hand hadn't even had time to retract before it was twisted back, making him scream in pain. Wang Zheng stepped back and sneered, "Your martial arts are decent, but compared to mine, still far behind." Gripping the pain, Mufu coldly responded, "You think I came empty-handed? This place has already been secured by my people." As soon as he finished speaking, gunfire from multiple directions immediately rained down on Wang Zheng. The group rushed into an armored vehicle to avoid danger. Ning Hao panted and asked why they weren't retreating. Wang Zheng gestured for calm and signaled, "Wait a little longer." Outside, Mufu mumbled a challenge, his voice growing weaker. "Let's see how long you can hold out." His body shaking, the old man tried to speak one last time before collapsing onto the cold ground. With a hot sensation spreading through his body, he weakly asked, "When did you poison me?" When the gunfire quieted, Wang Zheng stepped forward and answered, "The timing doesn't matter. What matters is that the poison was made by me." Unable to move, the old man looked down at Wang Zheng's shoes and admitted, "I didn't expect you to hide such a move." Seeing his opponent on the brink, Wang Zheng laughed. "Thank you for the compliment, don't worry, it's over now." With blood dripping from his lips, Mufu whispered before passing away, "In the end, it's me who lost." Looking at the fallen enemy, he felt a sense of relief and said to his teammates, "You two go back first, I have something to do." Ning Hao objected, "We need to go together to provide support," but Wang Zheng was firm, "You need to return and monitor the situation back home." The reason made him hesitate, and the words caught in his throat. Seeing him still hesitating, Wang Zheng kicked him lightly. "I've been through worse, just go back already." Time passed and Wang Zheng had been at the beach for who knows how long, finally getting some time to himself. Taifeng slowly walked over, speaking, "Young man, I've finally found you." He looked at the man in confusion, wondering who this was. Without explanation, Taifeng immediately attacked. Caught off guard, Wang Zheng stepped back to defend and asked, "Who are you? Who sent you?" The man adjusted his mask, his eyes cold. "Just call me C-letter-1-EAD, you know. You don't need to know anything else to me. You're a person with no way out." Before he could finish speaking, Taifeng lowered his body and charged. Refusing to be pushed back, Wang Zheng counterattacked, throwing a knife at the man. "Let me see who your master is." The knife struck the half-covered mask, causing Taifeng to falter. The iron mask shattered, revealing a surprisingly delicate face. Wang Zheng gasped in shock. "Your senior Dan Tai," the man calmly replied. "There's no more Dan Tai in this world. There's only one dog left." Seeing the deep scars on his face, Wang Zheng couldn't help but ask, "What exactly have you been through?" Not wanting to say much, he coldly replied, "You've said too much already," then continued his attack. Wang Zheng fought back with one hand, using the other to tightly grip his knife, waiting for the right moment. Too inexperienced, Taifeng spun and kicked hard into his side. "Those clumsy moves don't affect me at all." The kick sent him flying into the golden sand filling his mouth. Spitting the sand out, he still defiantly growled, "If you're so capable, then keep going." The two fought in broad daylight without realizing that Katie was nearby, silently observing. She thought to herself, when the young men fight, the fisherman benefits. She stood there watching as a VIP spectator and smiled, "In that case, I'll just be the fisherman." 30th fall. Wang Zheng, once proud, now lay helplessly in the damp sand gifted by the sea. Before he could rise, he saw Tui Feng approaching, an aura around him far different from before. He looked at him with the gaze of someone above, coldly asking if he had any last words before it ended. Knowing he couldn't resist, he resorted to the move everyone knows, a tantrum, screaming, "Eric Lee, I already asked you, about to be done for and you're still not here." Pitiful cries made a shadow nearby jump in alarm. Eric Lee sprang up and teased, "The Eastern Overlord so famous, and yet meets such misery, truly interesting." Katie paused briefly then exclaimed in astonishment, "What is happening?" Tui Feng took advantage of the moment to strike. Reinforcements wouldn't arrive in time to prevent the death awaiting him. Reflexively fast, Wang Zheng turned to counter, thinking, "Am I a punching bag for you to practice endlessly?" He stepped back a long stride to create a safe distance between them. Tui Feng had anticipated this, immediately circling behind to throw a punch. "It's all over." Forced into a corner, he drew the gun hidden in his coat. "You underestimated me too much. I am the Eastern Overlord. His finger pressed coldly on the trigger. The shot rang out as a lifeline. To break the deadlock, Wang Zheng pointed the gun at his own chest. The bullet aimed to wound the opponent. The pain triggered Tui Feng's strength. He hurled him toward the sea. Go on, drown. His body plunged into the cold water, out of control like a marionette cut from its strings. Amidst the waves, Wang Zheng struggled. Visions of girls who had passed through his life flashing through his mind. Wait for my return. At the same time, in Lam Hai's CEO office, Min Kai stared blankly at the silent space. She sighed softly. I told him to return. Why still no word? The phone rang and then went dead with a failed connection, leaving her more anxious. The villa where Shishi was living. For some reason, she accidentally dropped a glass, shards scattering across the floor, startling her. Her heart raced, an uneasy premonition rising. 2 months later, in a wooden house bathed in light even as night fell, Wang Zheng took slow, careful steps in the warm room. The closed door suddenly opened. Katie entered wearing a kimono, gently asking, "You're looking much recovered now." She handed him the last bowl of medicine and said the rest must rely on his own vitality. Wang Zheng silently looked at the devoted girl caring for him, his heart full of unspeakable emotion. After a moment of struggle, he asked why she saved him. Katie looked into his eyes and softly said, "Gratitude." Thought it a joke and said, "If you don't want to explain, fine, I have to leave, they'll worry." She did not answer, only gently held his hand. As if not enough, Katie softly asked if he wanted a life just the two of them. Wang Zheng admitted he once longed for a simple life, coming home to a warm meal and a home waiting, but he could not choose that path. Rejected, she still planted a kiss as a plea to stay. Faced with that gentleness, he could not ignore it. His hand lightly removed the layer of clothing covering her. Wooden house trembled with their emotions, whispers intertwining. She teased he was not fully recovered. Don't underestimate me. In the northern outskirts of Baizhou, Namjiang province, Ning Ha was intently reading the newly received blueprint. After reading, her expression softened. Next time she met Wang Zheng, she would definitely thank him. On the luxurious yacht gliding across the vast ocean, Katie saw him standing in deep thought and asked if he was missing his family. Wang Zheng gazed into the distance and softly replied, "Maybe so." Li Wendorf appeared from behind, expressing a desire to get to know the lady. Wang Zheng immediately stepped in front of Katie, firmly stating, "No." Katie smiled and asked him, "What are you to me?" He vaguely replied that interacting with strangers outside was very dangerous. Unhappy, she introduced herself as being from the US. Li Wendorf cheerfully said he was from Poland. He even bent down to kiss her hand, saying it was a pleasure to meet her. Suddenly, 2 strangers rushed out and started shooting at them. Wang Zheng frowned, recognizing the opponents. "I didn't expect to see you here." Henry aggressively charged forward. With a slight move, he knocked the gun out of Henry's hand. Then he delivered a clean kick right to the opponent's head. Looking at him lying on the ground, Wang Zheng mocked. The Gale team has fallen so low as to become robbers. Johnson, seeing his teammate defeated, finally appeared and asked, "Who are you really?" Wang Zheng coldly replied, "It doesn't matter who I am. Tell me why you're targeting him or don't expect to leave in peace." Li Wendorf, pale, murmured, "It's all because of the Sky Heart." Wang Zheng frowned. "What is the Sky Heart?" Li Wendorf explained, "It's my diamond." Understanding the situation, he warned the 2 men, "He belongs to me. Don't even think about touching that stone. Take the ship back to Huazia and I'll let you leave." Johnson trembled and said, "This is a silver mission. The one who gave us the task is someone no one dares offend." This piqued Wang Zheng's interest and he asked, "Who is that person?" He hesitantly moved closer and whispered into Wang Zheng's ear. After hearing this, Wang Zheng understood who the real opponent was and admitted that he might not win. Even so, he kicked Johnson and said, "The more you want it, the more I'll take it." He declared, "If he wants it, he can come find me. If you want to live, then listen to me." He quickly agreed. "We'll safely take the ship back to Huazia." Wang Zheng waved his hand, signaling them to leave and vanish from his sight. After escaping danger, Li Wendorf hugged him, saying, "You are truly my savior." Wang Zheng quickly pushed him away, saying, "Stay away from me, I only like women." 2 entered the rest room in the cabin, and Wang Zheng asked about the Sky Heart. Li Wendorf explained that it was a rare pale blue diamond he had mined 20 years ago, worth an enormous amount. Wang Zheng guessed that many people were eyeing it, and Li Wendorf admitted that his family had been attacked more than 20 times because of this stone. Saying this, he propped his legs up and fumbled to take off his shoe. The shoe's sole popped off, revealing a glittering diamond inside. Li Wendorf trustingly handed it over to show them the precious treasure. As soon as he saw the gemstone, Wang Zheng's eyes lit up like headlights. However, Li Wendorf unexpectedly handed it to Katie with genuine sincerity. She took it and gave him a kiss in thanks. The yacht continued to race across the vast sea, heading straight for Huazia. Katie stood on the deck, an indescribable emotion swelling in her chest as she gently asked what would happen the next time they met. Wang Zheng responded thoughtfully, if it's a confrontation, it's best not to meet again. With those words, they embraced each other tightly, as if making up for all the emotions they had shared together. The sky was clear today, the white clouds drifting lazily, and the golden sunshine heralded a day full of good fortune. Soon after, the scene shifted to the construction site at the port in Jiangjia. Wang Zheng felt a bit annoyed seeing Li Wendorf following him closely behind, asking, "What are you doing here?" The other man quickly explained, "You saved me, and since you're local, I came to invest, so I should follow you to look for opportunities." He looked around curiously, then asked, "Why bring me here?" Wang Zheng appeared mysterious. "Of course, I'm here for a field survey." Suddenly, a panic scream echoed from a distance. "Something's wrong, something big has happened." The workers immediately shouted, "Guys, people from Hangzing are here to cause trouble again. If we don't teach them a lesson, they'll never stop." Seeing this, Wang Zheng became curious and decided to go see what was going on. At that moment, Li Hao swaggered over, smoking a cigarette and shouting loudly, "Bring out your manager or I'll destroy this place." Wang Zheng glanced over, feeling irritated, and asked, "What's going on? Who is this man to be so arrogant?" Wu Jai nearby nervously explained, "The Hangzing Corporation had our land taken by our boss, so they hired people to cause trouble. 3 days ago, the man with the cigarette declared that if we didn't leave, he would take drastic measures. After waiting for a while with no one coming forward, he began to stir up trouble. Don't be unreasonable, don't blame me, attack him." At that moment, someone got out of a car and said, "All right, Li Hao, stop pretending." Lu Wen, relying on his power, casually said, "Anyone who leaves today, I'll reward them with 200 yuan. The workers immediately protested, 200 yuan and you want us to quit our jobs?" Lu Wen sneered, shaking the stack of money in his hand. "Fine, 5,000 yuan plus a chance to work for Hangzing." Li Hao excitedly gave a thumbs up, praising him, but immediately was cursed by the crowd. "What's Gu Ming?" Relying on his backing, he blatantly challenged, "Say it again. If I don't deal with you today, I'll change my name to Li." No one spoke, but a bag suddenly flew through the crowd. It hit its target, causing Li Hao to fall to the ground. Seeing his man being hit, Lu Wen stepped forward and shouted, "Who dares to attack? Come out here if you're bold enough." Wang Zheng slowly stepped out of the crowd. "Long time no see, seems like you've become more arrogant." Lu Wen frowned, displeased. "It's you." Wang Zheng exuded an aura of power. "Let's see how capable you are. Everyone, step aside." Not wanting to lose face, Lu Wen ordered, "Everyone get him, handle him." The group rushed forward, wielding iron rods aggressively. But in the blink of an eye, Wang Zheng slipped behind them, faced off directly with Lu Wen. As the opponent prepared to kick, he quickly grabbed his ankle. Then he threw him to the ground effortlessly, like a trivial task. Afterward, he grabbed his hair and pulled it back, his voice full of warning. "I've already taught you how to behave, why don't you understand?" Lu Wen struggled to break free, angrily cursing, "Damn." Wang Zheng spoke coldly, "Bold, let's see if this destruction is your idea or someone else's behind you." At the mention of his father, he hesitated slightly. "What's it to you?" Without saying much, Wang Zheng continued to force him down. "So, it's your father's idea. Tell him I'll pay him a visit tonight." Despite the pain, Lu Wen still refused to admit defeat. "Don't get cocky, I'll make you pay back one day." Wang Zheng calmly responded, "You're always welcome." Finally, Li Hao had to help him leave, restoring some peace. Their car roared to life, the smoke rising as they drove off. Workers crowded around, thanking him incessantly. "You're really impressive. Next time, we won't let them cause trouble anymore." Wang Zheng patted them on the shoulder. "Don't worry, they won't dare to come back. Everyone go eat, we still have work in the afternoon." They all responded in unison, "Let's go, let's eat." Li Wendorf curiously remarked, "The market here is pretty chaotic." Wang Zheng sighed, "It's the same everywhere, there's light and darkness." Jai Bing quickly drove over, got out of the car, and apologized. "Mr. Wang, I didn't know you were coming, so I didn't welcome you." Wang Zheng spoke coldly, "No need to welcome me. If anything happens at the construction site again, you know the consequences." The man bowed his head, sweating. "I assure you it won't happen again." Wang Zheng dismissed him and continued, "Prepare the car, I'm heading to Jinlang." Elsewhere in the private office of Hangzing, Shen Bang raised his glass to entertain guests, confidently stating that the opponent was no match for him. Suddenly the door was kicked open, shattering the quiet atmosphere. Wang Zheng walked in, laughing loudly. "Hello, Mr. Shen." Shen Bang was surprised. "Who are you?" Wang Zheng pulled up a chair and sat down. "You were just mentioning us, weren't you? Not welcoming us." He immediately changed his attitude. "Of course, welcome." As soon as he sat down, the others quickly left. Wang Zheng began to question him. "You sure are imposing." Shen Bang responded, "I'm just speaking the truth." That moment, his phone rang continuously. After listening, his expression changed. "What? Lu Wen is seriously injured." All right, I understand. Suspiciously asked, did you do this? Since you're here, we should talk it out. Wang Zheng laughed coldly, nothing to talk about. With that, he stood up, grabbed a bottle of wine, and threw it with force. I don't like talking to people like you. The move was so fast that he didn't have time to dodge, taking the full impact. He cried out in pain, his hand turning red, shouting, what do you want? Wang Zheng calmly responded, if you want to cooperate, then transfer the Jin Lang land to us for free. Shen Bang slammed the table in anger. This is called cooperation. Don't dream, if you dare to do this, I'll call the police. Wang Zheng coldly replied, I'm not forcing you, but if I want to, you'll have a hard time keeping your position. With that, he left with Li. Shen Bang sat back down, dialing for help. Big brother, help me out. The time was 9:30 p.m. at Ming Chi's office. She stood silently, gazing outside, lost in thought. Finally, everything was on the right track. At this moment, a knock sounded at the door. He softly responded, come in. The door opened, and Wang Zheng appeared with an attractive appearance. Ming Chi blushed, you're finally back. He embraced her, you've worked hard these past days. She was moved, tears falling, I want to go home. The scene shifted to the bedroom with soft lighting. Wang Zheng carried her like a princess. She gently asked how long he would stay, and he softly replied, for now, I'm not leaving. Then he laid her down on the bed, giving her a kiss after the long separation. The two of them gradually got lost in the emotion, causing Ming Chi to feel a bit breathless. Wang Zheng gently embraced her, saying, you've worked hard. Soon the morning arrived, sunlight seeping everywhere. A figure with a mighty presence appeared at the airport. He stared intently at the bounty notice, his eyes burning with anticipation. This money will definitely be mine. At the same time, at the luxurious Sa Hoa villa, Shishi excitedly reported, sister, I heard Xingyi is coming tomorrow. Cheng Fei also smiled in anticipation, right, it's been a long time since seeing her, really missed her. Suddenly Shishi's expression turned sly, her voice full of implication, sister, besides her, do you remember anyone else? Cheng Fei immediately tapped her forehead lightly. What nonsense is this kid talking about? Shishi giggled, don't you remember Wang Zheng's Peter? Understanding the teasing, Cheng Fei quickly covered her mouth. Shishi, don't speak nonsense. The two continued joking, their laughter echoing brightly. Just then the door gently opened. Wang Zheng's appearance immediately changed the atmosphere. Seeing the two girls struggling, he awkwardly asked, is this a special welcome? Shishi excitedly ran over, finally you're coming home. Cheng Fei behind chuckled, Shishi, why are you more anxious than me? Wang Zheng glanced mischievously, eyes sweeping over her, you're dressed boldly today. Shishi looked and realized her strap had slipped, panicked and quickly fixed it. Cheng Fei angrily rushed forward to playfully hit him, why didn't you contact us? Suddenly her gaze changed and she hugged Cheng Fei. Wang Zheng was bewildered, what is happening? This should be crying and clinging. He muttered to himself, could it be that his charm has waned? Shishi heard everything, huffed and left, self-absorbed and shameless. Two sisters returned to their room. Shishi grumbled, gone so long without care. Cheng Fei advised, it's late, go to sleep. Shishi nodded but remained annoyed. Cheng Fei left the room, looking back to remind, I won't interfere, just don't overdo it. Now I'll go to sleep, Shishi murmured, yes. In the room, Shishi thought anxiously, he already saw everything, if I don't check it'll be bad. She paced nervously, while the clock hands crept slowly. Unsure how long had passed, only that Wang Zheng knocked casually on her door. Waiting in vain, he began to feel his pride tested. The initial joy cooled, he muttered, could it be she went to sleep early? Still a glimmer of hope, he probed, so you came to chat with Cheng Fei. Shishi had been pressed against the door, thought he left, so peeked slightly. As soon as she peered out, her eyes met his along with a teasing greeting, hello, beautiful girl. Shishi huffed angrily and slammed the door. Quickly held the door with a bright smile. What's with the tension, afraid I'll eat you? He slipped into the room, body close, making her blush. What do you intend to do? Suddenly her nightgown strap broke, unclear if from poor quality or collision. Due to the pull, the gown fell revealingly. He quickly turned to stay calm. The hem of the dress slipped down and wrapped around her legs momentarily. Losing balance, she let out a soft cry and fell. Wang Zheng instinctively reached out to catch her carefully. The intention to save caused him to touch a sensitive spot by accident. He blurted out flustered. Shishi's face burned red, mind frozen. She wrapped the blanket around herself, angrily shouting, get out now. He sat back on the bed teasing, don't be embarrassed like that. His words made her angrier. She shouted him away, leave. Wang Zheng quickly stood, fine, I'm going. He retreated quietly with a guilty look for causing his own trouble. Unsure where to go, he knocked on Cheng Fei's door. Are you asleep? She gently replied, come in. Still embarrassed, he asked, how have you been lately? Cheng Fei adjusted her hair and replied, summer at Lam Hai is almost over. The new collection is fine, so I'm not too busy. She suddenly remembered Xingyi is coming tomorrow. Wang Zheng excited, she's really coming back. Cheng Fei yawned lightly. having more than 20 days off to visit home. I'll sleep now, go pick her up tomorrow. He stood, sleep well, don't miss me too much. Next morning, Wang Zheng brought breakfast to Xixi door. I made it myself for you. The door opened slowly, as if preparing to explode. Xixi pulled him into the room, scolding while holding him. Come in. Wang Zheng tried to keep the tray from tipping. What exactly do you want? She placed the breakfast on the table and regained composure. Xixi, blushing, said plainly, you must take responsibility. He smiled and asked, take responsibility how? She crossed her arms seriously. You saw everything and didn't say a word. Before she could react, he suddenly kissed her, leaving her stunned. She stammered and shouted to hide her embarrassment. That was my first kiss. Morning sun shone brightly through the large airport doors. Wang Zheng and the two girls stood waiting in a secluded corner of the airport. As soon as Xingyi pulled out her suitcase, she saw them and cheered. Her shout drew attention. Wang Zheng could only cover his face in embarrassment. He ran up and hugged him tightly, talking non-stop. Missed everyone so much, Xixi besides scolded affectionately. Such a noisy girl. After the hug, Xingyi winked and asked, did you miss me? Wang Zheng sighed, of course I did. She raised her hand excitedly, let's eat, I'm starving. Xing Fei gently asked, what do you want to eat? Xingyi coquettishly replied, roasted donkey meat. Wang Zheng immediately nodded, all right, let's go now. An hour later, the group lined up in front of Lao Dam's roasted donkey shop. It was their turn. Xingyi shouted, finally our turn, hurry up. A black car suddenly stopped in front of the shop, dust flying. A dong got out shouting, how much roasted donkey is left? Pack it all for me. Staff calmly replied, sorry, the last portion has already been sold. Then he handed the bag to Wang Zheng. A dong blocked him, offering 400 yuan. Sell me 4 portions again. Wang Zheng coolly bargained, 10,000 yuan per portion, then it's sold. A dong angrily shouted, 10,000 yuan per portion. Are you trying to rob me? Without arguing, Wang Zheng walked past, buy if you like. A dong grabbed his shoulder and snatched the food bag, don't go. Wang Zheng quickly held it back as he saw him attempting to snatch it. Stop that act of taking by force if you can't buy it. Snatching it like that is completely outrageous. Exposed in front of everyone, a dong flew into a rage, raising his hand to strike Wang Zheng, let me go. Xingyi reacted instantly, delivering a precise kick from behind to the weak spot, leaving the opponent unable to respond. The strike hit a vital point, causing a dong to turn pale with pain, barely able to stand. He collapsed to the ground, clutching the painful area, groaning as if racked by cramps. Xingyi crossed his arms, half teasing, half admonishing the ungrateful, reminding him he had once been in the military. Long sat in the car waiting for his friend to return, growing anxious. He got out to check, wondering what was happening. He bent down to look at a dong trembling, shaking his head and asked who had caused this. Wang Zheng admitted it was him. Long frowned, staring at Wang Zheng, questioning why he acted this way. Xingyi couldn't help but continue mocking, explaining the whole situation, that his subordinate caused trouble after failing to buy the item, and now the outcome was of his own making, warning that repetition would not be forgiven easily. His blunt words were like salt in the wound, making him irritated as he raised his voice to lecture. A girl who is so aggressive is not good, you all need to explain today. His half-hearted arrogance didn't faze anyone. Wang Zheng calmly pointed at the girl and continued. My friend has already made it clear, if you're still not satisfied, I'm ready to go all the way. Anger flared, causing Than Long to grit his teeth and threaten. You are truly arrogant. If you don't give me a reasonable explanation today, then... Before he finished speaking, Cheng Fei interrupted. What are you going to do? The familiar voice made him freeze and turn around. You are Cheng Fei. In the distance, a gray car sped down the street, agile like a cheetah hunting its prey. With his favorite dish in hand, Xingyi ate it with satisfaction. It's great to have the local specialty. Watching her eat so happily, Cheng Fei hesitated and then asked straightforwardly, Xiao Yi, why did you accept Li Than Long's invitation? He's not a good person. Mentioning that young master, Xingyi teased her. He's so handsome, aren't you moved? Cheng Fei immediately shook her head. Not at all. Seeing her saddened, Xingyi shared his food to comfort her. Don't be upset, tonight we'll teach him a lesson. But Cheng Fei was still worried. This is their turf, it's hard for us to deal with. Wang Zheng, driving ahead, suddenly noticed the image in the rearview mirror. Behind him, a jade-green car was tailing closely, exuding a dangerous aura. To let the two girls handle the situation, he calmly said, Ladies, it looks like we're in a bit of trouble. I need to take care of something for a while, you two stay in the car. Wang Zheng turned into a nearby gas station, and the car behind immediately followed. Used to unexpected situations, he knocked on the opponent's car door. Which side are you on, buddy? Let's talk. The person inside the car didn't respond, only rolling down the window and pointing a gun outside as a warning. Wang Zheng remained calm. Calm down, causing a scene in the street isn't good. I just want to know who hired you. The assassin spoke quietly. Someone paid a lot to take your life. That arrogance made him laugh scornfully. Then you're in for a big loss. But, without waiting for a response, he punched the car window to see the person inside. The dark-tinted glass shattered, revealing the familiar face of Duong Dan. Recognizing the familiar face, Wang Zheng immediately switched to a cheerful tone. "Kid, you're still alive," Duong Dan exclaimed emotionally. "Captain." During the reunion, he asked, "Who are you working for now? Why did you do this?" Duong Dan answered honestly, "I'm working for Tran Tiwen. He hired me to come here." Unable to hear the conversation, Cheng Fei asked worriedly, "Is everything all right? Why are they hugging?" Shishi reassured, "Don't worry, no one can hurt him." Under everyone's gaze, Duong Dan awkwardly asked, "Captain, who's in the car?" Wang Zheng casually replied, "They're all your guests, just taking them on a tour." Seeing his former superior still in good form, Duong Dan complimented and promised to meet again. "When you have time, I'll introduce you to someone." Wang Zheng asked briefly, "Who?" Duong Dan smiled mysteriously, "You'll know when the time comes." At 7 in the evening at the Tiangong International Club, Li Chuangte happily welcomed an old friend. "You said you'd return in glory back then, now you've done it." Fan Long. Fan Long humbly replied, "You've done well too." Li Chuang was embarrassed. "A meal here costs more than my watch." When the conversation ended, Fan Long realized the two girls were already waiting in the room. He approached to greet, "Tham Nai Han Suong, it's been a long time." Tham Nai covered her mouth and smiled charmingly. "We haven't met in years, you're getting more handsome." Fan Long replied politely, "You're even more beautiful, I'm sure there are many people chasing you." She leaned in and responded, subtly flirting, "Many people are chasing, but I don't like any of them." Two other friends entered to greet. Fan Long nodded in return with grace. "It's been a long time." Tham Nai wondered, "Everyone is here, who are we still waiting for?" Fan Long replied, "We're waiting for Cheng Fei." That name sparked curiosity. Tham Nai asked, while Han Suong sarcastically commented, "Even if you live in luxury, you shouldn't make everyone wait like this." Just then Cheng Fei and Wang Zheng walked in. "Sorry we're late." Fan Long suppressed his displeasure, pretending to care. "Where are your other friends?" Cheng Fei replied politely, "They've already left." He invited them to sit at the table. "Come, let's eat." Rai Zam cheerfully started a conversation. "Cheng Fei, introduce your boyfriend." Wang Zheng extended his hand. "I'm Wang Zheng." Tri Zam shook his hand warmly. "I secretly liked Cheng Fei, but I'm not a rival anymore." Vin Shen curiously asked, "What do you do?" Wang Zheng self-deprecatingly replied, "I'm just an employee, I don't have a house in the capital, still staying with someone." Cheng Fei immediately kicked him lightly under the table, making him wince. Vin Shen sighed, "Buying a house in the capital isn't easy." Wang Zheng remained calm. "My abilities are limited, so I have to accept it." He immediately lectured, "This is a matter of awareness. If you can't buy a house, how can you bring happiness to Cheng Fei?" Wang Zheng frowned, "Her happiness doesn't concern you. You'd better learn to control your words." Vin Shen retorted angrily, "Mud can't build a wall." Wang Zheng began to lose patience. "What's that supposed to mean?" Rai Zam hurriedly intervened. "It's been hard to meet, let's raise a glass to celebrate. The friendship is still intact." As everyone raised their glasses, Fan Long spoke up. "Wait." He pointed at the two glasses of juice in front of Cheng Fei and Wang Zheng. "Why are they drinking juice while everyone else is having wine?" Wang Zheng replied, "My girlfriend isn't feeling well, so she can't drink wine." Fan Long pressed, "What about you?" Wang Zheng replied calmly, "I don't drink." Tham Nai giggled, "You don't even drink wine, are you even a man?" Wang Zheng calmly replied, "I don't know how to drink." Li Chuang spoke up, "This attitude will make Cheng Fei embarrassed." Wang Zheng hugged her and asked, "Do you feel embarrassed?" Cheng Fei blushed and shook her head. "No." He calmly said, "See, my girlfriend doesn't think so, so why should I care?" Fan Long stood still, a wave of hatred rising inside him. Vin Shen mocked, "In the end, you're just a parasite living off women." Wang Zheng glared, struggling to suppress his anger. He continued to taunt, "With your condition, you're like a toad trying to eat a swan's meat." Unable to bear it, Cheng Fei grabbed a glass bottle and hit him hard on the head. "You have no right to judge my boyfriend." Holding his head in pain, he screamed, "Cheng Fei, you've gone too far, I won't let this go." Wang Zheng immediately restrained him. "Then let's see if you have the ability." At the moment of tension, the door was kicked open. Hao Tian, leading a bodyguard, stormed in. "It's you causing trouble here, right? Arrest him." Duong Dan immediately ran in to block. "Stop, who allowed you to touch him?" He showed his business card. "Look closely, he's not someone you can touch." Hao Tian sarcastically remarked before looking at the card, "More theatrics." When he saw that the business card said Chairman Wang Zheng, he immediately turned pale. Henchmen next to him were also terrified. "Chairman Wang." Hao Tian knelt down and apologized. "I have no eyes, please forgive me, Chairman, I assure you it won't happen again." Wang Zheng coldly replied, "Fine, but break one of your fingers to remember this lesson." He glanced at the others. "As for the rest of you, I'll be paying you a visit one by one." Cheng Fei worriedly pulled his hand. let's go. Before they left, Hao Tian gritted his teeth and punished himself, hoping for forgiveness. The car sped away from there as if fleeing. In the car, Wang Zheng let her rest her head and asked, "Why did you come here?" Huang Dan, driving, quickly replied, "Boss, I was worried someone might cause trouble for you, so I followed." Taking the chance of meeting again, he temporarily set aside his guard to reveal a long-held secret. "Recently, the troubles I've faced seem tied to the family, old and new grievances piling up. Sooner or later must find a way to settle them." Hearing the long-blocked name, anger surged violently within him. The family is truly blameworthy. The debt from 5 years ago still unsettled. Now that old man dares to show up. Extremely annoying. Despite his frustration, Wang Zheng forced himself to stay calm, not letting emotion override reason. They are on the same side anyway. Sooner or later I'll handle everything. Not wanting to be left out, Duong Dan eagerly offered to join. "Captain, call on me for anything. I'm always ready." Ignoring the expectant glance for personal matters, he urged the driver, "Move quickly, take her back first. I still have business to handle." Duong Dan's mind immediately wandered, voice curious and probing. "Captain, what's the hurry about?" "No need for many words," Wang Zheng replied curtly, leaving him speechless. "Of course, to meet some beautiful girl." The two continued talking in the car to dispel the dullness of the long ride. Next morning, as Lu Haiyan was eating, there was a knock at the door. A deep, unusual voice called out, "Would you like to buy some milk?" Dai Enhin responded casually while eating, but then paused. "Wait, this voice is too familiar." Carrying large and small bags, Wang Zheng stood outside like a dedicated delivery man. "Two beautiful girls, open the door for me." Recognizing the familiar voice, Lu Haiyan happily opened the door. "Finally he's back," he smiled in response, though inwardly tangled. Some matters on the other side caused the delay. Dai Enhin also stepped out. "Long time no see." Wang Zheng softly replied as his mind wandered. "Indeed, it's been a while." Lu Haiyan innocently pulled her friend out to introduce. "This is Dai Enhin, a famous actress. You two have met before, right?" Seeing him silent, she looked up. "Wang Zheng, what's wrong with you?" Surprised, she pointed at him, noticing the unusual expression. "Why is your nose bleeding?" Feeling the strange atmosphere, the two girls looked at each other, then froze as if malfunctioning. Realizing he was in thin sleepwear, both hurried into the room, leaving screams and a bewildered young man outside the door. Two opposite doors slammed shut, enclosing the embarrassment in the living room. Wang Zheng leaned back on the sofa, exhaling to regain calm. His gaze rested on the dining table full of delicious dishes. Unable to resist, he picked up a piece to try. The rich flavor made him pause, swallowing, yet the aftertaste lingered. The skill in this cooking is remarkable. Dai Enhin folded her arms watching him eat, saying, "My father is the head chef at Seriton Hotel. I learned a bit." Lu Haiyan immediately chimed in with praise. "Indeed, she cooks very well. Whoever marries her is truly lucky." Sitting next to his beloved, he gently placed his hand on her shoulder, voice warm. "I saw your poster on the subway. You're getting more famous. How have you been lately?" Receiving the concern, she happily recounted. "Thanks to Dai Enhin introducing me to some directors, I got this opportunity. Tomorrow I'll meet director Hu." Hearing the name familiar, he asked, "Hu Zio Long, let me go with you." Looked at Dai Enhin, then said softly, "Also, thank you." Dai Enhin leaned back, voice calm. "I see Lu Haiyan as a sister. You don't need to thank me. It's not related to you," Wang Zheng replied. "I don't mind if it is related." The implied words made her slightly embarrassed. He smiled, then changed the topic. "Any plans for the near future?" Lu Haiyan interrupted. She just turned down a good opportunity. He responded simply, "Oh really?" Time passed. The scorching sun shone on the city as if burning everything. Seeing him stand, Lu Haiyan sadly said, "It's been a long time since you came. Why not stay tonight?" To Dai Enhin's surprised gaze, she continued to urge him to stay. Without hesitation, Wang Zheng immediately smiled and proposed. "I'll sleep in your room." Lu Haiyan hurried to Dai Enhin, blushing. "What are you thinking? I'll sleep with her." Slightly embarrassed, he continued, "Then her room is big too. 3 can sleep comfortably." Hearing this, she panicked and pulled Dai Enhin into the room. "Don't even dream." Alone in the living room, he heard Lu Haiyan's voice from inside. "We'll sleep first. Need to get up early to meet the director." Just when he thought the desire might be met, disappointment came instead. He sighed. Reality is far from imagination. Zio Long sat comfortably in the chair, leisurely observing the surrounding. Wang Zheng and Lu Haiyan approached to greet. "Hello, Director Hu." He looked over him from head to toe, then asked, "Are you her boyfriend?" He smiled, explaining, you misunderstood, he's just a close friend. Xiao Long removed his glasses, both respectful and curious. This friend is not simple. He stepped forward to shake hands. I'm Hu Xiao Long. Not understanding, he politely responded, I'm Wang Zheng. The handshake ended quickly, leaving unpredictable thoughts. He gestured to sit, go ahead. Before he could say anything, Xiao Long proposed, if you agree, you could be the male lead in my film. Wang Zheng immediately declined, I have no experience. He did not force, handed over a business card, contact me if you change your mind. Holding the card, he responded, all right. After the conversation, Xiao Long announced, in half a month filming begins, Lu Haiyan is the female lead. She joyfully hugged Wang Zheng, wonderful. Before leaving, he said, hope to meet again. Wang Zheng replied, definitely. As they departed, Lu Haiyan said, being cast in his film is a great fortune. Too bad he didn't want to, he replied firmly, that's not my pursuit. He asked, everyone wants fame and wealth, so what do you want? He hesitated, then said, I want. Suddenly sensing something wrong, he turned trouble. Before thinking further, he rushed off, leaving Lu Haiyan standing stunned. Elsewhere, Jiang Zheng was talking to Xiao Long, unaware of the danger behind. Before finishing, Min rushed over, causing him to panic and warn. Jiang Zheng took the blow, slightly injured in the arm, and cried out. The sudden attack left him only able to check on his friend. Realizing the target was not him, he urged Xiao Long to leave. Ran frantically in the guided direction. Bok Tong blocked the way, coldly saying, want to run, not so easy. In the moment of danger, Xiao Long turned to face, eyes full of fear. Before the cold sword, he could only curl up. Just in time, Wang Zheng intervened. He appeared like a rescuer. Lucky I arrived in time. Bok Tong attempted an attack from behind. See how he saves. Wang Zheng spun quickly, countering decisively. The opponent was hit, thrown back. Then collapsed. He calmly asked, do you know who's behind this? Xiao Long regained composure, replied, can guess somewhat. Wang Zheng asked again, want a counterattack? He replied, surely will not let it pass. Before leaving, he said, if help needed, contact Lu Haiyan, she has my number. Xiao Long thanked, genuinely appreciative. A while later at the Tine Bin Mountain Villa, the early morning air was peaceful. Nya stepped out, voice sleepy, he's back, come home with me. Before Wang Zheng could feel moved, he immediately adopted a serious tone, as if checking Xingyi's personal records. Speak honestly, this time did you borrow the Imperial Order of Old Hand? She hurriedly explained, of course not, how could I? This time it was really your grandfather calling you to dinner. He coldly refused, even dodging Xingyi's affectionate hug. Forget it, help me send my apologies to Old Hand. Suddenly Wang Zheng's eyes flashed like bright headlights. Turned out his gaze had accidentally landed on her prominent chest. Xingyi blushed, immediately crossed her arms to cover herself, softly scolding, have you seen enough? Wang Zheng not only avoided her seduction but countered gently, lifting her onto the bed. I won't go to the Han family, so you can rest for now, and don't blame me when you wake. And carefully pulled the blanket over Xingyi, then quietly left without making a sound. At that moment she opened her eyes slightly. It turned out it was all an act. Xingyi lay on the bed smiling triumphantly, fooled him after all, so gullible. In another scene, Wang Zheng was speeding on the road. Arriving at the office, he immediately asked after the busy female CEO. Shishi looked up and handed him a stack of files. You came just in time, take a look at these. Wang Zheng read attentively and was shocked. 3 major shareholders were all selling 10% of Curewang International. She nodded to confirm, yes, not just my family's shares but also nominal shares of the Shangyuan family. Wang Zheng was puzzled, questions flooding in. Why are they selling the shares? What did your father say? Shishi calmly replied, he let me handle it myself. No need to report such minor matters. But she was still dissatisfied. Some in the family were not so willing to let go, even hoping the group would weaken soon. He patted her head to reassure. Just find out who they sold to, that's enough, she replied immediately. They don't care, especially Shangyu and Kinglan. For Wang Zheng this was easy. He took her hand and led her away, very simple, follow me. A while later, they arrived at Shangyu and Kinglang's villa. Pressed his ear to the door to listen. Teasingly, the soundproofing here is poor. Shishi stood outside, puzzled. She stepped closer to listen, and was surprised by a muffled sound that made her blush. Wang Zheng winked teasingly, if you're embarrassed, I'll take you in to see the fun. Saying that, he pulled out a small pin, beginning to pick the lock. In moments the door was open. He stepped in casually as if no one was there, interrupting a private moment, sorry, causing trouble. Kinglang was annoyed but reassured the person beside him to come in and wait. Then he turned back loudly, do you still have manners, coming in without knocking? Shishi sat on the sofa calmly, retrieve the shares you sold, whatever you sold I'll pay double. He objected, absurd, I said no beforehand, do you think I'll change my mind? He anxiously asked, second brother, who did you sell to? Kinglang lit a cigarette and replied, Auburn Financial Group. the largest in Australia. Shishi was startled before she could finish. Wang Zheng had already pulled her hand. He said firmly, "Leave it to me to handle." Shishi nodded in agreement. Wang Zheng stood up and stepped closer. He took out a vial of strange medicine from his pocket, then forced King Lang to drink it. Without allowing a reaction, he threatened, "Contact Auburn and say you want to buy back the shares. I'll return tomorrow if you don't comply. Bear the consequences yourself." Then he pulled Shishi away, leaving King Lang angry, asking, "What exactly did you make me drink?" Two quickly drove home. In the car, Wang Zheng asked what she knew about Auburn. She thought and said, "I know a little. They have caused many promising companies trouble. Being targeted by them is not a good thing." He concluded, "Auburn is not simple. I'll handle the shares." Shishi happily kissed him lightly. "Thank you." Wang Zheng smiled mischievously. "If that's not enough, I'll come to your room tonight." Shishi could only lightly scold him. Your mind always wandered. Afraid she'd be mad, he quickly joked, "Or should I take you to a bar?" She just huffed softly. Not long after they arrived at the location, in front of the Tyne de bar, the sign was off, but he still pulled her inside. Just entering, they saw Xing Yi. Wang Zheng placed his hand on her shoulder. She turned annoyed. "Who's bothering me?" Upon seeing someone familiar, her attitude changed. Wang Zheng. He smiled and asked, "Why are you drinking alone?" Xing Yi was surprised. "Weren't you guys coming to watch the fight?" Wang Zheng looked puzzled. "What fight?" she replied decisively. "The Imperial fight." She was playing with her phone when a call came. As she answered, she heard a request to return to the villa. She agreed immediately. She stood to leave, saying, "I have to return first." He reminded her to go safely. Xing Yi took the opportunity to tease, "Just go. I'll borrow Wang Zheng a bit." She shyly left without saying more. Seeing her expression, Xing Yi guessed they had just been on a date. Wang Zheng hugged her waist, laughing. "According to you, we can also say we are dating." She pushed him away cheekily. He just smiled, "As long as someone likes it." Just as the match was about to start, she pulled him to watch. Two fighters stepped onto the ring. The surrounding crowd packed. They quickly found a good seat. A man opposite recognized Xing Yi. Unexpectedly, the Han family heiress had also come. "This time will be interesting." That man was Tianhai, glancing at Wang Zheng. "I'm more interested in the person beside her." Called the waiter, giving instructions, wanting to create an unforgettable memory for them. The match began. Jian Lun watched his opponent intently. Xing Yi suggested, "Play some bets to earn a bit." Wang Zheng asked how to bet. She asked straightforwardly, "You're good. Tell me who is stronger." Wang Zheng said, "What if someone deliberately throws?" "How can I tell?" Xing Yi replied, "No one here would dare. Losers pay dearly." He was surprised, since when did fighting become so harsh? At that moment the whistle sounded. The referee raised his hand, declaring Jian Lun the winner. Wang Zheng asked about his background. Xing Yi explained he used to be an elite scout, was expelled for misconduct, now belongs to Xin Longlin. He was suspicious, a Xin Longlin member coming here to compete. "You didn't just bring me to watch, right?" She was frank. "You don't want to try against them." Wang Zheng smiled. "That provocation won't work. I'll achieve my goal in my own way." Pushed his hand away, showing frustration. Suddenly, a waiter whispered to Jian Lun. He pointed toward the stands, signaling him to come up. Xing Yi worried. He's being challenged. Now he has to go even if he doesn't want to. Wang Zheng calmly called the waiter. "I want to place a bet." Casually placed the credit card on the 2 million tray, betting on himself. The audience below immediately stirred. "Don't embarrass me. I've already put all my assets in." "That tall man, take him down for me." Wang Zheng glanced at the odds. They favored Jian Lun. He smiled to himself. This match seems easy. As he stepped onto the floor, he actively inquired, "I heard you're from the new Dragon Scale, yet you're fighting in black boxing." Jian Lun was confused. "Who are you? How do you know this secret?" Wang Zheng immediately closed in to take control of the situation. "Looks like they didn't tell you everything. I'll show you who I am in a bit." Threw a straight punch. The opponent managed to block it in time. He smiled, complimenting, "Nice defense reflex, but it's not enough." He followed up with a decisive blow. Jian Lun took the hit, and he gained the upper hand. He was knocked back, looking utterly miserable. Not stopping, Wang Zheng unexpectedly grabbed his opponent's shoulder. Then he kneed him straight in the stomach, causing him to stagger. Jian Lun clutched his stomach in pain, quickly begging for mercy. "I surrender." But he still pressed on, grabbing the opponent's pants. Not done yet. Tossed Jian Lun into the air, surrendering so soon. Gaining momentum, he poured all his strength to push the opponent in one direction. When he was still suspended in midair, Wang Zheng stomped his foot and jumped high. He delivered a finishing blow, ending the match. After the combo, he happily called the waiter, "Make sure to transfer the bet money to me." Looking down at the audience, someone nervously reminded, "He's watching you now, take care of yourself." The person panicked and ran away. Wang Zheng immediately questioned, "Tian Enhai, was this arranged by you?" Tian Enhai quickly denied, "No, it wasn't me." Wang Zheng grabbed his collar, shouting, Zhang, don't play dumb. He angrily cursed his entire family. You really are persistent. Tian Enhai was scared. Let go, or I'll make you regret it. He tightened his grip, daring to threaten me, and he forcefully threw him onto the arena. Seeing his opponent struggle, Wang Zheng gloated, this is the price. He slammed into the floor, his face full of pain. He pointed at Jian Lun, saying, don't look at me. This isn't my fault. You brought this elite here, doesn't your family know? Growing more smug, Su Tian Nian knows my strength. Why let his brother suffer? Suddenly a voice interrupted, well done. Tian Nian clapped as he walked. Didn't expect you to be so good at sowing discord. He turned his head. I wasn't looking for you. You came on your own. Wang Zheng said to Tian Enhai, see, your brother knows everything about this conversation. Tian Nian walked up, complimenting, your words are as sharp as your martial arts. Wang Zheng replied lightly, too kind. Seeing the situation worsen, he wanted to negotiate. Can we settle this peacefully? He smiled coldly. You once had people assassinate me and pushed us into danger. How can we talk peace now? Wang Zheng firmly refused. If I shook hands with you, wouldn't that be betraying myself? This won't stop. With that, he charged forward, choked his opponent. The bodyguard immediately drew his gun, warning, let go of the young master, or I'll shoot. Wang Zheng wasn't afraid, even challenging. Let's see who acts faster. Tian Nian softened his tone. Do we really have to go this far? He looked directly at him. Since you sent people after me, everything has been beyond saving. Finally, he let go. Be careful, I won't let you off. Tian Nian clutched his aching neck. Before he could say anything, Wang Zheng turned away. We'll meet again. Grabbed Xingyi's hand and left. Tian Nian snapped out of it, telling his brother to follow him back. Tian Enhai snorted angrily. He sighed. When hearts break, the team falls apart too. A moment later in the main hall, the two sat waiting. EI letter 1 EBF and Fong arrived, respectfully handing over the card. Inside is 30 million, your winnings. Password 123,456. Feel free to check. Wang Zheng took the card. No need. I trust you. From 2 million to 30 million, that's a big win. He hesitated. Mr. Wang Zheng, he cut him off. Call your boss out. I want to ask why they didn't intervene. TI letter 1 EBF and Fong explained, the boss isn't here. Both sides are fine, no need to intervene. Wang Zheng was on the phone just as Zhao Nan came out asking, you're putting me in a difficult position. Hung up, looking at him with a mocking tone. The young master finally shows his face. Zhao Nan replied calmly, I just wanted to watch the fight, didn't expect to be forced into the open. Wang Zheng stood up. Since we've met, let's treat each other well. They went up to the second-floor restaurant. Zhao Nan was happily talking with Tieruquiern when someone yelled, Tieruquiern, come out here. He went outside to check. It was noisy downstairs. He threatened to bring people to cause trouble if he didn't meet her. Staff explained, she's on leave. Please don't cause trouble and disturb other guests. The man grew angry, shoving the staff. Who are you to talk to me like that? TI letter 1 EBF and Fong responded with a punch. The man clutched his stomach in pain, his face still fine. He immediately retaliated in kind. Both sides rushed into a brawl. Tieruquiern was about to intervene. Zhao Nan stopped her. Don't go. Someone is deliberately targeting us. Wang Zheng observed, realizing this was a trap to lure them out. He nodded in agreement. Both went to the balcony. He said, before the police arrive, we need to figure out how to handle this. Zhao Nan was surprised. Wang Zheng analyzed, the police and press will seal this off. The black boxing story will leak. You're playing with fire. Zhao Nan reluctantly asked for his help. I owe you one. Given the authority, Wang Zheng calmly drew his pistol. He fired several shots at the ceiling. The bullets shattered the light bulbs above, and he broke more on the other side. The customers in the restaurant panicked and ran. Someone fired. Quickly find a place to hide. As the exit cleared, Zhao Nan pulled Tieruquiern away, turning back to thank Wang Zheng. Soon, the police surrounded the restaurant. But it was too late. Wang Zheng had already left in a car, speeding down the road. Xingyi regretted, no more watching fights. He still saw a positive side if Zhao Nan could turn things around. She changed the subject. Are you participating in the Special Forces competition? Give me an answer. Wang Zheng hesitated to think about it. He looked at him with a pout. I want to see you in uniform again. He smiled. You will. After returning to the villa on Mount Taping, the sky gradually turned to evening. Wang Zheng's phone suddenly rang, the screen displaying the caller ID as Shangyuan Qinglang. He immediately answered the call, asking briefly what was going on. The voice on the other end quickly gave in, saying, I admit defeat, Liu Ya. Ask me anything, I'll tell you everything. Wang Zheng happily informed Shishi that her brother had surrendered. The goal was achieved, so she decided to withdraw. We'll go back and close the net. The next morning at Shangyuan Qinglan's house, the sky outside was clear and peaceful. But inside it was completely the opposite. Qinglang lay exhausted on the sofa, his face tired. Wang Zheng walked in leisurely and made an offer to contact Auburn Corporation, saying he wanted to buy shares. and as long as they complied, he would give the antidote. He looked clearly worn out, weakly responding that half an hour ago, he had already told his assistant to make contact. The more he spoke, the more desperate he became, but before he could finish, the line was cut off. Wang Zheng looked on with clear contempt. You're really pathetic. He handed the phone to Qing Lang to call and verify, asking how to make contact. He picked up the phone and added that the Auburn representative was at the New Jiang Hotel. After achieving his goal, he turned away immediately, cold as ever, leaving Qing Lang behind, hoarsely shouting that he still hadn't gotten the antidote. Wang Zheng turned back, his words sharp as a knife. If I'm not mistaken, you have about 15 hours left to endure. I trust you can hold out. At this point, he could only groan in pain, and he might as well start over from the beginning. The two others calmly discussed, teasing that the only difference was nationality, watching him suffer, feeling quite satisfied. Wang Zheng took the opportunity to tease, asking the beauty if she wanted to reward him with a kiss. Shishi blushed and immediately refused. Don't even think about it. Elsewhere on the hotel balcony, Enzok was sipping wine while admiring the scenery of Jiangshan, smugly saying that he had finally conquered this place. His joy was interrupted when Wang Zheng appeared, sarcastically asking, feeling quite pleased with yourself, huh? He startled and turned around, asking who he was. Wang Zheng didn't rush to answer, just saying that his identity wasn't important, but a beautiful woman wanted to meet him. Just as he finished speaking, Shishi opened the door and walked in, going straight to the point. It's time to work. Enzok, seeing a familiar face, continuously questioned, accusing her of invading his privacy, threatening to sue. Shishi calmly replied, suing would be useless, we should have met sooner. Ignoring everything, Wang Zheng leisurely poured a cup of coffee, took a sip and complimented the taste, causing the host to become uncomfortable, saying he had never seen anyone so casual. I didn't offer you a drink. Shishi pulled up a chair, asking him to clarify, suggesting they sit down and discuss the shares. Enzok passed the responsibility to the headquarters, saying it was beyond his authority. After finishing his coffee, Wang Zheng went straight to the point. I don't care how you handle it. We want to buy at the original price, just asking if you agree or not. He shook his head repeatedly, saying that he couldn't decide. Stood up, showing a firm attitude. If that's the case, no need to discuss further. Enzok stepped back, asking what he planned to do. Wang Zheng moved closer, his tone cold. I'm not doing anything, but you people aren't playing fair. From now on it's just confrontation. Without giving his opponent a chance to react, he threw the coffee cup in his face, treating it as a light warning. With a serious expression, each word clear, remember this lesson. After taking care of everything, he returned to his apartment. Wang Zheng sat comfortably in the living room, browsing through his phone. On the screen was a message from Min Kai. Someone invited me to dinner tonight. Are you coming with me? He quickly typed a response. A moment later, he sent it, saying, wait there, I'll be there soon. After sending the message, he said goodbye to Shishi and left, saying there's a date with a beauty, let me know if anything comes up. She angrily closed the file, clearly jealous but denying it. Am I not a beauty? Lam High headquarters, Min Kai kept checking the time, worried about why he hadn't arrived yet. Just as she mentioned it, Wang Zheng appeared, laughing. Did the beauty miss me? She stood up excitedly, happily pulling him inside to talk. Once inside, Wang Zheng leaned back on the sofa, complimenting how luxurious the place was. Min Kai shyly approached, her cheeks flushed, asking, what is our relationship now? He didn't answer immediately, just let out a soft sigh. Then he reached out to hold her waist. He placed her on his lap, eyes gentle, telling her she was very important to him. His words moved her. She sympathized with him, knowing he was busy, unable to keep him. She leaned against his chest, shyly saying her heart already belonged to him. Then the two shared a passionate kiss. Min Kai subtly hinted the bed in the room was ready. Wang Zheng immediately understood, lifting her and heading to the bedroom. Just as things were about to progress, a knock sounded at the door outside. He sighed with regret, complaining that timing was never right. Min Kai blushed, suggesting another time, telling him to rest and they would go eat together in the evening. The next morning, sunlight shone on the Lam High building. Wang Zheng woke up looking around for Min Kai, but saw no one. He noticed a piece of paper placed in front of him. On the paper was clearly written the time and place, a note saying she left first because he was tired, hoping to see him again, signed Zhang Min Kai. He scratched his head, smiling, a little regretful for oversleeping and missing breakfast with her. After thinking for a moment, he called Duong Dan. The line was picked up immediately. Asking what the matter was, he asked to investigate the Auburn Corporation. Duong Dan, busy, was startled. Wang Zheng, hearing the unusual voice, asked further. He seriously inquired, saying he had heard of the corporation, asking why he was involved. Wang Zheng didn't explain, only asked to investigate recent partners. After speaking, he hung up without further words. He pondered the previous warning, best not to get involved with Auburn. Suddenly Xingyi rushed in, looking urgent, saying she had finally found him. He grabbed his hand and pulled him along. Wang Zheng, still bewildered, asked what was happening. She ran and said they had to go to Fu Chao immediately. After a while they arrived, the weather beautiful and pleasant. After the explanation, he asked if her father wanted them to visit relatives. She nodded in confirmation. He showed helplessness at being pulled along. She quickly explained that he also knew that person. Curious to know who, Xingyi pointed to an old mansion and told him to figure it out himself. After hearing this, he turned to leave, saying, "Let's go back to sleep." Xingyi stopped him, insisting since they were here they should go in and see. Finally he agreed. The two went to the door and knocked. Inside, someone quickly came to open the door. Zhang Hui recognized Xingyi. She politely asked if the relative was home. He invited them in, saying the others had gone out. They could wait in the room. During they had to wait, Wang Zheng showed displeasure. Xingyi understood and declined gracefully. The two left. She suggested a walk around Fu Chao since it had been a long time. Wang Zheng felt happier too, putting an arm around her, asking what she wanted to do and he would oblige. She smiled mischievously, saying she had thought of something interesting. He looked curious. Before long, the scene shifted to a refreshing green beach. Wang Zheng gazed at the bikini-clad beauties before him, unable to hide his delight, his eyes beating like a heart, truly the dream scene of many young men. Xingyi quickly pulled the lecherous guy aside. "Stop staring, let's go ride the jet ski." The two ran and jumped on the golden sand, unaware that someone was silently watching from afar. Annie showed clear annoyance. Those two dared to appear here again. Seeing her displeasure, Back Van hugged to comfort. "Rest assured, I arranged everything beforehand." She changed her tone, carrying a haughty, playful demand. "Second brother, we cannot let them survive and return to the general's mansion." Van smiled confidently, agreeing immediately. "Don't worry, I will deal with them right at Fu Chao." Soon after, the two sped across the sea on their boat. Wang Zheng turned to tease, "This girl jumps at everything interesting." Xingyi hugged his waist tightly, excitedly replying, "Then let's go." Nodded repeatedly, adding more tricks. "All right, I'll do whatever you like or try something more thrilling." He revved up with excitement, like a true sea rider, making her scream with delight. "Let's play." Suddenly a strange boat chased from afar. Wang Zheng looked back, instantly alert. "Sit tight, someone wants trouble." Both sides chased fiercely. Realizing the situation worsened, he turned to tell Xingyi to steer. "Take the wheel," she panicked, "but I don't know how." Sat behind, reassuring, "Just like riding a motorcycle, you can do it." He stood up to watch the opponent, continuously giving directions. "Keep heading toward the riverbank." Xingyi sped up nervously. Before he finished speaking, Wang Zheng jumped into the water, adding, "Don't worry, I'm fine." The sea immediately splashed water everywhere. Min Kai stood on the yacht, firing continuously at the water. Bullets rained down, but luckily none hit him. Xingyi tried to escape, still worried, silently hoping he stays safe. Taking advantage of a gap, Wang Zheng quietly climbed onto the yacht. He taunted, "Hey buddy, stop chasing girls, fight me instead." Min Kai reacted quickly, pointing his gun at him, still refusing to disappear. "Deal with it." As he spoke, he kicked the gun away. The gun fell onto the cold floor. Without a weapon, Min Kai had to fight unarmed. But his opponent was Wang Zheng, who stomped on his stomach, taunting, "In this weak state you should give up." Then delivered a finishing strike. Min Kai clutched his jaw in pain, gritting, "Don't underestimate me." He endured continuous hits, even striking vulnerable spots unbearable. Min Kai collapsed onto the floor. He held the sore spot, speechless. Wang Zheng casually picked up the gun. He used it to threaten, "Speak, who sent you?" Min Kai stubbornly denied, "No one." Wang Zheng calmly analyzed, "I was once a mercenary trained in martial arts. I just need to investigate. So will you tell the truth?" Min Kai painfully asked. "Saying or not is the same." He explained clearly, "If you speak, I'll hand you to the police. If not, the consequences are worse. Choice is yours." Min Kai finally confessed. "Fan Ziu Ning from the Black Gang sent me. The rest I don't know." Wang Zheng continued probing about the Black Gang. He only knew that much. He didn't believe it, stepped closer step by step, then grabbed Min Kai's hand, pressing for more. He applied force, causing him to cry out in pain. Min Kai protested that he had confessed everything, but Wang Zheng pressed on. "This is just a warning. If you don't tell the truth, you'll pay. Speak. Who is Fan Ziu Ning close to?" Finally, Min Kai revealed Chu Back Van from the general's mansion. Hearing the familiar name, he was surprised, didn't expect him to be behind it. Wang Zheng achieved his goal, pointing the gun at the opponent. "Thanks for cooperating," but a cold blast rang out, everything ended. Not long after, at a cafe on the street, Wang Zheng arrived to see Xing Yi running out to greet him. He looked at her seriously. "There's something I need to tell you." Before he finished, she had guessed partly. "It's about the pursuer, right?" Xing Yi sat down, asked directly, "Who is behind it?" He replied, "Chu Bak Van. Also your family is involved." She bowed her head, trying to stay calm. "Didn't expect family to be like that." Wang Zheng gently comforted. "If you want, cry." Xing Yi suddenly grabbed his shirt and burst into tears in his arms. "Why would they treat me like this?" He gently reassured, "I won't leave them and escape." But because they are family, she hesitated, but still. Wang Zheng clarified, "You see them as family, but they want to harm you. I will report to your father." Elsewhere, someone silently watched the sea through binoculars. AINHI anxiously asked if they saw anything. Bak Van confidently replied, "Nothing, but surely it's done, this time all from the Black Gang." She sighed in relief. "So it's over, we can go back." Bak Van held her shoulders. "A strange look, little sister, did you forget something?" AINHI understood, gently hugged him, softly called second brother. The two moved toward the bed. The atmosphere became ambiguous. Bak Van laid her down, continuing to tease with hidden meaning. Duong Dan watched through the screen, couldn't help but exclaim, "Something interesting is happening." He recorded everything on his phone and sent the video to Wang Zheng. At that moment, he was strolling with Xing Yi when his phone alerted him. Wang Zheng quickly checked his phone. After watching, he frowned. "This is troublesome. Tastes are really hard to accept." Xing Yi saw him focus on the phone, asked, "What's wrong?" He smiled lightly. "Nothing. Where do you want to go?" She sadly said she wanted to visit her grandfather, but feared she couldn't return home. He outwardly comforted, inwardly calculating, the general's mansion likely has few people still possible to enter. Hearing that, her eyes brightened. "Really?" He smiled confidently. "Have I ever lied to you?" Not long after, the two arrived at the general's mansion. Xing Yi held her grandfather's hand, whispered, "Grandfather, I'm back." She spoke with tears, recounting months away from home. He teased, "I brought my boyfriend. He's handsome but a bit annoying, please teach him." She collapsed beside the bed crying. Wang Zheng gently said, "We should go. After everything is settled, you can still be with him." She wiped her tears, nodded in agreement. After they left, Xing Yi stumbled from crying, and he anxiously asked Han if she still had the strength to climb out. "Such a small matter, how could it trouble me?" Xing Yi confidently pointed to herself. "Don't underestimate me. My current condition is fine." Before she could finish, she slipped and fell forward. Fortunately, Wang Zheng caught her. Clearly she had overexerted herself, yet still worried about others while nearly exhausted. Then he carried her princess style. The atmosphere softened on his side, gently coaxing, "Don't move or you'll fall hard and I won't take responsibility." On her she still played haughty, unwilling to yield. Then she lightly kissed his cheek, a private secret between the two. A while later, they returned to the hotel. Wang Zheng quietly watched the one he cared for sleeping soundly, feeling a twinge of sorrow. He casually checked his phone. Then he began other work, the screen displaying the video transfer process. Wang Zheng smiled in satisfaction. "This time it's definitely something big. Let's see how to handle those two." Elsewhere at the general's mansion, a black car stopped in front of the gate. The two inside, still unaware of the turmoil, joking and laughing. Suddenly Wang Zheng appeared outside the window, startling them into scream. She hurriedly rolled down the window, questioning, "Why are you here?" He smiled teasingly, gently said, "Xing Yi and I have waited for you all day and didn't see you. Seems you two are quite relaxed." Uncle Van felt a chill, stammering that he was busy today and came back late. Wang Zheng raised his hand in acknowledgement, then said, "I'll come to visit another time." Two immediately accelerated away, as if fleeing. He watched them leave, already planning. Seems this really was caused by them. Then he called Yang Dan. As soon as he answered, Wang Zheng teased, "You've arrived. Your taste is strange." Yang Dan quickly explained, "I'm helping you and yet I get scolded." He didn't waste time, said immediately, "Fine, I'll treat you another time. Send me the address, I'll be there in 20 minutes. Slow won't do." Yang Dan stammered. Not letting him finish, Wang Zheng cut in, "Stop rambling, you have 19 minutes left." Then he hung up. Immediately the phone displayed a new location, Tianlin Amusement Park, quick and efficient indeed. Time passed quickly. In just 20 minutes he had been waiting, while Yang Dan ran up, panting, "I can't make it." Wang Zheng patted him on the shoulder, "Weak stamina. Later there'll be some exercise." Yang Dan's eyes lit up, excited, asking what kind of activity he meant. Wang Zheng lightly kicked his butt to urge, "Come on, work quickly." Just entering, a group of beautiful Tianlin hostesses greeted. "What do you need?" Yang Dan seriously said, "None. I want to see the boss." The hostess politely refused. "If you want to meet him, you must spend more." Grabbed a nearby bottle of alcohol, then said, "Take this bottle." She laughed and praised his generosity. But immediately after, Yang Dan hurled the bottle forward. Bottle smashed against the wall. Everyone around stirred. He turned to Wang Zheng for opinion, face full of anticipation. "Is this okay?" Wang Zheng crossed his arms, lightly said, just enough, don't overdo it. Hearing that, Yang Dan seemed even more motivated, rushing forward. Then straight into the inner area. Inside it became chaotic, probably the worst day here. Yang Dan grabbed 2 bottles of foreign liquor. He was determined to cause trouble to the end, this time my turn to act. As soon as he spoke, the 2 bottles were thrown, shattering everywhere. The more he threw, the more intense, bottles flying like rain. The walls kept crumbling, patrons panicked and fled. He raised his fist to the sky, extremely excited, so satisfying. At the climax, management appeared to intervene. Yang Dan got furious, striking repeatedly. If the boss doesn't act, I'll destroy this place. Alone he handled everyone, taking down many in a blink. Wang Zheng stood amidst the chaos, coldly remarked, your organization is only this capable. Just then Zhu Ning arrived. Asking who he was, he replied challengingly, forgot to target me with a hit. Zhu Ning immediately denied, I don't understand what you mean. Who exactly are you? Wang Zheng calmly said I was targeted by Ho Min Kai on your orders. He only acknowledged knowing his juniors but denied involvement. Wang Zheng pressed further, I trust his information more. Zhu Ning had to concede, offering compensation. Hearing the small sum, he laughed coldly, think I'm lenient. He then threatened, this is our turf, handling you isn't difficult. Hearing that, Wang Zheng didn't hold back, delivering a kick to his stomach. Zhu Ning fell to the ground. Wang Zheng let his actions speak. He dragged him across the floor like an inanimate object, demanding a clear explanation. Zhu Ning angrily resisted, spitting to show attitude. Wang Zheng was furious, grabbed his hair, demanding he call his father or there would be trouble. Zhu Ning remained stubborn, so he taught him a lesson and forced him to call his father to meet at the general's mansion. Task complete, Wang Zheng turned and left, leaving Zhu Ning seething. After a night of chaos, Yang Dan asked what next. Wang Zheng said I'm going back first, tomorrow to the general's mansion. You handle other matters. Yang Dan was confused. The next morning at Zhang Yangxing's office, he was focused on work. Suddenly Yang Dan jumped in through the window, startling him to ask who it was. He didn't introduce himself, just showed a camera, saying I came to show you this. He took it, wondering what it was. Yang Dan hinted it was like real documentation. Even without understanding, he opened it to see. The content inside left him stunned, images shocking and unbelievable. He held his chest, trembling, asking what it was. Yang Dan added, if you don't believe it, you can verify yourself. He also brought heart medication, advising him to stay calm. After explaining the mission, Yang Dan wished him good health, then quickly left through the window. Yangxing held his head in frustration, sighing, truly a burden. Meanwhile, Wang Zheng had just returned home. Xing Yi, rested, had recovered, happily said you're back, teasing, miss me huh. Without waiting for a reply, Wang Zheng jumped on the bed, pulling her close, smiling, still time, let's chat a bit. In a panic, Xing Yi kicked Wang Zheng in a sensitive spot, making him grimace in pain, complaining, little sister, that kick nearly ended me. In the bedroom of the general's mansion, Zhang Bo-wen's smile gradually twisted with dark intent, ignoring everything around him to continue. But the plan did not go as expected when an uninvited guest suddenly arrived. The two were engrossed in their exercise when Yan Hang suddenly burst in, leaving them unprepared. He was stunned, his face pale, unable to believe what he saw. The two really have no shame. Annie and Zhang Bo-wen were flustered, stammering, not knowing how to explain, Dad. Even at his age, he could not accept the scene. Why did I raise a human like you? Rage surged, making him slam the door before leaving. Yan Hang had just left. Annie panicked, asking, what should we do now? Will Dad kick us out? Zhang Bo-wen reassured, don't worry, I'll find a way to handle it. Therefore, Zhang Bo-wen decided to contact another host. As the line connected, he immediately spoke, hello, Hiu Nin. However, the other party bluntly replied, if you want help, I am powerless, I can hardly protect myself. Hearing that, he changed the subject, what happened? Hiu Nin was direct, thanks to you. Wang Zheng came to my club to cause trouble, I was taught a lesson, you must compensate. Knowing they shared an enemy, Zhang Bo-wen quickly recounted, Annie and I were discovered by Dad. This surely involves Wang Zheng, we cannot ignore it. Both sides quickly agreed on the revenge goal. Hiu Nin confidently said, as long as my father intervenes, Wang Zheng will not escape. Zhang Bo-wen, full of hope, if your father helps, we'll succeed, tell me what you need me to do. Hiu Nin replied, just wait. With that assurance, he hung up relieved. Then he turned to comfort Annie, don't worry, with Hiu Nin's father supporting us, we'll be safe this time. Next morning, the sunrise bathed the skyscraper. Xing Yi was awakened by the light, rubbing her eyes drowsily. Sitting up, she saw Wang Zheng's back. He reminded, get ready, I'll wait for you in the lobby to take you to an interesting place. Not fully awake, she asked immediately, are we going to fight? Wang Zheng was exasperated at her childish thought. Do you only think about fighting all day? Get ready quickly. Before long, the two were seated in the car, speeding down the avenue. Xingyi yawned widely but remained curious. Don't keep it secret, tell me. Wang Zheng suggested, do you still remember Fan Hiu-nin? Her expression immediately turned serious. You found him, want to take me to see him. Wang Zheng calmly confirmed. That moment, a fire drew her attention. What's happening over there? Wang Zheng replied calmly, it's Fan Hiu-nin's property burning. Without thinking, she understood the culprit immediately. You did it right. He admitted frankly, yes, this is only the second warning. Xingyi was excited, will there be more later? Wang Zheng reassured, there's plenty of time, let's wait and see. Now we'll go to the general's mansion first. Elsewhere, Fan Hiu-nin was recovering when his assistant rushed in. Panicked, young master, something big happened. Interrupted, he was annoyed, speak clearly, don't stammer. The assistant trembled, Club Thien Luen is on fire. He was stunned, forgetting the grape in his hand. What? Minutes later, Wang Zheng's car arrived at the general's mansion. Seeing Zhang Bowen appear, Wang Zheng taunted, oh, second young master Zhang, not busy exercising today. Ignoring the sarcasm, he went straight to the point, enough trouble, you should stop now. Wang Zheng pretended not to understand, stop, I don't know what you're talking about. Zhang Bowen lost patience, don't pretend. The Zhang mansion was disturbed, can we call it even? Even as he backed down, Wang Zheng remained firm, impossible. Zhang Bowen angrily, why, I'll pay whatever you want. Wang Zheng coldly replied, you sent people to ambush us and failed, now you plead for me to stop. No one gets lucky like this. Unlike his calm demeanor, Xingyi could not contain herself. Zhang Bowen, this debt you can only repay with your life. Night fell, the moon gradually rose in the silent sky. Though late, Xingyi obediently sat by the bed, tending to her relative. Her wrinkled hand gently moved the one she held. Her face immediately brightened again. Grandfather, you're finally awake. Though his eyes were still closed, he whispered a small wish, I want to eat wonton. Xingyi didn't hesitate, immediately turned and left. He's waiting for you. I'll go buy the wontons now. The assistant barely had time to call out, miss, what are you planning to do? But she had already run off, quickly saying, I'll go buy wontons for him. In no time, she was on the main road, but at this moment, it was eerily empty with no cars in sight. At the intersection, she unexpectedly encountered a strange man. The girl asked to stop. I need directions. Xingyi approached without caution. Are you lost? The man didn't take long to coax her. That's right. Can you help me with the address here? She casually took the paper and read it carefully. But the words gradually became strange, like hypnosis. Her vision blurred and then closed. Before she lost consciousness, the only thing she managed to think was calling the name of the one she trusted most. Wang Zheng, save me. The old man quickly supported Xingyi and ordered, take her away. The ambushers around immediately appeared. The man exuded dominance. Meanwhile, the person she called for help was in Zhang Yangxing's office. He looked at him with an unhappy expression. What are you doing here? Wang Zheng replied calmly, I want to discuss a project. Coldly rejected, not interested, Wang Zheng then threatened, I don't want these videos to spread, but your son caused trouble. I don't mind making it bigger. Pressed into a corner, the man angrily scolded, you're shameless. He only smiled faintly. Still not as good as your son, the other side remained firm. Don't think you can force me this way. Just then, there was a loud knocking on the door followed by a panicked voice. Something's wrong. He immediately gestured to let them in. What's going on? Speak quickly. The subordinate urgently reported, his daughter is missing. He remained calm, signaling the other to leave first. On the contrary, Wang Zheng's face changed immediately. If something happens to her. The man replied, I don't use dirty tricks. Even if you didn't speak, I'd investigate. Wang Zheng punched the wall hard. You'd better not be involved. If I find out you're behind this, I won't let it go. Where the fist landed, clear cracks appeared in the wall. In a remote wooden house deep in the forest, the night enveloped the quiet surroundings. Xingyi coughed, surrounded by men standing in a tight circle. Adam was the most impatient, immediately reaching out, oh, you're awake. He coldly swatted his hand away, take that dirty hand off. He immediately changed tone, you think I'm dirty, how much cleaner are you? She ignored him and asked directly, why did you kidnap me? He grinned mischievously, why even ask? This face really makes it hard for people to hold back. Wei Long looked displeased, hold it in. Wait for the boss's orders, but Adam was still greedy, let me touch you a little, it should be fine. He was immediately kicked as a warning, no, if there's a slip-up, I'll deal with you. The man obediently backed off, got it, what a waste. A gray car sped down the road. Wang Zheng was walking when he received an unknown call. The other side clearly stated the condition. In 15 minutes, go to the exit of the subway line 2. Find the person wearing a straw hat. Buy the black bag with a colored symbol. Remember to go alone or the girl will be in danger. He didn't agree immediately but asked back, who are you? But the other side hung up. Not surprised, he immediately asked if they had traced the location. Vu Yan replied the call was too short. We couldn't confirm yet. Yang Sheng heard and immediately asked, "What's next?" Wang Zheng clearly instructed, "You go back and coordinate with the national security to investigate. I'll go look for Xiao Yi alone." He stopped the car on the side of the road to let him off. As the car drove away, Wang Zheng adjusted his pants, smiling and preparing. 15 minutes is enough. The ankle weight dropped to the floor with a heavy echo. As soon as he removed the weight, he immediately sped toward the designated location. In just moments, he arrived at Renmin Road as requested. He quickly found the item to purchase and asked, "How much is this bag?" Huang Wen deliberately made things difficult. "This bag isn't for sale, I'm keeping it." Wang Zheng remained firm. "Someone asked me to buy it." Seeing the other didn't give up, he shouted an outrageous price, 10,000 yuan. Wang Zheng didn't hesitate, tossing the money on the table. "Take it and give me the bag." As soon as he received the item, his phone rang with a new notification. The other continued giving instructions. "Take the subway to exit 2 on Yuhua Road. Deliver the bag to the mango seller wearing a white t-shirt, headphones and black glasses. Don't try anything. We're watching." Wang Zheng impatiently said, "How long will you keep beating around the bush?" The sun rose higher and the temperature gradually increased. He arrived at the location drenched in sweat, the recipient waiting, simply saying thank you. Immediately after, the next instruction appeared on his phone. Message read, "Today's mission complete, return." He called back the number but only received a message, "The subscriber you dialed is currently off." At this moment Wang Zheng realized he had been pranked, just frustrated when a voice nearby said, "Such a small thing makes you angry. It seems Miss Han holds a special place in your heart." He turned around surprised. "Why are you here? Didn't I tell you to continue watching?" Wu Yen calmly stepped forward. "I wasn't confident about you, so I came to check." Wang Zheng teased, "Your mouth is still as sweet as before." She blushed and changed the topic any clue. Mentioning this, he spoke solemnly, "We'll talk at home." Then the two returned together to the luxury apartment. Wu Yen couldn't hide her curiosity. "Now can you tell me?" Wang Zheng revealed. "I planted a micro-tracker in the bag and discovered a new lead." She asked what lead. Meanwhile Duongdan kept praising, "Truly Wang Zheng." He didn't respond but took out a small needle, making Wu Yen astonished. "This is..." Wang Zheng affirmed, "If I'm not mistaken, this relates to the Black Hand Society." Then he intently observed the location map on his phone. Upon new updates, he immediately assigned Wu Yen, "Go find Ha Enham to investigate this matter. Duongdan will go with me." She frowned. "Calling me here then sending me away isn't right." Wang Zheng held her to comfort. "Once done I'll treat you lavishly." Wu Yen softened, "You remember that." Before leaving he blew a kiss. "Saving Xiao is more important, we'll go ahead." A secluded building on the outskirts. The mastermind behind everything, Fan Lion Ming, father of Fan Zhu Ning, appeared and said, "Miss Han, my subordinates treated you well, right?" Xing Yi disdainfully replied, "I despise. There's a lecher here harassing me." Pretended surprise, asked who. She directly pointed out a Tam. He immediately denied, "I never did that." She didn't care, a Tam threatened, "Now that you're here don't think I won't do anything to you." Lion Ming intervened, "A Tam, don't be rude to Miss Han." Xing Yi coldly responded, "Don't pretend either." He remained calm. "If you think so I can't let you go free, people. Put a special device on Miss Han." She asked cautiously, "What are you going to do?" Just then a walkie-talkie sounded, "Boss, someone is coming," seems to be Wang Zheng. Though discovered, Lion Ming remained unhurried. "Didn't expect your little vigilante to find her way here. Very interesting." Xing Yi contemptuously responded, "You are nothing." Maintained a fake calm, "Don't rush, he will die here." Then he ordered, "Open the door, let him in." Wang Zheng immediately rushed into the area with a large sack. He praised Duongdan, "Well done, leave the rest to me." Duongdan replied excitedly, "Understood, Captain." The motorcycle sped toward the building. The bike stopped in front of the courtyard. Wang Zheng shouted, "Everyone upstairs, come down." He threw the sack forcefully onto the ground in front of everyone. Lian Min stepped onto the balcony. "Your woman is in my hands and still so aggressive." Wang Zheng replied, "You are the boss of the Black Western Gang, right?" He cleared his throat and introduced himself, "I am Fan Lian Min." Hearing that, Wang Zheng smiled coldly. "So you are Fan Ziu Ning's father. I have a big gift for you." He opened the sack. Inside was Fan Ziu Ning. Now holding the advantage, he proposed, "Let's exchange the hostage." The other side remained firm. "Do you think you have the right to negotiate with me?" When refused, he pressured Fan Ziu Ning to create leverage. Then threw him aside, "If you don't agree, I will continue dealing with your son." Finally Lian Min took notice, "Good, but you think you can enter here and leave alive." At that moment his men appeared with guns in hand. All pointed their weapons at Wang Zheng. He remained calm, casually said, "Duongdan, your movements are too slow." As he spoke, a loud sound erupted as Duongdan appeared. "I arrived just in time." His appearance brought shocking news break. Lian Min's men were knocked down like dominoes. With just one vehicle, his formation was broken. Duongdan got off the bike, smiling brightly. Boss, it was unexpected. Wang Zheng praised, well done. Li and Min could not stay calm. Why do you keep confronting the Black Western gang? Wang Zheng replied, you hired assassins to kill me. I am merely responding. He asked doubtfully, what do you mean? Fan Xiuning confessed, I was wrong to send people to kill him. It's all my fault. Lian Min was angry at his son's uselessness. Useless child. Wang Zheng interrupted, Boss Fan, do you still need this son, or shall I deal with him? Lian Min ordered Xiu Ning upstairs first. Wang Zheng remained alert, bring Xingyi down first, we will exchange fairly. But Lian Min still refused. He outlined the situation, I dare harm your son, but do you dare touch Han Tin? Can you withstand the consequences from the Han family? Lian Min still obstinate. If forced into a corner, there is nothing I wouldn't dare to do. Duongdan mocked, if you truly had the skill, why didn't you notice I disrupted your phones? Only then did he check the devices. Sure enough, the phones showed no signal. Lian Min still tried to reassure his men, do you still have signal? All shook their heads, making him even more confused. Wang Zheng decisively said, this is just a warning, don't test my limit. After some struggle, Lian Min had to accept the hostage exchange. The main doors of the building began to open. Xingyi was escorted out by two of his men. He maintained his calm demeanor but with a sense of alertness, let Xingyi come here, and I'll release your people. The alliance immediately signaled to Ailong to follow his instruction. Xingyi was overjoyed and quickly ran towards her savior, Wang Zheng. Without hesitation, he delivered a powerful kick, pushing Xiu Ning to the other side. Then Jiang opened his arms wide to catch the girl, gently saying, it's good you're back. However, that emotional reunion was quickly shattered. The kidnapper held Xingyi tightly as she landed, pulling apart the distance between them. Epitrius revealed his sinister nature, never expecting that the two of us would have the chance to meet the infamous Dark King of the East here. The people in the Alliance were stunned when they heard this title for the first time, so it turned out that he was the Dark King of the East. No introduction was needed. Wang Zheng immediately recognized the opponent's identity. You must be Epitrius, the anonymous assassin of Anguera. I wonder what brings you to Huazia. The old man humbly responded, the Dark King has sharp eyes, but when it comes to assassination skills, my brother and I are still no match for you. Not wanting to waste time, Wang Zheng got straight to the point. What are you doing in Huazia and why did you kidnap my people? Epitrius immediately made an offer, if you hand over the heart of the sky, we will release the girl, what do you think? Wang Zheng answered bluntly, I want to give it to you too, but that diamond is currently in Li Wendorf's hands. Epitrius pondered silently, so that's the case. He continued negotiating, then I hope the Dark King can help us find it. When that happens, the girl will be set free. Wang Zheng replied calmly, no need for complications, I have a simpler way. As soon as he finished speaking, he sprang into the air. Then, as fast as lightning, he closed in on his opponent without warning. In just a few seconds, the distance between them had shrunk, causing Epitrius to startle and retreat. However, his twin brother, Epictus, suddenly appeared to block the way. Despite the unexpected situation, Wang Zheng reacted quickly, turning around and launching an attack. A grayish liquid like cement suddenly moved according to his will. Seizing the opportunity, he swung his hand to create a direct attack toward the opponent. Epictus was struck by Wang Zheng's smokescreen move. Before he could recover, he received another blow. His brother's worthless, take my punch. Punch was aimed precisely at the opponent's pelvic region. With a single strike, Epictus was sent flying, nearly crashing into the wall. Despite causing significant damage, he also felt the recoil, muttering that the opponent was indeed tough. Epictus quickly adjusted his stance midair, coldly saying, stop talking nonsense. Wang Zheng smiled and replied, it seems like you really want to test your strength against me. I'll indulge you. Epictus stood proudly, showing no fear. Before the challenge could end, it was replaced by Wang Zheng's powerful kick. The sound of the impact indicated that the strike had a severe effect on the opponent. Epictus was once again sent back to his original position. The old man's face turned pale as he clutched his aching hip, silently thinking this isn't good. Wang Zheng casually drew the gun he had prepared. He aimed it directly at his opponent and coldly declared that those who sought his life would not meet a good end. Seeing the critical situation, Epitrius quickly spoke up, Dark King, don't forget, the girl is still in my hands. If my brother gets hurt, I can't guarantee her safety. Wang Zheng was unshaken. On the contrary, he warned, if she is harmed, you won't be safe either. Thanks to the delay, Epictus had returned to his brother's side. Acknowledging the Dark King's dominance made him wary. Wang Zheng's attitude showed that he was completely in control. Don't think that because you have Xingyi as a hostage, I'll be helpless. Epitrius still appeared defiant. I'm eager to see what kind of tricks the Dark King had. Meanwhile, Duongdan had just woken up, and Wang Zheng suddenly changed the topic to the nearby abandoned chemical factory, which had ammonia gas tanks installed. Epitrius didn't understand at first, so he asked, "What do you mean?" Wang Zheng explained, if the huge ammonia tank were to explode, what would the consequences be? Yet Epitrius still doubted his ability to execute it. At that moment, Wang Zheng called out to the person standing leisurely beside him, "Hey, stop sleeping, it's your turn now." Duong Dan pretended to be moved. "Finally, you remembered me." But Wang Zheng only asked him to get serious. Duong Dan immediately introduced, "I've installed a pressure change device on the gas tank. Just need to activate it via phone, and it can cause an explosion. Impressive, right?" Ignoring the bragging, Wang Zheng looked straight at Epitrius and gave a final warning, "Release her, or don't expect anyone to leave here." The sunlight shone on the two huge gas tanks in the distance. Realizing there was no other choice, Epitrius had to concede, "The Dark King is truly ruthless. We're not ready to die. We'll meet again." As soon as he finished speaking, the twins vanished without a trace. Wang Zheng quickly went over to support Xingyi and reassured her, "It's fine. I won't let this happen again." The people from the Alliance, witnessing everything, finally came to their senses and angrily cursed, "You're truly insane." Seeing Fan Lian Bing's expression, Wang Zheng sneered, "Now you're scared, huh? Don't worry, I'll take your life on another day." In the end, when everything was settled, the two were safely in the car. Yi asked curiously, "Can that gas tank really explode?" Duong Dan, while driving, laughed, "It was just a psychological trick. The ammonia concentration inside isn't even 1%. Hearing this, she couldn't help but admire, "Wang Zheng really is impressive." He replied with a meaningful smile, "Just a little trick." Duong Dan sighed, "You two shouldn't be so affectionate. There are still single people here." By the time night fell, they returned to the general's residence. As soon as they got out of the car, someone came out personally to greet them. An H-1EADN hand politely asked, "Has Zio you returned?" Xingyi politely responded, "Yes, thank you for your concern. We will leave tomorrow." NH-1EADN Han expressed regret over the events that had occurred and offered to see them off. Wang Zheng confirmed that the trip had encountered quite a few problems, but Xingyi tactfully declined the offer, preferring to stroll freely tonight. Annie, standing beside them, coldly remarked, "If you have no manners, just leave." H-1EADN Han immediately reprimanded, "What nonsense are you saying?" However, Annie remained defiant, thinking Xingyi wasn't worthy to stay. Wang Zheng couldn't ignore this, warning Secretary Zhang that he should discipline his daughter, or he would do it for him. H-1EADN Han, though angry, still defended his daughter, saying outsiders had no right to interfere. Wang Zheng didn't argue further, but gestured for Duong Dan. Duong Dan approached, causing Annie to panic, and ask what he intended to do. Immediately after, she received a lesson she would never forget, leaving everyone stunned. Annie angrily retorted, "Who are you to dare do that?" Duong Dan nonchalantly explained it was just an accident. H-1EADN Han, furious, but Wang Zheng clearly declared, "I told him to do it. If you're not happy, come find me," and warned that anyone who insults Xingyi would have to pay the price. After speaking, he took Xingyi's hand and left. The night sky was pitch black, not a single star in sight. Even though it was late, the beach was still crowded and lively. Duong Dan trudged along the beach, sighing that he was called to follow the two who were dating. Xingyi smiled and replied that he was staying to protect Wang Zheng. Wang Zheng also interjected teasingly, comforting, "The beach is full of hot girls at night. Calling you here is giving you a chance, yet you prefer standing here like a lamp." Just a change in perspective made Yang Dan immediately cheerful. "Thanks, Chan. I'll change right away. Won't disturb your private time anymore." As the cheeky friend left, Xingyi quietly said the time at Fu Chao was too short. "When back in the capital, I'll return you to Chengfei and Thai." Wang Zheng showed no hesitation, claiming to be a genuine player. "I am the common boyfriend of you all." She could only shake her head at his brazenness, intending to hug everyone. He laughed brightly, explaining he was innocent. Xingyi had to change the topic, asking if she would go with him tomorrow. Wang Zheng said he'd take her back to the capital, then handle those who targeted her. She held his wrist tightly, advising to let it go. They haven't accomplished anything anyway. His principle did not allow concessions. This matter was non-negotiable. Xingyi leaned against his chest, knowing she could not persuade him, only hoping he stayed safe. Wang Zheng remained confident as usual. "Don't worry, no one can easily hurt me." Golden sunlight spread across the airport. Yang Dan beside him teased incessantly. As soon as Xingyi left, he immediately finished the task and returned, in such a rush. Before he could say more, he received a warning kick. "The kid is audacious lately, trying to climb on me." He smiled wryly, didn't expect the Fan and Zhang forces to collapse so quickly. "Really impressive." Wang Zheng snorted lightly. That small force isn't worth my concern, wasted 2 days. Yang Dan laughed slyly, probably regretting time not spent with the sisters-in-law. Just a cold glance from beside him silenced him. Knowing better, Yang Dan immediately stepped back. If anything, call me, I'll be there. Suddenly, a supercar pulled up beside Wang Zhang. Min Kai sat in the driver's seat, rolling down the window, calling Wang Zhang. He leaned down, asking why she was here. She smiled, just sent off Cheng Fei and Shishi. Didn't expect to meet you, get in, I'll take you home. He comfortably sat in, taking the opportunity to rest at her place. Min Kai blushed, thinking no wonder Shishi called him a playboy. He just laughed, teasing back, then leaned back to rest. The car sped along the avenue. Soon they arrived at Min Kai's house. He offered a drink, asking if he looked tired, not resting well lately. Wang Zhang joked that the care of a beauty was enough to drive away fatigue. Min Kai shyly looked away to avoid eye contact. He quickly pulled her back just as she stepped away. To her surprise, he rested his head on her shoulder. Without opening his eyes, he softly said, "Let me rest a moment." The next morning, gentle sunlight woke Min Kai. As she sat up, she saw a letter on the table. In the letter, it said he had to leave for work first, would find her later, borrowing the car, signed Wang Zhang. In the suburbs, Wang Zhang sighed at losing private time with the beauty due to urgent matter. In nearby bushes, Ming Hao suddenly appeared, calling the boss. He crossed his arms, asking what it was quickly. Ming Hao reminded him of previously wanting to introduce someone. Wang Zhang recalled, asking why he hadn't mentioned earlier. Ming Hao explained he hadn't arranged it. Now it was possible to go meet. The car sped off again. Minutes later, they arrived at 175 Tang Tian Mansion. Wang Zhang looked at the sign and found it familiar. Tran Kong, an old subordinate, was pushed in a wheelchair by his wife to greet them. The two embraced emotionally like in a drama. Ming Hao subtly reminded them to go inside to talk. Wang Zhang patted his subordinate, praising him for keeping it secret, only reporting now. Ming Hao just smiled, worried about bothering him. Sounds of smashing drew Wang Zhang's attention. Is this place under renovation? Tran Kong shook his head no. Opened the door to see what they were doing. Inside, the room was in disarray. The leader shouted, "We're dismantling illegal structures. Move if you know better." Tran Kong objected. This house followed proper procedures. How is it illegal? But the man didn't listen. Wang Zhang quietly coughed as a signal. Ming Hao immediately charged forward. He held the man tightly, asking who was at fault for coming here. Wang Zhang behind coldly said, "Sooner is peaceful, otherwise it will be unpleasant." The man trembled, admitting it was Shu Liang. Ming Hao asked where he was. He replied, in Hua Yuanzin village. Ming Hao held him firmly, warning if lying it would be bad. He swore it was true. Seeing him useless, he tossed him aside. The man fell, leaving his companions stunned. The whole group, frightened, begged for mercy and obeyed. Wang Zhang coldly said, "Get lost, don't let me see you again." They ran off. He instructed Ming Hao to clear the scene. He also arranged for Tran Kong and Hoa Hong to leave safely. Tran Kong, worried for his friend, asked about him. Wang Zhang said he would handle Tang Tian and Shu Liang first. Ming Hao replied he would come assist after finishing. 20 minutes later, Tran Kong sighed, thinking this place was safe. Suddenly Hong Trak burst in through the window, shouting wildly at the two. Everything happened too fast for Tran Kong to react. He held Hoa Hong, threatening them to obey. At the same time, at Hua Yuanzin Mansion, Shu Liang sat in a dark room, anxiously asking how things were. Tang Tian frowned, saying wait for news. Suddenly the phone rang, shattering the silence. He quickly looked at the notification on the screen. A message from Hong Trak reported the plan succeeded, waiting for the big fish to appear. Tang Tian deleted the message immediately. Shu Liang noticed progress. Tang Tian confidently said they had captured Tran Kong's wife. Wang Zheng was coming alone. Shu Liang's gaze turned cold, determined not to let them have peace. Wang Zheng's car sped straight through the mansion gate. He stepped out, voice full of anger, shouting for them to show themselves. Tang Tian led his men forward, smiling coldly. "Oh, I thought it was someone else, turns out it's Wang Zheng." Wang Zheng had anticipated this, curling his lips in disdain, "So, no welcome for me." Clapped hands smugly, "Of course you're welcome. Soon you'll be reunited with your teammates in one place." Hearing that, Wang Zheng lost his composure. "You're hiding something. Where did you take Tran Kong and his wife?" Tang Tian remained arrogant. "Confidential matters can't be revealed casually. Right now I can't disclose their location." He gradually lost patience, his aura rising. "Only you could come up with such a vile trick. If they are harmed, I won't let you off." He still thought he had the advantage, the hostages in hand. "It's not your turn to speak, or shall we make a wager?" Wang Zheng showed interest. "A wager?" Tang Tian didn't hesitate. "Let's see who acts first. You take me down or I handle you faster." He nodded decisively. "Fine, let's start." Tang Tian confidently raised his hand to signal. Wang Zheng closed his eyes, trying to stay calm, thinking, it all depends on the men. Tang Tian laughed triumphantly, thinking everything went according to plan. Time rewound 5 minutes earlier. Harsh sunlight shone on the nearby high-rise. Ming Hao suddenly appeared behind, sniper in hand. With a single move, he disabled the opponent's ability to resist. Done, Ming Hao dusted off his hands lightly, exhaling. Luckily he arrived in time. Back to the present, Tang Tian's arm had been lowered for a long time but remained motionless. Wang Zheng knew the plan had succeeded, mocking, "The sniper's hand must be resting now." Tang Tian realized the situation, angrily scolding, "Didn't expect you to have support." The radio in his ear announced, "The hostages have been rescued." He still tried to maintain confidence, losing the sniper but the witnesses are in hand. I still hold the advantage. Wang Zheng regained momentum, clenching his fist, ready to act. Tang Tian ordered his subordinates take him down. Gunfire erupted relentlessly throughout the room. But contrary to expectations, 2 of the subordinates fell first. Tang Tian looked at Tran Kong, who had appeared, astonished. "How are you here? Where are my men?" Huang Dan replied casually, "Your men have all been handled, and Xu Liang has been rendered unconscious." From above, Wang Zheng rushed down and looked at the defeated enemy. As expected, Tang Tian, the debt he still owed, was forced to repay today. After speaking, he turned to arrange the situation. "Yang Sheng, for now, take these 2 and leave. I'll handle this." Yang Sheng smiled and immediately accepted the order. "Got it. I'll go now." Wang Zheng struck his cane hard into his palm, creating an atmosphere that sent chills down others' spine. "It seems this time you are determined to demand both the principal and the interest. You really have guts." Without hesitation, Wang Zheng threw a punch directly into the opponent's face. Tang Tian was punched so hard that he spat blood, collapsing to the ground. At this moment, he realized that his relative had been unconscious for some time. "Second young master, wake up. Please wake up." Wang Zheng grinned and leisurely stepped forward, surprised that he took the hit well, still have some strength left. Tang Tian was now like a fish on the chopping board, only able to scream, "I want to take your life." Xu Liang struggled to wake up from the pain. What is the situation now? He didn't expect that everything had already been decided by Wang Zheng. "Old man, look for yourself." The surrounding scene was desolate, terrifying anyone who looked. He kept retreating and begging, "We can negotiate, please don't harm me." Wang Zheng still wanted to use them to extract more information. "You're a senior and now you're begging me? Tell me who is behind all this and I might consider." Cornered, they blamed each other. "It's all his fault. Nothing to do with me, second young master, you." Wang Zheng looked at the scene and smiled mockingly. "Not bad. This script really suits me." Suddenly the air became dangerous, his pupils dilated, and his brain sent out a warning signal, "Not good." As quick as a ninja, Wang Zheng immediately rushed out. The moment he left, a shockwave sounded from behind. Fierce gunfire shook the entire sky. Yang Sheng's group in the car was also startled by the sound. The car immediately swerved to the side of the road. Punched the steering wheel, worried about the situation on the other side. That was a phosphorus bomb. Jan Kang, sitting in the passenger seat, was also sweating coldly. "Captain." Suddenly, a notification message beeped. Yang Sheng quickly grabbed his phone to check. It was a safety message from Wang Zheng. "I'm fine. You guys go back first." The bright sunlight shone down on the nearby forest. Wang Zheng was lucky to escape death, but his body was badly injured. Why did phosphorus bombs appear? Could it be? Lying by the river, he gasped for breath, gathering the information, and was shocked to realize, could it be that from the beginning, the one behind this had planned to sacrifice Xu Liang and Tang Tian? At the same time, at the Su family, Tian Nian rushed in to report the news. "Grandfather, old Master Tui is dead." Fu Hua paused his actions and frowned. "Who caused this?" He shook his head gravely, still unclear. As an experienced person, he quickly made a guess. "For us, this is good news. Is Wang Zheng dead?" Tian Nian calmly thought, "Maybe not." No body was found at the explosion site. Anyway, the one behind this appears to have given us a big gift, but in reality, wants to push us and Wang Zheng into a confrontation. Fu Hua clasped his hands behind his back. His face darkened. "Although we know it's a trap, we still have to jump in. Can you resist such temptation?" He inherited decisiveness and responded firmly, "Grandpa, I'll listen to you." He placed full trust in his grandson, waved his hand and left. "This matter is up to you to decide. I won't interfere." At that moment, Tian Nian's phone suddenly rang. The screen displayed the caller as Nuanuan. He hesitated, slowly answering. "Nuanuan, why are you calling at this hour? It must be midnight over there." On the other end, a hurried voice came. "Brother, regarding Wang Zheng's matter, I hope you don't take action." Upon hearing this, Tian Nian frowned warily. "How do you know about this from abroad?" Nuan mysteriously replied, "Someone unknown told me. I know the entire situation. Please don't touch Wang Zheng." A new day began, with soft sunlight covering the city. Ming Hao looked at the person below who was eagerly doing push-ups. Confused, "It's just some dirty water, why make such a big deal of it? Captain, how do you plan to handle this?" Wang Zheng jumped up, walking angrily. "Clearly someone was trying to frame me, so I'll play the game and shift it to someone else." Ming Hao immediately responded, "Has the right target been found, Captain?" Xia Nian entered from outside and teased, "Looking at your chest so thin like bamboo, yet still don't get it." Wang Zheng understood the other's hint, turning to mock, "Speak up. You came here must be because of a problem that's hard to solve." Just as expected, Xia Nian handed over the documents. "There has been turmoil in Jiangnan recently. They're involved in smuggling operations. You took the documents but still remained indifferent. Why not let your people handle it? Why bother finding me for such a small matter?" He skillfully persuaded, "If I had someone like you under my command, I wouldn't need to ask for help. Didn't you always want to bring down Chen Anshi, the Jiangnan economic boss? This is a great opportunity." Wang Zheng still didn't care. Economic boss? He's just an ordinary gangster. Xia Nian continued to persuade, "Guo and will fully support. If necessary, I can even lend you my special operations team." Seeing it was hard to change his mind, he sighed, "Fine, even if I refuse, you'll find another way. Help me book a plane ticket. I don't want to drive myself this time." Suddenly, the sound of a car came from outside. Wang Zheng stood above, looking down in surprise. "You really are." A car quickly sped into the yard from the gate. It turned out the unexpected surprise Xia Nian had prepared was the driver Me. He smiled and patted him on the shoulder with hidden meaning. "Who needs a plane ticket? I've thoughtfully arranged a beautiful woman to accompany you." Wang Zheng lost his temper and grabbed his collar, shouting, "Don't think I'm stupid. You know I'm going to Jiangnan because of this girl. What benefits has she given you in return?" Xia Nian closed his eyes innocently. "Nothing at all. You burn this grudge into your heart, and sooner or later, you'll settle it with him." Not only did he not calm the situation, he teased further, "The favor of a beautiful woman is the hardest debt to repay. Let's see how much you owe now. Enjoy it." Car stopped precisely in front of the door. Miu Miu stepped out of the car in comfortable clothes. Ming Hao, who had been watching, covered his mouth and teased, "Captain, looks like you've been tied up by a beautiful woman again." Wang Zheng couldn't help but lightly kick his subordinate to release some frustration. Miu Miu looked at the man walking towards her and asked in a questioning tone, "What's wrong? Don't you plan to welcome me?" He scratched his head and smiled awkwardly, trying to cover up, "Of course not. This time you'll be the driver for the Jiangnan trip, or should I?" Before he could finish, she interrupted, "Of course it's me." Meanwhile, at the Jiangnan River dock, the manager holding a whip commanded everyone, "Hurry up, don't be slow." A middle-aged man couldn't withstand the pressure and collapsed. The inhuman manager shouted loudly, "Get up and work for me." Ning Xia ran over to help him up. "Uncle, are you okay? Can you stand up?" This action, she had to bear a blow from the manager. "Get up and work." Without stopping, he even eyed the girl with ill intentions. "You're quite beautiful too, little girl." Without waiting for a response, he grabbed her. "Better come with me." That moment, a stone suddenly flew over. It hit him directly on the head, stunning him. The manager angrily held his head and turned around. "Who dares to attack me?" Wang Zheng walked over from a distance, playing the hero, saving the beauty in broad daylight. "And yet you dare to bully women, seems like you're really thick-headed." He didn't waste words and signaled for his underlings to rush up. Liu Yang, witnessing the incident, mischievously reminded Miu Miu next to him, "The scene might be a bit hard to look at later. Remember to cover your eyes." Wang Zheng seemed to transform into Superman, charging through each of the subordinates. The manager was stunned as his subordinates hadn't even reacted before they all fell to the ground. No one had ever stopped him before. "I'll give you two choices. Either leave now or stay and see how I deal with you." The manager was enraged, using the girl as a hostage to threaten, "If you dare make a move, I won't show mercy to her." No more words needed. Wang Zheng gathered his strength and charged. His long legs accurately kicked the opponent's knee. Then came a series of continuous strikes to the manager's face. He tried to resist, but the force of the strike was too strong, causing blood to pour from his nose without stopping. Wang Zheng's rescue of the beauty was perfectly executed, with no openings at all. Those around them cheered with delight. "Great hit, well deserved." Looked down with contempt and coldly said, "How dare you touch someone I care about? Even if I make you pay dearly, you wouldn't dare complain, would you?" Ninha stood amidst the crowd, her cheeks flushed as she was drawn into the situation. The man was now panicking, trembling as he begged, "Big brother, please spare me, please spare me." Wang Zheng ignored all the pleas. He decisively kicked, leaving the opponent no time to react. This punishment would be memorable for life, but sadly from now on, he would only know peace. He turned to the others, warning them, "Listen up. Anyone who dares to bully civilians will end up like this, remember it. Wang Zheng pointed at the man lying on the ground and ordered, "Take him away and get out." The group seemed to be given a second chance, quickly retreating. All right, we're leaving now." Depressed people, now seeing the light of day, hugged each other in tears. Finally, they were gone. Ninha couldn't help but rush into his arms. "How did you come?" Wang Zheng hugged her gently. "Wasn't it because I sensed you were in danger? I came to be your hero." He laughed brightly at his sweet words. "You're still as witty as ever." Miu Miu waited for the two to calm down before speaking. "Hello, I'm Miu Miu. We need to talk. Can we do it at your place?" Ninha saw the stranger and regained her composure. "Sure." The soft light bathed the apartment complex with an ancient charm. At home, Wang Zheng received the water and asked, "Why were you doing hard labor at the port? Who were those people?" Ninha honestly recounted, "A week ago, they lured me with high wages to sign a transport contract. I wanted to investigate, so I joined in, and you know the rest." Hearing this, he became more curious. What were they transporting? Who is behind this? She tried to investigate, but the results were limited, mostly household goods, and I couldn't get any closer. Miu Miu analyzed the information, commenting that those people are not simple. Wang Zheng thought for a moment and said, "Miu Miu and I will stay to investigate. You don't need to get involved anymore. I'll arrange for someone to protect you." Ninha understood the good intentions and nodded. "I can't help much. You two be careful." He happily patted her head. "Don't worry. You need to take care of yourself too." She smiled obediently. "I understand." Wang Zheng utilized all available resources, adding, "There's one more thing I need your help with." A while later, they arrived at the shopping mall. Wang Zheng looked at his companion, quite satisfied. "Just a small change, but the aura is completely different. You look fresher." Miu Miu was displeased. "What's so good about this outfit? It doesn't even accentuate your figure." He smiled and persuaded, "We need to be discreet when acting. This is Ninha's loan, don't complain. Plus, her figure was already remarkable." She cleverly picked up on his words, teasing, "How did you know I didn't need it? Did you observe me that carefully?" Wang Zheng remained unfazed, changing the subject. "Stop joking, let's go." Shimmering lights illuminated the luxurious nightclub. Miu Miu wore a seductive red dress, wondering, "Why are we here instead of following that lead?" Wang Zheng, in a sharp suit and both wearing masks, entered. "We need to find the main lead if we want to catch them. I've already made plans." The staff approached according to the procedure. "Hello, please present your invitation." Wang Zheng handed over the prominent golden card. "We just want to experience something." The staff couldn't help but admire the generosity. They were quickly led inside, with the doorman respectfully opening the door. Inside the room, a group of young people gathered noisily. Wang Zheng immediately noticed the leader, Mai Dong. Didn't expect to have results so soon, feeling pleased that he had found him. Mai Dong saw the newcomers and asked, "Why the masks, afraid of being exposed?" Wang Zheng replied, "It's inconvenient to show our faces. It's easier to act later." He placed his hand on Miu Miu's waist. "Beautiful, anything you want, just stay with me tonight." During this, Wang Zheng immediately connected the dots. "Dreamer, is this what we need to investigate?" Mai Dong saw her looking worried and teased. "This is your decision to make. No need to ask me." The girl behind her agreed as well. Wang Zheng did not want attention, smiled lightly. "If he said so, I will not interfere. You stay with him tonight." Miu Miu froze at the rapid role change. Did he really want to push me into this situation? He quickly entered the private room. She maintained her distance, pretending not showing him her appearance had to satisfy me first. Mai Dong did not push, smiled. "All right, tell me what you want." Miu Miu went straight to the target. "What I need is Dreamer." He slowly reached into his pocket to find something. He took out a pale yellow liquid, smiled meaningfully. "Take it. Guarantee an unforgettable experience." He picked it up to observe. "Is that all there is?" He crossed his arms and smirked. "That is enough, but I doubt she can take it out." Hearing this, Miu Miu felt a chill down her spine. What did he mean? He stopped pretending, clapped his hands as a signal. The hidden figures appeared immediately. She knew she was discovered but still pretended to be innocent. What did he intend to do? Mai Dong pulled down his mask, smiled coldly. Did she think I was easily fooled? He revealed further what she held was fake. The real one was hidden. You won't find it. Soon I will lay this field. He laughed proudly, but a sudden voice rang out. What are you so happy about? Wang Zheng appeared at the door, holding a bag. Not bad, even disguised as spices to sell. Pale yellow liquid bottles fell from the bag. Mai Dong could not believe it. How could this be? I hid it well and had it monitored. Yet he found it so quickly. Wang Zheng said coldly, not because he is smart, just overconfident. Still stubbornly ordered, "One last resistance, go ahead. What are you standing there for?" But the group fell all at once before they could act. Mai Dong panicked as the last card failed, asked, "Who helped you?" Wang Zheng examined the bottle, heard this is unstable. Misuse renders it useless. My dong knelt hurriedly, pleaded, please spare it. Do whatever you want with me, but don't destroy that. He still remembered to protect his team. Miu Miu stood behind me. Wang Zheng held the bottle tightly, said firmly, rest assured, I will handle them appropriately. As he finished, he threw the bottle forcefully. Bottles collided, creating a resounding sound. Purple smoke spread quickly, my dong's voice weakened, whereas Wang Zheng pulled the team to retreat, leaving the words, see you again. They returned to the secret room, he looked around and praised, Wu Yen's taste is quite good, arrangement fits. Miu Miu then asked, why didn't you use Dreamer to force him to reveal who is behind? Now everything is destroyed, how to investigate. He explained there were other forces then, confronting them would make retreat unsafe. She was surprised, so do you know who they are? Wang Zheng sat on the table, spoke slowly, I am not a god, but they were targeting my dong. Miu Miu did not ask further, only cared about the plan. What next? He replied, go relax. Tonight Wu Yen has prepared a party at Kim Lang. Meanwhile, elsewhere the sky was clear. Sound of tea breaking echoed in the room. My dong angrily vented on the objects, all useless, not a single one found. Sudden rapid knocking on the door cut through the air. He frowned in annoyance, gritting his teeth and ordered them to step in immediately. Lodi arrived with 2 bodyguards, moving with overwhelming presence. Realizing the other party was not easy to provoke, my dong immediately changed his tone, Lord Lodi, why visit without notice so I could have prepared a welcome. Lodi maintained his superior composure, getting straight to the point. I arrived just in time to see someone causing trouble, so I waited for you to handle it first. My dong kept his hands clasped respectfully, a little embarrassed, indeed a few minor troubles for you to witness. May I ask the purpose of your visit? He looked at the 2 suitcases and asked, is this the new Dreamer batch? Lodi signaled to his subordinate, yes, the boss asked me to deliver this batch to you. Pale blue glass vials were visible. Tran, this batch is much more valuable than the last. It needs to be kept in a stable temperature to maintain efficacy. Lodi closed the suitcase and spoke slowly about the plan. From now on, anything regarding Dreamer, I will help you eliminate obstacles. Hearing this, my dong slammed the table in excitement. Good. With your support, I'm 100 times more confident. Quickly regained composure, smiling as he offered, Lord Lodi, let me take care of accommodations for your team in Namjiang. Lodi waved it off, no need, we've booked rooms at Kim Lang. I will inform headquarters to send additional experts to assist. The discussion ended swiftly. My dong shook hands politely, hoping for smooth cooperation. That evening, the Kim Lang restaurant was bustling. Lodi's arrival immediately caught Wang Zheng's attention. His instincts told him this person was not simple, probably related to Dreamer. Not wanting to attract attention, Wang Zheng sought to separate. I'll be gone a moment. You wait in your room. He quickly climbed through the window like a shadow. His agile body landed silently on the air conditioner. Inside, Lodi was troubled. Why would the Eastern Overlord target my dong? This is not easy to handle. The bodyguard behind spoke, Master Thien is looking for him. It's better to report. If you find the Overlord, you'll get promoted. Lodi shook his head, alone we cannot manage. The 2 elders Rocky and Pep have already gone to Hua Ha. Hearing this, the bodyguard became even more excited. Despite the clear plan, he still felt uneasy. Wang Zheng outside heard everything, smiling coldly, if he's here, let him stay. He quickly left through the window. In the dining room, Miu Miu chatted with Wu Yen, both familiar with Wang Zheng for some time. Wang Zheng finally returned. Seeing the table empty, he complained, they ate it all, left nothing for me. Wu Yen reassured, the server is one of ours, don't worry. Miu Miu teased, saying a moment took an hour, the food got cold. Wu Yen ordered more dishes. The server bowed to take the request. After eating, Miu Miu asked what he had investigated. Recalling events, Wang Zheng's tone was low. A big fight is coming. Wu Yen sensed the seriousness, asking what support was needed. The dishes were just brought out. He brightened at the sight, eat first. Wang Zheng ate heartily, ignoring his teammates. Miu Miu received a call, the other end urging her to return home immediately. Before she could ask, the line was cut. Wang Zheng asked, she said something happened at home. He stood and told her to go back first, leaving the rest to him. Wu Yen escorted her. Next morning at the airport, Pep and his team had just landed. Recalling their previous visit to Hua Ha was not pleasant. Rocky laughed, asked about favorite place. Pep said Iceland is a paradise for men. Rocky mocked, Pep countered, making her silent. He even teased about Rocky's appearance. Rocky was annoyed, told them to focus. Pep agreed, then went back to the hotel. Staff came to pick them up to their accommodation. In the dark dark corner, a car quietly followed. Inside the car was Wang Zheng, finally waiting for them. They quickly arrived at Kim Lang. Rocky relaxed in the bathtub. Her hand nudged the door slightly, drawing attention. She immediately became alert. The door swung open, startling Rocky. She shouted, "Who's there?" Wang Zheng took the opportunity to strike unexpectedly. Rocky dodged quickly and counterattacked, making him step back, recognizing each other. They fought. Wang Zheng teased. Within a few moves, her towel loosened slightly, causing brief embarrassment. Wang Zheng did not miss it, striking provocatively. Rocky exploded in anger, declaring no one has ever touched him. Wang Zheng calmly teased back. Rocky responded equally. He changed the subject, asking why he was being chased. Rocky replied coldly. Wang Zheng clarified that what they were looking for wasn't here. Rocky warned stronger people would act. He continued teasing about age, making Rocky even angrier. He could not endure it, rushing in to attack. They fought fiercely, unaware of someone observing. Hong Song lowered his binoculars, smiling proudly, asking if his men were ready. He believed he would benefit, ordering the attack. The subordinate retrieved a large weapon and aimed at the room. An unexpected incident caused the shot to go astray. Yet the explosion still shook the opposite building. Hong Song quickly took cover, suspecting a third-party interference. Inside Rocky's room was now like a wasteland from the aftershock. He was trapped, coughing from smoke and dust. Wang Zheng escaped and moved closer. Without saying much, he reached into the gap to rescue her. Rocky thought she was under attack, shouted. He warned her to be quiet or risk danger. He exerted strength to lift the wall segment, urging her to pull her legs out. Rocky struggled free, pain evident on her face. Once done, he was exhausted, letting the wall segment fall. Glancing at the panting boy who had just run a long distance, lying flat on the floor to recover, she suddenly asked, "Thank you, but why did you come to my rescue?" Stopping to catch his breath, Wang Zheng slowly replied, "Because right now we share a common enemy, and besides, defeating you wouldn't benefit me in any way." After saying that, he unexpectedly unbuttoned a few of his shirt buttons, making her momentarily stunned, thinking she had encountered an attractive young man. "What are you doing?" It turned out that seeing the older woman's body wrapped only in a towel made him uncomfortable, so he put on his jacket. "Don't worry, I'm not interested in you." He then tore off another piece of fabric from his pant leg, carefully bandaged Rocky's ankle wound. "Don't forget, this is basic first aid. I'm helping stop the bleeding. Make sure to disinfect it outside to prevent infection." Once finished, he shifted to the main topic. "In your opinion, who caused this explosion?" Rocky, still distracted by the sight of his solid physique, answered in surprise. "It could be the Underground Army or the Atlantic Alliance. Only those two forces would dare do this in Huaxia." He thought for a moment and ruled out one possibility. It wasn't the Atlantic Alliance. Just then, his phone suddenly rang. He immediately answered, his voice commanding and decisive. "Send someone to rescue me right now, hurry. Someone is losing a lot of blood." Rocky furrowed her brows, waking up, the harsh sunlight preventing her from falling back to sleep. Looking around, realizing this wasn't a familiar place, she weakly asked, "Where am I?" Wang Zheng sat next to the bed, smiling reassuringly. "This place is safe, just rest. My people won't harm you." After saying that, he was about to leave when she hurriedly asked like a lost child, "Where are you going?" He didn't hide it and replied casually, "To deal with the Underground Army's leader." Distracted by the conversation, she suddenly remembered her teammates and asked, "How are they?" Wang Zheng paused to reply, "They've passed the danger, they're receiving treatment with me." He then curiously asked, "What's your relationship with that old man that you're so concerned about?" Rocky frowned. "That stubborn old man, it'd be better if he disappeared, but he keeps living on, really unlucky." Understanding his opponent's character, with a stiff mouth but a good heart, he had to cover his mouth to keep from laughing. So the conflict between the two was really that deep. At that moment, his phone rang again. Wang Zheng quickly took it out to check. It was an urgent message from Wu Yan. "There's a car waiting for you at the gate of the hospital. Come right away." Rocky, now calmer, smiled teasingly. "Is someone beautiful looking for you? Go ahead, don't keep them waiting." He nodded. "We'll meet again sometime." At the parking lot in front of the hospital. As soon as he got in the car, Wang Zheng asked without delay, "Why the rush to call me?" Wu Yan immediately answered, "Come back quickly, there's something important." Seeing her tense expression, he also became serious. "Something happened with Ha Yan." She nodded in confirmation. Time passed quickly, like salary day at the beginning of the month, and before he knew it, it was late at night. As soon as they entered Ha Yan's room, he spoke, "Wu Yan, you can step outside." She immediately complied seriously. Wang Zheng, losing patience, said, "If you called me here, just tell me quickly." Ha Yan responded directly, "This is a great opportunity. I'm giving you a chance to go back to the West. What do you think?" After hearing that, he felt irritated. "I thought it was something big, but it's just this. If I want to leave, I'll leave. I don't need your opportunity." Ha Yan smiled coldly. I know why you left the West. His rough words made him uncomfortable. I was injured during a mission and had to come back. If it weren't for an old woman saving me, you wouldn't be seeing me now. Ha Yan responded. Right now, the national security can support you. I've prepared everything. Here, the superiors are the most important. He no longer argued but asked, when do we leave? Ha Yan replied, 3 days from now, come tomorrow afternoon and I'll arrange the details. Wang Zheng snapped his fingers. Then Wu Yan will come to pick me up tomorrow afternoon. Ha Yan agreed immediately. After the work was settled, he stepped outside but felt heavy-hearted. Just as things were settling, he had to dive into new trouble. Suddenly a car slowly approached and stopped next to him. Shishi rolled down the window, signaling him to get in. The unexpected appearance made him ask, how did you know I was here? She smiled mysteriously. Of course, someone reported it. 1 a.m. at the Tianping Mountain Villa. He was sound asleep on the comfortable bed. 2 girls, each in their own corner. One relaxed in the light smoke, the other deep in thought. Not satisfied with just thinking, Cheng Fei played the detective and secretly watched by the door to see if he had returned. Suddenly the door opened, and she didn't react in time, stumbling forward. Wang Zheng quickly caught her while covering her mouth to avoid drawing attention. Eavesdropping on me, what were you planning? Before she could reply, he gave her a light tap, startling her. Her face turned red, frowning as she asked, what are you doing? He remained stiff. That's a punishment for eavesdropping. After saying that, he picked her up, surprising her. Being a man, he didn't miss the opportunity, placing her on the bed, whispering in her ear, if you want to eavesdrop, you'll have to pay the price. She asked back, what price? She was like an innocent rabbit who unknowingly fell into a disadvantageous situation. A week later in South America, in the sweltering room like in the middle of summer, Wang Zheng was browsing his phone. In fact, he was video calling Ha Yan. You told me to come here looking for clues, but there's nothing at all. Ha Yan replied calmly, don't rush, I called to tell you this. Urged speak quickly, Ha Yan responded briefly, Toramu Port. Hearing that, he immediately hung up. Ha Yan on the other end was annoyed. You hung up before I finished speaking. At Toramu Port, the waves were crashing, and the sunlight bathed the busy scene. Wang Zheng wasn't there to admire the view. He hid behind a cargo container holding a gun and observing. Dong Song gave instructions. Be careful when receiving the goods, no mistakes allowed. The whole group responded in unison, understood. He turned and left after giving the orders. The opportunity arose. Wang Zheng immediately fired a shot. The bullet hit the lower part of a man who was carrying goods, causing him to panic. The whole group immediately became chaotic, running around and shouting. He fired faster and more fiercely, aiming at their legs and lower bodies, making it impossible for them to run. Dong Song, who had been talking business, looked up and saw the chaos. He furiously shouted, what's going on? Next to him was Pelkmo, a senior instructor. Pelkmo, angry, shouted, who dares break in here, find that person. After causing the chaos, Wang Zheng quickly hid in a storage room. Hearing the threats outside, he thought to himself, let's see if you have the skill to find me. Took a knife and cut the pipe, and brown liquid immediately started spilling out. Not stopping, he knocked over a fuel barrel as well, creating a mixture that spread across the floor. Pilkmo noticed something strange and asked, what's that? Dong Song, panicking, replied, it's gasoline, get out of here quickly. Wang Zheng had climbed onto the roof of a nearby car, holding a machine gun and muttering, hope you like this gift. He said lightly, goodbye, then he pulled the trigger. The bullet hit the liquid, creating sparks. Immediately, the whole area erupted violently like fireworks. Watching that scene, he thought to himself, Dong Song, this time you won't escape. Contrary to expectations, 2 people rushed out from the smoke. One man supported Dong Song, both of them struggling. As soon as they got out, he immediately scanned the surrounding. Seeing a familiar figure, he gritted his teeth. It's you again, Wang Zheng. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, it was evening. Returning to the lodging as soon as he opened the door, Wang Zheng felt something was off. On guard, he quietly pulled out his gun. Standing close to the door, he said, come out on your own, I won't make it hard for you. A voice from inside responded defiantly, I want to see you try. Impatient, he kicked the door open and stormed inside. Immediately, he raised his gun and aimed forward, loudly asking who was helping her. Inside was a girl with her back turned, taking a bath, her figure alluring. Seeing silence, he warned coldly that if she continued to act coy, he would fire. At this, Katie leisurely turned around, her voice gentle. It's been a while, do you really intend to harm me? Sensing an advantage, he changed expression as fast as flipping a page, cheerfully greeting, why are you here? Katie, wearing only pink lingerie, approached leisurely, warning that this morning he drew too much attention. Many eyes are watching. If she enters his room to bathe, others could interfere, so caution is necessary. But he paid little heed, his gaze fixed on her, simply replied he knew. When it came to business, Katie put hands on her hips and asked the purpose of the trip. He showed a photo, asking her to identify the person in it. Suddenly she stepped close, arms around his neck, smiling seductively, promising help tomorrow but demanding a little reward tonight. The next morning, harsh sunlight poured over the villa like midsummer in Hanoi. Inside, a worried voice asked, "Who been? What happened? Why leave?" Hubin hurriedly replied, "While packing, mother. We'll go to Huaha first, I'll explain later." At the door, a voice reported the packing was done. Bin's expression softened, placing his hand on his wife's shoulder, saying, "Fine, I'll move the luggage to the car first." While moving the suitcase to the gate, he saw someone standing with arms crossed, back turned to him. He immediately became alert, sternly asking who the person was. It was Wang Zheng, causing Hu Bin to relax, happily calling the captain. He instructed the family to get into the car first, saying he would chat with an old friend briefly. Wang Zheng reassured everyone it would be quick. Mai nodded slightly in agreement. Wang Zheng had not come to reminisce, he went straight to the point, asking if Hu Bin knew the reason he came. He nodded, saying to ask anything. Wang Zheng's sharp eyes followed, asking what he had concealed all these years. Hu Bin lowered his head, saying heavily that before the Mean Viet mission, his family was threatened and forced to leave Long Land. Sensing something off, Wang Zheng asked if he had refused. Hu Bin slowly admitted he did not agree, but hesitation nearly got him killed on the mission. Based on knowledge, Wang Zheng deduced if they didn't comply, they wouldn't let the family go. Hu Bin said perhaps they saw him as useless, letting the family move with new identities in the Black Army, but now it seemed exposed. Wang Zheng disagreed, saying he had asked someone to investigate. Now that it's traced, his situation is unsafe. Hu Bin suddenly recalled, asking if the explosion at the school was caused by heat. Wang Zheng casually admitted it was just an opening gift, the real action was yet to come. Hu Bin hesitated, then mentioned one more matter. He seriously revealed that Long Lan had a mole. Wang Zheng calmly replied he knew and would find the culprit, advising Hu Bin to secure his family and then meet again. In Dong Song's office, he slammed the table repeatedly in anger. He stood up shouting, after 2 days still no sign of Wang Zheng, looks like he must act himself. After venting, he called Modsha, Henry, Johnson and Vansfield to go along. Having said that, the group quickly left the room. At night in the secret base in Bolivia, Wang Zheng lay in ambush at the ideal shooting position, next to a Barrett M82A1, likely the workshop Katie mentioned. Images of Katie flashed through his mind, reminding him the documents he needed were here and could be contacted at any time. Wang Zheng decided to act, taking a gasoline can and sneaking into the warehouse. He spread fuel over flammable material. Done, he quickly returned to the ambush position. Taking aim, he calculated silently. Today Dong Song would taste consequences. A gunshot shattered the night. Flames instantly erupted violently, engulfing the warehouse. Chaos ensued, people shouted to extinguish the fire and call for help. Seeing the results, Wang Zheng smiled with satisfaction. The next morning, still in Dong Song's room, cursing erupted repeatedly. He screamed as someone burned down the warehouse while he was gone, berating his useless subordinates. From the door, a hoarse voice scolded him for blaming subordinates instead of self-reflection, claiming poor leadership. Dong Song bowed to the inspector, who lit a cigar and asked if he had nothing to explain. He called the man who had just been struck to come closer. The trembling subordinate stepped forward and answered. The instructor coldly demanded that he repeat what had just happened, warning that there would be no good outcome if he didn't, making the man afraid to comply. The answer angered him, and he drew out his sharp knife. Without hesitation, he acted decisively, causing his opponent to collapse, the scene chilling to the spine. Wiping the blade clean, he coldly ordered Dong Song to kneel. He warned that he had to kneel for 24 hours, and if he dared to move, there would be consequences. Dong Song could only accept. The scene was quietly observed by someone else. The one watching was none other than Wang Zheng. Once things calmed down, he lowered his binoculars, smiling knowingly, thinking it had been a while since he had drunk anything and wanted to visit a familiar place. He went to a cafe called White Snow World. Stepping out of the car, he felt a bit nostalgic, as if returning to an old place, telling himself it had been a long time since he last visited. Roy saw the customer and immediately asked what he would like. Wang Zheng, by habit, ordered Blue Mountain coffee. Hearing that, the server politely informed him that the item had been discontinued for a long time. He was surprised and asked if Bella wasn't making it anymore and where she was. The server explained that only Bella could make that particular coffee, but she had taken taken a 2-year break and had recently been rarely seen, so her whereabouts were unknown. The table beside them was talking about the upcoming match, asking each other who would win, with many believing in the number 1 beast fighter with an impressive winning streak. It sounded intriguing, so Wang Zheng decided to go watch, curious about that expert. A moment later, he went down the stairs to the underground arena. The place was packed with people, the cheers deafening, everyone shouting to cheer for their idol. On the floor, 2 muscular men faced each other, cautiously testing each other's moves. Suddenly, all eyes turned to a beautiful girl, and the cheers erupted as Bella appeared. Ignoring the noisy crowd, her eyes caught sight of something special. The person was none other than Wang Zheng. But the encounter seemed to be awkward. As soon as she saw him, he hurriedly covered his face. Bella immediately walked up, scolding him for being irresponsible and wanting to avoid her. After speaking, she tightly grabbed his hand. In front of everyone, she acted friendly, but her words were full of hidden meaning, asking where he was going and warning him not to make her say more. Knowing there was no escape, Wang Zheng coughed lightly and suggested watching the match first. At that moment, the beast fighter launched a powerful attack, but his opponent skillfully dodged and countered with a challenge. Provoked, he got angry, declaring that he wouldn't let it go easily. His boasting quickly backfired when he was hit by a series of relentless attacks. In the blink of an eye, his opponent had incapacitated him. The match ended. Wang Zheng pulled Bella away, saying the result was clear. The beast fighter pointed and provocatively challenged them to a fight right then and there. The crowd immediately joined in, chanting for them to accept. Wang Zheng helplessly looked at Bella, blaming her for the situation, but she bluntly asked him what he wanted. He quickly thought of a way to make her give a reason for him to get into the ring. Bella whispered something into his ear, and after hearing it, he nodded in agreement. He then stepped onto the floor to the cheers of the audience. On the floor, the beast fighter was full of energy, ready to face off. He continued to provoke, believing Wang Zheng wouldn't leave the floor safely, but Wang Zheng only smirked. When both sides were ready, the announcer signaled and declared the match to begin. With his challenge thrown, that man lunged forward, sending a straight punch aimed to take his opponent out of the fight. He didn't bother dodging, choosing to confront head-on, just like his sisters who once charged straight into the reflex squad. The counterattack clearly worked, forcing the man to step back abruptly to widen the distance. The spectators outside were utterly stunned, unable to believe he had blocked the punch of the top brute. Wait, the fight wasn't over. The man leapt into the air, shouting the name of his move and sweeping his leg, challenging his opponent to take the full kick. Taking the chance to stop Wang Zheng wouldn't be easy. He sprang upward to follow immediately. Right after, he swung his long, advantageous legs, delivering a deadly kick to his opponent's weak spot. Unable to defend in time, the man was knocked back hard into the row of columns behind him. Riding the momentum, he calmly stepped closer and taunted, "Not bad, but you just met me." Watching him stand tall and talk nonstop only fueled the brute's frustration. He secretly pulled a folding knife hidden in his shoe. Seizing the moment while his opponent was distracted, he immediately lunged to attack. Unfortunately, his feeble trick failed from the start. Wang Zheng used his leg advantage to stomp on the man's hand, letting out a pitiful scream. The sound of cracking echoed like tearing the space itself, intense pain shooting straight to his brain. Yet that wasn't enough to soothe Wang Zheng's anger. If the man wanted to leave the arena early, he would make sure he went all the way. Saying and doing, Wang Zheng immediately delivered a precise kick to his opponent's neck. So another received a one-way ticket to the abyss. The thrilling duel concluded. He walked off the stage with ease, the audience still frozen in disbelief. He strode straight to Bella, flashing a mischievous smile. "Now it's your turn to keep your promise." She lightly linked arms with him. "This isn't the place to talk, follow me." The two left boldly amidst countless curious and astonished gazes. High up in the stands, 2 figures silently observed the entire scene. The mysterious blonde man ordered his subordinates to report to their superiors. The brute had fallen to an Eastern fighter. Back with the couple, they had returned to Bella's room. As the door opened, a chaotic scene with clothes scattered everywhere appeared, looking no different from an abandoned room. Wang Zheng looked at her helplessly. His faint hope that she didn't live here was crushed when she casually confirmed it. Being a girl, a bit messy was acceptable, but as a gentleman, he gently advised that this environment wasn't ideal and suggested moving when possible. She shrugged playfully, "Weren't you going to take care of me?" Then changed tone, "Never mind, focus on the main task first." Hearing this, his eyes lit up with excitement. "Fine, I'm ready." Expecting something fun, Bella turned her back, took out a packet of powder, and asked why he disappeared after her brother told him to look after her. Wang Zheng stammered, "The guild protects you, do you still need me?" She sincerely said she knew he had no feelings for her, she only viewed him as a brother. Seeing his gaze on the powder bag, she laughed teasingly. Wait a moment, almost done. 15 minutes later, a steaming hot coffee was ready. Bella poured a cup and handed it to him. See if the taste is different from before. The warm coffee slid down his throat, the familiar aroma making his eyes shine with delight. Indeed, the flavor was right. After he finished, she brought up the main matter. Her brother had said if he passed, all mission points would transfer to him. Wang Zheng set down the cup, shaking his head. Keeping the points wouldn't help, but she revealed the higher the points, the greater the reward. Hearing about free benefits, he was interested but pretended indifferent. If you want to transfer, go ahead, I have no objection. With consent reached, Bella quickly powered on the computer and input the data. When the notification appeared, she clicked confirm, transferring to Dongfeng Ta Wang. Immediately the mission hall and white snow bar were abuzz, the scoreboard fluctuating wildly. Indeed, Dongfeng Ta Wang's score soared continuously. Then it stopped at 310,000. The shocking number stunned everyone. Could he have returned and still not been defeated? Bella cheerfully watched his score rise rapidly and warned the bar would soon be chaotic and watch him closely. Wang Zheng asked directly what she wanted in exchange. She explained that 300,000 points was a major reward threshold from headquarters, with chances to exchange for valuable gifts. Wasn't he curious? He chuckled half-jokingly. Then I'll visit headquarters when free to see the reward. Does the guild have high-difficulty missions? Bella nodded firmly. Yes, do you want to try a super-hard platinum mission? Of course I do. Then she continued typing to search for information. Afterwards, she turned the screen toward him. Look. Wang Zheng's eyes widened in astonishment. Who would have imagined such a bizarre mission? The screen showed a platinum mission. Notice, eliminate special forces in the international competition. Each reward $100,000. Chinese troops $300,000. The demand made him frown in outrage. These people were outrageous. Seeing his anger, Bella asked if he intended to participate or just observe. He immediately said he must disrupt the situation. She helped him locate the International Special Forces arena. She researched and pointed to the map in the Wilson Peninsula rainforest about 2,000 km away. Time was tight. Was there a faster route? Playing the role of a spy, she suggested following the Amazon branch to the sea and landing on shore, cutting the time in half. He decisively chose that plan, no time to waste, departing immediately. Just after speaking, before he could move, he saw Bella hurriedly packing. Seeing her ready to leave, he had a bad premonition. You're going alone, what are you doing? She pulled his hand, coaxing, you can't leave me behind. He sighed helplessly, you really don't know fear. She stuck out her tongue playfully, I trust you'll protect me. A few days later, they were aboard a ship in the open sea. Bella in Special Forces gear whispered to his assistant when they would arrive. Wang Zheng replied they would appear when needed. She worried if rushing in like this, would they consider them enemy? He laughed to reassure her, what I usually do well might just be misunderstood. He smiled helplessly, I just don't understand you. Bella glanced at her watch, making him curious to ask why. She hinted about a platinum mission worth $100 million he could fully complete. He immediately asked what mission it was. She replied tersely, eliminate Dongfeng Ta Wang. Hearing this, he fell silent. The road ahead wouldn't be easy. Bella suspected they might be monitored. He didn't worry too much. The bigger concern was many assassins heading to the Wizen Peninsula. He anxiously held his hand, suggesting retreat might still be possible. Wang Zheng firmly replied, if you don't enter the tiger's den, how will you catch the cub? If the Chinese special forces don't go, they'll be in danger. I cannot let them suffer. The weather was favorable today. A cool breeze softened the scorching sun. But in that forest, outdoor activity was fierce with sudden explosions throwing people in life-and-death moments. Du Ming shouted angrily, this area is full of traps, everyone stay alert. Hong Chi, covered in wounds, fumed. They said it's a small simulation, but it's actually pushing us into a real battlefield. He thought and concluded, surely someone was sabotaging, just unsure if teams from other countries faced the same situation. The contest was not over yet. He immediately regained composure and coordinated his men, all on high alert, watching both below and above. A soldier was sent ahead to scout the situation. Suddenly, he stepped on a hidden landmine. As the explosion rang out, someone reacted instantly, shouting for everyone to hit the ground immediately. Once the aftershocks subsided, they brushed off the dust and stood up with determination. Hong Chi actively encouraged his teammates. All were elite soldiers selected rigorously. If even this gate could not be overcome, they were unworthy to represent China, much less bear the name Long Land. In another corner, Su Ming silently thought of Wang Zheng. If he were here, how would he handle this? In another area not too far away, two hidden figures observed the situation. From this moment, anyone setting foot here carried an unpredictable purpose. Through binoculars, they saw a boat carrying many people approaching. Ella patted his back lightly, teasing that a whole group was coming. Looks like he's getting a warm welcome. Wang Zheng refused to be outdone, laughing mockingly, of course. My charm is still intact. Observing more closely, he acknowledged the number of people approaching was considerable. Immediately after, he coldly ordered to open fire. In an instant, the group fell before they could even comprehend what had happened. Daniel, on behalf of the Shore faction, announced, "Advance for generous rewards, retreat and pay with your life. The choice is yours." 10 minutes passed with no one retreating. He raised his hand, urging, "Since you're staying, hunt Dong Fuang Ta Vuong together, kill him to claim the reward." Facing Wang Zheng yet still shouting for blood, being the target, he had no choice but to handle the troublemaker first. Looks like they chose the path with no return. Bullet whistled, staining the shirt of an unlucky young man with red. With keen eyesight, Daniel identified the shot came from the 1 o'clock position. He called some men. Whoever takes the opponent down first gets 100,000 USD. Following the trail, he suddenly noticed something unusual. It was a deep footprint in the dirt, along with a few broken twigs. He pointed and reported, "Footprints ahead, probably left in a hasty retreat." Daniel smirked, satisfied, and ordered pursuit. Elsewhere, Wang Zheng held Bella's hand and asked Han, "What's wrong, scared?" She shook her head, hesitating, not scared but because he went a bit too far. He laughed, "Is that really too far? Looks like you need more training." From nearby bushes, a gun barrel silently appeared. Barrel aimed straight at the two of them. As the shot rang out, Wang Zheng immediately pulled Bella aside. "Careful." He instructed her to hide well. Their target was him. After that, he stepped forward to provoke. "Hiding and sneaking isn't fun. If you have guts, show yourself." Maintaining their last shred of pride, the two failed assassins revealed themselves. The familiar faces made him scornful. "Isn't it Epitrius and Epictus, rushing to the other world that quickly?" The old man ignored the sarcasm, replying calmly, "Ta Vuong, the Chinese say money can command demons. We wanted to try our luck too, maybe find treasures and claim a big reward." Wang Zheng frowned. "Try if you want, just afraid you'll get the reward but lose your life." No sooner had he spoken, he leapt high into the air. He launched a lethal strike to finish the opponent, but he dodged swiftly. Having the advantage, he concealed his movement. A few seconds later, they realized he was no longer in front. Watch the rear. Seizing the opponent's brief lapse, Wang Zheng pulled the trigger. Epictus took a chest shot and collapsed instantly. Wang Zheng looked at the result and remarked, "Quick reflexes, but not faster than my bullet." Seeing his twin fall before him, Epitrius roared for revenge but only received a cold grunt. Suddenly an object flew, hit a tree and bounced back. In a flash, he was struck in the chest. Crumpled in pain, blood streaming from the corner of his mouth. Wang Zheng approached, looking down coldly from above. "I don't understand where you got the confidence to think you could take me." Epitrius tried to speak a last word. "Ta Vuong is legendary. We are no match." Then he followed his brother out of the fight. He shook his head in exasperation, choosing the path of danger despite a way to survive. Remembering the previous lesson, he carefully erased all traces he left, and took Bella away from the area. 2 hours later, someone discovered the bodies of the two men. What had happened? He forcefully flipped Epitrius to inspect. Elbis was shocked and fearful. The Quang brothers had been defeated. Who could possess such strength? Long, exhausting day finally passed. In the gloomy forest, explosions echoed every few minutes. Wang Zheng concealed himself on a high cliff, quietly observing. The other side has already started the attack. Suddenly a stray bullet flew, but with quick reflexes, he pulled Bella out of the way. He instructed her to stay put. He would check the situation first. Saying that, he dashed forward at an incredible speed. Wang Zheng switched to another vantage point to fully understand the distant battlefield. A sniper hidden behind a tree continuously fired forward. Immediately after, another person fell down there. Bella hid behind the grass, using the radio to warn. Someone is approaching him, moving fast, skilled. Suddenly Dragon appeared, restraining her tightly, growling a threat. "Don't act rashly if you don't want trouble." He snatched the radio and said, "Dong Fuang Ta Vuong, if you want to see her again, return within 2 minutes." Knowing she was in danger, he immediately turned back, running while replying, "Wait there, I won't disappoint you." Exactly 2 minutes later, he saw him appear and smiled. "Arrived on time, know who I am." Wang Zheng coldly replied, "I need to know who you are, state your purpose directly." He tried to save face, lifting his head high. "I am Dragon, second place in the guild rankings, scared yet." Even with the hostage in his hands, he mocked, "So second place is only this much." He aimed at Bella's temple, smirking, suggesting, "Shall we exchange live?" Wang Zheng asked succinctly, "Exchange how?" Dragon didn't bother to explain, pushing her forward. He used her as a shield and charged to attack. As Bella almost fell into his arms, he grabbed her backpack strap in time. He decisively threw her aside, ignoring the taunts about how he treated the beauty. Pinned against a tree, he calmly replied, "None of your business." Wang Zheng skillfully struck with his knee. Dragon used a similar move in response. As soon as they separated slightly, both drew guns and fired continuously. By now he had to admit they were somewhat skilled, but he took it as an insult and angrily charged, "Don't underestimate me." Dragon raised his voice philosophically about life, delivering a powerful strike while mocking the opponent, warning him that the price for underestimating him would be high. As both were about to engage in the duel, a shadow suddenly appeared and interrupted. Person appeared unclear whether he was a master or not, but recklessly intervened in the one-on-one battle, delivering a blow to the opponent's shoulder, causing him to scream in pain. Not stopping there, Ming Hao continued with a kick to Dragon's stomach, making him lose his ability to resist immediately. Once the opponent was down, Wang Zheng called out and Ming Hao turned back to smile, greeting him. "Captain, I'm here to report tonight." You were surprised and curious, asking Han why he was here, but he didn't answer, only pointing at the man on the ground and suggesting they withdraw and leave him to him. Wang Zheng didn't ask further, nodded in agreement and cautioned carefully. Ming Hao suddenly handed him something. "Captain, take this." A while later, Wang Zheng helped Bella find a safe place to rest, with a hot spring ahead. "Let's go there and rest for a bit." The atmosphere around the two grew gentle, both of them shyly avoiding each other's gaze. In the blink of an eye, they arrived at the spot. The sight of Bella wrapping herself in a towel, soaking in the water, made you flustered to the point of almost losing your composure. Wang Zheng proactively offered to give her a massage. Bella nodded softly, seemingly agreeing. Seizing the opportunity, you swiftly handled changing clothes in an instant. You jumped into the spring, gently lifting Bella's injured arm and comforting her. "Hold on a little longer, it will recover quickly." After massaging for a while, you asked how she felt. Bella smiled and said she felt much better. However, she then felt guilty for bothering you. Still, her pitiable appearance made you unwilling to scold her, so you said, "I still need to take care of you." Wang Zheng suddenly noticed movement from afar and immediately warned that someone was coming, telling her to get dressed. Shortly after, Su Ming appeared, leading a group of people, determined not to let Team Long be easily wiped out. Two had already hidden behind a bush. Bella, seeing the chaos ahead, asked what was going on. Suddenly, a man dressed in native attire dropped down from above, ambushing the group. He launched continuous attacks, catching Su Ming off guard, but luckily, he managed to block and called for his teammates to assist immediately. But before they could react, another teammate collapsed after being hit by a bullet. Su Ming noticed the enemy was concerned about the injured person, so they temporarily couldn't take action. With his hand shaking on the weapon, he closed his eyes, thinking that perhaps this was the end. Just when it was critical, someone intervened. Wang Zheng suddenly appeared, delivering a powerful kick that left Charlie dazed. Su Ming recognized the familiar figure and froze for a moment, calling out Wang Zheng's name. You didn't have time for conversation, continuously suppressing the enemy with decisive strikes. Then you followed up with a stab to the shoulder, locking the enemy in place. After securing him, you told Su Ming to keep him restrained and went to deal with the other one. Suddenly, the black muzzle of a gun appeared from the corner. The bullet flew directly towards Wang Zheng, but you only needed to dodge slightly to avoid it. Thanks to that, you located the sniper's position and immediately locked onto the target. However, Paul quickly retreated using a rope hook. Wang Zheng wouldn't let him escape, blocking his path immediately and interrogating him about the previous accomplices. He answered while tossing the gun toward you, confirming your suspicion. Wang Zheng quickly caught it and sneered. No one would throw their weapon to the opponent like that. Immediately after, you used the same gun to shoot back, not giving him a chance to escape. Paul, unprepared, got hit by the bullet, pain spreading through his body. Those watching from below were in awe of your swift action. Though internally pleased, you pretended to be humble, saying it was no big deal. Then you lowered the rope back to the ground. Su Ming quickly approached you. Unexpectedly, Zhang Kai from behind raised his gun, aiming at Wang Zheng. Su Ming immediately stopped him and asked what you were doing. But he didn't listen, maintaining a threatening attitude and saying this was an order from higher-ups. Su Ming raised the gun to his own head, declaring that if they wanted to kill Wang Zheng, they should shoot him as well. Those around looked at each other hesitantly, communicating through glances. Finally, Jingding fired, apologizing to the captain while acting. Wang Zheng had anticipated this, pulling Su Ming aside and avoiding danger. Su Ming couldn't accept the betrayal, angrily reproaching them. Wang Zheng remained calm, pointing out that their group had been planning to harm them from the start. At that moment, you order them to stop the act, instructing Zhang Kai to cease. Person thought to be a traitor immediately complied, calling you captain. Following your orders, the 3 actual traitors were taken down in an instant. It turned out that Bella had secretly been helping from a distance, not standing idly by. Su Ming now understood the whole situation and asked who was behind it. He expressed suspicion that it was Su Tiangxian. Wang Zheng remained unbothered, even inviting him to have a light meal as if nothing had happened. In this situation, Su Ming wasn't in the mood to eat and asked you for guidance on what to do next. You agreed with the temporary plan to disappear, pretending to have gone missing in the forest. 3 days later, Wang Zheng discussed Su Ming's situation with Ming Hao. It was understandable that Su Ming had collapsed after the shock of his loved one. Ming Hao also expressed disappointment, not expecting Su Tiangxian to be like that. Wang Zheng analyzed the plan of the person behind it, aiming for double benefits but miscalculating. Before he could explain, Bella entered the room, adding that they hadn't anticipated your support. Hearing the familiar voice, Wang Zheng immediately recognized her and greeted her warmly. Nearby, Elbis used binoculars to observe, smug that he had finally found the target. But he immediately sensed danger and became alert. Quickly jumped down to avoid the unexpected strike. At the same time, he activated the device to reduce impact. Elbis was confident in his technology, thinking he was safe. Upon seeing the series of traps below, his expression changed. Although he landed steadily, he still suspected someone was targeting him. Before he could react, a sudden kick to the face left him dazed. Elbis immediately threw a large amount of yellow powder at Wang Zheng. Wang Zheng recognized the move, covering his nose and warning that it was a familiar poison. Taking advantage of the smoke that hadn't cleared, the enemy hid behind a tree and muttered in displeasure. Wang Zheng recognized the familiar figure and mocked his avoidance of direct combat. Despite that, Elbis remained calm, taking out a pill and challenging Wang Zheng back. He quickly put the pill in his mouth and swallowed it. Outside, Wang Zheng suddenly decided to use something heavy, pulling the pin of a grenade and taunting, "I don't believe you can keep hiding." After speaking, he threw the grenade straight to the position where Elbis was hiding. Despite the aftershock burning his clothes, he still tried to remain tough. "You think this trick can force me to reveal myself? You've underestimated me." Hearing this, Wang Zheng became more interested and threw another one. "Let's try this one." This time his face turned pale as he saw the object flying toward him. "You still haven't stopped." Both he and Ming Hao ignored the opponent's condition, continuously throwing grenades relentlessly. After about 10 minutes of small fireworks, he leisurely approached the unconscious man on the ground and asked, "So Elbis, did you enjoy the party?" However, there was no response as he had already passed out earlier. Seeing him searching Elbis' body, Ming Hao suspiciously asked, "Captain, what are you doing?" The answer was casual. "I noticed his bulletproof vest is quite good, thought I'd try it on. Too bad it can't withstand the shock." Ming Hao suddenly changed his expression, grinning slyly and suggesting, "How about I handle this guy, Captain?" Shortly after, Elbis was hung upside down on a tree branch like a dangling jackfruit. Wang Zheng saw it and laughed. "You really know how to play." Through the handheld surveillance screen, he noticed a new situation, "Captain. There's a group moving very fast toward us." He immediately made a plan, "Then get ready, capture all of them. Today's weather is indeed perfect for a hunt." The group led by Bai finally appeared. He ordered his subordinates, "You go ahead and scout. The others stay back and wait for orders." The man quickly obeyed. 5 minutes later, he anxiously asked about the situation ahead. No one responded. Bai started to suspect something had gone wrong. At that moment, a strange voice came from the communication device. "The weaklings of the Dark Army Academy. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Today, I'll take care of all of you." Duong Dan, hidden in the tree, was ready to take action. This gathering was to support the captain. "We must resolve them quickly." Vin Huang, hiding nearby, teased, "Long time no see. You're still as talkative as before." Then seriously asked, "Someone's coming, should we act?" He replied sarcastically, "Why ask so much, just deal with it." As soon as he finished, he hung himself on the tree, taking advantage of the distance to land a precise blow to take down the enemy. In the blink of an eye, he saw his teammate take down one. He couldn't help but admire, "This kid's abilities have improved again." Vin Huang quickly focused, aiming accurately, "I can't fall behind." Another one was taken down. After receiving the threat, Bai immediately ordered his confidant, "Chris, you take 10 men and deal with the ambushers behind." He confidently replied, "Don't worry, I'll make sure they don't have a chance." Ming Hao stood high, observing the group below, muttering, "They've finally arrived." Wang Zheng had already prepared the sniper rifle. coldly greeting the uninvited guests, the weaklings from the Dark Army Academy, welcome to hell. In an instant, the bullet tore through the air and hit the target, making everyone jump. I leisurely dropped his cigarette, speaking softly, "They're here, huh?" His subordinates immediately became alert, scanning the surrounding. Ming Hao chuckled, "Our reinforcements have arrived," but Wang Zheng remained focused, ignoring that this time. "Do you want to fight up close or provide support from afar?" He casually passed the task on, "With me here, do you still need me? I'll just watch." He didn't hesitate to raise his gun and pull the trigger. The series of swift movements quickly took down one target. However, this also revealed his position. Bai's cigar snapped in half. Amidst the heavy gunfire, he wasn't afraid, resolutely charging toward the enemy. Wang Zheng was ready to meet him, coming at him with great momentum. Unexpectedly, an elbow grazed across his face. Immediately after, his opponent launched another follow-up kick. However, those strikes were not enough to trouble him. Luckily, he dodged in time. With ample experience, Bai attacked while exclaiming, "Ta Wang, you are truly strong." Wang Zheng calmly replied, "Indeed, Marx once said the same, but he was no easy opponent either." He quickly evaded the strong kick, warning that if he faced the principal, he would show no mercy. He replied nonchalantly, "Is that so? 3 years ago, your old man had to rest for 3 months due to my actions." Despite his caution, Bai was stunned by this. "What did you say?" Seizing the opportunity, Wang Zheng struck precisely. "So, don't believe it." The blow forced him to step back to maintain balance. However, the situation escalated when the communication device rang. "The enemy is too strong, we can't hold on any longer." I decisively removed his earpiece, admitting, "Ta Wang, your assistant is truly formidable." He shrugged, denying, "I have an assistant. I didn't know, perhaps someone else thought you were annoying and helped, or are you surrendering?" No sooner had he spoken than Bai lunged like an arrow with resolute will. "Our military school never surrenders." He struck strongly, affecting him and forcing him to retreat, but he immediately received a counterattack from Wang Zheng. Recognizing the inevitable outcome, Wang Zheng said, "Do you really not want to live? You've exerted all your strength, let's see how you withstand this." Bai gritted his teeth. "No need for you to worry." However, he could not withstand the next attack. He advised, "Don't be stubborn, your outcome is clear." Seeing him still struggling to rise, Wang Zheng asked, "So, you still want to continue?" He was mistaken. Bai solemnly raised a gun to his temple. "Since I chose this path, I knew this day would come. Let me keep some final dignity." The release came swiftly, ending the legendary official's life. Wang Zheng pondered. He was indeed a man to respect. Ming Hao landed and asked, "Captain, should we handle the body?" He nodded, "Yes, bury him properly." After finishing, Ming Hao asked, "Captain, someone helped us eliminate the Dark Army School. Could it have been them?" Wang Zheng thought, only they could do it in such a short time, but Ming Hao suggested, "Let's go check, maybe there's a surprise." He shook his head slightly. Miracles don't happen every time. Suddenly the sky above blazed with a signal flare. Both were stunned for a few seconds by the unexpected sight. Ming Hao excitedly shouted, "Captain, that's the Long Dragon Army's private assembly signal." The good news thrilled him, urging the others, "What are you waiting for? Let's go." Ming Hao replied joyfully, "Yes, moving immediately." Wang Zheng swiftly maneuvered through dense bushes. Upon seeing him, everyone saluted simultaneously. "Captain, the Long Dragon Army is assembled." But before speaking, a voice interjected, "Am I arriving at the wrong time, disturbing your reunion? Good, saves me from looking for each of you." Wang Zheng immediately turned toward the sound. "Dan Tai Tui Feng didn't expect you to," he replied. "I came to settle this with a single shot." In the dangerous situation, Wang Zheng quickly ordered, "His target is me, retreat as far as possible." However, Yuan Bao resolutely stayed. "Captain, we will not leave, united we cannot be divided." He helplessly shook his head. "You've certainly inherited this stubbornness from me." With their support, he grew even more spirited. "Dan Tai Tui Feng, all of us are present, satisfied. I'm just curious, a master serving as someone else's pawn," Tui Feng angrily replied. "Mind your own business, all of you will die here." Faced with such recklessness, Wang Zheng immediately warned his team to be extremely careful with this old monster. Who would have thought that before he could finish speaking, the opponent immediately accelerated and rushed away. Sudden change caused Vin Hung to panic and shout loudly. Meanwhile, Hu Bin had recklessly rushed to the front line. However, Tai Fong remained calm and casually said, "You're the one who started this." Clearly, he had used all his strength for speed, yet he was effortlessly stopped by the man. Before he could understand what had happened, he was hit with a heavy kick, and all he could think of was why. Hu Bin was sent flying like a bullet, crashing into a tree. The impact caused him excruciating pain, almost making it hard to breathe. After taking down one person, Tai Fong immediately turned to the next target. "Your turn." Vin Hung couldn't react before the kick slammed into his waist. Tremendous force sent him flying far away. Lying flat on the ground, he ground his teeth in frustration. Damn it, my body is not obeying anymore. The opponent did not stop, casually walking toward Lao Kim and saying the third one. Unexpectedly, Lao Kim desperately grabbed onto him. If it's like this, then I'll leave a mark. Suddenly, Tai Fong lifted his knee and struck hard into the opponent's stomach. Duong Dan seized the opportunity and charged from behind. Regardless of how strong he was, we are a team. But in the end, the man was far superior, treating them like toys. Even if there were 100 more people, it wouldn't be enough to challenge me. As soon as he finished speaking, Lao Kim was tossed far away. However, the Long Land team wasn't one to back down easily. Zhang Chang immediately rushed up, and so did I. Even though they were trapped in the front and back, he skillfully dodged and coldly said, "Another one wants to try." At the same time, he clenched his fist and struck hard at his chest. The force was so great that he was sent flying several meters. Zhang Chang trembled as he struggled to get up, muttering, "How can one hit cause such a serious injury? This man is terrifying." Seeing the critical situation, Duong Dan frantically shouted, "Lao Kim." Lao Kim understood the signal and immediately prepared for a counterattack. Locking Tai Fong's arm, he growled, "I won't let go," but the man calmly replied, "You think it's so easy to control me?" Ngayern B letter 1EA3O immediately rushed in and grabbed his leg. "What if I add myself?" Three of them shouted in unison, "Captain." Wang Zheng immediately took advantage of the gap they created and rushed forward. He decisively launched a counter-kick. This time, Tai Fong was pushed back several steps. While observing, Wang Zheng slowly said, "It's not pleasant to be forced, right? Even ants can make an elephant stagger." Shook his head and sighed, "You guys are indeed very strong." Taking advantage of this rare opportunity, he asked, "What exactly have you gone through?" He only replied, "The stronger you are, the more obstacles you face." Tried to convince, "Actually, we don't necessarily have to be enemies." But he only smiled coldly. Old age sometimes makes one sentimental. Today we still have to decide the victor. Wang Zheng immediately assumed a fighting stance, not sure who will win. Tai Fong donned his cloak and said in a low voice, "Prepare yourself for a battle of life and death." From afar, Ming Hao unexpectedly opened fire for support. Wherever he jumped to, Wang Zheng was right behind him. Amidst the barrage of bullets, he calmly said, "Looking down on your opponent is asking for trouble." Turned out that his coat had special defensive abilities. Ming Hao was extremely shocked. What exactly is this man, so hard to predict? He immediately shouted in warning, "Captain, be careful." Fortunately, Wang Zheng managed to block a heavy punch from Tai Fong in time. At the same time, he took the opportunity to strike back. But the weapon had no effect whatsoever. He even redirected it, making it impale Ming Hao instead. Seeing his move being exploited, Wang Zheng gritted his teeth in anger. Ming Hao had fallen to the ground. Under such a relentless attack, Wang Zheng briefly thought that he might stop here. He smiled lightly, "The city girls better remember me." His teammates around him panicked and shouted, "Captain, move." At the most dangerous moment, a woman's figure rushed forward to block in front of him. He hadn't fallen yet. Wang Zheng was stunned. "Is it you?" Katie, while blocking the blow for him, smiled and said, "Long time no see." Sprang up inside. He didn't expect the person who saved him to be her. She only sighed and replied, "Isn't it quite fitting?" But just as she finished speaking, a disturbance appeared from Tai Fong's side. A bullet whistled through the air toward him. It pierced directly into his weak point. Caught off guard, he couldn't react in time. Wang Zheng immediately looked around and shouted, "Who was that?" C letter 1B0 letter 1EDD NGT letter 1ED stepped forward, fired another shot, and laughed, pretending to scold. "Looks like everyone forgot about me." The unexpected reunion made Wang Zheng happy. C letter 1B0 letter 1EDD NGT letter 1ED. "I didn't expect it was you." He tilted his head and asked Katie, "Did you find him?" She replied, "It's a long story, we'll talk later. Now we need to deal with the person lying there." Indeed, Tai Fong was still trying to get up. Wang Zheng softened his voice and asked, "Senior, is there anything you're still worried about?" In his critical condition, he whispered to protect Fong CH letter 1E9NG Min. "If you want revenge, then." The unfamiliar name confused Wang Zheng. Why is that person so important that he needs protection? Wang Zheng rushed over to call out. The man could no longer hold on. He stood straight, saluted in military fashion, "Senior, no matter what happened before, I still thank you." The heavy afternoon quickly gave way to the lively night at the bar. Glasses clinked together with the shout of "Drink up." Wang Zheng curiously asked C letter 1B0 letter 1EDD and G T letter 1ED. "How did you meet Kate?" C letter 1B0 letter 1EDD and GT letter 1ED took a sip of his drink and replied, "I met her on the way to find you guys. We had a fight, then realized we had the same goal, so we teamed up." He was still curious, "Does everyone know I'm here?" Duong Dan laughed confidently, "Captain, don't underestimate me. Wang Zheng then asked, did you also find her, Katie? He waved his hand in denial. No, maybe she heard the news and was worried about you. Next time you meet her, just ask her directly. Wang Zheng took another sip and sighed softly. Katie, I find myself lacking your help once again. Ming Hao sitting beside him reminded gently, Captain, I heard the youngest daughter of the Tu family is studying here. Are you not planning to visit? Indeed, private matters always spark curiosity and gossip. He cleared his throat to regain seriousness. The next few days everyone can rest. I have some personal matters to handle. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. On the podium, Su Ming spoke softly, Nuanuan, can you have dinner with me tonight? Despite her cheerful demeanor, she gently refused, sorry, I'm busy tonight. He immediately shifted tactics. Then this vacation come to Hong Kong with me, but Nuanuan shook her head. Her vacation cannot be arranged either. Repeated refusals pushed him to the limit. His face darkened, yet he pretended to appear aloof before me. Still, he tried to maintain politeness, Nuanuan. Giving me a chance is giving yourself a chance too. Just then, a cold voice interjected. She has already refused clearly. What more do you want to drag out? The person who appeared was none other than Wang Zheng. The prey seemed within reach but slipped away, making Thien Min irritated. Who are you? Before he could speak, Nuanuan exclaimed, Wang Zheng, you're here. He stood blocking her like a bodyguard. I came especially to see you and encountered this tactless pursuer, Nuanuan quickly explained. He is just a classmate. Seeing the situation unfavorable, he turned away in anger. You all just wait. Once the other party left, Wang Zheng quietly spoke and presented a small box of pastries. I knew he wouldn't easily leave you alone. Today is your birthday. I can't not protect you. These gentle words, he smiled. Today is fine, later we'll see. She decisively held his hand. We'll talk about later. Today you be my boyfriend for one day. Before he could react, she pulled him along. He only managed to say hey. Under the soft sun and blue sky, the campus grounds felt romantic. Amid admiring glances, Nuanuan walked beside him and whispered, you didn't come just for my birthday, did you? Wang Zheng became flustered and sweaty, quickly affirming he intentionally came to celebrate her birthday. Both hid similar thoughts in their hearts. Nuanuan silently apologized, and Wang Zheng blamed himself. After an awkward smile, she suggested, then let's officially date. Time passed swiftly, like a shadow through a window, and dusk fell in an instant. Day full of surprises ended. Nuanuan lightly held his waist and asked, when will you visit me next? He softly replied, soon enough. He stroked her hair, gently advising, remember to take good care of yourself. After their farewell, she still watched his retreating back, quietly wondering if they would meet again. Elsewhere, Thien Min arrogantly vented his anger on an innocent ball. The butler cautiously asked, young master, is something wrong? And all his words reached Wang Zheng. The one who dared approach Nuanuan today knows the Q family. Daring to touch Q, Thien Min, deal with them. Bowed and replied, young master, rest assured, I will handle it. Making him nod with satisfaction, I await good news. The butler truly worked diligently. Wang Zheng had been waiting, surprising him with a move that left the other party dazed. To be certain, he also made sure the butler couldn't cause trouble further. With the task done, Wang Zheng thought to himself, don't blame me for being forceful. Only this way can he do no more evil. Late at night, silence reigned, the moon hung high. Faint, awkward sounds echoed through the house. Through the window frame, the scene inside gave him the idea to tease. Let's see how I scare you. 15 minutes later, the couple was startled, thinking they saw a strange figure. Thien Min's cowardice completely contradicted his tough exterior. Stammering to Tinieva, go check. She looked around, then confusedly said she saw nothing. Maybe you imagined it. He shook the blanket, insisting he wasn't mistaken, and urged her to look out the window again. The result was only her cold back leaving. Today I go first. Men of Huaha really are timid. As the door closed, Wang Zheng appeared, young master. You let the beauty leave angry. The familiar voice made Thien Min stunned. It's you, why are you here? He shrugged, I just wanted to check on you. Unexpectedly caught a joyful scene, so I teased a little. Thien Min angrily pointed, that was you pretending. What do you want after all? Wang Zheng calmly said, I just want to warn you to stay away from Nuanu. Each word light but full of authority. If anything happens to her, I will make you pay dearly.